Chapter 1. Xia Ya, the Saiyan. In an endless expanse of pitch-black darkness devoid of any light, Xia Ya found himself oblivious to the passage of time. Was it a year, 2 years, or perhaps even longer? The duration had become a blur in his memory. Ever since he arrived in this boundless void, he had been aimlessly drifting, lost in a realm without boundaries. Fleeting motes of light, some luminous and others dim, floated past him. Xia Ya strained to approach these ethereal orbs, yet every time he neared one, it would swiftly vanish into the surrounding darkness. He could not fathom why he pursued these lights. It was merely an instinctive desire to escape the enveloping gloom. In his previous life, Xia Ya had been an ordinary office worker, adhering to the monotonous routine of 9 to 5, navigating the bustling city like countless others. One fateful day, as he left work, he intended to indulge himself with a treat from the market. However, a sheet of tempered glass fell from above, striking him squarely and rendering him unconscious in an instant. Upon regaining consciousness, he found himself in this unfamiliar and shadowy realm. An avid reader of novels, Xia Ya was no stranger to the myriad tribulations faced by protagonists, so when he realized he had been thrust into this vast abyss, he felt a flicker of excitement. Had fortune smiled upon him, placing him in the legendary era of chaos? Shouldn't he, by the script, seek out Pangu, latch onto his leg, and slay gods and Buddhas alike? Yet, as time passed, Xia Ya learned that the tales spun in novels were mere fabrications. He had not encountered any legendary deities, nor acquired any treasures. He had not even glimpsed a sliver of tangible light. Gradually, he comprehended the reality of his predicament. This was not the fabled realm brimming with celestial treasures, but rather a dismal cage devoid of hope, and he was unfortunately trapped within it. Overwhelmed by despair, he pondered when he might escape. If I calculate the time correctly, a new light should soon appear. This time, I must exert myself. I must escape from this place. Xia Ya encouraged himself, his gaze fixated on the darkness ahead. Suddenly, a brilliant light emerged, gradually expanding. It was an extraordinarily large orb of light, one he was certain he had never encountered before. Such a magnificent orb. This is my chance to escape. Gritting his teeth, Xia Ya summoned all his strength and propelled himself toward the colossal light. The stinging winds lashed against him, and a profound pain surged from the depths of his soul. Yet he persevered through sheer will. Just a little more, I'm almost there. Xia Ya's contorted face was locked in determination, his eyes sparkling with resolve as he pressed forward against the punishing winds. As he drew closer, he discovered that the light was astonishingly immense, dwarfing him to the size of an ant. I've finally arrived. I can leave this wretched place. Xia Ya's face lit up with exhilaration as he inched closer. At the moment he made contact with the orb, a surge of electric energy coursed through his body, violently pulling him against its surface. Agonizing pain seared his soul, while the murky currents of darkness rushed toward him. Two extremes of torment overwhelmed him, and Xia Ya's expression twisted in agony until he could no longer endure and succumbed to unconsciousness. Unbeknownst to Xia Ya, as he drifted into oblivion, two powerful streams of gray energy began to converge and intertwine, meticulously refining his soul, allowing it to ascend rapidly. Then, with a swift motion, Xia Ya vanished, absorbed into the heart of the colossal light. The gray, shadowy expanse fell into tranquility once more, with only the occasional flicker of minute lights appearing and vanishing into thin air. Planet Vegeta, Infant Incubation Chamber. This was a highly advanced facility where all newly born Saiyan infants would spend some time before being assigned to various planets based on their capabilities. Due to the significance of this location, King Vegeta spared no expense in deploying a substantial force for its protection, alongside the most sophisticated computers for monitoring. Suddenly, a stir occurred in one of the incubators, prompting the computer to detect an unusual energy signature, and an alarm blared ominously. What is happening? A middle-aged Saiyan, responsible for guarding the infant chamber, rushed over upon hearing the alarm, inquiring of the nearby extraterrestrials. A group of extraterrestrials with crocodile-like mouths hastily examined the computer, then hurried to the alarmed incubator to scrutinize the data. It's nothing. There seems to be a minor glitch in the data detection of the incubator, causing a false alarm. We can simply replace it with a new one. How startling. Your technology on data is rather unreliable. Hurry and replace this child's incubator. The station's Saiyan mocked, chastising the extraterrestrials to expedite their work before strutting away. The data aliens exchanged glances, shaking their heads in resignation. The leading extraterrestrial exclaimed, "What are we waiting for? Quickly replace the incubator. If we anger the Saiyans, we will suffer the consequences." Upon hearing this, the remaining data aliens shuddered and scrambled to procure a new incubator, carefully transferring the Saiyan infant before hastily exiting the chamber, continuing to monitor all data without daring to slacken their vigilance. Such is the plight of the weak. These data aliens belong to a civilization of limited strength. After their home planet was conquered by the Saiyans, they were spared from annihilation due to their decent technology, relegated to overseeing the newborn Saiyans instead. In the eyes of the Saiyans, the fate of data was a stroke of fortune compared to other planets that had been utterly ravaged, with their native populations slaughtered without exception and their planets sold off. Once the station's Saiyans and data aliens departed, the Saiyan infant who had been transferred to a new incubator opened his eyes, his youthful gaze shimmering with incredulity. "This is Planet Vegeta. I have become a Saiyan infant?" Xia Ya exclaimed in astonishment, realizing he had traversed through the colossal light, leaving the dark void behind and entering the world of Dragon Ball, where he had been reborn as a Saiyan. Strangely, he could understand the language of these extraterrestrials. "I wonder what era it is now. How many years until the plot commences?" This was the foremost question on Xia Ya's mind. However, since Planet Vegeta had yet to meet its demise, it indicated that the story had not yet begun. Yet, an overwhelming sense of urgency surged within him. This was the world of Dragon Ball, inhabited by formidable beings capable of plucking stars from the sky and obliterating planets with ease. Xia Ya quickly composed himself and began to contemplate the matters at hand. "First, I need to ascertain the timeline of the Dragon Ball world. I must determine how much time remains until Planet Vegeta's destruction. If there is ample time, that would be fortunate. Otherwise, I could be in grave danger." Under the immense threat of planetary obliteration, Xia Ya could not guarantee he would possess the same luck as Goku to escape unscathed. He silently wished for sufficient time to be granted to him. Soon, Xia Ya's gaze fell upon the transparent display screen of the incubator, which revealed his basic information. ID 11,379. Name Xia Ya. Parents Brent, Beatrice. Potential intermediate. Battle power 89. Evaluation above average. Intermediate. Recommended training on Planet Vegeta for 3 years before being assigned to a lower tier planet. PS. A new book has been uploaded. I humbly request your support with collections and recommendations. Chapter 2. Becoming Stronger. For the subsequent month, Xia Ya remained quietly nestled within the infant incubator, gradually thriving under its nurturing care. Though Saiyans were inherently aloof, they exhibited exceptional attentiveness toward newborns. These incubators were equipped with the latest technology from data, featuring silk-like mattresses and a gentle, comfortable growth environment. The incubators provided specially treated, high-dosage nutrient solutions at regular intervals, ensuring the infants thrived more swiftly and robustly. A month later, Xia Ya gazed at the transparent monitor before him, which displayed that his battle power had reached 95, an increase of 6 points since the previous month. While this increment might seem modest, it was quite commendable for a newly born Saiyan infant. Xia Ya recognized that his potential placed him among the elite of intermediate warriors. Although he could not rival the advanced warriors who boasted battle powers exceeding 100 at birth, he was certainly among the top tier of all newly born infants that on Planet Vegeta. Approximately 10,000 Saiyan infants are born each year. Among these, the number of elite warriors constitutes a mere fraction, falling short of 100, while the vast majority are low-ranking warriors, accompanied by a small number of mid-tier fighters. Upon the conclusion of their training period, these low-ranking warriors are dispatched to undertake missions on lesser planets, whereas mid-tier fighters remain on Planet Vegeta to undergo 3 years of rigorous training before being sent out to fulfill their duties. As for the elite warriors, they hail from distinguished families on planet Vegeta and are regarded with utmost reverence. They are afforded the finest training and care until they evolve into the most exceptional warriors among the Saiyans. It is a harsh reality, yet this is the manner in which the Saiyans manage their progeny. Once the training period has elapsed, the hierarchical nature of Saiyan society becomes starkly apparent. Elite warriors receive the best of everything, while low-ranking warriors are cast out to grapple with life and death until they possess sufficient strength to return to planet Vegeta. The Saiyans adhere to a brutal survival of the fittest doctrine. They are a race of born fighters who have no need for the weak. Only the strong can claim their place on planet Vegeta. During this month, Xia Ya encountered his parents, a quintessential Saiyan couple whose belief in the law of the jungle runs deep within their bones. After a brief reunion with Xia Ya, they swiftly departed to fulfill their own missions. Xia Ya merely observed in silence, closing his eyes quietly after their departure. However, to Xia Ya's surprise, he unexpectedly met Bardock. At this moment, Bardock appeared remarkably youthful, probably not yet 20 years old, visiting alongside comrades to see a newly born child of a fellow warrior. Bardock's youthfulness indicates that a considerable time remains before Frieza's destruction of Planet Vegeta. There remain over 10 years, a span ample enough for him to gradually mature and eventually depart from Planet Vegeta. This revelation filled Xia Ya with exhilaration. Hee. There are at least a few more years before the destruction of Planet Vegeta. This time is sufficient for me to evolve into a formidable warrior. A joyful smile illuminated Xia Ya's youthful face, and confidence sparkled in his eyes. In the forthcoming period, he would undergo a 3-year training regimen on Planet Vegeta, after which he would be dispatched to remote planets for missions. Perhaps he could seize this opportunity to clandestinely journey to Earth. Xia Ya contemplated this notion, yet soon dismissed the idea of immediate travel to Earth. It was still too early. He resolved to wait a few more years until his physique had matured somewhat. More critically, each Saiyan spacecraft is equipped with a tracking system, and he feared that venturing to Earth prematurely might attract Frieza's attention, thereby heightening the risk of exposing Earth. Having arrived in the Dragon Ball universe and fortuitously become a Saiyan, Xia Ya had no intention of languishing in mediocrity, nor of sharing the fate of an ordinary Saiyan perishing under Frieza's tyranny. He aspired to become a powerful individual, a master of his own destiny. Frieza, the androids, Majin Buu. These figures would serve as stepping stones on his path to strength, obstacles that must be surmounted. He intended to surpass the original narrative, growing mightier than Goku and Vegeta. At present, Xia Ya needed to meticulously strategize to ensure his growth remained steady and unimpeded. Among the Saiyans, those born with a battle power below 30 are classified as low-level warriors, those between 30 and 100 as mid-level warriors, and those exceeding 100 as high-level warriors. A Saiyan's birth greatly constrains their future potential. Typically, low-level warriors achieve battle powers below 2,000, while mid-level warriors range from 2,000 to 5,000, with only high-level warriors attaining or surpassing a battle power of 5,000. Thus, high-level warriors hold a particularly esteemed status among the Saiyan race, embodying its pinnacle of combat capability. Currently, fewer than 20 warriors on planet Vegeta possess battle powers exceeding 10,000, and they are all exceptional among the Saiyan populace. Xia Ya acknowledged the significance of innate talent. Exceptional aptitude could yield exponential benefits in training, allowing those with superior qualities to reap rewards several times greater than those with lesser abilities, given equal effort. However, he also understood that talent alone does not dictate one's future accomplishments, especially among the Saiyans. Numerous examples abound. Bardock, Goku's father, was a low-level warrior. Yet during the destruction of Planet Vegeta, he exhibited battle power far surpassing that of other high-level warriors, a testament to his achievements gained through years of relentless combat that shattered his physical limitations. Moreover, Goku, a mere low-level warrior, repeatedly transcended his limits, ultimately becoming one of the mightiest beings in the universe. Is this merely a limitation of talent? Certainly not. While talent may gauge the achievements of the average individual, it is not the decisive factor. The nurturing environment plays a crucial role. Why could Goku continually break through his limits? Although Saiyan blood undoubtedly contributed, it is not unique to Saiyans. Before Goku, while Saiyans were known as a warrior race, few could truly be deemed cosmic-level super warriors. Without Frieza's intervention, it is likely that even the captain of the Ginyu Force could annihilate the entire Saiyan race. It is not enough to possess Saiyan blood to dominate the cosmos. one must rely on substantial foundation. Xia pondered the advanced training methods of Earthlings, which contrasted starkly with the crude energy attacks of most cosmic races. The training techniques on Earth are more refined, more suited for the cultivation of powerful individuals. The combination of Saiyan blood and Earth's methodologies might prove particularly advantageous, fostering a gradual yet profound breakthrough of limits. Once his body had fully matured, he would seek an opportunity to learn these techniques from Earth. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Xia gradually succumbed to slumber. Chapter 3. 3 years in the blink of an eye, 3 months had elapsed. And Xia was finally able to leave the infant incubation chamber. He was lifted from the pod, only to discover that the individuals cradling him were not his parents, but rather a pair of unfamiliar Saiyan couples. Little Xia, your parents fell in battle while on a mission. From this day forth, Aunt Rebecca will take care of you, said a strikingly beautiful female Saiyan as she gently held him. Meanwhile, Rebecca's husband picked up another Saiyan infant and placed both children on a mobile bed, departing the incubation room together. At that moment, Rebecca's husband, Edry, remarked, although Brent and his team have perished as their comrades, we shall ensure their children are well cared for. This way, Shilling will have a companion, and they can be sent on missions together in the future. Indeed, I hope these 2 little ones will get along splendidly. Rebecca smiled as she gazed at the 2 infants on the bed. Xia contemplated the reality that his parents had perished during their mission, and he found that the grief did not weigh heavily upon him. It seemed that the bond he shared with them was minimal, merely a connection of blood. In contrast, he felt a greater closeness to the Saiyan couple who had taken him in. Turning to observe the other infant beside him, he noticed her sucking on her little finger, her bright eyes wide with curiosity. Upon noticing his gaze, she released her finger and pressed it against Xia's lips, babbling excitedly. Hey, what are you doing? Xia exclaimed, pushing the Saiyan girl's finger away, yet she appeared to revel in the interaction, reaching out once more. Look, Rebecca, Shilling seems to adore little Xia. I believe they will surely get along famously, Edry chuckled heartily. Indeed, Rebecca beamed as she watched the 2 children frolic. How can you tell that we will get along so well? Xia silently protested in his mind. Rebecca's residence was situated in the thriving district of Planet Vegeta, a short distance from the royal city. This area was primarily inhabited by families of intermediate warriors and above. Both Rebecca and Edry were elite fighters, and their home was among the most opulent in the vicinity. For the sake of convenience during missions, members of the same squad typically resided nearby. And Xia's previous home was also within this area, merely a few streets away from Rebecca and Edry's abode. During a recent mission, Edry's squad encountered an ambush on a remote planet, resulting in a fierce battle that left 7 of the 13 squad members dead and 4 severely injured. Among the fallen were Xia's parents, leading to a catastrophic blow to the squad's integrity. Consequently, upon returning to Planet Vegeta to deliver condolences to the families of the deceased comrades, Edry disbanded the squad and took up a position as an instructor at the training camp. Upon learning of Xia's existence, he chose to bring him home to care for him alongside his daughter, Shilling. After arriving at Rebecca and Edry's home, Xia found his life quite comfortable, though it would have been even better without the incessant presence of the little Saiyan girl. For reasons unbeknownst to him, ever since their first meeting, Shilling seemed to regard Xia as a fascinating toy, trailing him relentlessly, even during meals and sleep, prompting Rebecca to frequently comment on their remarkable affinity for one another. Before long, the time came for Xia and Shilling to participate in training. Under Edry's guidance, they entered the training camp. Aside from elite Saiyans who had access to private training facilities, all intermediate warriors shared a common training ground. Both Xia and Shilling were classified as intermediate warriors. Thus, they were assigned to the same camp. This training camp comprised 100 Saiyan children of intermediate status, with combat powers generally ranging between 60 and 70. Few children, like Xia, boasted combat powers nearing 100. Under the tutelage of adult Saiyans, these children underwent rigorous training. However, Xia quickly discerned a stark contrast between Saiyan training methods and those of Earthlings. What was purported to be training felt more akin to a relentless barrage of blows. Daily, they were subjected to merciless beatings, with the adult Saiyan showing no semblance of restraint. Regardless of who you were, the onslaught commenced with a flurry of strikes, devoid of any constructive guidance. Was this truly the training regimen of a warrior race? Were it not for the Saiyans' robust physiques, such methods would yield little to no results. Xia shook his head in exasperation. While his combat power had not seen substantial improvement, his ability to withstand blows had certainly increased. As a warrior race, Saiyans possessed their own unique growth methods. Although their training approach was not without merit, it diverged significantly from the expectations Xia Ya had harbored. To him, this training represented a squandering of time. He wondered if all training methods across the cosmos were as blunt and straightforward. It was no wonder that so many were incapable of harnessing energy. Unfortunately, this regimen would persist for 3 more years, an exasperating ordeal for Xia Ya, who yearned for strength. Several times, he inquired with Edri if alternative training methods existed, only to receive a bewildered glance in return, followed by the response: "This is the best growth method for Saiyans. Many beings in the universe develop through such training." This left Xia Ya momentarily speechless. It became evident to him that Saiyans and Earthlings diverged vastly in their training philosophies. Saiyan methods were rudimentary and crude, yet they represented the prevailing approach throughout the universe. In contrast, the Earthling methodology was far more sophisticated and could indeed be termed cultivation. The strong hone their skills, while the weak rely on intellect. Earthlings had devised their training methods as a result of prolonged struggles on a lower-tier planet, showcasing a high degree of wisdom from the outset, which set them apart from cosmic beings. It was no wonder that the majority of extraterrestrial entities lacked the ability to manipulate energy. Left with no other options, Xia Ya resorted to self-exploration, drawing upon his knowledge from watching Dragon Ball in his past life. He strapped weights onto himself, as he was unaware of any advanced techniques. Fortunately, the gravity of Planet Vegeta, 10 times that of Earth, yielded immediate results, allowing him to surpass his contemporaries in intermediate training. Shieling, the little shadow trailing him, found amusement in Xia Ya's weighted training and decided to bind herself with additional weights, rendering her nearly immobile. With tears brimming in her eyes, she pouted in discontent at Xia Ya's antics, to which Xia Ya protested that it was not his fault. Finally, the 3 years of training had come to an end. Now nearly 4 years old, Xia Ya had achieved a height of nearly 1 meter, and his combat power had surged to 410 points. A remarkable feat amidst the training camp where most intermediate warriors hovered just above 200. It is noteworthy that Xia Ya's combat power exceeded that of Goku during the 23rd World Martial Arts Tournament when he defeated the second-generation Demon King Piccolo. And he had only just turned 4. This accomplishment was attributable to his intermediate warrior status, but also to Xia Ya's relentless efforts. Following closely behind was Shieling, boasting a combat power of 370, also significantly surpassing her peers. Together, their achievements rivaled those of many elite warriors. At the culmination of the 3-year period, the missions of Xia Ya and Shieling were also assigned. Through the machinations of Adli, their tasks were orchestrated to align. The objective lay on a remote planet, Selma, situated in the southern region of the North Galaxy. Chapter 4, Planet Selma. Planet Selma, situated in the southern star regions of the Northern Galaxy, is a primitive world, devoid of any signs of civilization thus far. The Saiyans, loyal to Frieza, undertake missions solely to serve as Dominion, and this task is no exception. Xia Ya and Shieling are assigned to eradicate the primitive races inhabiting Selma, subsequently handing the planet over to Frieza for exploitation. To put it candidly, the Saiyan race merely serves as Frieza's enforcers, expendable at his discretion. Legend has it that every 1,000 years, a golden-haired super warrior is born among the Saiyans. However, this tale is met with skepticism, even by the Saiyans themselves. Nonetheless, Frieza harbors concerns regarding this potentiality, leading him to keep the Saiyans under close watch and study their behaviors. Up to this point, no Saiyan has caught his attention, or else Frieza might have been the first to eliminate them. As the impending mission approaches, Xia Ya is filled with exhilaration, for he is about to leave Planet Vegeta, marking the first step on his path to strength. He regards the task assigned to him as secondary, believing that once he departs, he can choose when to report back. Perhaps he can spend some time honing his skills on Selma before venturing to other corners of the universe. Whether to Earth or Namek, both seem enticing options. Xia Ya, brimming with anticipation, begins to devise his future plans. Soon, the day arrives for Xia Ya and Shieling to embark on their journey. On this day, the couple, Rebecca and her husband, personally escort Xia Ya and Shieling to the spaceport located on the opposite side of the royal city. This modern spaceport spans several kilometers and serves as the main conduit for Planet Vegeta's connections to outer space. Towering structures resembling lighthouses surround the port, with numerous landing spots crafted from rubber material dotting the area. As Xia Ya and Shieling enter the spaceport, dozens of spherical spacecraft descend and ascend from the landing points. Xia Ya, once you arrive at Planet Selma, be cautious. Do not let your guard down just because it is a primitive planet. If danger arises, flee rather than confront it head-on. advises Adley, his expression grave. Since the annihilation of Adley's team, his perspective on missions and life has shifted considerably. Upon seeing Xia Ya nod, he turns to his daughter, Shieling, and cautions her, "Your power is not on par with Xia Ya's. You must heed his guidance." "Understood." Shieling replies with a cheerful blink. "Xia, take good care of Shieling and return swiftly after completing your mission," Rebecca implores, embracing them both with reluctance. "I will look after Shieling." Xia assures her with a firm nod before stepping into his spacecraft. The small, spherical vehicle seals its door automatically as Xia reclines inside. Through the azure glass, he glimpses Rebecca and her husband waving from a distance. A twinge of melancholy grips Xia, blurring his vision. He waves back and presses the launch button, feeling an intense force pressing down as the craft ascends straight into the sky. Before long, they breach Planet Vegeta's atmosphere, entering the vast, dark expanse of space. The spherical spacecraft travels at great speed, leaving a luminous trail in its wake. Through the vessel's glass, Xia observes the dark red hue of Planet Vegeta receding swiftly, until it is but a distant speck. Close behind, another spherical craft follows Xieling's vessel, where she presses her face against the glass, her eyes darting nervously in his direction. Xia chuckles, sending her a reassuring message through the ship's communicator before entering sleep mode. The distance between Planet Vegeta and Selma is considerable, requiring a 7-month journey. Remarkably, Earth is only a month away from Namek. Classified as a low-level planet, Selma houses beings with combat abilities below 1,000. Thus, with Xia and Xieling's powers at 410 and 370 respectively, they should encounter minimal danger if they remain vigilant. It is anticipated that in a few years, Xia's strength will surpass that of Selma's mightiest inhabitants. In the boundless cosmos, countless stars twinkle against the inky backdrop, unfurling like a grand tapestry. Suddenly, a thunderous roar shatters the tranquility of Selma's skies. 2 red glowing spheres plummet from the heavens, crashing with resounding booms that scatter dust and debris, obscuring the landscape. A vast area of forest is obliterated by the impact, sending shockwaves that bend trees and uproot them entirely. As the dust settles, the scene reveals a stark expanse of exposed earth, marked by 2 circular impact craters, each 5 meters deep. Within these craters, 2 spherical vessels lie half-buried in the sandy soil, emitting wisps of smoke. With a sharp crack, the hatch of one vessel opens, and a child clad in battle attire, complete with a tail, emerges from its confines. Gently brushing off the dust and sand that clung to him, Xia cleared his throat twice before moving towards another spacecraft. He knocked on the partition of the ship, only to discover that Xieling's vessel had crashed upside down, trapping the hatch beneath it. He promptly righted the ship, revealing the entrance. With a click, the hatch swung open, and Xieling emerged from the craft. "Brother Xia, is this our destination?" she asked, covering her lips as she dispersed the surrounding dust, a frown of discontent creasing her brow. Chapter 5. Rising difficulty indeed. This is Selma Star. Our mission is to eradicate the indigenous species here. Let me first assess the strength of these natives. Xia smiled at Xieling and then soared into the sky, ascending over 300 meters above the ground. As he surveyed the surroundings, a lush expanse of green primordial forest came into view, enveloped by steep mountains. After a brief glance, Xia landed on a prominent rock ledge. He tapped the lens-type energy detector affixed to his ear and activated the device. The electronic beeping resonating in his ear as a series of data representing location and energy appeared on the lens. 456, 289, 358, 985, 650. A succession of figures drifted before him, and as the numbers continued to flash, Xia's forehead gradually creased with tension, especially when the figure 985 flashed by, prompting an involuntary gasp of surprise. The combat power of the indigenous people of Selma Star is astonishingly high. Xia's expression turned grave. He had initially assumed that as a low-level planet, the natives would possess a combat power of 600 or 700 at most. But he was taken aback to discover beings with combat power nearing 1,000, a threshold that approaches the standards of mid-level planets. Turning off the detector, Xia looked at Xieling with a serious expression, saying with a wry smile, "It seems this mission will not be easy to accomplish. According to the data I just gathered, there are more than 100 energy sources on this planet with combat power exceeding 400, nearly 20 with over 800, and several that are almost 1,000. In short, the difficulty of this task is exceedingly high. Any misstep could be fatal. Damn it, this is clearly a mission meant for advanced warriors. How did it come to us?" Xia Ya inwardly cursed, but he also understood why Vegeta's star had assigned this task to him. It was primarily due to their exceptional performance in the training camp, where they had outshone even the usual advanced warriors. What are we going to do? If this is the case, we might never complete the mission, Xia exclaimed, her spirits plummeting. The escalating difficulty of the task meant that failure to complete it would prevent them from returning to Vegeta's star, which would imply a long separation from her parents. For ordinary mid-level warriors, reaching a combat power of 1,000 would take at least 6 to 7 years. However, our training methods are more effective than those of typical Saiyans. Perhaps 2 to 3 years will suffice, Xia stated calmly. When he departed from Vegeta's star, his combat power had already reached 410, while Xia's was at 370. After more than 7 months of long-distance travel, albeit spent in hibernation, their Saiyan physiology had afforded them some enhancement in combat power. Xia had also scanned their current abilities. His power had risen to 460, while Xia's had reached 420. It is important to note that they were still just over 4 years old, while other Saiyans their age typically had combat powers only just above 200. Nonetheless, that still requires a considerable amount of time. Xia's voice dipped in disappointment, but she soon perked up, brimming with energy. Xia, I promise I won't slack off anymore. I will train diligently. Xia nodded in approval, smiling at Xia's newfound determination. It seemed that pressure could indeed fuel motivation, and she was finally taking the initiative to train. Yet, Xia's next words made him realize he had celebrated too soon. So, Xia, you need to work even harder. I need you to reach a combat power of 1,000 in 2 years. No, just 1 year, so that I can go home sooner. Do you think combat power can be increased just like that? Even 1 year is a stretch. It might take 2. Xia replied, exasperated, as he playfully ruffled Xia's soft hair, causing it to become disheveled. Stop messing up my hair, Xia exclaimed, her expression turning fierce as she protested. Xia glanced around and said, all right, let us put the mission aside for now. We may have to stay here for quite a while. First, let's move the spacecraft to a safe hiding spot and figure out our accommodations. Honestly, my stomach is already growling. Yes, I'm starving too. Upon the mention of food, Xia's eyes sparkled, and all her worries vanished. Xia shook his head in resignation, and together they began to search the nearby mountains, ultimately discovering a serene canyon not too far from a waterhole. The environment was quite satisfactory, making it a suitable temporary dwelling. Xia surveyed the tranquil surroundings with satisfaction. With a slight focus of his internal energy, he conjured a sphere of deep blue energy in his palm and casually tossed it towards a nearby cliff. A thunderous explosion ensued, sending plumes of smoke skyward and creating a spacious cavity approximately 5 meters deep in the sheer cliffside. Afterward, the two of them flew back to the location where their spacecraft had crashed and dragged the 2 spherical vessels into the cave for safekeeping. These 2 ships were crucial for their escape from Selma's star and needed to be protected meticulously. Once the spacecraft were secured, Xia flew around the primordial forest, gathering some dry vegetation to set up a makeshift living area inside the cave. With all tasks completed, he clapped his hands in satisfaction, observing their new abode. Although it was somewhat rudimentary, it at least resembled a living space. To his surprise, arriving here had turned into a genuine wilderness survival experience. Next, they needed to hunt for food. Xia, come with me to hunt. Today, you'll get to taste your brother's culinary skills. Yes. Upon hearing about food, Xia eagerly nodded. Xia reopened the energy detector, and after a series of beeps, they swiftly flew towards the southeast. 5 kilometers in that direction lay an energy source with only 67 combat power, clearly a potential food source. Not long after heading southeast, Xia spotted the energy source, a 10-meter-tall, earthy-hued dinosaur. A soil dragon. We can have a hearty meal now, Xia grinned. Roar, the soil dragon noticed Xia and Xia hovering in the air and let out a tremendous roar as if it had spotted prey. As the dominant creature in the vicinity, its massive roar startled a flock of birds into flight. Chapter 6. The earth dragon had been thoroughly provoked. Its towering form rising above the forest, its fierce head reared back in a menacing display. With a roar, it opened its massive maw, revealing rows of sharp fangs. Seeking death. A glimmer of cold light flashed in Xia's eyes as he summoned a fist-sized orb of energy that pulsated with vibrant blue light. Let me at it. Just as Xia prepared to strike, Xia eagerly leaped before the earth dragon, her diminutive stature contrasting starkly with the creature's colossal frame. Observing Xia's eager demeanor, Xia nodded, dissipating the energy sphere in his hand, retreating with interest to the side. Then I shall leave it to you. Be swift in your movements. Understood. Shieling beamed, gazing up at the Earth Dragon, which dwarfed her by countless magnitudes. A bloodthirsty grin spread across her youthful face. Now, be a good meal for me. Her innocent voice carried a chilling undertone. As her laughter echoed, a barrage of blinding energy orbs descended from the sky, relentlessly bombarding the Earth Dragon. Boom. The moment the energy orbs made contact, an ear-splitting explosion erupted, accompanied by the dragon's anguished howls and the ground's violent tremors. The ensuing smoke enveloped the area. When the haze finally cleared, the once pristine landscape lay in ruins, marred by deep cracks and debris scattered everywhere. The unfortunate Earth Dragon, having endured Xieling's frontal assault, now lay battered and smoking upon the ground, its wounds scorched and barely healing in the searing heat. All you had to do was kill that Earth Dragon. Why create such a commotion? Look at how you've ruined the meat. Xia reprimanded Xieling, his tone filled with concern for the quality of the flesh rather than empathy for the dragon's demise. This was the primal nature of the Saiyans. Even with remnants of his past life's memories, Xia found himself influenced by the Saiyan ethos. Xieling, pouting as she freed herself from Xia's grasp, remarked nonchalantly, all right. You should hurry and deal with the food. You're just greedy." Xia playfully tapped her head, eliciting an indignant glare from Xieling, before turning his attention to the dragon's carcass. With a swift motion, Xia unleashed razor-thin energy blades, severing the Earth Dragon's body into several segments. He selected choice cuts of meat, bringing them back to their temporary dwelling in the canyon. After washing the meat in a nearby pool, he set up a fire and secured the pieces on a makeshift rack to roast. The crimson flesh gradually turned golden under the flames, with translucent fat dripping onto the fire, filling the canyon with an enticing aroma. Xieling's eyes widened, fixated on the roasted meat, her throat occasionally swallowing in anticipation. Her beautiful eyes darting toward Xia with a pleading, kitten-like expression. "All right, it's ready to eat." Xia rolled his eyes, waving his hand in resignation. At Xia's command, Xieling darted forward like a shadow, clutching a piece of meat larger than her own body and devouring it voraciously. Delicious, delicious. I haven't had such tasty food in ages," she exclaimed, her face smeared with grease as she mumbled through a mouthful of meat. In mere moments, several pieces of roasted meat vanished into their stomachs, showcasing the Saiyans' formidable digestive capabilities. Food was processed almost instantaneously. After the meal, Xieling reclined on the grass, her small belly protruding and a contented expression on her face, utterly disinclined to move. Xia chuckled, shaking his head as he approached to lift her and carry her to the water's edge, preparing to give her a bath. However, the mischievous child remained true to form. Even as a Saiyan, Xieling displayed a playful spirit, turning a simple bath into an hour-long adventure. Xia couldn't help but ponder how the days ahead would unfold. As dusk descended, Xia and Xieling lay on the hay within their cave. Soon, the soft sounds of Xieling's breathing filled the air. Looking down, Xia noticed her clutching his arm, her little nose twitching as she drifted into slumber. Observing her satisfied expression, Xia chuckled inwardly. This little glutton was quite easy to please. She was adorable as a child and would surely grow into something remarkable. Is this what they call nurturing a little one? A night of silence ensued. The following day, the dawn's light gently unfurled, heralding another vibrant morning. Due to Selma's unique position within a dual-star system, its nights were brief, lasting only 3 hours, insufficient for the rest of its inhabitants, particularly for children who required more sleep. Thus, 5 hours after sunrise, Xia led the still sleepy Xieling to the water's edge, commencing a new day's activities. After a simple breakfast, Xia sealed the cave's entrance and activated his energy detector, which instantly displayed numerous energy sources before him. After scanning for targets, he turned to Xieling. "Let us begin our hunt with the weaker foes. Be mindful to avoid those with higher energy levels during our battles." "Brother Xia, there's an energy source with a power level of 243 moving over 100 kilometers to the northwest, and there are no other sources nearby." "Then we shall choose that one," Xia confirmed, having detected the same target. "During the fight, do not rush to kill it, and refrain from using the energy detector to observe it." "Why not?" Xieling asked, puzzled. There are many life forms in the universe that possess unusual abilities, some of which the energy detector cannot identify. If they conceal their power levels, the detector will be ineffective. Thus, I wish to use this opportunity to hone our combat skills and energy perception. Such training will prove invaluable for our future journeys through the cosmos. Huh. Xieling tilted her head, still not quite grasping the concept. After all, she was merely a 4-year-old child, and the complexities of Xia Ya's explanation were beyond her comprehension. "You need only to obey," Xia Ya stated earnestly, his sharp gaze fixed on the horizon. For him, Selma was a rare training ground, teeming with formidable prey that was not overwhelmingly powerful, ideal for honing his skills. He was consciously training both himself and Shieling, knowing that the battles here were genuine life-and-death encounters, not the carefully protected training of the Vegeta training camp. Simultaneously, he aimed to enhance his energy perception. Although he could not achieve the same acute sensitivity to Ki as the Earthlings, establishing a solid foundation was still his goal. At this moment, Xia Ya hoped for a slight deceleration in his energy growth, allowing him to gradually comprehend the essence of Ki. However, this was evidently unlikely, as both he and Shieling were intermediate warriors, destined to reach combat power levels of 2,000 to 3,000 upon maturity. This stood in stark contrast to the situation on Earth, where martial artists like Master Roshi needed decades of relentless training to cultivate their Ki due to its scarcity and slow generation. As a result, their understanding of Ki was profound and meticulous. One could say it was a case of losing something in one aspect only to gain in another. The Saiyans, along with the vast majority of extraterrestrial beings in the universe, possess innate formidable strength and experience rapid growth, leading them to overlook many essential aspects, merely treating energy as a resource to be utilized. Their methods of attack and applications are exceedingly crude. What Xia Ya must now undertake is to establish a solid foundation, enabling him to master the application of energy more effectively in the future. Chapter 7. Growth. After setting their sights on a target, Xia Ya and Xieying soared into the air, transforming into two radiant beams shooting towards the northwest. Soon, they arrived at a vast forested plain. Unlike the rugged mountains that surrounded the primal forest they had previously traversed, this forest appeared remarkably orderly, with rows of verdant trunks arranged in a harmonious manner, as if meticulously crafted. There, Xia Ya scanned the surroundings and spotted their prey beneath a grand tree. It was a saber-toothed tiger, its size tenfold that of an ordinary specimen, its sleek black fur concealing muscles ripe with explosive power. At that moment, it lay in slumber beneath the shade, nearby a towering mound of bones. As Xia Ya and Xieying approached, the saber-toothed tiger abruptly awoke, its muscles tensing in an instant. Its ferocious eyes swept the area before locking onto Xia Ya and Xieying, an ominous aura of malice enveloping them. Roar! The saber-toothed tiger unleashed a fearsome roar, its claws glinting menacingly as it vanished from sight, leaving only a faint afterimage in its wake. The sound of rustling echoed as the beast darted through the forest. Suddenly, its dark form materialized behind Xia Ya, sharp claws slicing through the air with deadly intent. With a swift movement, Xia Ya swung his arm backward without turning, delivering a powerful punch. The tiger emitted a mournful cry as it was sent flying. Upon landing, it quickly regained its stance, its pupils constricting as a more savage glint shone in its golden eyes. Roar! Suddenly, the saber-toothed tiger raised its head and unleashed a crimson shockwave. Xia Ya remained unfazed, but Xieying had already taken action. She curved her small hand into a palm and struck against the incoming shockwave. With a resounding crash, the wave dissipated into a swirling mass of red energy. Ouch, that hurts. Xieying realized too late, rubbing her reddened palm, discovering her entire arm had grown numb. Brother, I want to drink tiger soup, she whimpered. As you wish, Xia Ya shrugged nonchalantly. Thus, his gaze turned menacingly towards the source of their troubles. Under the fierce intensity of Xieying's glare, the saber-toothed tiger felt an abrupt chill in the air, its instincts igniting fear as it trembled and retreated. Kill! A crisp whisper escaped Xieying's lips as she lunged at the saber-toothed tiger. The forest echoed with the sounds of their fierce skirmish, accompanied by the beast's low wails as thick trunks were cleaved in two and deep craters marred the ground. Zing, zing, zing. Brilliant beams of energy darted through the trees, igniting them into plumes of smoke. Xieying's laughter rang out as she unleashed her full power, reveling in the chaos, while the saber-toothed tiger, despite its desperate leaps, could not escape her relentless onslaught. Amidst Xieying's playful antics, Xia Ya observed their movements with keen focus, closing his eyes in an attempt to sense their actions without external aid. But he struggled to replicate the Earthling's ability to battle with eyes shut. How do Earthlings perceive the presence of Ki? Without a specific training method, it seemed an insurmountable task. Perhaps a trip to Earth was warranted in the future. After several attempts, Xia Ya reluctantly conceded defeat. In the original narrative, Vegeta had merely observed Goku and his companions a few times before mastering the manipulation of Ki. It should not have been so difficult. Why could he not grasp it? Was Vegeta's talent truly so exceptional that he could learn at a glance? No, there must be a crucial technique he had yet to comprehend. though Vegeta was a genius. Xia Ya believed his own understanding was not inferior. Meanwhile, Xianying had concluded her battle, having effortlessly overpowered the hapless saber-toothed tiger, leaving it defeated in her wake. Her innocent smile, stained with blood, reflected the exhilaration she felt from the recent fray. Xia Ya frowned, pondering the inherent brutality of the Saiyans. Even a child of just over 4 years old could be so merciless. Go wash your face. You look as though you crawled out from a pile of corpses, he remarked. Xianying merely chuckled as he led her to the riverbank for a cleansing. In the following days, Xia Ya took Xianying hunting daily. Their prey, once feeble with combat power between 1 and 200, had now escalated to match their own strength. However, beyond mere hunts, Xia Ya placed greater emphasis on his own training. No matter how much Xianying pleaded, he insisted on their rigorous sessions with weighted training that lasted over half a day. In the evenings, he would meditate for over an hour, recalling the training methods imparted by Bobo to Goku upon his ascension to the divine realm. He sought to internalize the tranquility of the sky and the swiftness of lightning. This might be a pathway to sensing ki, though arduous. Each day's growth and strength brought him profound joy. The effects of his training soon became evident. Xia's combat prowess had notably advanced, and he was beginning to grasp the flow of energy within others. 2 months later, in a broad plain, the sounds of combat resounded as Xia and Xianying engaged in a flurry of exchanges, their movements swift as the wind. Suspended in midair, they regarded each other with focused intensity. Xia assumed an offensive stance, his palms trembling as energy surged within him like tumultuous waves. Buzz, a strong gust of ki generated between his palms compressed the surrounding air, and in an instant, a brilliant blue light erupted, blindingly radiant. Kamehameha. Xia thrust his palms forward, unleashing a torrent of scorching energy that cascaded forth in a wave of azure brilliance, surging towards the distance and creating a vacuum in the air. Boom. The vacuum reverberated with thunderous explosions. The ki wave spiraled like a dragon through the sky, its terrifying energy expanding uncontrollably, hurtling towards the horizon. Energy slash. With a fierce cry, Xianying's petite figure appeared before the ki wave, a wild grin illuminating her small face. As the two shockwaves collided, blinding light erupted like the sun, engulfing all in its wake. A massive energy sphere expanded in an instant, followed by a deafening roar that shook the heavens, the cataclysmic energy threatening to consume everything. As the dust settled and the chaos receded, what lay before them was a scorched earth, marred by craters resembling those left by cannon fire, scattered across the cracked plain. At that moment, Xia's combat power had reached 550, an impressive increase of 90 points in just 2 months, while Xianying had also made remarkable strides, achieving a combat power of 520. Chapter 8. The transformation into a giant ape in the depths of the night. The tranquil sky revealed a subtle glow, reminiscent of a calm ocean undisturbed by ripples. Time passed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, it had been over a year since Xia and his companions arrived on the planet Selma. Not long ago, the mightiest Cyclops on Selma had met his demise at the hands of the duo. The mission assigned to them from Planet Vegeta was nearly complete. However, Xia had no intention of returning to Planet Vegeta immediately, for he was acutely aware of the monumental repercussions that such a return would entail. For years, Vegeta had never seen a warrior of Xia's caliber at such a tender age. His brilliance could easily attract the attention of King Vegeta and the Frieza forces lurking in the shadows, a scenario Xia desperately wished to avoid. With his current strength, he was ill-equipped to confront the forces of King Vegeta. Fame can be a double-edged sword, and to evade the gaze of King Vegeta and Frieza, Xia resolved to remain discreet for a few more years, planning to depart once Planet Vegeta faced its impending doom. Brother Xia, I need to use the restroom. Xianying murmured sleepily, rubbing her eyes. Xia turned over and led her out of the cave. The night was shrouded in a hazy twilight, with the dense forest alive with the soft murmurs of insects, and a full moon rising in the distance like a radiant lantern suspended in the heavens. What a beautiful moon! Xianying exclaimed, gazing at the luminous orb, but suddenly, she froze, her expression becoming vacant. Xianying? Noticing something amiss, Xia softly called her name. But she did not respond, her gaze fixed on the horizon. A wave of concern washed over him, accompanied by a foreboding sense of dread. Could it be Xia's heart raced as he turned around, only to behold the resplendent full moon hanging in the night sky, its silvery light filtering through the leaves, mingling with the newly risen mist, rendering the night particularly ethereal. This is not good. How can there be a full moon here? Xia's mouth fell agape, his expression shifting dramatically. The planet Selma resided within a binary star system, where the night lasted a mere 3 hours. although there was a moon. Xia Ya had never witnessed a full moon during their time here. Yet, tonight was indeed a night of the full moon. Panic surged within him. He was uncertain whether he could maintain his sanity after transforming into a giant ape. Based on the original manga he had read in his previous life, only high-level warriors and a select few mid-level warriors could retain their intellect while transformed. Thump, thump. His heart pounded violently, his blood boiling as if ignited in an instant. Xia Ya's eyes reddened, and his body began to tremble uncontrollably. Turning to Shieling, he noticed brown fur sprouting from her body. No, I must not lose control now. Xia Ya gritted his teeth, desperately trying to suppress himself, but the primal instincts of a Saiyan were overwhelming. In a moment of clarity, he decisively grasped his tail, the blue arc of energy flashing as he severed the brown appendage that had once been his. Fortunately, his swift action prevented him from losing his sanity. Indeed, a Saiyan's tail was a significant variable. Gasping for breath, he felt a sharp pain in his rear, but he had managed to avoid transforming into a giant ape. He could not fathom the horrors that would unfold if both he and Shieling lost their minds to the transformation. The transformation into a giant ape could amplify a Saiyan's strength nearly tenfold, yet it also harbored tremendous risks. Except for some mid-level warriors and royal Saiyans, most low-level and mid-level warriors would descend into madness upon transforming, becoming mindless, destructive killing machines that revealed the Saiyans' savage nature. Roar, boom, boom. In the distance, a colossal mushroom cloud erupted, distorting the light around it. The deafening explosion jolted him back to reality as he beheld a giant ape over 20 meters tall, raging uncontrollably while wielding a massive tree, swinging it wildly. Energy erupted from its mouth, and another mushroom cloud slowly ascended. Indeed, it had lost its sanity. Xia Ya sighed at the scene before him. A brilliant light illuminated the horizon, as if a blazing sun had been hurled towards the earth, causing the ground to tremble violently. The shockwave from the explosion followed, bending the trees and shattering rocks into gravel. The catastrophic scene resembled the end of days, as blurred vision rendered it impossible to discern heaven from earth. As the storm approached, Xia Ya shielded his forehead with his hands, his black hair whipped about in disarray. He sensed Xieling's power level skyrocketing, and upon scanning with his device, he was met with a shocking number, 9,370 battle power. Xia Ya gasped in disbelief, murmuring to himself. Xieling's battle power after transforming into a giant ape was beyond his capacity to contend with. Over the past year, under Xia Ya's guidance, their powers had surged, both surpassing the 900 mark. However, facing Xieling's 9,370 battle power, he could only offer a bitter smile. The tenfold disparity against a foe nearing 10,000 left him feeling utterly helpless. Wait, the giant ape had spotted him, unleashing a beam of energy from its mouth. This is bad. I'm being targeted. Xia Ya's expression darkened as he swiftly maneuvered his body, the scorching heat singeing his face as he narrowly dodged the attack. Boom. The energy wave collided with a mountain, resulting in a tremendous explosion that sent another mushroom cloud soaring into the sky. The small canyon roared as debris tumbled down. Seeing Xia Ya evade the attack only enraged the giant ape further, which leapt in place, brandishing the tree in its hands, before charging at Xia Ya once more. Shieling, brother has been too lenient with you. Xia Ya cursed under his breath, realizing the devastation a battle in the canyon could wreak, potentially damaging their hidden spacecraft in the cave. Thus, he began to maneuver around the giant ape, attempting to lead it away towards the outer forest. Boom, boom. Explosions echoed behind him, the searing wind scorching the atmosphere, igniting the entire forest in flames. Xia Ya exerted all his strength, finally guiding the giant ape into a vast, primordial forest. Thud. The giant ape's furious gaze flickered with rage as it stomped down with force, causing the ground to shatter beneath its weight. The earth seemed to buckle under the impact of hundreds of tons crashing down from a great height, creating a vast crater while fissures spread across the surrounding terrain. Rubble exploded chaotically, smaller stones disintegrating into dust, forming a massive explosion pit. In a moment of inattention, Xia Ya was struck in the chest by a flying rock. Cough. Blood spewed from his mouth, searing pain radiating throughout his upper body, hindering his movements. Witnessing its prey wounded, the giant ape roared deafeningly, unleashing a tempestuous wind that dispersed the clouds, sending shockwaves rippling outward. With a crack, the giant ape swung its arm, its claws lunging at Xia Ya with a ferocious momentum, reaching him in the blink of an eye and sending him flying. Cough. Xia Ya collided forcefully with a bare rock, immediately creating a deep crater upon impact. Although gravely injured, his gaze remained steadfastly fixed upon the colossal ape, contemplating how to orchestrate a counterattack. Defeating me so easily is no simple feat, he laughed maniacally, coughing up a mouthful of blood. His only recourse was to devise a plan to sever Shiling's tail. However, approaching her proved to be a formidable challenge. Chapter 9. The Blue World. A gentle breeze stirred the sand and withered leaves as Xia Ya and the giant ape exchanged distant glances. Suddenly, the gentle wind transformed into a tempest, enveloping the desolate battlefield in a chilling silence reminiscent of the apocalypse. Xia Ya gazed into the distance, a chilling glint flickering in his bright eyes, his mind racing as he sought any opportunity to approach the giant ape. He subtly summoned the energy within him, prepared to unleash a fierce counterattack at the first chance he got. The air surged violently, creating a deafening roar that tousled his dark hair. Leaves were torn asunder under the pressure, creating a subtle sound. In an instant, Xia Ya sprang into action, his movement swift as lightning as he launched a ferocious assault on the giant ape. Illusory afterimages scattered in every direction, the sounds of fists and feet striking resonating through the air, a blurred figure dancing amidst the chaos, attacking with relentless ferocity. The giant ape let out a pained yet furious roar, unleashing a wave of indiscriminate energy. Faced with the ape's nearly frenzied onslaught, Xia Ya's expression shifted. Yet he quickly rallied himself. A whirlwind of energy surged from his feet, propelling his slight form skyward, the wind howling around him. Suspended in midair, Xia Ya spread his fingers wide, slowly positioning his palms before his chest. In the next moment, a brilliant blue light ignited between his hands, growing increasingly radiant, akin to a beacon of life in the darkness. The pressure of energy in his palms intensified, hot energy being compressed, transforming the blue glow into a blinding white. The brilliant light swelled, akin to a newborn sun gathering heat. "Energy blast!" he exclaimed, thrusting his palms forward as the white energy orb shot forth like an arrow, slicing through the air with a piercing crack. Sensing impending danger, the giant ape emitted a guttural roar, unleashing a massive wave of blood-red energy from its throat. The two forces collided mid-air, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion that shook the very foundations of the earth. Xia Ya's energy blast encapsulated nearly all of his strength. Yet the giant ape's energy wave was equally terrifying, their clash creating a scene of utter devastation that resembled the birth of the universe. The sky was torn apart, creating pockets of vacuum, reminiscent of shattered glass. Seizing the opportunity amidst the chaos of the explosion, Xia Ya lunged toward the ape's tail, conjuring a thin blade of energy, poised to sever it. However, at that moment, a dark shadow intruded upon his vision, sending a chill down his spine. It was the giant ape's hand. Realizing the peril, Xia Ya instinctively tried to escape, but the ape's combat prowess far surpassed his own, its speed overwhelming. Before he could change course, the massive brown claw seized him like a vice. The giant ape held him up to its face, grinning with bloodthirsty madness flashing in its crimson eyes, before slamming him down towards the ground. The earth split open beneath him, and Xia Ya found himself buried in the rocky layers below. A mouthful of blood spewing forth as excruciating pain surged through his mind, threatening to render him unconscious. That blow had surely broken several bones, crawling out from the rubble. His face contorted in agony, Xia Ya realized the staggering disparity in power. Over 900 combat power against 9,000, a chasm too vast to bridge through sheer will alone. Even though the giant ape, transformed from Shilling, was merely a mindless creature of destruction, that tenfold difference was insurmountable for him, especially in his current wounded state. As if fate conspired against him, just as he reeled from his injuries, the giant ape prepared to strike again, raising its massive claw to stomp down. If it connected, there would be no escape. Yet, in that critical moment, something peculiar occurred. A blue luminescence radiated from Xia Ya's dark eyes, enveloping his body in a delicate glow, transforming everything around him into a blue-hued realm. Strangely, the world seemed to freeze. Fallen leaves, dust, and even the giant ape were suspended in this azure expanse. What was happening? Xia Ya had no time to ponder, as his dwindling energy began to dissipate rapidly. Realizing he could not afford to linger, he sensed that once his energy was fully depleted, this blue world would collapse. With urgency, he propelled himself towards the giant ape's tail, ignoring his wounds in a desperate bid for survival. The blue world began to fracture, reverting to its previous state, but Xia Ya had found his chance. "Shilling, once you awaken, you shall face the consequences." A thin blade of energy, a culmination of his remaining strength, sliced gracefully through the air, landing with a resounding thud as the giant tail fell to the ground, sending up a thick cloud of dust. The giant ape let out a mournful cry, its form gradually shrinking until it reverted to Shilling, who lay on the ground, fast asleep. Oh, finally it's over. Xia collapsed, utterly exhausted, gasping for breath. Reflecting on the chaotic events of the night, he felt as though he had suffered an unwarranted calamity. Under the full moon's rare appearance on Selma, he pondered the absurdity of it all. This was truly unfortunate. Without a healing pod, his injuries would take months to mend. With a pained smile, he grimaced at the throbbing pain coursing through him, well aware that he had likely fractured several bones. The earlier blow from shielding had inflicted internal damage, and even the slightest movement sent shockwaves through his body. Had he not possessed a robust physique, any ordinary person would have surely perished. As he recalled the perilous moment, a shiver ran down his spine, leaving him drenched in sweat. But what had that blue world been? It felt as though time itself had come to a standstill, suggesting a connection to the manipulation of time. In the aftermath of the crisis, Xia contemplated the bizarre occurrence. That moment when time seemed frozen had spared his life. And he realized that the blue realm had emerged just as his energy began to wane, lasting barely 2 seconds. This was a form of temporal manipulation, akin to the abilities of Guldo from the Jinyu Force, allowing him to control time itself. But why did he possess such power? The singular distinction between myself and the Saiyans lies in the fact that I have traversed through time, having once lingered for an extended period in a peculiar and shadowy realm. Could it be that the essence of that dark domain has had an impact on me? Xia pondered softly, still bewildered by the enigma of that mysterious space and the manner of my emergence from it. Yet, what does it matter? This newfound temporal ability indeed grants me an additional advantage. However, with time at my disposal, might there be other latent abilities yet to be discovered? It would be worthwhile to experiment when the opportunity arises. Xia felt a wave of relief wash over him, akin to a person on the brink of suffocation suddenly inhaling the freshness of the air. At that moment, not far away, Shieling, who had been dozing, was startled awake by a chilling sensation, rubbing her eyes as she rose. Abruptly, she was taken aback by the sight of the surroundings, as if they had endured a fierce battle, leaving a landscape strewn with devastation and ruins. Chapter 10. Healing Shieling was suddenly wide awake upon seeing Xia, bruised and collapsed on the cracked ground. She gasped and rushed over. "Brother, what happened to you? Who did this to you?" With a worried expression, she hesitated to touch him, her hands fidgeting anxiously. "Calm down, I'm fine." "Shieling, please help me back to the cave," Xia said, feeling warmed by her concern as he gently patted her arm. Shieling nodded obediently and carefully helped him rise, slowly moving toward their dwelling. Upon returning to the valley, they found it utterly transformed. The once lush forest and tranquil ponds had vanished, replaced by massive depressions caused by fallen rocks, and cracks spread across the ground like black serpents, intertwining and devouring each other. At the cave's entrance, a pile of collapsed rocks blocked their way. After Shieling moved the debris, Xia entered to assess the interior. He was relieved to find that, although scattered with rubble, the area where their spacecraft was stored showed no signs of collapse. Checking the condition of the 2 spherical spacecraft, he found everything operational, allowing him to relax. Thank goodness the spacecraft is intact. Otherwise, we would be stranded here. In that moment, he deeply felt the constraints of being without a spacecraft and envied Sun Wukong's ability to teleport in the original tale. If he possessed such power, many limitations would vanish. After all, the Dragon Ball universe is vast. Even the North Galaxy governed by King Kai is immense, not to mention the entire galaxy and other even larger star systems. Relying solely on spacecraft for travel would result in a significant time constraint. My current superpower seems to pertain to time, since time and space are often intertwined. If I acquired my abilities while traversing worlds, might there be latent spatial powers within me as well? This is something I must explore further. It would be wonderful if true. As Xia gazed at the 2 spherical spacecraft, his thoughts wandered. The previous battle had revealed many hidden secrets within him that he needed to uncover, yet the ability to teleport was essential to his plans. Even if he could not master spatial abilities, he intended to journey to Adraland to learn. "Shieling, please gather some hay and fruit. I need to rest and recuperate for a while." Shieling, obediently, set off to collect hay and food. After assisting Xia to lean against the rock wall, she could no longer contain her curiosity. "Brother, what on earth happened? Why has our home transformed like this? Who could have injured you so severely?" Throughout their journey, Shieling had been filled with questions, but out of concern for Xia, she refrained from asking until now. She could not comprehend how the once thriving wilderness had been reduced to a scene of utter desolation overnight. Who could have harmed her brother? Was there a hidden expert lurking on Selma? In response to her inquiries, Xia could only manage a wry smile and shake his head, thinking to himself, "This is all you're doing." However, he knew better than to voice such thoughts. After a brief silence, He resolved to share the truth with Xia to prepare her for the future and prevent a repeat of today's calamity. The root of this chaos is the full moon, Xia said, taking a bite of fruit. Xia tilted her head, her eyes brimming with confusion. What does the full moon have to do with this? We Saiyans possess a transformation ability. When exposed to the moon's light during a full moon, it stimulates the cells within us, causing us to transform into gigantic apes. In that state, a Saiyans combat power is tenfold. Xia's eyes widened in shock. Then, doesn't that make Saiyans invincible? Xia shook his head. It's not that simple. While it's true that a Saiyans power can reach terrifying heights in ape form, many Saiyans, except for the elite warriors, lack the necessary aptitude. Thus, in their transformed state, they risk losing their sanity to primal instincts. Unfortunately, today is a full moon. Seeing her brother's grave expression, Xia quickly connected the dots, covering her mouth in disbelief. So, I hurt you when I transformed into a giant ape? Yes, with a battle power of 9,370, it nearly exhausted me. When Xia nodded, Xia couldn't help but burst into tears. Brother, I'm so sorry. It's all Xia's fault. Xia reached out to stroke her glossy black hair, comforting her. It's all right. You don't need to be sad. Look, I'm perfectly fine. Besides, I've severed your tail, so you won't transform again even if you see the full moon. Really? You don't blame me? Xia asked cautiously. Of course not. You are my adorable sister. Xia whispered reassuringly. However, while a Saiyan's tail grants the power to transform into a giant ape and achieve tenfold strength, it is also a significant liability for ordinary Saiyans. It would be best to remove it if the opportunity arises. Okay. Xia nodded vigorously, feeling regretful but trusting Xia's wisdom. For the next few months, I need to focus on healing, so the tasks ahead will be yours. But be cautious. Although there are no creatures on Selma that can threaten you now, many beings with transformation abilities still exist in this world. They may appear weak but can become formidable when transformed. Xia spoke earnestly, aware of the many races in the universe with such abilities. These beings often suppress their strength for various reasons until faced with a genuine threat, unleashing devastating power. Frieza and his minions, like Shenbo, are prime examples. Frieza, in particular, possesses 3 transformation stages, making him a truly fearsome opponent. Selma was already an unusually low-level planet, and Xia feared there might still be unknown dangers lurking. Don't worry, Xia will be careful, she replied confidently, puffing out her chest. Xia nodded, taking a bite of fruit with a sense of relief. Xia's combat power was already among the highest on this planet, and with a bit more caution, she would be safe. For the time being, Xia would focus on his recovery while also taking the opportunity to reflect on his combat experiences. Chapter 11. 2 superpowers. As time flowed and the days slipped by, 4 months had swiftly elapsed. The power of time can alter everything. It transforms vast seas into fertile fields, mountains into marshes, and breathes life back into desolate valleys. Although the rejuvenation of the landscape could not rival the original lushness of the forest, it nevertheless exuded a vibrant vitality. During these 4 months, thanks to the Saiyans' indomitable vitality and robust healing capabilities, Xia had completely recovered from his injuries. His broken bones had mended, and his physique had become even more robust. After enduring a near-fatal battle 4 months prior, Xia's strength had surged dramatically. In a mere 4 months, his combat power had skyrocketed to a staggering 1,700. An astonishing feat for a Saiyan yet to reach the age of 6. However, the most significant achievement for Xia during this time was not merely the enhancement of his combat prowess, but the development of a new type of superpower. Through continuous research, Xia had determined that he possessed 2 distinct superpowers. The first was the previously discovered time ability, Time Pause, which allowed him to halt time within a specific area for a duration of 3 seconds. The larger the area and the stronger the opponent, the greater the energy consumption. It was estimated that in his peak condition, Xia could freeze a target with a combat power below 10,000 for 3 seconds, after which he would exhaust all his energy. This would serve as Xia's most critical trump card, to be used sparingly and only in dire situations. The second superpower, as he had anticipated, was spatial manipulation. After this period of development, he had achieved instantaneous movement within a 10-kilometer radius. However, as it was still in its early stages, many aspects remained unrefined. One day, while Xia was honing his instantaneous movement ability, he saw Xia soaring towards him from afar, her arms raised high, dragging a wild boar that was many times larger than her petite frame, emitting cheerful shouts as she flew. With a thud, the boar landed on the ground with a dull thump. Xia, look, this is what I just caught. Today, I want to feast on roasted pig. Xiling exclaimed, grabbing Xia Ya's arm. All right, I'll indulge you, but you must train diligently afterward. If you don't meet your goals, I won't prepare any delicious food for you, Xia Ya replied. Upon hearing that her treats might be withheld, Xiling puffed out her cheeks in discontent, her eyes revealing her dissatisfaction. Got it. With a smile, Xia Ya adeptly gutted the boar, removing its innards and skin, washing it, and securing it to a spit. With a swift flick of his fingers, he unleashed a ki blast that ignited the firewood in the hearth, and soon the tantalizing aroma of roasted pork wafted through the air. When it was nearly cooked, he sprinkled unique spices from Selma, resulting in a delectable roasted pig. Xiling's eyes sparkled as she eagerly tore off a large piece of roasted meat, biting into it without regard for the heat. When are we going back to Vegeta? She asked, chewing, as she had long missed their parents on Vegeta. Xia Ya wiped his mouth and set down his food, saying, according to our mission plan, we only need to eliminate all the primitive natives on Selma before we can return to Vegeta. However, I believe that returning so soon may provoke some unfavorable circumstances for us. What could be unfavorable? Xiling inquired, puzzled. Xia Ya sighed, consider our ages and our current combat powers. Although Saiyans are a warrior race, having higher power is not always advantageous. There are numerous political issues at play. If we stand out too much, even Aunt Rebecca and Uncle Edry may not be able to protect us. At this moment, Xia Ya's combat power had reached 1700, while Xiling's was at 1080. Both still in their youth. They had yet to enter the Saiyans' rapid growth phase, yet they were already formidable. It was easy to envision that upon reaching adulthood, their powers would exceed 10,000. Was this the scenario King Vegeta would desire? King Vegeta himself only had a little over 10,000 combat power. Such a situation would clearly threaten his reign. The elite warriors on Vegeta with combat powers exceeding 10,000 were all well over 30 when they achieved such strength. With their potential largely capped, such individuals were the ones King Vegeta preferred to work with. If your strength posed a significant threat to him, he would undoubtedly reveal his fangs and eliminate you swiftly. King Vegeta had not hesitated to order the extermination of Broly and his father upon recognizing Broly's immense potential as a threat to his authority. It was not hard to imagine that he would employ similar measures against Xia Ya and Xiling, even if he did not act openly. Arranging special missions to eliminate them would be all too easy, allowing him to dispose of them without anyone being the wiser. Xiling wholeheartedly believed Xia Ya's words, and upon hearing him, her little face scrunched up in concern. But I'm not worried about King Vegeta. My greatest fear is Frieza. Frieza? Xiling pondered, recalling that this Frieza was the one to whom the Saiyans had pledged their allegiance. Brother, why worry about Frieza? Could he pose a threat to us? A serious expression washed over Xia Ya's face as he nodded. Yes, Frieza is cold-blooded and harbors deep-seated fears of us Saiyans, particularly the emergence of the legendary Super Saiyan. If not for his interest in studying the Super Saiyan phenomenon, he would not have allowed our race to persist until now. Thus, upon our return, we are likely to face Frieza first, with King Vegeta being complicit in this. What should we do? Frieza claims to be the emperor of the universe, and his strength must be formidable. Do not fret too much. Xia Ya consoled, ruffling the girl's hair with a smile. I know of a place where we can learn to control our inner energy. By disguising our energy, we will go unnoticed. Really? Of course. We must also minimize the use of energy detectors, as they may have been tampered with by Frieza. Seeing Xiling nod seriously, Xia Ya smiled, knowing she had absorbed his words. Having been in the Dragon Ball world for over 5 years, he felt no sense of belonging to the Saiyans, with only Rebecca and Xiling capturing his concern. After their meal, Xiling began her training at Xia Ya's behest. Although their self-taught training methods were rudimentary, they significantly honed their strength, perhaps sensing the pressure. Xiling trained harder than usual. Meanwhile, Xia Ya focused intently on developing his spatial superpower, aiming to refine his instantaneous movement ability. This would allow him to avoid using vehicles and slip past Frieza's detection to reach a blue planet located in the southern part of the northern galaxy, Earth. His instantaneous movement differed from the instantaneous movement techniques of the Odrat star. One relied entirely on superpowers, while the other was a technique derived from extensive knowledge of cosmology, chaos theory, and spatial structures. Therefore, Xia Ya had to continually train his superpowers to gradually perfect this technique, akin to the instantaneous movement of Jebet, the attendant of the East Kaioshin. However, in comparison to Jebet's teleportation, his own ability to teleport possesses a significant flaw. Each time he employs his superpower, he must accurately ascertain the spatial coordinates between the origin and the destination. A slight miscalculation could result in him becoming lost within the vast expanse of the cosmos. From a scientific perspective, his superpower essentially involves the instantaneous creation of a wormhole tunnel connecting 2 points in the universe, thereby facilitating his teleportation. In the future, there may be an opportunity to integrate the teleportation techniques of Adrat Star, which distinctly leverages air to ascertain positioning. Although it is limited by the sensitivity of one's breath, it requires no energy expenditure when activated, a feat that Xia Ya's spatial powers cannot achieve. Thus, it can be said that each has its own merits. Chapter 12 Arrival on Earth. On a desolate plateau on the planet Selma, the landscape was marked by weathered, cracked rocks, riddled with fine fissures. Not far away, a young girl, appearing no more than 6 or 7 years old, was vigorously practicing her martial arts, sweat glistening on her brow. At the summit of the plateau, a diminutive figure floated 3 meters above the ground, surrounded by small stones that rhythmically rose and fell. Suddenly, a sharp crack echoed as the atmospheric pressure at the peak surged violently, causing the air to tremble and emit a series of creaks. The stones quivered, revealing numerous fine cracks. With a thunderous boom, the stones exploded into a cloud of dust, and in their place, a sinister, dark red fissure emerged, pulsating with an eerie cold light, reminiscent of a ferocious beast poised to devour everything in its path. The fissure was a tear in space, brimming with the wrath of annihilation. Disperse. A soft command resonated, and the terrifying rift trembled before reluctantly vanishing. Xia Ya furrowed his brow, gazing at the spot where the fissure had been, attempting to summon the energy within him. Suddenly, a faint golden glow enveloped his form, creating a tempest that swept away the surrounding dust. Beep, beep, beep. The sound of electronics filled the air, revealing a series of data. 2530 combat power. Over 2,500 combat power, comparable to that of an average adult mid-level warrior. Xia Ya's lips curled into a slight smile as he exhaled deeply. After years of relentless effort and countless trials, his combat power had multiplied more than 5-fold since arriving on Selma. Yet, what truly set him apart were the 2 enigmatic superpowers he had developed. Through extensive training, Xia Ya had mastered the utilization of spatial superpowers and had even devised a new technique, spatial slash, built upon the foundation of instant movement. This formidable technique was nearly impossible to defend against and rivaled the practicality of time pause. After deactivating the energy detector, he surveyed the vast, barren plateau. Located on the edge of the Gobi Desert in western Selma, the ground was covered in yellowish gravel, and as the wind swept through, it stirred up clouds of dust, invoking a sense of grandeur akin to a boundless sky. Having spent over 3 years on Selma, it was time to depart. With a thought, Xia Ya abruptly vanished from the mountaintop. On the plateau below, Xiling continued her vigorous training, her energy swirling around her, creating a hissing sound as it disturbed the atmosphere. Beads of sweat trickled down her hair, evaporating upon contact with the ground, while her beautiful locks danced in the wind, secured by a ribbon, with strands clinging to her flushed cheeks. Suddenly, powerful waves of air surged, centered around Xiling, causing the atmospheric pressure to drop. And a cloud of dust billowed forth as if a desert storm had arrived. With the acceleration of her movements, a series of explosive sounds echoed, transforming the vicinity into a boiling cauldron. Boom. A figure appeared high above, then began to descend gracefully. As Xia Ya stretched out his hand, he effortlessly dispersed the tempest. The fierce wind ceased, and the swirling debris was drawn to the ground. Xia Ya landed on one foot and approached Xiling. "Brother," she exclaimed with an annoyed expression, clearly displeased with the interruption of her training. Xia Ya chuckled lightly, brushing off the dust from his clothes. "Don't be upset. I came to tell you we are about to leave this planet." Upon hearing this, Xiling's expression brightened slightly, and she immediately inquired, "Brother Xia Ya, have you mastered your superpowers? Do we not need a spaceship?" Now that Xiling had matured, she understood the necessity of holding sufficient cards close to her chest. Wary of trusting King Vegeta and Frieza entirely, concealing their combat power required them to venture to the distant Earth. Xia Ya nodded earnestly. "Yes. If I utilize my superpowers to their fullest, we should be able to reach Earth swiftly. When do we depart?" "We can leave as soon as we prepare the spacecraft." Xiling nodded, then with a leap, ascended into the air towards their dwelling in the valley. Xia Ya followed, observing her decisive demeanor, shaking his head with a sigh. Little Xiling has grown up, no longer clingy. How is she not as adorable as before? Normally, she would indulge my wishes. Why has she become so independent? Is it my influence that has led her astray, or is it simply the Saiyans' inherently rebellious nature? Returning to the small valley they had inhabited for 3 years, Xia Ya confirmed that both spacecraft were securely positioned before finding a large rock to seal the entrance. Once finished, he took Shiling's small hand and said, "Hold on tight. I'm about to initiate instant movement." Shiling complied, nestling her head against Xia's chest. He wrapped his arms around her waist, while the other hand pressed his fingers to his forehead. His expression serious. With a focused thought, a peculiar ripple enveloped them both. In an instant, a flash of light enveloped them, and they vanished from the tranquil valley. In the vast universe, the ethereal Milky Way cascaded from the northeast to the southwest, stars twinkling like diamonds against the night sky. Earth, a blue planet located in the southern region of the northern galaxy, was deemed a low-level planet, overlooked by most civilizations, even armed with firearms. The humans here possessed merely a combat power in the teens. Yet, this unassuming planet harbored profound martial arts secrets. At that moment, in a hilly area of the northern hemisphere, a brilliant light flickered in the air like a star. Following the radiance, two figures suddenly appeared, plummeting from above. Wow! Xia Ya landed on the ground, collapsing as he greedily inhaled the vital energy in the air. Oh no, what a blunder. I almost lost my direction in space. I can't afford to be so reckless again. Feeling frustrated, Xia Ya reflected on how he had successfully pinpointed Earth's coordinates from the spacecraft, but had underestimated the challenges of interstellar travel. Had it not been for sheer luck, they might have been lost in the cosmos. Throughout their journey, Xia Ya had made several stops at various planets before finally reaching their destination. This extensive use of instant movement was incredibly draining. Despite transitioning from planet to planet, it had nearly exhausted all of his energy, leaving him on the brink of failure. Brother Xia Ya, you must consider your actions carefully before using instant movement in the future, Shiling softly advised, observing their surroundings with a slight frown. Is this really Earth? Its gravity is only 1/10 that of Vegeta, even less than Selma. Is there truly a remarkable martial arts training method here? After resting a moment and regaining his strength, Xia Ya stood and replied, "Do not underestimate Earth. Though it may be a low-level planet, its martial arts philosophies are profound. If we can fully grasp them, we need not fear King Vegeta or even Frieza." Shiling's eyes sparkled with intrigue. She had never seen her brother hold such admiration for a planet. It seemed Earth indeed possessed some remarkable qualities. Char glanced around and said, "Let us first locate a populated area to change into appropriate attire, and then we shall seek out a place for our training." Chapter 13. The sacred land of Korin. The sky was a brilliant azure, unmarred by clouds, and a gentle breeze caressed the skin. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor. In the dense, dark green foliage, the rustle of startled creatures echoed as they fled deeper into the woods. A small human settlement lay a mere 10 kilometers away from where Xia Ya and Shiling had descended, separated by several towering snow-capped mountains. Although the town was close to the forest, the mountains formed a formidable barrier, and aside from the occasional hunter venturing into the region, few dared to traverse the snowy peaks. The townsfolk led tranquil and peaceful lives. As the warm sun shone down, the ice began to melt gradually. At that moment, on the other side of the mountains, Xia Ya and Shiling entered the small town bustling with human activity. Upon landing, they were greeted by the sounds of tractors clattering in the fields, with farmers diligently toiling away with their hoes. The familiar sight evoked memories of a past life in Xia Ya, stirring within him a wave of complex emotions. Despite the changes in the world, humanity continued its cycle of labor from dawn to dusk, yet such a life felt increasingly distant to him. Xia Ya smiled faintly, shaking his head, declaring, "This life is not what I seek." Having experienced the monotony of existence and the helplessness of weakness, Xia Ya's conviction grew clearer. He was determined to seize his destiny, resisting the pull of the mundane world. The path of the strong was fraught with challenges, yet he would persist. Gazing into the distance, his resolve solidified. Amidst the boundless expanse of the starry sky lay the true realm he sought. Shiling, taken aback, marveled at the appearance of the humans on this planet. Remarkably, they resemble Saiyans closely, save for the lack of tails, she mused. The vastness of the universe held endless wonders, and she had not expected to find a race so akin to Saiyans in this distant corner of the cosmos. She promptly deployed her energy detector to assess the humans nearby, only to find the readings astonishingly low, merely single digits. Frowning, she repeated the scan, confirming once more that their highest combat power did not exceed 7. Turning off the device, Shiling scoffed. "Their combat power is disappointingly low. It seems merely superficial. What a pathetic race. Brother Xia, I now question whether we will find what we seek on this planet." Do not be deceived by their low combat prowess. Humans are an exceedingly clever species. Some martial artists among them possess remarkable techniques, which are precisely what we require. Come, let us change into more suitable attire, Xia replied, glancing at their somewhat tattered battle suits. Although crafted from advanced technology of Planet Vegeta, the suits had become ill-fitting. As they entered the town, Xia noted the myriad shops lining the streets, brimming with a diverse array of goods despite the town's remote location. Xia, mesmerized by the unfamiliar wares, wandered aimlessly, akin to a naive child entering a marketplace for the first time, eager to touch everything. Just as she contemplated using force to seize an item, Xia intervened. "What are you doing?" Xia scowled, irritated. "Should you desire something, procure it with money rather than resorting to theft," Xia advised, grasping her arm gently. "But I do not possess this money," she protested. "Fear not, I will handle it. However, you must learn how to navigate civilized society," he replied, casting her a sidelong glance. As a warrior race, Saiyans were inherently fierce and brutal. But Xia wished to spare Xia from adopting Frieza's malevolence. Unprovoked slaughter and forced plunder were not in line with his principles nor the way of survival in the universe. With Xia accompanying him, he felt responsible for guiding her. Next, Xia utilized instant transmission to hunt down some rare beasts in the primitive forest, trading their pelts for Earth currency, which they then used to acquire their necessary items. In this age, the Universal Capsule Corporation had yet to flourish, meaning they could not fit large quantities into small capsules. Thus their purchases were limited to merely replacing their attire and tidying their appearances. After the transformation, the duo bore a striking resemblance to elementary school children, if not for the absence of a brown tail. Xia donned a white short-sleeve shirt over a black jacket, paired with casual trousers, while Xia wore a unisex t-shirt and a gray jacket, complemented by petite jeans. Her black hair tied back in a ponytail added a touch of femininity. "Such a hassle. We could have simply taken what we wanted," Xia pouted, clearly displeased. "Why must we dress like this? These clothes are hardly durable. They'll tear easily in battle," she complained, tugging at her sleeve. Xia chuckled warmly. Although Xia feigned discontent, he knew she secretly relished the change. After assessing the sky, he confirmed their direction, stating, "Enough complaining. Our next destination is the sacred land of Korin, located in Earth's northern hemisphere, the origin of martial arts. Our goal lies atop the Korin Tower." "Understood." With that, the two ascended, transforming into brilliant streaks of light as they soared towards the sacred land of Korin. Xia's journey to the sacred land was not solely to learn the ways of key manipulation from the cat sage, but also to procure the sacred healing beans, Sinza beans, from Earth. Initially, these beans seemed of little value, merely suppressing hunger, but in later times, they became invaluable treasures capable of restoring stamina and healing any injury instantaneously. Regrettably, by the later stages of their saga, the beans became exceedingly rare, often divided among characters like Goku and his companions. However, at this moment, the Senzu beans had yet to fall victim to the ravages of the evil Majin Buu, suggesting a plentiful supply remained. The sacred land of Korin was situated on the vast plains on the opposite side of Earth, long safeguarded by the indigenous peoples. In ancient times, it was the birthplace of martial arts, attracting countless challengers to the Korin Tower, despite the stagnation of martial arts on Earth over the past few centuries. 3 centuries prior, a calamity had befallen, yet the spirit of progress among Earth's martial artists had never extinguished. Every few years, visitors still sought to challenge the tower. Today, the tower welcomed 2 more guests. As they soared through the shimmering light, the smooth horizon came into view. Xia and Xia hovered above the sacred land, gazing down at the slender tower rising majestically into the clouds. "Is this the Korin Tower? It's astonishingly tall," exclaimed Xia wide-eyed. Xia, equally amazed, contemplated the legend that one could only reach the pinnacle of the tower by climbing it unaided. Initially skeptical, he now found himself compelled to admire the ancient earthling's achievement, a feat likely only attainable by gods. Chapter 14. On the temple, Xia and Xia made a brief stop beneath the Korin Tower before hastening upward towards its pinnacle. At the summit, within a bulbous structure, the cat sage stood gravely beside a large water basin, where the image of Xia and Xia's swift ascent was vividly displayed. Their speed was astonishing, stirring up whirlwinds that dispersed the clouds surrounding the tower, and they were quickly nearing the top. What manner of creatures are they, to ascend so rapidly? Compared to the great demon Bic from 3 centuries ago, they are utterly unmatched. Beads of sweat formed on the cat sage's forehead as he paced anxiously, pondering the arrival of such formidable beings on Earth. Was it a blessing or a curse? Xia and Shieling were oblivious to the aura they exuded, which had already attracted the attention of the cat sage and the higher deities upon their arrival on Earth. For beings radiating such immense power, the cat sage and the celestial beings were not only astonished but also helpless. Having never encountered an aura so overwhelmingly potent, it was suffocating. The cat sage felt a shiver run down his spine as he diverted his gaze from the basin, only to find two youthful figures floating outside the tower's apex. To have passed the trials of Kylan Tower so swiftly was simply astounding. Trembling slightly, the cat sage steeled himself and approached Xia and Shieling. Xia scrutinized the rotund white cat before him, recognizing it as the cat sage, just as depicted in the original tale, reportedly over 800 years old. "Might I inquire why you have come?" the cat sage asked cautiously. Meanwhile, within the temple above Kylan Tower, the celestial being regarded the scene below with grave attention. With Bobo standing by in quiet support. "Cat sage, I have heard that the Kylan Sanctuary is the birthplace of martial arts on Earth. We have come to seek your guidance on the path of cultivation," Xia stated with a smile, getting straight to the point. The cat sage's demeanor relaxed slightly. "Your strength far surpasses mine. I fear I have little to teach you," he replied. "However, the essence of mastery lies in the hands of the adept. Due to certain inherent limitations, our kind possesses great power, but struggles to control our own aura. Thus, we wish to learn the ways of harnessing it." Xia continued to explain their situation, refusing to underestimate the cat sage's capabilities solely based on his combat power of less than 200. As an entity with over 800 years of existence, his experience was immeasurable. The cat sage exhaled, nodding in acknowledgement. "Very well, let me witness your true strength." While he could infer their approximate power from the aura they unconsciously emitted, the true measure could only be grasped through direct experience. "I shall demonstrate first," Xia proclaimed, channeling the energy within him. Instantly, a tremendous force surged forth, manifesting as a tempest that swept through the area, sending objects atop the tower tumbling. The cat sage was taken aback by the overwhelming aura radiating from Xia. When he truly unleashed his power, it dwarfed anything previously felt, leaving the cat sage momentarily paralyzed. Upon retracting his energy, Xia noticed the disarray caused by his earlier display. "Now it's my turn," Shilling softly announced. Although she was skeptical of the white cat's capabilities, she unleashed her energy with full force, producing a powerful and fierce aura that astonished the cat sage. "Albeit weaker than Xia's." Enough. It is truly terrifying how strong you both are." The cat sage wiped the sweat from his brow, pacing nervously. "I do have some methods of cultivation, but they require starting from the very beginning. However, given your tremendous energy, suppressing it will not be a trivial task. The greater the power, the more unruly it becomes, making mastery increasingly difficult. Let me address this matter." An aged voice interjected. The cat sage turned to see two figures had appeared outside the Kylan Tower, the celestial being, leaning on a staff, and Bobo, standing atop a flying carpet suspended in midair. "Greetings, esteemed visitors. I am the celestial being of Earth. Perhaps we may assist you with your challenges," he said, his aged visage breaking into a warm smile. Xia returned the smile, saying, "In that case, your assistance would be greatly appreciated." "Not a bother at all. Please, follow me to the temple," the celestial being replied, relieved that they were not malevolent beings. He turned to the cat sage. "This is of great importance. You should accompany us as well." "Certainly." The cat sage nodded, gripping his staff as he stepped onto the flying carpet. The temple, situated directly above Kylan Tower, awaited their arrival. "Shall we ascend together, or?" Xia inquired cheerfully. "Of course, we shall fly ourselves," he responded, feeling elated. With the guidance of the cat sage, the celestial being, and Bobo, he was confident in unraveling the mysteries of harnessing energy. "Shieling, let us go." He grasped Shieling's hand. Soaring into the air towards the temple, traversing through layers of electrifying clouds until they reached the dome-shaped structure high in the sky, bathed in hues of red. The air here was thin, the pressure low, and the temperature notably cooler. Could such a place truly exist? Shieling marveled, beginning to appreciate the wonders of Earth. Despite the planet's generally low life force, structures like Kylan Tower and the temple were beyond the capabilities of ordinary mortals to construct. Perhaps there indeed lay extraordinary martial wisdom within. Before long, the celestial being and the cat sage arrived. "Please wait a moment," the celestial being said courteously before turning to Bobo. "Bobo, please fetch the weighted garments." Bobo complied and soon returned with 2 sets of orange martial arts attire. These were prepared long ago for martial artists challenging the temple. Possessing a significant weight-enhancing effect, approximately 15 times normal gravity. I had thought they would never see use again. Xia marveled, donning the martial attire, only to be immediately overwhelmed by the intense gravitational force, which made even walking a struggle. Such formidable weight. It feels as though my body is filled with lead. He gasped, beads of sweat forming on his forehead as he labored to take a few steps. It is important to note that Saiyans naturally inhabit the planet Vegeta, which has a gravitational force 10 times that of Earth, thus endowing them with an innate adaptability to gravity. However, the pressure of 15 times Earth's gravity proves somewhat formidable for them. In the original narrative, Son Goku began acclimatizing to 20 times the gravitational force only upon his departure to Namek, at which point his battle power exceeded 8,000, far surpassing Shea's current strength of 2,530. Consequently, the burden of 15 times the gravity poses a significant challenge for both Xia and Saiyan at present. Meanwhile, Saiyan's agility noticeably diminished after donning the weighted clothing. Chapter 15. Training after donning the weighty garment imbued with mystical effects. Xia felt as though he were enveloped by a peculiar gravitational field. He found himself expending significantly greater energy to counteract the weight pressing upon every cell of his body. Consequently, he could no longer summon his strength at will, and his once surging combat prowess diminished sharply, much like Frieza, who suppressed his uncontrolled power through transformation. The vast majority of Xia's energy was now rendered nearly imperceptible, lurking deep within him after the bulk of it was siphoned off. Controlling this remnant energy was now notably simpler. Observing Xia and his companion, Shieling, whose movements were somewhat hindered yet still exhibited formidable strength, the deity was visibly moved, his deep-set eyes revealing a hint of astonishment. He had never contemplated taking advantage of their momentary vulnerability to eliminate them, for he understood such an act was utterly unfeasible. Though their strength was currently devoted to counteracting the weight of the garment, it had not vanished. It simply lay dormant within the depths of their beings. Furthermore, the deity's sense of righteousness forbade him from engaging in such a despicable act. Perhaps it was best to foster a good rapport with Earth, for there may come a day when they would need assistance, the deity mused quietly, leaning on his staff as he spoke in a soft, ethereal voice. Dear guests, from now on, Bobo and Kylan will guide your training. I hope it proves beneficial to you. Just call me Xia. This little fellow beside me is Shieling. We look forward to your guidance, Xia replied courteously, nodding at Bobo and the cat sage, his youthful visage radiating confidence. Although his internal power had significantly waned, this reduction implied a newfound ease and mastery. Not at all. Not at all. The cat sage licked his fur, stroking his whiskers while contemplating the nature of these two peculiar beings. What manner of race are these children who can endure a 15-fold weight? It has been centuries since I encountered such individuals. At this juncture, Bobo, who had remained silent on the sidelines from the beginning, stepped forward. His expressionless eyes regarded Xia and Shieling as he spoke. You shall first undergo training with Kylan. Once you have grasped your internal energy and understood the essence of Ki, I will take over your training. Understood. Xia replied eagerly. Kylan, I leave it to you. The deity, leaning on his staff, smiled warmly before retreating into the inner sanctum of the divine palace. Once the deity departed, the cat sage regarded the two youthful yet formidable children before him, pondering how best to conduct their training. Before long, the cat sage produced two bells from seemingly nowhere and proceeded to fasten them onto Xia and Shieling. He then hung a water bottle from his staff. Having completed these tasks, he straightened his fur and stated earnestly, Your objective is to seize the water bottle from my staff, whether while I slumber or when I am distracted. Any means may be employed to accomplish this. However, you must keep these bells attached and ensure they emit no sound. Failure to do so will result in disqualification. Upon hearing this, Xia nodded. The training method mirrored that which the cat sage had employed with Sun Wukong, yet it was even more rigorous in its current form. The simple addition of the bells amplified the difficulty manifold. To move without causing a single chime required a state of utter tranquility, akin to the stillness of the sky, an immense challenge indeed. Through this training, they would inevitably grasp the essence of Ki. In truth, Xia had previously trained in a similar manner but had been unable to master it fully, as even the slightest movement would rattle the bells. It seemed clear that guidance from someone well-versed in Ki was essential. Ki is an energy, a latent force within every living being. Yet, most individuals fail to discern its true nature, wielding it in a crude and unrefined manner. The cat sage's training method, though seemingly simple, contained profound principles, a testament to why Earthlings surpass their cosmic counterparts. It was precisely what Xia sought to acquire on his journey to Earth. Kylan, let us commence, Xia called, Nodding to the cat sage, and together with Shieling, they initiated their attempt to seize the water bottle. Though the task appeared straightforward, they soon discovered the challenge was considerable. Every movement either resulted in a miss or the bells ringing in dissonance. To keep the bells silent demanded meticulous control of their physical motions, compounded by the thin air of the temple and the formidable weight they bore. In no time, both were left gasping for breath. After a brief respite to regain their strength, they resumed their pursuit of the water bottle. Yet time and again, they faltered. On several occasions, they almost grasped it, only to lose their chance when the cat sage shifted unexpectedly. Days passed, 6 or 7 in total, filled with the monotony of temple life. However, Xia Ya and Shieling possessed remarkable patience, and neither succumbed to frustration. Like sponges, they absorbed the martial wisdom imparted by the cat sage, reshaping their understanding and control of power, transitioning from instinctual and coarse manipulation to a more refined approach. On the 9th day, while still engaged in their quest for the water bottle, they found themselves significantly improved, able to keep the bells silent much more effectively than on their first day. The cat sage, observing their remarkable progress, was taken aback. Even with his solid martial foundation, he felt somewhat shaken by their extraordinary advancement. The cat sage was acutely aware that his training method exceeded previous challenges. Typically, those who ascended Kylan's tower required 2 to 3 years to succeed. Yet, introducing the additional constraint of silence was unprecedented, as it was a trial reserved for divine challengers. This will not do. You must learn to regulate your breathing. Any disruption will throw off your rhythm and expose vulnerabilities in your movements, the cat sage admonished, shaking the water bottle in his hand, his feline eyes narrowing. For instance, suddenly, the cat sage launched an attack upon Xia Ya and Shieling, his soft claws striking them with a resounding impact. Both figures were sent flying several meters before skidding along the ground. To master breath regulation, one must first attain a tranquil heart. The air in the divine realm is exceedingly rarefied, and any superfluous motion amplifies the burden on the body, thus affecting one's breath. When you can achieve a state of calmness akin to the sky, you will command every action of your body with precision. The cat sage ambled over, his rotund form supported by his staff. Astonishingly, the water bottle remained perfectly still, not a drop spilled. Xia Ya stood there deep in thought for a moment, and then a glimmer of insight sparked in his eyes. Ignoring the sweat cascading down his face, he called out, "Again." With that, Xia Ya launched the first strike. Moving like a tempest, swift as lightning, his orange figure flickered through the air, and in the blink of an eye, he arrived before the cat sage, shifting his position to target the water bottle on the staff. The cat sage's gaze sharpened, and he narrowed his eyes, preparing to evade. Suddenly, the countenance of the cat immortal shifted, and its white fur bristled slightly. Merely a step away, Xia Ya unexpectedly altered his posture, leaving behind a lingering afterimage suspended in the air. Strangely, his figure materialized behind the cat immortal, and a slender hand lunged toward the target. At that critical moment, the cat immortal swiftly lowered its staff, causing Xia Ya's hand to grasp at nothing but air. A resounding strike followed, causing the cat immortal's ample form to bounce slightly, as one foot aimed a kick at Xia Ya. Xia Ya's body was uncontrollably flung away. After repelling Xia Ya, the cat immortal patted its chest and exhaled a sigh of relief, casting a glance at the still swaying water bottle, from which beads of cold sweat began to form. Oh dear, that was quite unexpected. Had it not reacted swiftly, the water bottle would have been seized. The cat immortal regarded Xia Ya with a gaze that became rather inscrutable. What a formidable little imp. He nearly succeeded. It had taken the celestial deity decades to wrest the bell from Bobo when ascending the temple, indicating that these two individuals were no ordinary foes. Meanwhile, Shieling meticulously observed every movement of Xia Ya, and just as he seemed on the verge of success, he faltered at the last moment, leaving her with a sense of regret. Concurrently, she pondered deeply over the enigmatic words spoken by the cat immortal earlier. The more she reflected, the more profound she found those words, far surpassing the teachings imparted on Vegeta Star. Earth truly is an extraordinary place. A glimmer of joy shone in Shieling's bright eyes. Perhaps accompanying Xia Ya to Earth was indeed a wise decision. Chapter 16. The fragile Earth time slips away like fine sand, quietly passing without notice. In the blink of an eye, it has been half a month since Xia Ya and Ling began their training under the guidance of the cat sage. Under the cat sage's tutelage, both Xia Ya and Ling have been rapidly progressing, diligently addressing their foundational deficiencies, grasping the essence of energy, and learning to control the power within them. After half a month, their energies have become more contained, no longer radiating the same overwhelming presence as when they first arrived on Earth. On the 16th day, having mastered the intricate use of energy, Xia Ya was the first to seize a water bottle from the cat sage. By the 19th day, Xiling followed suit. Thus, the training under the cat sage came to a conclusion. Your progress has truly exceeded my expectations. It is astonishing that you have reached this stage of cultivation in such a short time. Now, you may remove your weighted garments and demonstrate your full strength for me. After the training concluded, the cat sage ambled over, his rotund figure swaying with each step. Absolutely. Xia Ya responded with enthusiasm, swiftly removing the weighted garments. As soon as they were shed, the peculiar gravitational field that had enveloped him dissipated, and the power that had been restrained within began to stir restlessly. Crackling sounds erupted from Xia Ya's body, resembling the crisp noise of frying beans. Suddenly, a torrent of energy surged forth, as if it had found an outlet, flooding forth like a raging river. In that moment, a formidable aura emanated from Xia Ya, rapidly engulfing the entire temple, while the serene sky transformed dramatically, roiling like a tempest as the temple began to tremble. Feeling the exuberant energy coursing through every cell, Xia Ya could not help but laugh heartily, a satisfied and radiant smile gracing his face. However, he soon focused, intensifying the overwhelming energy. The force materialized in an instant, a howling wind bearing down with an incomparable pressure. The cat sage, positioned not far from Xia Ya, was the first to be affected. He appeared rigid, his face pale, as if the blood within his veins had frozen in that moment. Enough, enough. Quickly, retract your energy, the cat sage exclaimed, propping himself on his staff, shielding his face from the oncoming gale. In just 20 days, Xia Ya's combat power had surged dramatically, surpassing 3,000, a significant increase from when he first arrived on Earth. Having started anew in his training, Xia Ya felt his foundation becoming increasingly solid. Though his previous strength was formidable, he now perceived a remarkable clarity. He realized that his earlier power had been an illusion, akin to a large sponge that, while appearing substantial, occupied little space when pressed. This earlier strength was superficial. Against the weak, he remained a towering figure, yet when faced with true power, he would deflate like a punctured balloon. Now, with a grounded understanding of strength, Xia Ya felt a profound sense of progress, taking solid steps along the path of the powerful. Xia Ya, tell me honestly, how many warriors like you exist in the cosmos? The cat sage, observing Xia Ya and Xiling's astonishing talent, inquired curiously. Like me? Xia Ya paused momentarily before responding candidly. To be honest, my power barely ranks in the cosmos. Xiling and I hail from a planet called Vegeta, home to a warrior race known as the Saiyans. We are merely adolescent mid-level warriors, and there are at least 100,000 Saiyans stronger than us. Although we are called a warrior race, our influence in the universe is merely above average, far from those cosmic overlords who can annihilate worlds at will. The cat sage gasped, his eyes wide with disbelief, grasping the enormity of Xia Ya's revelation. Such strength was insignificant even among his own kind. Yet, reflecting on their youthful forms, it was understandable that they could not compare to adults. However, this only heightened the cat sage's concern. A child from a cosmic race could surpass even the gods of Earth, and if the Saiyans were merely mid-tier in the universe, what other powerful civilizations existed? In that moment, the vastness of the cosmos overwhelmed the cat sage, leaving him speechless, a deep shadow cast upon his heart. If the beings in the universe were as Xia Ya described, Earth was indeed perilously vulnerable. Sensing the cat sage's trepidation, Xia Ya reassured him, but you need not worry excessively. Earth is merely a forgotten low-level planet, and typically, extraterrestrial beings do not visit. The cat sage, upon hearing this, wore a resigned expression, realizing that being designated as a low-level planet was, paradoxically, a fortunate circumstance. How ironic. Chapter 17. The Room of Spirit and Time. Having gathered all necessary insights, the cat sage gestured dismissively. Now, you should seek out Bobo. He will guide you in your training. Do not be deceived by a seemingly dull exterior. His prowess far surpasses mine. The cat sage, feeling somewhat disheartened after Xia Ya's comment, lacked the motivation to evaluate Xiling's progress any further. However, it was reasonable to presume that Xiling's advancements would not be significantly inferior to Xia Ya's, as both possessed formidable talents. Thank you, celestial being Kylan. We shall now proceed to find Mr. Bobo, Xia Ya replied with a smile, casting a knowing glance at Xiling, who nodded in understanding and followed suit. Both making their way into the temple's interior. Observing their departing figures, the cat sage stood silently, murmuring to himself, I must relay this news to the celestial deity to prepare him. Alas, there are countless powerful beings in the universe, I hope none set their sights on Earth. It is disheartening that martial arts on Earth have waned considerably over the past few centuries. With a languid stretch, the cat sage ambled towards the residence of the celestial deity. Within the temple-esque corridor, Bobo sat quietly, resembling a meditative monk. Upon noticing Xia and Shilling enter, he rose, his copper-like eyes revealing no emotion as he regarded them benignly. I have witnessed your earlier performance. Conventional methods are beyond my teaching. Follow me now, he instructed. Turning towards the depths of the temple, Xia and Shilling exchanged glances before promptly trailing behind Bobo. They navigated through several corridors, traversing winding paths as they delved deeper into the temple's recesses. Xia glanced back, realizing the route they had taken had become a labyrinth, easily leading one astray. Where's Bobo leading us? We must be nearing our destination after such a lengthy journey, Xia mused internally, aware they were now at the temple's base. As Xia pondered, Bobo halted before a grand golden door. Beyond this door lies the room of spirit and time. A day outside equates to a year within, and the environment is exceedingly harsh. Bobo will accompany you in there for a year. Is it truly the room of spirit and time? Xia exclaimed in astonishment. He had envisioned numerous training methods, including machines transporting them to other realms or tempestuous valleys, yet Bobo had brought them directly to this extraordinary place. It is essential to understand that within the room, the air is thin, temperatures fluctuate between -40 and 50 degrees Celsius, and gravity is tenfold that of Earth. While such conditions may be regarded as severe by many, for individuals of their caliber, it poses no significant threat. The true challenge lies in their psychological endurance. Spending a year in the vast, desolate environment is a formidable test for the spirit. Those with weak wills or scattered minds are prone to hallucinations. In the original narrative, the room was primarily designed to gain time before confronting adversaries and held little significance for training. Yet now, Xia felt an eagerness, for what he lacked most was time. Having dwelled in the Dragon Ball universe for over 7 years, he was acutely aware that Frieza would soon lose patience and strike, annihilating Planet Vegeta. Although he was uncertain of the exact timeline, it was evident that it was limited. He needed to amass sufficient strength by then. While he did not aspire to thwart Frieza outright, he at least wished to rescue Rebecca and Adri beforehand. What is the room of spirit and time? Shilling inquired, her expression one of confusion. The room of spirit and time is a dimension crafted by deities, where time flows significantly faster than in the outside world. 1 day outside equals 1 year inside. It is ideal for urgent breakthroughs in cultivation. However, one may only enter the room twice in a lifetime, and only 2 individuals may enter at a time, Bobo interjected before Xia could respond. What a remarkable place. As Bobo pushed open the golden door, darkness loomed inside, obscuring vision as though an unseen energy veiled their sight. Turning to Xia and Shilling, Bobo explained. Since only 2 may enter at a time, you must go in separately. I'll go first, Shilling exclaimed, stepping forward eagerly. Xia shrugged. A day or 2 was inconsequential. If Shilling was so eager, it was only fair she entered first. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he asked, Mr. Bobo, you mentioned one can only enter twice in a lifetime. How many times have you entered? Bobo replied calmly, I was present during the construction of the room, so I am exempt from that limitation. Xia's pupils contracted as he absorbed Bobo's words, realizing the implications. If Bobo had been present during the room's creation, he must be several thousand years old, having witnessed much over such a long lifespan. Yet a new question arose. If Bobo could enter the room without restriction, why was his combat power still so limited? Could it be due to his status as a divine servant? Unable to unravel the mystery, Xia shook his head, focusing his gaze on Shilling. Hurry inside. After a day, it will be my turn. Chapter 18. The Mystic Beans. Shilling responded with a hum. Her curiosity piqued as she followed Bobo into the room of spirit and time. Once they entered, the magnificent golden door of the room slammed shut. Xia understood that the flow of time within the room had become distinct from that of the outside world. While 1 day elapsed outside, a whole year passed within. With nothing to occupy his time, Xia sat alone in the corridor of the temple for an extended period, before aimlessly wandering along the circular white jade staircase of the corridor. The exact date of the temple's construction was lost to history, perhaps spanning several millennia, or even longer. Yet, the passage of time had left little mark upon the temple, which was likely its most enigmatic quality. Along the walls of the spiraling corridor, half-meter-high golden patterns were embedded, each relief vividly depicting scenes reminiscent of Incan wall paintings, primarily illustrating ancient humanity's toil with nature through slash-and-burn agriculture and hunting. Moreover, Xia observed that within the intricately intertwined corridors, lavish golden doors adorned the walls at intervals, each leading to various chambers, some mundane storage rooms, while others were special spaces enhanced by magic, akin to the room of spirit and time. After meandering through the labyrinthine passages for quite some time, he finally returned to the entrance of the temple. At that moment, the celestial deity approached, leaning on a staff. Xia, there you are? Kalen has just briefed me on your circumstances. I never imagined there were so many powerful beings in the universe. In comparison, Earth seems so insignificant. A hint of helplessness flickered across the aged face of the celestial deity. After learning from the cat sage about the formidable life forms in the cosmos, a sense of dread regarding the disparity between the strong and the weak lingered in the deity's mind. Fearing an invasion from extraterrestrial beings that could lead to devastation on Earth. Seeing the celestial deity initiate the conversation, Xia responded candidly, stating, "Indeed, the overall strength of Earth is alarmingly low. It is perhaps one of the most primitive planets in the universe. However, do not underestimate yourselves. Although individual Earthlings may lack power, you possess advantages that are unattainable to many other planets. Your martial arts philosophy is far more advanced than that of the extraterrestrials. If you harness your strengths effectively, I believe Earthlings need not be considered weaker than cosmic beings." Xia's words were not mere consolation. In truth, the frailty of Earthlings was not destined to be permanent. When the Dragon Ball warriors truly rose to prominence, purebred Earthlings like Krillin would surpass the vast majority of beings in the universe. Of course, this required the right circumstances. The celestial deity was momentarily taken aback, not expecting such optimism regarding martial arts on Earth from Xia. Nevertheless, he lamented that the number of strong individuals on Earth had dwindled significantly over the past few centuries, as true martial artists were becoming increasingly rare, leading to a concerning generational gap among the younger generation of martial artists, a phenomenon that posed a grave risk for Earth, which could face an invasion from extraterrestrial forces at any moment. Since realizing Earth's precarious situation, the celestial deity had been contemplating ways to bolster the strength of its inhabitants. "By the way, I have heard you possess many wondrous spells, and I require your assistance." Xia suddenly recalled something and spoke with a smile. "I do know a bit of magic. What do you require my help with?" The celestial deity asked curiously, not considering it unreasonable for Xia to seek his assistance. The universe operated on a principle of survival of the fittest, where the strong enjoyed numerous inherent privileges. For instance, it was common for the weak to serve the strong, a notion deemed entirely natural by many, including the strong themselves. Xia turned around, and a brown, furry tail fell from his waist, swaying in midair. After having severed his tail during the full moon on Selma Star, it had regrown over the course of a few months. "This is the tail of my Saiyan heritage. I wish to utilize your powers to prevent it from growing back." The celestial deity had never encountered a human with a tail before and scrutinized it closely, concluding that it was likely a racial trait of the Saiyans. However, at that moment, an image of an enraged, roaring giant ape surged through his mental landscape, inundating him with an overwhelming, ferocious aura that relentlessly battered his psyche. The celestial deity's eyes widened in horror, quickly averting his gaze. He wiped the cold sweat from his brow, trembling as he remarked, "What a terrifying mental assault. What on earth was that giant ape? That ominous aura nearly shattered my consciousness. First, sever the tail, and I will then cast a spell to ensure it does not regrow." "Agreed." Xia nodded, readily conjuring a key blade and slicing through his tail, blood flowing from the wound. The celestial deity, witnessing Xia's decisiveness, nodded in approval, preparing to cast his spell. He extended his arm from beneath his white robe, aligning 2 fingers as he recited an incantation. A glimmering light flickered a few times before darting toward Xia's wound. With a soft sound, the magic enveloped Xia's body, a warm sensation soothing his flesh. The shimmering green light pulsed and faded, gradually dimming until it vanished, leaving the wound on his backside healed. After stretching his limbs, Xia immediately felt a difference, to his astonishment. His control had noticeably improved in the absence of his Saiyan tail. "Thank you, celestial deity. Should Earth encounter any troubles in the future, simply notify me, and I shall come to its aid." Xia's spirits soared as he wholeheartedly pledged his support, acknowledging that whether he could keep this promise depended on his presence on Earth. However, he was confident that, at least until the onset of Dragon Ball Z, Earth would not face any significant crises. After that, he assumed that Goku and his companions would have also matured. Yet, the celestial deity remained unaware of these developments. Upon receiving Xia's promise, a smile spread across his face. "I shall be counting on you in the future." In the silence that followed, they engaged in a delightful exchange. Xia Ya alleviating the potential instability his tail posed while the celestial deity secured a promise of assistance should Earth face a threat, a mutually beneficial arrangement. After some casual conversation, Xia Ya raised several questions regarding his training, each of which the celestial deity addressed. Although the celestial deity's strength was not on par with Bobo's, his extensive martial arts knowledge greatly surpassed Xia Ya's, proving immensely beneficial to him. With the celestial deity's guidance, Xia Ya felt a newfound clarity, many of his previous uncertainties dissipating. By now, much of the day had passed. Noticing that there was still ample time before Shi Ling and the others exited the room of spirit and time, Xia Ya decided to leave the temple and flew directly toward the summit of Korin Tower below. His purpose for visiting Korin Tower was to obtain the sacred healing beans, mystic beans, from the cat sage. Having been preoccupied with his training, he had not previously requested the beans from the cat sage, yet they were now an essential goal of his journey. The combination of Saiyan physiology and the healing properties of the mystic beans was an exhilarating prospect. At the top of Korin Tower, which resembled a flattened sphere, the cat sage reclined leisurely on a bench. Suddenly, he sensed a powerful aura approaching. Opening his eyes, he discovered Xia Ya standing before him, having arrived unnoticed. The cat sage yawned habitually, rising from the bench and rubbing his eyes as he inquired, "Xia Ya, why have you come down here instead of training up top?" After spending several days together, the cat sage felt he had developed an understanding of Xia Ya's character, allowing their conversation to become quite casual. Xia Ya directly inquired, "Master Kylan, I have heard that you possess a substance known as senza beans. Might I trouble you for a few?" "Senza beans?" The cat sage's half-closed eyes widened slightly, and with an air of indifference, he nodded. "Indeed, such a thing exists. Consuming a single bean can sustain one for 10 days without the need for food. If you desire them, I can certainly provide you with some. Just a moment, let me search for them. I believe they are nearby." With that, the cat sage commenced a thorough rummaging through his belongings. After unearthing a multitude of miscellaneous items, he finally retrieved 5 sealed ceramic jars from the depths of his clutter. Upon the jars, the words senza beans were affixed in red. Once opened, they revealed an abundance of vibrant green, desiccated beans within. Chapter 19. An abundance of divine beans, so many. As Xia Ya beheld the 5 large urns of divine beans unveiled by the cat sage, his eyes sparkled with astonishment. Akin to a destitute wanderer suddenly discovering a room brimming with gold, his gaze suffused with fervent longing. The urns contained no less than 70 or 80,000 beans. Initially, in the early stages of Dragon Ball, divine beans held little value, being squandered as mere sustenance. However, as the story progressed, they transformed into invaluable treasures, capable of rapidly restoring vitality and instantly healing various injuries. Reflecting upon the later arcs of Dragon Ball, one could see Goku and his companions wishing to split a single bean to share between two, a poignant reminder of their struggles. Thus, upon witnessing the abundance of divine beans before him, Xia Ya yearned to gather them all, lest they fall into the hands of the gluttonous Yachirobe. Then, the cat sage tossed a divine bean from the jar towards Xia Ya. He caught it deftly, placed it in his mouth, and chewed. A crisp crack resounded, reminiscent of roasted beans, lacking in flavor. Yet as he crushed the bean, an extraordinary vitality surged within his mouth, swiftly spreading warmth throughout his body. The gnawing hunger vanished mysteriously, and the fatigue of his spirit dissipated, invigorating him with newfound strength. Testing his capabilities, he found himself in peak condition. This effect, it seems the divine bean truly is a miraculous substance. Having personally experienced the wonders of the divine bean, Xia Ya's desire for them intensified. His gaze ablaze with fervor as he surveyed the urns. Might Kalen Sage be willing to part with a few? Oh, certainly. The cat sage waved dismissively, hurling several urns of divine beans towards him. Xia Ya was momentarily taken aback. He had merely intended to request a few thousand beans. To his astonishment, the cat sage generously bestowed upon him all 5 urns, likely amounting to 70 or 80,000. Clearly, this item was destined to be his. Thrilled, Xia Ya promptly collected the beans. With a flick of his fingers, a smooth space tore open like a thin sheet of paper, revealing a dark crimson rift. Carefully, he stored the 5 urns within his dimensional space, a new technique he had developed during his training in the temple. While lacking offensive capability, it served perfectly for storage. The cat sage gazed at the floating rift in surprise, then chuckled. "Ah, your tricks are rather impressive. If utilized properly, this could be a formidable weapon." "Haha. Merely a trivial skill. I must thank you. These divine beans are of immense assistance to me." Xia Ya laughed heartily, his joy palpable. Receiving such a windfall of divine beings was an unexpected delight, granting him much-needed resources for his training, much like a seasoned racer acquiring several high-value insurance policies. Many previously daunting training endeavors now seemed within reach. The cat sage shrugged nonchalantly. These divine beings were originally intended to restore the vitality and quell the hunger of challengers who ascended the Kalen Tower, but with no one climbing for years. They were of little use. It is better to give them to you. Such wastefulness. Xia Ya chuckled, curiosity piqued. What is the yield of these divine beings? Even with an abundance of divine beings, Xia Ya's ambitions grew, and he began to contemplate acquiring even more. The cat sage, seemingly sensing his thoughts, shook his head. Cultivating divine beings requires divine water for irrigation. I've cultivated a small plot on Kalen Tower, yielding only about 100 beans a year. In recent years, the yield has diminished further. What you possess are the remnants of several centuries of accumulation. Oh, I see. Xia Ya nodded with slight regret. But upon recalling the several thousand beans already in his possession, his spirits lifted. With a thoughtful expression, he kindly suggested, Kalen Sage, these divine beings are truly remarkable. Their benefits extend beyond mere hunger and vitality restoration. I believe their healing properties are paramount. I recommend expanding your cultivation. They may prove invaluable in the future. The cat sage stroked his beard, nodding thoughtfully. Xia Ya's words had indeed awakened him. Previously, due to the absence of formidable foes on Earth, the significance of divine beings had not been emphasized. Nonetheless, just because they were not needed before did not mean they wouldn't be needed in the future. Especially as Earth became exposed to the cosmos, attracting countless powerful beings. As a healing elixir, divine beings are indeed indispensable. Understood. I shall attempt to expand the cultivation area of divine beings, though the divine water required is not easily obtained. Thus, the potential increase in yield remains uncertain. Why not give it a try? Xia Ya beamed, his face radiating encouragement. If the cat sage were to increase the cultivation area of divine beings, the yield would surely improve to some extent. Moreover, once the cat sage recognized the importance of these beings, it was likely that even if Yachirobe sought to indulge, the cat sage would no longer allow him to squander them, as in the original tale. Xia Ya's acquisition of such a vast quantity of divine beings was indeed a stroke of fortune, capitalizing on the cat sage's previous ignorance regarding their value. After bidding farewell to the cat sage, Xia Ya departed Kalen Tower and returned to the temple. Upon his return, he suddenly slapped his forehead, recalling that he had forgotten to inquire about the super divine water. That was a substance capable of unlocking potential. What a pity it would be to miss such an opportunity. He shook his head, dismissing the thought. After all, super divine water appeared to be anything but safe. For an ordinary individual, it could be lethal. Its potential for unlocking power was exceedingly dangerous. In the original tale, Goku nearly perished, relying on his Saiyan bloodline to survive. Xia Ya even suspected that it was the consumption of super divine water, combined with the repeated excessive use of the Kaioken technique, that led to Goku's early heart deterioration and subsequent viral heart disease. To be frank, for a warrior race like the Saiyans, how could their core organ, the heart, fail so easily? Individuals with immense battle prowess typically possess robust immune systems, rendering ordinary pathogens ineffective against them. Upon entry into their bodies, pathogens are swiftly devoured by the immune cells present in their bodily fluids. Yet, Goku had contracted viral heart disease, likely due to some underlying weakness. Though merely speculation, Xia Ya felt it prudent to exercise caution. Pursuing immediate convenience could lead to future complications. There are numerous methods in the universe for unlocking potential. Perhaps a future visit to Namek to consult the Elder there could yield results, as that would pose no side effects. Could it be that the super divine water is the same divine water the cat sage uses to irrigate the divine beings? Xia Ya pondered idly as he remained alone in the temple, lost in thought. Chapter 20. 1 year later in Shieling, before Shieling emerged from the room of spirit and time, Xia Ya floated alone in the air, attempting to comprehend the clarity of the sky and the swiftness of lightning in his heart. It is said that the location of the divine temple surpasses the height of the Earth's atmosphere, existing in a unique subspace. This area, imbued with divine power, cannot be approached without genuine ability. In the vast emptiness, a hemisphere-shaped building, resplendent in crimson and reminiscent of Incan culture, floated solitary, positioned at an astonishing height. The surroundings were sparse in clouds, and the air was exceedingly thin. At the center of the temple stood a row of magnificent, gilded halls flanked by modest rows of plants, which appeared somewhat dull in comparison to the opulence of the structure. In the middle lay an expansive plaza. At that moment, Xia Ya hovered in the air with his eyes closed, his expression serene, devoid of any turmoil. There was no breeze. Yet the distant plants seemed to bend under some unseen force. With a sigh, Xia Ya exhaled a breath of stale air, opened his eyes, and gently touched down. He mused. I intended to emulate Bobo's essence to elevate my martial arts realm, yet his level is profound and increasingly complex to grasp. It seems that the divine servants in the Dragon Ball world surpass their deities significantly. Apart from the East Kai's servant, Jebit, both Bobo and the angel Whis exceed the power of the gods they serve, and to some extent, they have also played the role of mentors. The deity received guidance from Bobo upon entering the temple, while the god of destruction, Beerus, was entirely taught by Whis. What manner of existence are these divine servants? If they are so formidable, why remain merely as servants? As Xia Ya pondered this, a slight headache ensued. But he soon shook it off with a faint smile. Why am I preoccupying myself with such matters? Their existence is of no concern to me. I shall continue my training. At that moment, the tranquil atmosphere suddenly faltered, followed by a resounding noise akin to silk being torn. Xia Ya was momentarily stunned. And before he could react, an overwhelming and terrifying aura descended upon him, akin to a colossal mountain collapsing from the heavens, causing the very ground to tremble and engulfing the entire temple in this tempest of energy. Before this force, Xia Ya's once proud strength felt diminished, and his warrior bloodline trembled in response. This power. Xia Ya paused, for the sensation was all too familiar. Xiling had emerged, and her presence had remarkably intensified. It felt akin to the first time he faced the giant ape she had transformed into. The disparity had widened immensely. Xia Ya's expression was one of astonishment. But excitement soon prevailed as the blood within his veins surged. How magnificent! The training in the room of spirit and time had proven extraordinarily effective. No. It must be attributed to Bobo's guidance. Xia Ya. Xiling's voice echoed from the corridor as a petite girl emerged from one side of the temple. Her cloud-like hair danced gently, and her elegant brows framed eyes that sparkled like stars, perfectly complementing her flower-like visage, which gleamed like jade. Though her body had yet to fully develop, she already possessed the graceful lines of a young girl. Is this Xiling? Gazing at the diminutive figure standing at about 1 meter tall, Xia Ya momentarily found himself awestruck. The girl who once trailed beside him had unknowingly begun to grow up. Reflecting on their ages, he recalled that they were already over 7 years old when they arrived on Earth, and after a year in the room of spirit and time. Xiling was now over 8. Given that Saiyan females mature earlier, it was hardly surprising. Xiling, your strength has surged so dramatically. Standing beside Xiling, Xia Ya felt an intense pressure emanating from her, and if her energy were to be quantified in battle power, it would likely approach 10,000 points, truly peak power even by Vegeta standards. With pride, Xiling lifted her head, her delicate face radiating triumph. Of course. I am now far stronger than you, Xia Ya. Enjoy it while it lasts. Once I emerge from the room of spirit and time, I will undoubtedly surpass you. Xia Ya retorted nonchalantly, unfazed by Xiling's boast. He knew he possessed a vast supply of senzu beans, allowing him to train vigorously without concern. In the original tale, Goku had managed to elevate his battle power to 180,000 in just a month before heading to Namek. While Xia Ya was not as fortunate as Goku, he was confident he could amplify his powers several times over. We shall see, Xiling huffed, turning her face away in a fit of pride upon receiving no praise for her progress. How increasingly unlovable she has become. The once adorable little Xiling seemed to have vanished. Xia Ya playfully tugged at a strand of her hair, whispering in her ear. Xiling's irritation flared, and she retorted loudly. What do you mean unlovable? Wait until you surpass me before you say anything. It seemed Xiling was increasingly embodying Saiyan traits. But she was far more pleasant than other Saiyans. Xia Ya chuckled inwardly, his eyes twinkling with mischief, deciding to refrain from further teasing her. Xiling, I just received some wonderful items from Master Rashi. I'll share some with you, but use them sparingly. As he spoke, Xia Ya produced a small pouch tied with a string containing dozens of senzu beans. What is this? Xiling questioned, opening it to find some shriveled beans. These are senzu beans. Regardless of the severity of your injuries, as long as you are not dead, 1 bean can restore you to your peak condition and sustain you without food for 10 days. Really? Xiling's eyes sparkled with excitement as she snatched the pouch, joyfully stashing it away, then hesitantly inquired, if I take all these beans, will you have any left for yourself? Seeing her uncertainty and concern, Xia Ya smiled reassuringly. Don't worry, I've kept some for myself. Just make sure to treasure what I've given you. These are precious. How could they not be precious? He only had about 70 to 80,000 left. Shieling nodded vigorously, her face a picture of gratitude. Xia chuckled, pleased by her reaction, refraining from disclosing the exact number of Senzu beans he possessed. He knew that if she found out, she would certainly demand some back. Claiming to return her gratitude. All right, let us save our conversations for when I emerge from the room of spirit and time. Then we shall see how you act in front of me. Shieling frowned adorably, sticking out her tongue, then gazed at Xia's retreating figure, her face revealing a hint of anticipation. Chapter 21, A Major Breakthrough. Mr. Bobo, it's my turn to enter now, right? Upon arriving at the entrance of the hyperbolic time chamber, Xia addressed the somewhat clumsy Bobo standing guard, while retrieving dozens of Senzu beans from his spatial pocket for his preparation. Well, since you're ready, please follow me in. However, I must clarify that Bobo will only provide guidance. The specifics of your training will require your own exploration, Bobo suddenly reminded as Xia approached the door. I understand that the master leads one to the door, but the practice is up to the individual. Xia replied with a dismissive smile. As they conversed, they stepped through the grand entrance of the hyperbolic time chamber. With a resounding thud, the door closed behind them, completely separating the two realms. Endowed with the formidable powers of time and space, Xia was particularly sensitive to the fluctuations of these dimensions. The moment the door to the hyperbolic time chamber sealed shut, he keenly sensed a subtle essence of time and space. The chamber was aptly named, not merely a time chamber, but a hyperbolic time chamber, likely due to its connection to the human spirit. The original builders may have drawn upon the disparity in the flow of time on a psychological level compared to reality, combined with the application of spatial energy to create this remarkable chamber. Could it be that ancient deities possessed expertise in manipulating time and space? Xia pondered silently. Of course, the structural integrity of the hyperbolic time chamber was not flawless, although it was stipulated that an individual could only enter twice in their lifetime. This rule applied to the majority of people. For those formidable enough to breach the barriers of time and space, such limitations held no significance. For beings as powerful as Super Saiyan 3 or Majin Buu, the rules of the hyperbolic time chamber were rendered trivial, as their strength was sufficient to transcend spatial confines. Was there a space that even Super Saiyan 3 could not penetrate? Xia mused. He held confidence in his temporal abilities, believing that with continued research, he could eventually develop an impenetrable temporal prison to confine or seal his foes. Yet, he dismissed this thought as premature. As Xia and Bobo continued onward, they traversed a narrow corridor, revealing a vast expanse of white space. This was a scorching, low-pressure environment with tenfold gravity. They found themselves in a two-story hall, the residence of practitioners for their meals and rest. Yet, even this seemingly grand edifice appeared minuscule within the expansive void. In the hyperbolic time chamber, the usual sustenance consisted of water and dry flour, stored in a pantry. Bobo reminded him, and upon hearing this, Xia suddenly recalled the challenges of training here. The most arduous aspect of cultivating in this chamber was not the extreme temperature fluctuations or the solitude, but rather the torment of insufficient nourishment. With only water and dry flour available, how could a Saiyan endure without meat? It was no wonder that Goku could only withstand a few months during his first venture into the chamber. Had it not been for the impending threat of the androids, he would have never returned. Food was indeed of paramount importance. Perhaps the deity who constructed the hyperbolic time chamber had limited food storage capabilities, thus providing only water and flour. This was what one might call dry rations. In the days that followed, under Bobo's guidance, Xia began his training. In the vast plaza, a sea of white enveloped two figures standing at its center. I have learned from Shieling about your previous training methods. Though rudimentary, they yielded some results. Korin should have instructed you on maintaining rhythm during combat and minimizing unnecessary movements. Xia nodded in acknowledgement. Korin believes we have grasped the essentials well, he replied. Then take some time to acclimate to this space. Before you proceed, allow me to elaborate on the spirit of martial arts. Bobo, ever stoic, exuded an air of wisdom, and Xia sensed his goodwill. With a subtle nod, he listened as Bobo expounded upon his understanding of energy and mental state, resembling a martial arts master. Bobo must surely be an exceptional philosopher. This thought resonated within Xia as he absorbed Bobo's comprehensive insights, addressing his shortcomings with meticulous care. Due to the extreme fluctuations in temperature, the thin air, and the gravity tenfold that of the outside world, the weighted clothing imposed a significant challenge on Xia. Movements he previously deemed flawless now revealed unavoidable flaws. Here, and here, these are excesses. Your strikes lack precision. Energy should be contained. Calm the mind. Steady the spirit. Move the body. Let the energy flow. Bobo observed Xia Ya's actions, offering guidance intermittently. Xia Ya, understanding the cues, continuously adjusted his movements, striving for a state of effortless grace and tranquility. In truth, Xia Ya had already become a proficient martial artist. He merely lacked direction for future growth. With Bobo's mentorship, he swiftly absorbed knowledge to remedy his deficiencies. Time flew by. Each day, Xia Ya grew, and soon a year passed within the hyperbolic time chamber. Clad in orange-red weighted clothing, he floated with legs straightened, arms crossed before his chest, his head bowed in deep contemplation, beads of sweat trickling down his brow. Surrounding him, circles of transparent energy emanated, resembling a mirage, subtly distorting the entire space. Boom! A surge of white energy erupted, a chilling wind swirling around, lifting the dust that floated in the air, creating a tempest of force. Suddenly, deep crimson rifts in space appeared, stretching outward in all directions, akin to bloodthirsty serpents, recklessly flicking their tongues. The ghastly dark red hue sending shivers down one's spine. Not far away, Bobo stood, expressionless, observing the phenomenon. At the moment the rifts manifested, a flicker of astonishment crossed his otherwise calm gaze. Taking a deep breath, Xia Ya opened his heart to embrace the newfound power, satisfied as he retracted his energy. As his aura subsided, the ominous rifts began to vanish, gradually mending under the chamber's spatial restoration, swiftly returning to its original state. The vast, desolate space regained its tranquility after Xia Ya's aura receded. The earlier spectacle had been but an illusion, swift in its arrival and departure, leaving no significant trace within the chamber. The origins of the hyperbolic time chamber were long forgotten. Apart from the two-story hall for habitation, it remained devoid of life, blanketed in white, with harsh living conditions. Although it could not compare to the extreme environments of the universe, it served as an excellent training ground, particularly at critical moments when time for cultivation was of the essence. In the center of the arid, expansive plaza, Xia Ya stood immobile, eyes closed as he attuned himself to his own power, breathing in and out, simple yet natural, like a tender sprout on the verge of breaking through the soil. It needed only a touch of sunlight and a sprinkle of rain to flourish. Chapter 22. A battle power of 12,000. Seeing Xia Ya in deep meditation, Bobo chose not to disturb him but instead seated himself at a respectful distance. The expanse within the hyperbolic time chamber was vast. Although Xia Ya's prior movements had caused localized ruptures in the space, the overall stability of the chamber remained intact. To genuinely breach the spatial structure of the chamber, Xia Ya would need to ascend to the level of Super Saiyan 3. The earlier rifts, despite their seemingly grand spectacle, were merely an illusion created by the spatial abilities, at most. They had formed a minuscule dimensional layer within the chamber, not a true rupture of the void that would establish new rules. After all, his current power still paled in comparison to that of Majin Buu. In Xia Ya's understanding, the Dragon Ball world was one teeming with formidable warriors. While it could not be said that deities roamed freely, the presence of strong beings was undeniably prevalent. The criteria for being deemed strong varied across different eras. However, one thing remained certain. The top-tier deities could emerge unexpectedly from the enigmatic corners of the universe, leaving one to ponder the reasons for their silence. Though the number of deities may be limited, the presence of even a single one could spell doom. The world of Dragon Ball was fraught with peril, as a momentary lapse could lead to one's elimination. Thus, Xia Ya despised the notion of passively training only when threatened by adversaries. Such behavior did not align with his character. He preferred to seize the initiative and surpass his peers before any enemies appeared. Some might perceive this as a form of psychological inferiority or a manifestation of paranoia stemming from self-doubt. Yet, the reality was that this had little to do with confidence. Knowing the dangers lurking in the Dragon Ball world, it would be foolish to wait until one was in dire straits to exert oneself. To thrive and flourish in this realm, strength was an undeniable self-imposed necessity. The most formidable foes in Dragon Ball included Frieza, Cell, and Majin Buu, with the potential addition of deities such as Beerus and Zeno in the future. Acknowledging the might of his adversaries, Xia Ya had no reason to remain idle. His immediate challenge was the impending battle on Planet Vegeta, a confrontation where he would first face the great villain of the Dragon Ball universe, Frieza. Naturally, to avoid drawing Frieza's attention and to gain time for growth, Xia Ya contemplated postponing this battle by several years. With the enemy in the light and himself in the shadows, he could orchestrate his actions as he pleased, enjoying the freedom of choice that came with holding the initiative. At this moment, he regarded King Vegeta as nothing more than a minor figure. The sky above the temple remained perpetually serene, its azure hue appearing pristine as though just washed by rain. Wisps of white mist danced in the distance, elegantly swirling around the crimson temple. On the white stone-paved plaza, 2 rows of palm trees stood solitary on either side of the temple. Not far off, a young girl tirelessly unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks, her fierce movements breaking through the air with a series of resounding booms, causing the leaves to rustle and a whirlwind to momentarily engulf the nearby trunks. Suddenly, Xiling's expression shifted, her delicate brows furrowing slightly as her silken black hair billowed in the wind. This energy, it was Xia Ya, Xiling murmured to herself, a glimmer of joy creeping into her demeanor. Indeed, as she glanced toward the entrance of the temple, an orange figure emerged, and there was Xia Ya, approaching her with a warm smile. However, as he drew closer, Xiling frowned, realizing that his height had once again surpassed her own. "You're drenched in sweat. Your hair is all matted," she remarked. Xia Ya chuckled, gently brushing his hand against her cheek and casually resting an arm on her shoulder, sharing a half-embrace. Xiling's demeanor shifted. She pulled away slightly, about to voice her discontent, but then sensed the overwhelming energy radiating from Xia Ya, causing her expression to grow complex. Coldly, she said, "Xia Ya, release all your energy. I want to see just how strong you've become." Xia Ya paused, taken aback by the girl's earnest yet fierce countenance. Realizing that Xiling possessed a competitive spirit, with a resigned shake of his head, he stepped back a few paces to maintain distance and began to unleash his power. A sudden surge erupted. A breath-stealing aura enveloped the temple, causing it and the Korin tower below to tremble as if on the verge of collapse. A white radiance lingered just inches from his skin, while a soft golden glow enveloped his form. The stone slabs beneath quaked, seemingly defying gravity, ready to float at any moment. "That's enough," Xiling called out, sensing that Xia Ya's energy had far surpassed her own. She donned an energy detector and pressed the activation button, quickly revealing a set of data before her eyes. 12,862. Over 12,000 in battle power? Xiling gasped internally, astonished that Xia Ya's year-long training in the hyperbolic time chamber had allowed him to surpass her by such a margin. She herself had only achieved a power level of 9,600, which she had proudly boasted about for quite some time. Now, she felt an unexpected embarrassment creeping in. Rumor had it that King Vegeta's battle power was just above 10,000, which meant Xia Ya was now nearly on par with him. Brother has already become one of the strongest among the Saiyans, Xiling thought, a sudden tremor of pride swelling within her. Yet, in an attempt to mask her own feelings, she cleared her throat and feigned indifference, saying, "Your energy has certainly increased significantly, but I wonder how you'll perform in actual combat. Don't let your words outshine your actions. Shall we have a spar?" Xia Ya teased. "No way, who would want to practice with you?" Xiling's voice faltered, her frustration evident, yet her tone hinted at vulnerability, prompting Xia Ya to laugh heartily. "Come on, you two, don't quarrel. Honestly, that energy just now sent chills down my spine. Your progress is truly remarkable." The deity, leaning on his staff, approached with a gentle smile, observing Xia Ya and Xiling. Despite their bickering, their bond was evidently strong. Chapter 23. A culinary journey indeed. The celestial beings cannot help but feel a tinge of emotion in merely a few days. The opponent's strength has escalated to an unimaginable level. Is it truly the case that extraterrestrial beings possess such remarkable innate abilities? It is astonishing how swiftly their powers have surged, evoking a sense of trepidation. We owe much of our progress to Mr. Bobo and his guidance these past few days. Otherwise, our advancement would not have been so rapid, Xia Ya exclaimed cheerfully. At that moment, he cast a glance at Xiling and added, "By the way, Xiling's tail also requires the Celestial's assistance." Tail. Upon hearing Xia Ya mention it, Xiling shifted her gaze to his back, astonished to find that her tail had vanished without her noticing. Xia Ya elaborated, "The Celestial's magic is truly wondrous. It can seal away the tail like a switch. Moreover, in accordance with our current philosophy of simplicity in all things, having a tail is more of a burden than an asset. It is better to seal it away." Xiling blinked in comprehension, but then inquired, "Doesn't cutting off the tail hurt?" With a smile, Xia Ya grasped her fluffy tail and, with a wave of his hand, severed it. Xiling furrowed her brow slightly during the process and shot him a glare. Subsequently, the Celestial, imitating the sealing process he had performed on Xia Ya, cast a spell to seal Xiling's Saiyan tail as well. The Celestial was more than willing to assist in this matter. For him, it was merely a trifling task. Furthermore, he understood that the more the others accepted his help now, the more likely they would lend their support when Earth faced difficulties in the future. Earth would, after all, have many areas that would rely on their assistance. Once Xiling's Saiyan tail was sealed, she curiously moved about, discovering that it did not impede her ability in combat. In fact, she felt even lighter when executing her techniques, prompting her to smile contentedly. All right, it is time for us to depart. With his aura restrained and combat power compressed to around 8 or 900, Xia Ya bid farewell to the Celestial and Bobo, then took Shiling's hand and leaped from the Celestial Temple. As they pierced through the dense clouds below, they greeted the cat sage upon reaching Korin Tower. Xia Ya and Shiling continued down the slender tower, and soon, the expanse of Korin's sacred land unfolded before their eyes, stretching across the horizon. Where are we heading now? Aren't we returning to Planet Selma? Shiling inquired, her delicate brows furrowing as she gazed at the boundless verdant forest. Xia Ya, with his dark eyes fixed on the distance, revealed a glimmer of something different in his gaze. He shook his head. No, life requires a balance of work and leisure. Relentless training does not yield better insights. We have cultivated in solitude for so many years. It is time to experience the communal life of humanity, which may indeed enhance our understanding of energy. Moreover, I have heard that the food on Earth is exceptionally delectable. I intend to reside here for a while. What do you think? Absolutely. Given Shea's assertion, Shiling naturally had no objections. After all, they had lived on planet Selma for years without engaging with civilization. It was a perfect opportunity to savor earthly life, especially the culinary delights. However, before indulging in such pleasures, they needed to acquire some currency for their daily expenses. Fortunately, Xia Ya was aware of a location rumored to be laden with treasures, a hidden pirate horde that Sun Wukong had once ventured into with General Blue while confronting the Red Ribbon Army. Although this event occurred many years in the future, the treasures should have begun to accumulate by now. Without delay, Xia Ya took Shiling's hand and activated his instant transmission, and the two vanished from the Korin sacred land. With his newfound strength, Xia Ya's spatial abilities had also enhanced, allowing him to execute instant transmission with greater ease. However, despite awakening his temporal powers earlier, they remained stagnant, perhaps due to the enigmatic nature of time itself. In the northern hemisphere of Earth, amidst the azure expanse of the ocean, Xia Ya and Shiling materialized in midair. Is this where you mentioned the treasure would be? Shiling asked skeptically, gazing at the tumultuous waves of the vast ocean before them. Of course, I saw it clearly from the temple. It should be around here, Xia Ya replied, fabricating a response as he began searching based on his recollections. After surveying the entire sea for a few laps, he approximated the location. He then dove down into the depths with a splash, quickly locating the entrance to the treasure trove based on his memories. Upon entering the pirates' hidden vault, they encountered various rudimentary traps set by the pirates. After skillfully avoiding these, they soon arrived at the subterranean chamber filled with gleaming chests of gold and silver, all pilfered by the pirates from various raids. Gazing at the mound of treasures before him, Xia Ya grinned widely and waved his hand, creating a rift in the air to absorb all the gold and silver within. Once he completed the task, he clapped his hands and declared, "Let us head into town to exchange these riches for currency. I'll treat you to the finest delicacies. I assure you, no one in this entire universe understands food better than Earthlings. The cuisine here is exquisite. Then what are we waiting for? Let us hurry." The allure of delicious food instantly captivated Shiling, urging him to depart. Thus, a legend began to circulate in the culinary circles of Earth, recounting the tale of a pair of young adventurers who voraciously conquered numerous eateries, leaving chefs utterly exhausted until they could no longer serve them. For years, many restaurants refused to offer buffet-style promotions due to their exploits. However, the two originators of this story were now blissfully indulging in a plethora of food, the sounds of clattering chopsticks and clinking plates resonating continuously. Their dining table was already piled high with stacks of dishes. "Boss, another order of roasted pig, please. And a serving of mixed sauce noodles. I also want a roasted leg of lamb." Xia Ya called out loudly, but upon hearing their shouts, the restaurant owner trembled and approached them, drenched in sweat, and said, "Dear guests, we truly have run out of ingredients. Perhaps you could check other restaurants." "So soon out of food?" Xia Ya's expression darkened as he noticed the owner's distressed demeanor. He waved his hand dismissively. Never mind. You run a business. How can you be unprepared for ingredients?" Yes. The restaurant owner nodded vigorously, wiping his sweat as he bowed in agreement, thinking to himself, "What you two have consumed would sustain us for a week." After settling the bill, Xia Ya and Shiling exited the establishment. The owner, watching their retreating figures, finally succumbed to exhaustion and collapsed to the ground. A nearby server rushed over to assist, but the owner shrugged off the help, irately commanding, "What are you still doing? Hurry and clean up. Close the restaurant. I need a week, no, a month, without opening. Please, let these two little tyrants leave. Xia and Shieling lingered in the city for over 10 days, sampling every restaurant available. Every time they entered, the establishment would wear a mournful expression as if it had suffered a great loss. It was not that the owners were unwilling to earn money. It was simply that catering to such guests was utterly exhausting. Moreover, their presence meant no other customers could be served, jeopardizing the restaurant's continued operation. Shieling, did I not tell you? The food on Earth is the most delectable. Indeed, the girl nodded vigorously, her recent culinary escapades having provided her with the most delightful experience since her birth. Xia, can't you store food in your dimensional space? Why not try to see if it works for preserving food? Her suggestion sparked a realization within Xia. Indeed, his spatial abilities could potentially be employed for food preservation. Let us hasten to procure provisions, for once we depart from Earth, such delectable fare shall elude us. Thus, in the ensuing days, they busied themselves with the acquisition of sustenance. It became evident that Xia's spatial abilities could indeed store food, with time within that realm nearly suspended. No matter how long the food remained, it would not spoil or decay. This revelation only intensified their craving for nourishment, and their wealth rapidly diminished. Ultimately, after 2 months, all the riches gleaned from the pirate's treasure were expended on provisions, resulting in Xia's private space being filled with enough sustenance to indulge in a culinary feast for 3 to 4 years. It is noteworthy that the appetite of Saiyans is prodigious, rendering the sheer quantity of food unimaginable. Chapter 24, Master Wutai on a Day of Splendid Beauty. A magnificent island emerged, its towering green mountains rising majestically at its center, surrounded by a myriad of low, undulating hills. This island was a modern metropolis, where the ocean breeze carried the unique, humid essence of the sea to nourish its vibrant city. The azure waters merged seamlessly with the sky, creating a shimmering panorama, where one could behold the cerulean expanse and listen to the rhythmic crashing of the waves. Along a quaint stone path adorned with blooming peach blossoms, the rosy petals resembled the smile of a youthful maiden, exuding a subtle fragrance that enveloped the air. As she walked along this serene and picturesque path, Xieling's face was alight with joy, and she called out to her companion, "Look at the beauty surrounding us. Shall we make this place our home? We could stay here for a while after completing our tasks." Her fondness for this locale stemmed largely from the allure of earthly delicacies and the breathtaking scenery before her. "Very well, let us establish a home here." Xia shrugged, acquiescing to her delight. Ever since Xialing had matured, she had become increasingly independent, even addressing him by his name rather than calling him brother. Ah, how children grow up, becoming more self-reliant, Xia mused. Standing atop the mountain, gazing down at the island, he experienced a peculiar sense of familiarity, as if he had encountered this place before. However, this was his first visit to Earth. Any recognition likely stemmed from the original narrative. Upon discovering a bookstore, Xia purchased a guide to the island city, which unveiled its history. To his astonishment, this was the very island where Sun Wukong had trained under Master Roshi. Though termed an island, it was, in fact, a peninsula partially connected to the mainland. Renowned islands in the original tale were few, the first being Master Roshi's Kame House, followed by the island where Sun Wukong and Krillin cultivated their skills under his tutelage. The other notable islands included Papaya Island, the site of the 22nd World Martial Arts Tournament, and Southeast Island, host to the 23rd tournament, along with the southern city island introduced in the Android saga. If this was indeed the island where Sun Wukong would train in the future, it implied that Kame House was nearby. What a remarkable coincidence. A smile unconsciously crept across Xia's lips. Unexpectedly, he had wandered into the vicinity of Master Roshi's residence. However, he had no intention of disturbing the esteemed master. His objectives for this journey to Earth had largely been fulfilled. He had acquired ample sense of beans and training techniques, rendering a visit to Master Roshi unnecessary. Furthermore, even if he were to meet the master, given Roshi's frail state, it was unlikely he would offer any significant benefit. Thus, Xia decided to comply with Xieling's wishes and began to clear a patch of land on a hillside, constructing a simple wooden cabin. As dawn broke, the sun shone brightly, casting warm rays upon the verdant stones. The gentle sunlight illuminated the dew-kissed grass, creating a kaleidoscope of colors, while the vibrant peach blossoms lent the island an enchanting glow. A gentle slope led down from the emerald hills, where a stone path meandered gracefully, and a crystal-clear stream emerged from the rocks, nourishing the lush vegetation along its banks. Ah, after so many years away from Earth, I'm astonished by the advancements in technology, Xia thought to himself. In a shaded nook partway up the hill, An elderly man with silver hair and a white beard sat upon a stone bench, clad in a white martial arts uniform, observing the lively scene below with a serene smile. The character for Marshal was emblazoned in red on the left side of his uniform. Remarkably, a golden halo floated above his head, a sign of a soul from the afterlife. This halo indicated that the elder was, in fact, a spirit from the underworld. The afterlife was a wondrous realm, connecting heaven and hell, with a mystical pathway leading to the higher dimensional realm of King Kai. Souls arriving in the afterlife, regardless of their former power, must face judgment from the King of Hell. Those deemed virtuous might ascend to heaven, while the wicked would be cast into hell. And those neither good nor evil would be reincarnated instantly. Only those who had achieved great deeds or exhibited noble character in life would be adorned with a halo, signifying their eligibility for ascension. This white-haired elder was no ordinary being. He was the legendary martial arts master Wu Tai, who had vanquished the demon king Piccolo 300 years prior, saving the world. He was also the mentor of both Master Roshi and Master Shin. After sealing the demon king, Wu Tai had perished from exhaustion. Given his accomplishments, he could have ascended directly to heaven, yet he chose to linger in the afterlife. And today marked the day of his return to the mortal realm, after which he would reincarnate. Upon returning to the world, Wu Tai did not seek out his two disciples, Master Roshi and Master Shun. Instead, he wandered quietly between cities, eventually arriving at the coastal island city, observing the prosperity and tranquility of the world 3 centuries later. Wu Tai's heart brimmed with joy, especially upon learning that both of his disciples had established their own schools and become prominent figures in martial arts. At that moment, 2 figures caught his attention on the opposite side of the path, a young boy and girl. From them, Wu Tai sensed a fervent energy that ignited his spirit. "Dear young friends, may I inquire as to which school you hail from? At such a tender age, you possess remarkable prowess." Startled by the voice, Xia Ya turned to see the silver-haired elder smiling at them. Who is this man, whose presence exudes a power far surpassing that of the gods? Sensing the profound strength emanating from the elder, Xia Ya was momentarily taken aback. This energy approached a battle power of 6,000. It was astonishing to discover such a formidable master on Earth. Notably, the character for Marshal on the elder's uniform, along with the ethereal golden halo above his head, led Xia Ya to a realization: could he be Master Roshi's teacher, Wu Tai? Indeed, only Wu Tai could possess such power. It seemed he had not abandoned his training even in the afterlife. Could this venerable elder truly be Wu Tai? Wu Tai, taken aback, had not anticipated anyone would recognize his name in this era. "Young friend, you know my name?" Chapter 25. The return. Xia Ya offered no response, merely chuckling as he pointed towards the sky, leaving it to the other party to speculate whether he was indicating the celestial realm or the vastness of outer space. Indeed, Wu Tai Do, understanding the implication, nodded in acknowledgement, mistakenly believing that Xia Ya and his companion had descended from the heavens. If they were indeed from the divine temple, it would be no surprise that he knew their names, presumably informed by the deities themselves. Observing the youthful appearances of the two, Wu Tai Do couldn't help but marvel. It was astonishing that such exceptional talents still practiced martial arts in this era. It seemed that the martial arts of Earth had not yet declined. Wu Tai Do was aware that the legendary celestial beings residing above Kylin Tower were enigmatic entities. 3 centuries prior, in his quest to defeat the formidable demon King Piccolo, he had heard from the Cat Sage about the higher deities dwelling within the temple above Kylin Tower. At that time, Wu Tai Do had firmly believed that the celestial beings were exceedingly powerful, unaware that he had since surpassed them by a considerable margin. Noticing Wu Tai Do's misunderstanding regarding their origins, Xia Ya simply smiled and refrained from clarification. After exchanging a few words with Wu Tai Do, they bid each other farewell. Both were exceptionally skilled martial artists, having gauged each other's abilities through their mutual aura. Given his overwhelming strength, Xia Ya felt only mild surprise at Wu Tai Do's prowess and had little inclination for combat. Conversely, Wu Tai Do, having experienced countless battles, had no desire to engage further, especially knowing that this was his final day on Earth. The existence of such a formidable opponent was sufficient for him. As Wu Tai Do departed, Shieling rummaged through her backpack for snacks, munching as she remarked, "That old man is quite peculiar. Not only is his aura far stronger than that of an ordinary earthling, but he also has a strange halo above his head." Xia Ya shot her a sidelong glance and explained, "That's because he is not a living person. He is a figure from 3 centuries ago. And we happened upon him as he returned to the mortal realm today." "Wait, are you saying that old man came from the underworld?" Shilling exclaimed, her mouth agape in astonishment, forgetting her snacks. Is there any doubt? That elder is Wu Tai Do, a great martial artist who saved Earth 300 years ago. Just think of how strong he must be after cultivating in the underworld for so long. Xia chuckled. Then took the opportunity to explain to Xiling about souls entering the underworld for judgment by King Yin, particularly the standards for the righteous ascending to heaven and the wicked descending to hell. After death, it seems it's not the end. Souls must undergo judgment by King Yin. So, what will happen to us Saiyans? Chances are, most of us would descend to hell. Xia shrugged. The Saiyans served Frieza, committing countless atrocities. According to the laws of the underworld, such individuals are destined for hell. Xiling's eyes widened in surprise upon hearing this, but considering the Saiyans' actions, she mused that if souls were truly judged, they would all likely end up in hell. So, if we want to avoid hell in the future, we either need to balance our good and evil deeds and then reincarnate, or ensure we never die, which would naturally exempt us from judgment, Xia remarked humorously. Then I should refrain from committing too many misdeeds. Xiling pondered, deciding it wise to minimize unnecessary violence for her future, though she felt an itch to act otherwise. As for Xia's just about never dying, she dismissed it lightly. However, she wondered why Xia seemed to possess such vast knowledge, despite being merely a child like herself. Regarding Xiling's curiosity, Xia chose not to elaborate. His origins from another world must remain a secret until he attained sufficient power. He redirected the conversation. By the way, we have been on Earth for over half a year now. We have accomplished what we set out to do, and it is time to return to Planet Vegeta. Are we going back? Xiling asked, her excitement palpable. After so many years away from Planet Vegeta, she could hardly contain her eagerness to return. Once the topic was broached, her attention shifted entirely, prompting Xia to breathe a subtle sigh of relief, realizing he could no longer afford to appear omniscient, as it would raise suspicion. Indeed, it is time to return. However, once back on Planet Vegeta, remember to conceal our combat power to avoid drawing attention, Xia advised. Xiling nodded. Now far from the naive girl she once was. Having spent so much time alongside Xia, she had learned the wisdom of discretion, understanding that standing out could invite trouble. Yet, the thought of leaving Earth was bittersweet, primarily because of the delectable food she had come to love, while other matters weighed less on her mind. Leaning slightly closer to Xia, she rested a hand on his shoulder. Xia reciprocated by placing his hand at her waist. The sensation of her youthful form sending a fragrant essence wafting through the air. He focused his energy, activating his spatial abilities. A shimmering light flickered briefly before the two vanished from Earth. Unlike their earlier chaotic arrival on Earth, Xia now executed the instant transmission with remarkable ease and proficiency. Backed by substantial energy, he leaped back through the stars, and within half an hour, Xia and Xiling materialized on the distant Selma planet. Once back on the familiar Selma planet, Xia inhaled deeply. Although the convenience of instant transmission was undeniable, it paled in comparison to the efficiency of the Atlanteans' method, and certainly could not be measured against that of the Jebutans. He pondered privately, my instant transmission requires knowledge of the target's location and expends considerable energy for spatial transfer. Compared to the Atlanteans' ability to lock onto a target's aura, my method is significantly less advanced. However, once my strength reaches a certain level, I shall surpass the Atlanteans. Perhaps I could integrate the Atlantean method of instant transmission into my own. The combination might achieve the efficiency of Jebutan instant transmission. Xiling, let's first retrieve the spacecraft. All right. Xiling nodded. Xia transported them back to the site of their initial descent. The familiar valley awaited them, now teeming with denser vegetation than when they had departed. It would not be long before this place returned to its previous lush forested glory. As they returned to the valley they had left behind for over half a year, Xia couldn't help but reflect on the passage of time. Although their absence had only been 6 months, accounting for time spent in the hyperbolic time chamber, they had experienced a year and a half. In terms of strength, his battle power had increased from over 2,000 to nearly 13,000, a significant enhancement indeed. Chapter 26. Return to Planet Vegeta. Upon opening the entrance to the cave, Xia extracted 2 enormous spherical spacecraft from within. He pressed a button, and with a soft hiss, the hatch of the spacecraft opened. The craftsmanship of the Saiyan vessels was indeed remarkable. Despite the passage of many years, the interiors appeared as pristine as ever. Adjusting the navigation settings to return to Planet Vegeta, the alarm system aboard the spacecraft emitted a series of beeps, followed by the machine commencing its self-check. Xiling, adjust your energy to a combat power of 850, and then modify it to over 900 upon our arrival at Planet Vegeta. Xia instructed. Understood. Xiling nodded earnestly. For her, Controlling her energy levels was an effortless task, and she soon stabilized her power at approximately 850. Observing her, Xia Ya nodded in approval and proceeded to adjust his own combat power. Now at the age of 8, they would be nearing 9 upon their arrival at Planet Vegeta. Achieving a combat power of 900 as a mid-level warrior at that age was certainly commendable, but it would not draw undue attention. All right, let us return to Planet Vegeta. With that, they each entered their respective spacecraft. As these vessels were standardized among the Saiyans, even an adult would find them spacious. Pressing the launch button, the hatch slowly closed, and soon the spacecraft trembled as a tremendous force pressed down, propelling them swiftly through the atmosphere of Selma. As Xia Ya gazed at the receding cerulean planet, he gradually closed his eyes and drifted into slumber, remaining in this state until they reached Planet Vegeta. 7 months later, surrounded by vast darkness, the stars shimmered with an enchanting pale light, translucent and crystalline, resembling tiny diamonds scattered across a black canvas, exuding a pristine tranquility. In a colossal star system, a massive crimson planet orbited steadily. This crimson sphere was Planet Vegeta, originally known as Zufu Planet, which had been seized from the Zufu people by the Saiyans. Now renamed Planet Vegeta, it had become the renowned stronghold of the Saiyans in the cosmos. The spaceport of Planet Vegeta remained bustling with activity, with spherical spacecraft continuously taking off and landing. Suddenly, 2 more vessels pierced through the crimson atmosphere and descended upon the spaceport. Guided by the air traffic controllers, the spacecraft landed precisely at their designated points. And as the hatches opened, 2 figures emerged. After many years, Xia Ya and Xiling had returned to Planet Vegeta. The spaceport was teeming with activity, with Saiyans returning from missions and others awaiting assignments amidst a crowd that also included peculiar extraterrestrials with long noses and large eyes. Many of these beings were former captives, much like the Datter people, while others were subordinates sent by Frieza from the headquarters planet to assist the Saiyans in daily management. Given the relatively low technological proficiency of the Saiyans, they relied on these extraterrestrials to operate many advanced devices, akin to savages before the creations of a more advanced civilization. It remained uncertain how many of these extraterrestrials had been dispatched by Frieza to monitor the Saiyans. Xia Ya, I just contacted my parents. They are waiting for us at home. At the edge of the spaceport, Xiling pressed a button on her energy detector, her cheeks flushed with excitement. This device not only measured the energy levels of living beings, but also functioned as a communicator. All right, let us head back. Xia Ya glanced at her with a smile, aware of her eagerness to reunite with her parents. He too felt a surge of excitement. After all, it had been over 5 years since they had last seen Aunt Rebecca and Uncle Edry. Although a year and a half of that time was spent in interstellar travel, it had truly been 5 long years. The two traversed the platform and made their way toward the spaceport's exit. Xiling's home was situated in a prosperous area of Planet Vegeta, an affluent residential district not far from the royal city. However, reaching her home from the spaceport would take some time. To conceal their combat power, Xia Ya and Xiling could not fly at full strength or utilize instant transmission. At a normal flying speed, they crossed much of the city and landed in a vibrant community. As they navigated the green pathways adorned with ivy and flourishing trees, a gentle fragrance wafted through the air, evoking familiar childhood memories. Before long, they arrived at a large 2-story house, Xiling's home. Knocking on the door, they were met with a cheerful chime from the electronic panel. The door swung open, and a figure rushed out, enveloping Xia Ya in a tight embrace before he could react. Ah, Xiling, Xia Ya, you are finally back. Let mommy see you. Oh, look how much you've grown. I missed you so much. Aunt Rebecca seemed somewhat at a loss for words, but her arms conveyed her emotions clearly. As a warrior of the Saiyan race, the strength of female Saiyans was formidable, and when they embraced, it felt as though one were ensnared by countless unyielding ropes. Xia Ya and Xiling stood frozen, unable to move. Of course, given their current strength, escaping would be simple. However, they had no intention of doing so. Ahem, Aunt Rebecca, you should let us go. If you keep this up, we might suffocate. Xia Ya rolled his eyes, somewhat exasperated. Yes, Mommy, please let us go. Oh, right. How could I forget? Come in, we'll talk inside. Aunt Rebecca, realizing her oversight, released them slightly embarrassed and ushered them indoors. Once inside, Aunt Rebecca began to inquire about the children's lives over the past few years. Xiling focused on the highlights, demonstrating her points with animated gestures. Though Xia Ya found her movements somewhat clumsy and amusing, Aunt Rebecca was consistently impressed, expressing her astonishment at every turn. Even if her daughter's descriptions lacked vividness, she listened intently, her maternal affection unwavering. Chapter 27. Vegeta has been born. Xia sat nearby, attentively listening with a serene expression and a faint smile gracing his lips. The accounts shared by Shieling had been somewhat abridged, omitting any mention of their training on Earth. This was a prearranged decision, for they had been away from Planet Vegeta for many years, and much of the current situation remained unclear. They would inform others about the state of Planet Vegeta once they had gathered all necessary information. Mother, you wouldn't believe it. There is, in fact, a moon on Selma. That night, a magnificent full moon traversed the clouds, and when I went outside, I saw it and then transformed into a giant ape. Oh my. Did you lose your sanity? Hee, indeed I did. Shieling innocently replied, spreading her arms in front of her. Fortunately, Xia reacted swiftly, severing his own tail before cutting mine off too. Yet, he still ended up gravely injured. I heard my combat power had increased tenfold at that moment. Shieling chuckled as she recounted the events. Had it not been for Xia's decisive actions, the consequences would have been dire, Rebecca remarked, cradling Shieling in her arms and playfully pinching her cheeks, prompting Shieling to squirm in protest. Little Shieling, you must have had quite a struggle after your transformation. Rebecca released Shieling and inquired with genuine concern. Xia nodded, recalling the ordeal with lingering trepidation. Yes, that battle was the most arduous I faced upon arriving at Selma. Had I not seized a fleeting opportunity at the last moment, the outcome would have been unthinkable. Even so, I sustained injuries that kept me bedridden for several months. Rebecca nodded in agreement, acknowledging the dual-edged nature of a Saiyan's transformation into a giant ape. While it proved advantageous against foes, it also posed a risk of collateral damage to allies. Thus, during assaults on advanced planets, elite warriors typically led the charge, transforming into giant apes to engage in battle while lower-ranked warriors were required to withdraw, lest they become mere fodder. By the way, where's Uncle Edry? I thought he was home too? Xia inquired, puzzled by Edry's absence upon their prolonged return. Oh, he had some matters to attend to at the training camp. He will return shortly, Rebecca replied. Xia understood, recalling that ever since Edry's squad had disbanded, he had taken on the role of an instructor at the training camp, primarily responsible for training young Saiyans with advanced potential and occasionally taking them on simple missions. It was evident that the Saiyans distinguished between mid-level and high-level warriors. Xia and his companions had spent 3 years in the training camp before being dispatched on missions, a privilege not afforded to them. After engaging in further conversation, Rebecca began preparing dinner, and at that moment, Edry returned from work. Upon seeing his long-absent daughter and nephew, Edry's somewhat weathered face broke into a smile as he approached them warmly, exclaiming, "Ha ha ha, it's been a while, little ones. You've grown strong." "Daddy," Shieling exclaimed joyfully. "Uncle Edry," they echoed, as Edry laughed heartily, feeling relieved that they had returned safely. He knew the tasks on Selma were fraught with danger and had anticipated a longer absence, so their swift return filled him with joy. The initial trials for Saiyan warriors were crucial, shaping their future development. Reflecting on his own past, Edry recalled how he had successfully completed his trials and eventually became the captain of his squad. He patted Xia and Shieling on the shoulders and produced a simple energy detector from his pocket, placing it to his ear. "Let me see what your combat power has reached," he said, all smiles as he activated the device, which beeped and displayed the data. 962. 987. Edry was momentarily taken aback by the readings before bursting into laughter. "Remarkable. Your combat power is impressively high, comparable to that of elite warriors. Who knows? Perhaps our family will produce 2 extraordinary warriors in the future." Although Edry had surmised their combat power would be considerable upon their safe return to Planet Vegeta, witnessing the exact figures on the detector filled him with astonishment. After all, his daughter and nephew were still under 9 years old and already possessed combat powers nearing 1,000, indicating a boundless future ahead as formidable warriors. In our excitement, I've neglected my hunger. A hearty meal is a Saiyan's prerequisite for battle. Rebecca, hurry and serve the food, Edry commanded jovially, assuming the role of the family patriarch. The dinner table bore witness to a fierce competition among the Saiyans. As they vied for food, the scene erupted into a chaotic and spirited contest, with plates clattering as they clashed. The food vanished at an astonishing rate, and the sight was truly captivating, almost conjuring fleeting afterimages due to the rapidity of their movements. Were terrestrial martial artists to witness this, they would surely marvel at it as a form of training. A Saiyan family consumes an astonishing quantity of food daily. Without a dedicated food supply system, Planet Vegeta would swiftly descend into chaos over food scarcity. Thus, there are designated extraterrestrial beings responsible for sustenance on Planet Vegeta. After dinner, In the living room, the family of four gathered on the sofa. Edri perused a data receiver resembling a tablet, reviewing daily information while planning the training schedule. All the while listening to Shieling excitedly recount her exploits. Rebecca sat quietly beside him, occasionally updating Xia Ya about the current state of Planet Vegeta. Xia Ya listened intently, knowing it was essential to grasp the present situation on Planet Vegeta to devise better strategies. Through subtle inquiries, Edri and Rebecca shared the significant events that had transpired on Planet Vegeta over the past few years. From Edri's descriptions, Xia Ya learned that the overall situation on Planet Vegeta had not changed significantly. They continued to assist Frieza in conquering various planets, creating an atmosphere of fear among their targets. However, notable events had unfolded during these years, such as the birth of the Saiyan prince, Vegeta, over a year ago. Though not surprised by the news, Xia Ya's demeanor grew serious, understanding that Vegeta's arrival signified the impending destruction of Planet Vegeta by Frieza was drawing nearer. Edri spoke with a hint of envy, sharing that when Vegeta was born, the detector registered an astonishing combat power of 280, an exceedingly rare high talent among elite warriors. This brought immense joy to King Vegeta, who named the child after the planet and hosted grand celebrations in the royal palace to commemorate Vegeta's birth. Moreover, it has only been a little over a year. Yet Vegeta's combat prowess has astonishingly surged to a remarkable 420. Such talent is rarely observed in the annals of Saiyan history. Prince Vegeta is truly an extraordinary prodigy, and it is likely that within a few years he will achieve a combat power of 1,000. Edri couldn't help but feel a sense of wonder. He had never encountered a Saiyan with such exceptional potential. Being the prince of the Saiyans, it is evident that King Vegeta has a worthy successor. As he spoke, Edri cast a glance at his daughter and nephew. Although these two children are indeed remarkable, they still pale in comparison to Prince Vegeta. While Xia Ya and Shieling might reach a combat power of 1,000 around the age of 9, Prince Vegeta could perhaps attain that milestone by the age of 5 or 6. The mere 3-year difference signifies an immense gap in their futures. Nevertheless, despite his musings, Edri maintained a smile, for compared to their contemporaries, his children are indeed exceptional. How could he possibly compare his own children to a royal prince? The levels are fundamentally different. If Xia Ya and the others can eventually surpass him and achieve a combat power of 10,000, he would be profoundly grateful. At this moment, however, Edri remains blissfully unaware that Xia Ya and the others possess strength far beyond his imagination, rendering the ultimate goals he has set for his children a mere folly. If he were to be informed of this now, it is uncertain what expression would grace his face. Chapter 28. The Future of the Saiyans Vegeta. Upon hearing Edri's musings, Xia Ya's eyes narrowed involuntarily. The birth of Vegeta heralded the impending destruction of Planet Vegeta by Frieza, likely within the next 2 or 3 years. He recalled the original narrative. When Planet Vegeta was obliterated, Vegeta was approximately 5 or 6 years old, most likely 5. Xia Ya also needed to keep an eye on the situation of Bardock's family, as it was presumed that Goku's elder brother, Raditz, would be born around this time. Goku's birth coincided with Frieza's assault on Planet Vegeta. However, what troubled Xia Ya was that Bardock's family resided outside the area where he currently found himself, making it challenging to gather information about them. Moreover, Vegeta, indeed a prodigy among the Saiyans, exhibited an impressive battle power upon birth. In a few months, his battle power would likely surpass 500. At just over 2 years of age, he might reach a battle power of 1,000 before the destruction of Planet Vegeta. It was no wonder that Frieza considered him a valuable asset in his research on Super Saiyans. Xia Ya calculated silently. Following this trajectory, by adulthood, Vegeta's power would undoubtedly exceed 10,000, aligning closely with the original narrative. In other words, his presence had yet to significantly alter the unfolding events. Of course, this was to be expected, for his humble origins among the Saiyan populace rendered him insignificant, particularly since he had departed from Planet Vegeta at a young age, resulting in minimal influence. Reflecting on his training, Xia Ya felt a mix of emotions. Vegeta's starting point was considerably higher than his own, yet their timelines to reach a battle power of 1,000 would not differ greatly. Xia Ya had achieved this milestone just after turning 5, while in the original story, Vegeta had also been capable of defeating the peasants at a similar age. The timing of their breakthroughs was nearly identical, but in reality, Xia Ya had the advantage, having trained from a power level below 100. Afterward, the disparity between them became apparent. Xia Ya's experiences on Earth and in the hyperbolic time chamber allowed him to surpass 10,000 000 battle power long before Vegeta would achieve that level in adulthood. Had he chosen to return directly to Planet Vegeta instead of going to Earth, he might have already drawn the attention of King Vegeta and his entourage. Contemplating this, Xia felt a sense of pride in his foresight. Life held no excessive hypotheticals. Even if King Vegeta wished to eliminate him for the sake of dominance, it was contingent upon his capacity to do so. By the way, Uncle Edry, what do you think Frieza's attitude towards us Saiyans is? Xia inquired deliberately. Edry, clearly taken aback by Xia's question, regarded him with surprise. After a moment of contemplation, he furrowed his brow and replied, Frieza is, without a doubt, the cosmic emperor. The Saiyans have always thrived under his reign, yet Frieza's demeanor towards us is rather cold, even bordering on disdain. Edry was perceptive. The alliance between Saiyans and Frieza was largely transactional. The Saiyans, with their warrior spirit, relied on Frieza's extensive network, while Frieza valued their combative nature, treating them as mere tools. To suggest a bond of affection between them would be utterly unrealistic. Edry had long recognized Frieza's true nature and understood that, in the eyes of the cosmic ruler, Saiyans were nothing more than insignificant pawns. However, he had not anticipated that Frieza's contempt extended beyond mere disdain. It encompassed a frenzied desire for their annihilation. What concerns me is that King Vegeta has harbored dissatisfaction towards Frieza's oppressive rule. It is likely that King Vegeta will eventually lead the Saiyans in rebellion. Edry abruptly ceased, realizing the sensitivity of the topic. Xia gazed at Uncle Edry in astonishment, surprised that this seemingly rugged man could discern the essence of the issue. Such insight was rare among Saiyans. What if King Vegeta truly initiates a rebellion? Rebecca asked anxiously. Frieza claims to be the cosmic emperor. Can the Saiyans truly achieve ultimate victory? If we lose, we can always flee. Schilling nonchalantly replied. Such foolishness. How can Saiyans retreat without a fight? Does that still make them Saiyans? Edry reprimanded, furrowing his brow. Yet, Xia found merit in Schilling's words. One should always preserve a path for escape. He deemed it prudent to alert Edry and Rebecca for their future endeavors. However, I have heard that Frieza harbors malevolent intentions towards the Saiyans. His decision to keep us close is merely a precaution against the emergence of the legendary Super Saiyan, which could threaten his rule. The legendary Super Saiyan? That is merely a myth. Edry chuckled skeptically, shaking his head. Although such tales circulated among the Saiyans, no one had ever witnessed a Super Saiyan, and over time, belief in the legend waned. Nonetheless, you were correct. Cohabitation between the Saiyans and Frieza is ultimately untenable. King Vegeta must have been preparing for this for quite some time. Edry murmured. Unfortunately, they remain unaware of Frieza's true power. This rebellion is destined to fail, and the consequence of failure will be the annihilation of Planet Vegeta. A myriad of thoughts raced through Xia's mind. The following day dawned bright and sunny. After a comfortable slumber, Xia rose early and commenced his training in the backyard. Though this low-intensity exercise might not render significant benefits, he diligently performed each movement, as if it were a deeply ingrained habit. Soon, Schilling joined him, and they engaged in playful sparring, thoroughly enjoying themselves. A powerful gust swept through the backyard, bending the surrounding foliage. Moments later, as the sun rose higher, they paused. Standing still, their breaths calm and even, as if they had not engaged in vigorous activity at all. The previous movements scarcely qualified as a warm-up. Rebecca was still indoors preparing breakfast, and the delightful aroma wafted through the air. Schilling, enticed by the scent, dashed to the kitchen, leaving Xia alone. What a glutton! Xia murmured softly, settling onto a stone bench in the backyard, closing his eyes to meditate. Suddenly, a series of chimes broke the tranquility. Hey, you there. Is Master Edry home? A haughty voice called out. Xia opened his eyes, a glimmer of sharpness flickering within his dark pupils. He beheld a small figure clad in a snug battle outfit. Hey, I'm talking to you. Can you hear me? The figure pressed impatiently, their tone growing shrill. Should you inquire, do so politely. I have no intention of responding to such rudeness, Xia replied, closing his eyes once more, dismissing the intruder entirely. He paused for a moment, then let out a disdainful snort, his face brimming with arrogance as he declared, Humph, I see now. You are the intermediate warrior from Master Edry's household. Let me inform you that I am a senior warrior, not someone you can afford to offend. If it weren't for your interference, Master Edry would have already taken me out on a mission today. It became clear that she was merely a child of the Saiyan race, led by Uncle Edry, just a mere child. Chapter 29. Xia scrutinized the figure before him. A very young girl, perhaps around 2 years of age, with long hair messily tied back, cascading down her back. Her delicate face bore an expression of haughty disdain as she regarded him. Is this child among the Saiyans with the potential of a high-level warrior? How exceptionally precocious. He shook his head, lacking any interest in engaging in frivolity with such a child, and remarked, Uncle Edry is in the house. You may find him yourself. Humph. The little girl coldly huffed, her proud visage nearly tilting skyward, before striding past him with her gaze unwavering, completely dismissing Xia Ya, staring in astonishment at her retreating figure. Xia Ya clicked his tongue, suddenly finding the situation somewhat amusing. Whose child is this? Her sense of self-importance is quite inflated. After sitting in the courtyard for a while, feeling the sun's rays grow increasingly oppressive, Xia Ya rose and headed indoors. In the kitchen, Rebecca had prepared a lavish breakfast spread. Xia sat quietly at the dining table, already engrossed in devouring her food with enthusiasm. Upon Xia Ya's entrance, she glanced up momentarily before returning to her meal with fervor. In no time, the mountainous pile of food had been consumed. Where is Uncle Edry? Why hasn't he come out? Xia Ya casually inquired, picking up a piece of roasted meat as he settled into a seat. Rebecca approached with a plate of food, explaining, his planned tasks were postponed by a few days. So his student came seeking him. He is currently occupied arranging subsequent assignments for her. Student? Xia Ya recalled the haughty little girl from earlier. Rebecca must have been referring to her. After completing their mission on Selma, Xia Ya and Xiling had returned to Vegeta, prompting Edry to reschedule the training plans to spend quality time with his children during this interval. That self-important child. She is a student of my father? How unimpressive. What is there to be proud of? Upon finishing her breakfast, Xiling wiped the grease from her mouth with a napkin, her eyes reflecting disdain. It was evident she had encountered the little girl and harbored a strong dislike for her. Xiling, too, possessed a proud demeanor, though she refrained from displaying it in front of those around her. Yet, her intrinsic arrogance made it intolerable for her to endure such attitudes directed at her, particularly from someone of lesser strength. To be frank, given Xiling's current prowess, it was only she who could afford to look down upon others. How could anyone else regard her in such a manner? The little girl's gaze had clearly irked her. Ha ha ha, that child, Mers, is a genius. She was born with a battle power far exceeding that of her peers, and her aptitude is only slightly inferior to Prince Vegeta's. Truly a remarkable talent. Rarely does she take her training lightly. Edry is immensely pleased with this student, though she may be somewhat arrogant. She possesses a good heart, Rebecca chuckled. The strong enjoy privileges. The disparity between the strong and the weak is a natural order. Rebecca firmly believed this, thus Mers' attitude towards others seemed entirely reasonable to her. Mers? Xia Ya murmured, the name rather melodious. As he absorbed Rebecca's depiction, he gradually gleaned insights into the girl named Mers, a prodigious talent indeed. If she did not falter along her path, her future accomplishments could be significant. Yet, she was born at an inopportune time, destined to emerge on Vegeta, which was fated for destruction. If she were to perish, her potential would amount to nothing. A genius's legacy is only immortalized through their ascension to strength, remembered and celebrated by others. After musing for a moment, he returned to his breakfast, casting the name that might fade into obscurity aside. Before long, Mers emerged from Edry's room, casting a fierce glare with her dark eyes at Xia Ya as she passed by, her expression one of unyielding dissatisfaction. What is the matter? Did I provoke her in any way? Xia Ya rolled his eyes in bemusement. What is wrong with her? She has no manners. Xiling exhaled, her tone laced with irritation. Ha ha ha, do not blame her. That child is merely upset about the postponement of her training schedule and is throwing a tantrum. Edry chuckled as he joined them at the table, his demeanor evidently cheerful. With two exceptionally intelligent children and a remarkably gifted student, coupled with his own considerable strength, Edry had little to lament. Regardless, that does not justify directing her ire at me. Xiling slammed her hand on the table in displeasure. This provoked laughter from the entire family, a warm scene rarely witnessed among Saiyans. After breakfast, Xiling assisted Rebecca in the kitchen, though to Xia Ya, it seemed more like an encumbrance than help. In the living room, Edry reclined on the sofa with one leg crossed, cradling a pot of warm beverage. Xia Ya, it has been many years since you last resided on Vegeta. Coincidentally, my training tasks have also been postponed for the next few days. Why not allow me to take you around the nearby city? You want to have as much time once new tasks arrive. Nodding in agreement, Xia Ya inquired, Uncle Edry, do you know what our upcoming tasks will be? Edry pondered briefly before responding, as per tradition, following the conclusion of the first mission. The subsequent assignments will consist of various extermination tasks. Higher-ups will assign additional Saiyans to form a new task team based on the circumstances. Given your performance, you might be appointed as the team leader. By the way, have you submitted your previous mission? If not, we should stop by the management office to submit it shortly. Not yet. Xia shook his head. Upon their return to Vegeta, they had gone directly home without visiting the task management office. The Saiyan task mechanism had operated for many years, establishing a rational management system. Even the spacecraft remaining at the spaceport were handled by designated extraterrestrial personnel, sparing them from concern. Edry nodded, stating, "The first task for Saiyans is the most challenging. Many low-level and mid-level warriors never return after their initial mission. Hence it is termed a survival task. It is a brutal test. Only those who have survived the first survival mission can truly be called warriors. Even those with the potential for high-level warriors must endure the forging of blood, albeit under the guidance of instructors like us who are no longer on the front lines." As he spoke, Edry's voice was imbued with a chilling detachment. Xia listened attentively, gaining a more vivid understanding of the brutality among Saiyans through Edry's account. The principle of survival of the fittest was ingrained in their very being. Before Edry's squad met with disaster, both he and Rebecca adhered to this principle. However, following the squad's demise, particularly after Shieling and Xia joined the family, their coldness gradually began to thaw. Chapter 30. The Taji People Planet Vegeta, situated in the southern star region of the North Galaxy, was originally known as Planet Plant, later renamed Planet Zafel, and after its conquest by the Saiyans, it became known as Planet Vegeta. This planet is characterized by its dark red hue and is a colossal rocky sphere. Planet Vegeta is divided into several regions, with the most prosperous being the area surrounding the royal city. The Saiyans are a minority race, with the total number of native and mission-deployed Saiyans scarcely exceeding 1 million. The district where Xia and Shieling reside is renowned for its vibrancy, inhabited by a significant population of Saiyans. In the following days, under the guidance of Adrai, Xia and Shieling explored various locales within the bustling city, reminiscent of the carefree days of their childhood, which they had not experienced in several years. The azure sea and sky enveloped them, accompanied by the soothing sounds of waves crashing upon the shore. The brilliant sunlight pierced through the dark red atmosphere, casting a warmth reminiscent of a blazing sun upon Xia, while his feet sank into the vibrant shell sand, creating a soft, crunching sound. The delicate yet slightly abrasive texture provided a fleeting comfort to his weary body. This secluded beach, located in the southern part of the city, remained relatively untouched by human traffic, preserving the pristine beauty of nature. One day, Xia visited the nearby mission management office to submit his completed task related to Planet Selma. The building was a 3-story dome structure, supported by 12 white stone pillars, reminiscent of strong warriors. Between every 2 pillars stood a glazed door, creating a circle around the building, through which the bustling activity within could be observed. Due to the limited number of Saiyans and the existence of multiple management offices, Xia encountered only a short line upon his arrival, and soon it was their turn. "Knock, knock, knock." "You need not knock. I can hear you." A rather impatient Taji being, with green eyes that shimmered like gemstones, peered out from behind a desk, possessing a long, pterosaur-like beak. The Taji had no sclera in its eyes, and 6 slender, highly flexible arms moved fluidly over the high-tech equipment behind it, creating an intricate display of efficiency. These Taji beings were dispatched from Frieza's headquarters, skilled in the operation of advanced technology, representing a higher civilization. However, their unpleasant demeanor and abrasive speech made them unpopular among the Saiyans on Planet Vegeta. "State your name and mission number," the Taji inquired with a mechanical buzz, its voice grating like a rooster's crow. Its tone was cold and dismissive, as if it looked down upon them. Furrowing his brow slightly, Xia responded, "Executor Xia, Shieling. Mission number XL85661, extermination task on Planet Selma." Upon hearing Xia's reply, the Taji's 6 arms swiftly tapped away at the console, quickly retrieving their task details from the database. Viewing the information displayed on the screen, the Taji emitted a harsh cackle. "Ha! An ultra-restricted extermination task. I must admit, you are more formidable than I expected. Managing to return alive. Well, it is done. Your mission has been registered. Someone will verify it shortly. Oh, and remember to collect your new task record in 5 days, or else it will be on you." The Taji waved its appendages. Eric Chapter 31. Edry's vigilance, how are you? Have the attitudes of the Tajians repulsed you? Xia felt a gentle pat on his shoulder and turned to find Uncle Edry approaching. With a smile, Edry remarked, "You need not pay any heed to the words of those Tajians. their tongues are perpetually foul. Were it not for their connection to Frieza's headquarters, they would have met their demise countless times over on Planet Vegeta, given their unreasonable demeanor towards the Saiyans. It's best to limit contact with them to avoid any ill fortune. Edri's disdain for the Tegeans was palpable. However, given their affiliation with Frieza and their control over the communication channels between Planet Vegeta and Frieza's planet, the Saiyans had no choice but to endure the Tegeans' haughty behavior for the time being. Yet, this debt would eventually require reckoning. And the Tegeans remained blissfully unaware that they were digging their own graves, maintaining their arrogant stance towards the Saiyans. Ah, so you are familiar with the Tegeans' ways. Xia Ya rolled his eyes after hearing Uncle Edri's words. It was no wonder they had been sent to submit their tasks while Edri himself had gone swimming. He clearly wished to avoid them. By the way, I will be taking Mel's out on a mission tomorrow, and I may not return for quite some time. If you encounter any issues regarding tasks in my absence, feel free to consult Rebecca. She has previously executed many challenging missions in Edri's team and can provide you with valuable insights. Edri meticulously explained. Understood. Don't worry. We'll ask Mom if we have any questions, Xia and Shilling replied in unison. In truth, since their childhood, Edri had often taken them on training missions that could last several months, and they had grown accustomed to it. Which planet are you heading to this time? And how long will it take for you to return? Xia inquired. After a moment's consideration, Edri responded, this mission is relatively close to Planet Vegeta, taking place on the neighboring Red Rock planet. The round trip should take about a month. A month is quite fast, Xia mused. Red Rock planet's proximity to Planet Vegeta means that the spacecraft would only need a few days to travel there. It is the nearest habitable planet, and thus it falls under Saiyan control, serving as one of the few training bases for young Saiyans. Of course, these training facilities were designed for elite warriors. Lower and mid-tier warriors did not receive such privileges. Uncle Edri, I have something for you. After a brief pause, Xia pulled out a small brown pouch from his pocket and, under Edri's curious gaze, placed dozens of dried senza beans into the bag. Shilling observed quietly. And upon realizing Xia's intention, a captivating smile blossomed on her delicate face. What are these? Edri asked, examining the small pouch with a puzzled expression. At this moment, Shilling eagerly urged Edri, Dad, you must keep these safe. They could save your life in a critical moment. Edri was even more perplexed, looking at the seemingly shriveled beans. He wondered if they were truly something of value to elicit such urgency from his daughter. Shilling explained, these are senza beans, regardless of the severity of an injury. As long as there's still a breath left, consuming one will restore you to peak condition. They are truly remarkable. She proceeded to elaborate on the specific benefits of the senza beans. Such a miraculous item exists in this world. Edri exclaimed in astonishment as he regarded the beans in his hand. He did not doubt Shilling's words. Rather, he recognized the profound significance behind these unassuming beings. As a seasoned Saiyan warrior who had faced life and death countless times, he understood the immense value of a substance capable of rapidly healing injuries, a boon that could very well mean the difference between life and death, especially in critical situations. Without hesitation, he accepted the small pouch of senza beans and stored it carefully. Then, with a serious expression, Edri cautioned, we must keep the existence of these senzu beans to ourselves. Do not let this secret slip, for it could lead to endless trouble. Wealth can corrupt one's heart. And especially with something so life-saving in dire circumstances, the fewer who know, the better. Xia understood this principle without needing Edri's admonition. His intention in presenting the senza beans was to protect those close to him. He had no plans to disseminate this knowledge widely, although he possessed a seemingly ample supply. The beans were consumed one by one, necessitating careful consideration and rationing. He would not hesitate to share with his loved ones, but others would not have the same privilege. Yes, only the three of us will know about the senza beans, and I have no intention of revealing it. However, I believe the current circumstances for the Saiyans are perilous. King Vegeta's actions will only exacerbate Frieza's impatience with us, and soon, the Saiyans may find themselves in genuine danger. This was not the first time Xia had mentioned Frieza's potential malice towards the Saiyans. Upon hearing his words, Edri's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. It is better to err on the side of caution than to dismiss any foreboding. After a moment's contemplation, he replied, if Frieza truly intends to strike against the Saiyans, our strength alone will be insufficient to withstand it. We must secure a viable escape route. Moreover, the energy detectors have been rigged with listening devices, clearly indicating ill intent towards the Saiyans. Shilling interjected after having listened attentively for some time. Regarding the detectors, One merely needed to consult a slightly tech-savvy alien to identify the hidden devices. What? They have installed listening devices on the detectors. Upon realizing that Frieza had indeed placed surveillance on the energy detectors used by the Saiyans, Edri's expression darkened, and he immediately grasped the gravity of the situation. What is Frieza planning? Does he not trust the Saiyans at all? Edri's countenance grew somber, and his immense energy involuntarily surged forth, akin to the eye of a hurricane, stirring up waves of turbulence around him. The previously tranquil sea transformed into a tumultuous expanse within moments. The crashing waves slapped against his face, and his long black hair danced in the wind. Xia Ya watched in awe. From the formidable aura radiating from Edri, it was evident that his combat power exceeded 8,000. A truly remarkable strength. After a lengthy moment, Edri let out a deep sigh, dissipating the overwhelming energy, and everything returned to calmness, as if the previous scene had been but a fleeting dream. Chapter 32. A new mission. If Frieza has indeed installed listening devices on our detectors, then his animosity towards us Saiyans must be long-standing. Our every move is likely under his scrutiny. Adeli's expression darkened, and after a moment of contemplation, he gestured to Xia Ya and Xiling, indicating that they need not involve themselves further in this significant matter. He would verify the situation with Rebecca. The journey proceeded in silence, as Adeli's thoughts were consumed by the future of the Saiyans, leaving no room for inquiries about the source of Xia's senzu beans. Upon returning home, Adeli and Rebecca entered a room, emerging only later in the evening, their faces reflecting deep concern. The following day dawned with a faint light. Early in the morning, Adeli departed Planet Vegeta with a student named Myers aboard a spacecraft, heading towards Red Rockstar for a training mission. Naturally, another objective was to reach out to some more rational Saiyans to discuss their future. His first thoughts turned to those comrades from back in the day. They needed to ascertain the extent of Frieza's power. If they were to recklessly rebel like King Vegeta without a clear understanding of their opponent's strength, the outcome would surely be disastrous. A war that determines survival must be conducted with a thorough understanding of both oneself and the enemy. In this regard, Xia Ya could indeed assist them, yet he could not disclose his knowledge outright. The prideful nature of the Saiyans often renders them obstinate. If he were to directly inform them of Frieza's overwhelming power, capable of annihilating their entire race with a mere gesture, they would not only disbelieve him, but would also reject the notion of retreat. Even if Xia Ya clarified his sources, they would still assume that Saiyan warriors only die in battle and never consider withdrawal. The adage, preserve the green mountains, and one need not fear a lack of firewood, may only resonate with them once they have personally sought the truth and witnessed Frieza's despair-inducing strength. Perhaps only then, with Xia Ya offering subtle guidance, would they come to a resolute decision. In the distance, the mountains undulated endlessly. The sun quietly peaked above the horizon, its rays piercing through the dense mist of the forest, casting brilliant hues across the land. After a light rain the previous night, droplets clung to the leaves, cascading down with the breeze, creating a fine spray of mist. The vibrant green foliage unfurled gracefully in the dense forest, shimmering with the essence of life amidst the ethereal atmosphere. Within the home of Xiling, a hemispherical training ground served as a commonplace for Saiyan practice. Measuring over 10 meters in both width and length, the semicircular walls were constructed from advanced alloy materials, coated with a special energy-absorbing paint designed to capture excess energy emitted during training. The entire training area gleamed with a modern sheen, yet it remained pleasing to the eye. This training space was rather ordinary, lacking any air, temperature, or gravity regulation devices. Most cosmic life training facilities were similar, having yet to realize the significance of those seemingly trivial factors on training efficacy. At this moment, the protective biomechanical robots had fully activated on either side of the curved training room. Their crimson single eye flickered with an intimidating scarlet light, while two energy emission devices on their chests brimmed with energy, radiating a faint blue glow. In the center of the training ground, two diminutive figures darted rapidly, engaging in intense combat while evading sudden assaults from the biomechanical robots. Their exchanges occurred at such swift speeds that afterimages flickered around them, and in the blink of an eye, they had exchanged dozens of blows. The biomechanical robots operated in a systematic pattern, unleashing azure energy beams from their chest emitters, intersecting in midair to form a vast net aimed at ensnaring the two combatants. With a momentary pause in midair, Xia Ya elegantly altered his trajectory, skillfully evading the energy with almost impossible angles, all the while observing the girl before him with a smile in his eyes. Xiling's exquisite face wore a serious expression. Though their sparring was merely a casual affair, Shea's demeanor showcased a different kind of martial artist, graceful and commanding. His presence was overwhelming. In a flash, Xia vanished from Shiling's sight. She kept her eyes darting, attempting to track his movements. Suddenly, a fist appeared at her waist. Her eyes glimmered as she tilted her body slightly, narrowly avoiding the blow. The force of the wind struck the ground, producing a series of sharp sounds. With a swift motion, she dodged a barrage of attacks that came at her like a pack of wolves, growling ferociously. Retreating several meters, she steadied herself and launched an aggressive dive towards Xia. His gaze flickered with intensity, focusing intently on Shiling's movements. With a resounding clash, Shiling's punch collided with Xia's elbows. Watching her unpretentious and decisive strikes, Xia nodded approvingly before launching his own counterattack. A series of rapid electric bells echoed throughout the training hall, signaling that dozens of biomechanical robots had received a command, converging on the walls of the training area. A silver arc suddenly opened, and several robots disappeared into the gleaming surface. Rebecca observed quietly from the side, and upon seeing Xia and Shiling exit the training ground, she offered them towels with a smile. Here, wipe off your sweat. I didn't expect you both to manage simultaneous attacks while handling 32 biomechanical robots. Each of these machines boasts over 800 energy points. Achieving this indicates your combat power is nearing 1,000. Only 1,000 combat power, but that's still quite far off. Xia remarked as he wiped the sweat from his forehead. If I weren't suppressing my energy, a mere flick of my wrist wouldn't even produce a drop of sweat. By the way, Mom, have our new mission details been arranged? Shiling asked, her voice ringing clear as she opened a bottle of water. Rebecca smiled, producing a form and handing it over. Here, this is your new mission, to eliminate a primitive tribe on planet Daria. The task is of medium difficulty, so you will need to form a Saiyan team. Here are the members of your squad. Xia took the form, scrutinizing it intently. His brow furrowed slightly before quickly relaxing. Daria was a planet nearing medium classification, comparable in strength to their previous mission on planet Selma. However, this time, the mission department required them to establish a Saiyan team to enter planet Daria. These missions were directly dispatched from Frieza's headquarters based on the situation of the Saiyans. Although the Tajian personnel of the mission department were quite detestable, they dared not defy the directives from Frieza's headquarters, ensuring that the mission forms were presented without embellishments. Chapter 33. Who is the captain? Intermediate mission. Does this mean the original life form above has nearly reached a combat power of 1,000? Xiang's voice carried a hint of laziness. In truth, these low-tier battles could hardly ignite her anticipation any longer. Rebecca furrowed her brow. Her daughter's attitude was unacceptable, as it could cost her life at any moment. She admonished, Xiang, do not let your recent success with the Selma mission make you complacent. The tasks issued by the Mission Management Office are carefully considered. Since a Saiyan team must be assembled for this mission, Dahlia Star may not be ordinary. If you let your guard down, trouble could easily arise. Concerned, she turned to Xia. Xia, you must keep an eye on her. Yes, I will look after her, he replied. Xiang retracted her nonchalant demeanor. While Dahlia Star might not pique her interest, she knew better than to appear overly relaxed. Subsequently, Xia and the others organized their gear and, after bidding farewell to Rebecca, made their way to the assembly area for their team. In the outskirts of the city, far from the technological skyscrapers, lay a desolate plain. Situated approximately 100 kilometers from the urban center and even further from the spaceport, the environment here was not conducive. The prevailing hue was a dull yellow, and the riverbed had cracked open from prolonged dryness. When the wind blew, tumbleweeds scattered, rolling chaotically across the vast desolation. Amidst the barren landscape, several tall, straight tree trunks stood resolutely, branching out only at their peaks to form spherical canopies, resembling giant lollipops from a distance. This was the most common flora of the desert. Beneath the shade of a sprawling tree, a group of Saiyans gathered in a cool corner, 2 males and 2 females, clad in dark brown combat uniforms, appearing to be around 11 or 12 years old. Hey, Balit, do you know who our captain is this time? One rather slender Saiyan called out loudly. The Saiyan named Balit shot him an annoyed glance and retorted, how would I know who the captain is, Rita? You better not drag me down during the mission, or I swear, I won't let you off easy. Oh, how can you say that? My combat power has reached 750. If anyone's dragging their feet, it's definitely you, useless Balit. The lean Saiyan, Rita, scoffed. You, Balit, infuriated, leapt to his feet, his imposing frame charging at Rita, grabbing his tail as they began to tussle. Enough. Both of you, settle down, or you'll regret it. A chilling voice interrupted as a tall girl emerged, her clear eyes shimmering with icy fury. exuding a formidable presence. Oh no, Atasia is angry. We mustn't provoke her. Belit and Rida froze in place, as if caught in the presence of a cat, knowing full well that Atasia possessed the highest combat power among them at 840, making them wary of her. Casting a cold glance at them, Atasia turned to another girl beside her and asked, Jelen, do you know anything about the captain? The Scion named Jelen shook her head, indicating that aside from the captain, she had no knowledge of the other Scions participating in the mission. I don't know much, but I heard Shakta is also involved in this mission. Shakta, that guy is participating as well. The revelation startled everyone, including Atasia, who gasped in surprise. Compared to the prodigious Shakta, Atasia's power seemed insufficient. They had all trained together in the same camp, where Shakta's reputation as a genius had already been well established, achieving over 900 combat power at the age of 12. While not extraordinary, positioned him among the elite of their peers. Simultaneously, they felt a sense of relief. A captain with higher strength would inherently increase the likelihood of completing the mission. Otherwise, with their current combat capabilities, they would struggle to handle an intermediate-level task. It must be him. Otherwise, how could we possibly complete this intermediate mission? Rida declared, striking his palm with certainty. Their lack of self-deprecation was justified. With only their 4 combat powers, the extermination mission on Dahlia Star loomed as an insurmountable challenge. Just then, a figure soared from the distant skyline. A Scion clad in brown combat attire, with a tall stature, resolute gaze, and hair standing upright like flames. It was indeed Shakta, the very person they had been discussing. Upon landing and spotting the 4 Scions before him, Shakta's calm expression revealed a hint of displeasure as he spoke in a deep voice. Why is it just you 4 for the team? Where's the captain? Hearing Shakta's question, everyone seemed taken aback. What was happening? Was Shakta not their captain? Shakta, aren't you the captain? Rida asked, perplexed. Of course not. I want to know who the captain is too, Shakta replied coldly, a glimmer of curiosity flickering in his eyes. How can that be? If even you are not the captain, then who is? Belit exclaimed, incredulous. Among their age group, the renowned prodigies were few. Besides Shakta, there were hardly any candidates. Could it be Igila, Here, or perhaps Pabanlies? Atasia, however, shook her head, stating, It cannot be them. I know they are all on other missions. Could it be someone from a higher class than us? Jelen suggested. Everyone's eyes brightened, casting admiring glances at Jelen. Indeed, aside from their own training camp members, it was plausible that a Scion from a higher tier could be appointed. Given the high difficulty of the extermination mission on Dahlia Star, it was entirely reasonable to assign a more experienced Scion as the captain. They had not considered the possibility of a younger Scion being selected. Deep down, they harbored doubts that a middle-tier warrior younger than themselves could possess such strength. Furthermore, Shakta had already distinguished himself among their peers, making it difficult to imagine anyone breaking through the age barrier. Yet, the reality might very well defy their expectations. Chapter 34. I am your captain, however. The captain has yet to appear, leaving their speculation unconfirmed as they continue to wait. Shakta found a shaded spot beneath a tree, deliberately distancing himself from Belit and the others. Aware of his character, the others chose to ignore him and resumed discussing their mission. As their conversation progressed, it meandered to their individual training advancements, inevitably leading to a flurry of competitive banter. From a distance, Shakta observed the animated group with a furrowed brow, contemplating. Do these individuals not comprehend the significance of this mission? I wonder who will assume the role of captain. I hope their strength is not lacking. It is commonplace for Scions to form teams for executing missions, a practice aimed at enhancing efficiency. As they mature, intermediate warriors typically establish specific squads before reaching adulthood. Once formed, such teams seldom disband easily and endure for an extended period. Consequently, Shakta realized that he and the others would be members of the same team moving forward, and he fervently hoped that their collective strength would not be disappointing. Shaking his head to dismiss these thoughts, he exhaled softly, reclined against a cracked stone, and gazed dreamily at the sky. The heavens were painted a vivid crimson, the atmosphere smooth and unwrinkled, with a few clouds tinged with rosy hues drifting lazily, their shapes shifting gently in the breeze. As the wind stirred, the clouds began to roll, casting irregular shadows upon the ground as sunlight filtered through. Suddenly, Shakta noticed 2 dark figures on the distant horizon. With a powerful push of his arms, he sprang to his feet with grace, prompting Atasia, Belit, and the others to take notice. Someone is approaching. Atasia's melodious voice resonated. Could it be the captain? Jelen murmured, her expression betraying a hint of anticipation. Ignoring the chatter around him, Shakta squinted at the figures in the distance, striving to discern their identities. As they drew closer, he was taken aback to find that they were two diminutive Saiyans, a boy and a girl, clearly younger than the rest of them. What? Two children? Are they also part of our team? Rida exclaimed incredulously, disbelief etched across his face. Unlikely, the mission management wouldn't be so reckless, Baylet replied, uncertainty creeping into his tone. But look, they are indeed heading this way. Oh, it's true. At last, to the astonishment of all, Xia Ya and Shilin landed steadily a short distance before them, unmistakably indicating that these two were, in fact, their team members. Is the management playing a joke? Sending two children here? At that moment, Xia Ya wore a faint smile, his gaze taking in the expressions of everyone present. He stepped forward, his voice deep as he called out, Shakta, age 12, combat power 925. Atasia, age 12, combat power 840. Rida, age 12, combat power 750. Jelen, age 12, combat power 788. Baylet, age 12, combat power 738. With that, Xia Ya announced each person's name and combat power, a privilege reserved for the captain, confirming his role. The Saiyans were left in disbelief, particularly Shakta, whose expression darkened ominously, his icy gaze glinting with fury. How infuriating! These two, clearly younger than he, were to lead them. Clenching his fists, his fingers turned pale from the strain, his body trembling with rage. His voice was cold and harsh. You are our captain? Let me be clear. I will not accept a weakling as our leader. Atasia shot Shakta a glance. Though she did not voice her thoughts, her eyes sparkled with similar sentiments. While not the most exceptional among her peers, she was certainly above average and would not stoop to follow someone so much younger. Seeing Shakta and Atasia's attitudes, the others nodded in agreement. To become their captain, one must possess strength. Xia Ya's smile faded slightly, yet he was not surprised by their reaction, knowing well the nature of Saiyans. Indeed, if he were to be acknowledged as their captain without demonstrating his prowess, that would have been the true surprise. However, the feeling of being underestimated was unsettling. It seemed that to earn their respect as captain, he would need to take decisive action. A broad smile returned to his face. Shilin observed quietly, matching Xia Ya's expression with a somewhat eerie smile of her own. Indeed, I am your captain. His calm voice echoed as Xia Ya strolled toward Shakta, hands clasped behind his back, adopting a self-important demeanor. Shakta opened his mouth, instinctively sensing impending trouble. Just as he was about to speak further, an immense force struck his abdomen. He stared in disbelief at the fist that had appeared before him, followed by a searing pain that sent his body hurtling several hundred meters away, like a cannonball. Thud, 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 Shakta's form continued to fly backward, crashing through several bushes before colliding with a rocky outcrop, creating a massive crater where he embedded himself deep within the stone. The scene unfolded so swiftly that everyone was left in shock. Shakta had been ambushed. With a furious roar, Shakta freed himself from the rock, unleashing a torrent of energy that obliterated the entire rocky formation. At that moment, he regained his composure, his anger surpassing all bounds. His hair tousled wildly, veins bulging with rage. He glared at Xia Ya, diving toward him. Seeing Shakta's reckless actions, Shilin shook her head slightly, mocking, ignorance breeds courage. How dare he challenge Xia Ya with such meager power? He truly does not know his place. A suitable lesson would suffice, Xia Ya reminded himself. After all, this individual was a member of his team, and he did not wish to go too far. With a swift motion, he summoned his energy, conjuring a brilliant energy sphere that glimmered in his palm, its water blue hue giving it an almost endearing quality. However, the hissing sound it produced as it disturbed the air, and the slightly warped light around it signified that this was no ordinary sphere. With a cold chuckle, Xia Ya hurled the energy sphere toward Shakta. Instinctively, as the beautiful sphere descended, Shakta's survival instincts kicked in. He quickly maneuvered to evade its trajectory. Boom! The energy sphere detonated beside him, and the explosion was a spectacle he would never forget. The water blue sphere ruptured, releasing an orange flame that blazed forth like a newborn sun, scorching the earth as the resulting shockwave propelled Shakta away, narrowly avoiding the most perilous area. Boom! The ground fractured, and sand flew in every direction. As the brilliant light and deafening roar gradually faded, the Earth appeared to have undergone a baptism by hundreds of small-yield nuclear explosions, rendering it unrecognizable. The ground split thunderously apart, and terrifying waves of energy spread beneath the surface, creating a series of fissures that opened wide on the surface. Just when it seemed that everything had come to an end, boom. The entire expanse of land suddenly collapsed downward without warning. Subsequently, wisps of blue smoke, accompanied by the bubbling of molten lava, began to rise. So powerful, so terrifying. Everyone stood in stunned silence, gazing at the scene before them. Their eyes filled with awe as they looked to Xia Ya. No one had anticipated that this seemingly small figure could unleash such a fierce and piercing attack in an instant. It was simply astonishing. Could this individual be a monster? This thought involuntarily surfaced in the minds of all present, especially for the fortunate Shakta, who stood frozen, still reeling from the experience. Facing the scorching waves of heat not far away, his mind replayed the heart-stopping moment, and beads of sweat began to form on his cheeks. Chapter 35, Departure. How about it? Now I am qualified to be your captain, right? Xia Ya said with a beaming smile, radiating the aura of a victor. His grin dazzling to all the Saiyans present. Shakta shook his head to clear his thoughts, then looked at the ravaged, irregular ground, especially the deep crater, and bitterly shook his head. I always believed I was among the best of my peers, convinced that I was not much inferior to the older Saiyans. But it turns out I was just looking through a narrow well. Reflecting on the breathtaking moment that had just transpired, Shakta wholeheartedly acknowledged, if even you cannot be captain, then who else could possibly qualify? With a hearty laugh, Xia Ya clapped Shakta on the shoulder, saying, Haha, I am Xia Ya, and from now on, our squad will be called the Xia Ya Squad. You are all members of this team, but let me be clear. Once you join, you must obey orders. Or do not blame me for being ungracious. Rest assured, Captain, we will certainly follow your commands. Shakta and the others exchanged glances, all nodding in agreement. It is only natural for Saiyans to obey the strong. As long as the captain's orders do not lead them to certain death, they will execute them diligently. Simultaneously, a fiery enthusiasm ignited within them. With such a powerful leader, how could they fear missing out on the thrill of battle? With this thought, manic smiles spread across the faces of the Saiyans, and Shakta's earlier discontent vanished entirely. The reason Saiyans are regarded as a warrior race is not only due to their deeply ingrained combative nature, but also their remarkable execution capabilities. Saiyans are born mercenaries. They excel at completing tasks assigned to them, not for monetary gain. Money holds little value to them, but for the sheer exhilaration of battle. Xia Ya pondered this conclusion. Sometimes he wondered, if Saiyans were not employed by Frieza's forces but instead accepted missions from legitimate entities in the galaxy, like the Galactic Patrol, would they still be infamous? Shaking off such unrealistic thoughts, he turned serious and said, Now, I must explain the details of our upcoming mission. I believe you already know that our destination is the planet Modalia. His gaze swept across each team member, and upon mentioning Modalia, Shakta and the others' expressions turned grave. This planet, close to being classified as a mid-tier world, implies that unexpected dangers could arise at any moment. If that happens, aside from myself, Shilling, and Shakta, the rest of you will face significant risks, especially you, Raida and Belit. Your combat power is the lowest, so exercise extra caution. Understood, Captain. Everyone replied earnestly. Seeing them pay such close attention brought Xia Ya comfort. At this moment, he gestured toward Shilling and introduced her. By the way, this is my sister Shilling, also a member of our squad, and her combat power is hardly inferior to mine. Of course, that is accounting for suppressed power. Shakta and the others turned their gazes toward Shilling, their eyes filled with admiration. Especially Atasia and Jelen, as fellow female Saiyans, they envied Shilling's formidable combat prowess. May I ask how old you and Shilling are now, and what your combat powers are? Atasia, tall and graceful, spoke up. At 12 years old, she had entered her adolescence, her wavy hair dancing in the wind, her feminine features becoming pronounced, making her the most mature-looking among them. With a charming smile, Shilling's clear voice chimed in, Xia Ya and I will soon be 9 years old. As for our combat powers, Xia Ya is at 1,000, while I am at 970. During their days back on Vegeta, they had increased their combat powers by a few points. Though her voice was soft, the two impressive figures struck like thunder, leaving Atasia and the others momentarily speechless. 1,000 combat power, 970 combat power, and you are only 9 years old? The Saiyans stared in disbelief, still haunted by the terrifying power they had just witnessed, compelling them to accept the reality of the situation. At just 9 years old to possess such combat power. Are you truly only mid-tier warriors? You must be high-tier warriors. Belit exclaimed dramatically, feeling embarrassed as he compared his own combat power of 738 at 12 years old. Indeed. I doubt even high-tier warriors could be that exaggerated. Raida lamented, sharing in the sentiment. In truth, their current power was not insignificant once they entered adolescence. They would experience a remarkable surge in strength, and upon reaching adulthood, they would easily surpass 2,000 combat power, placing them in the middle tier among mid-tier warriors. However, compared to some prodigies, it was understandably disheartening. Shakta chuckled wryly. I once thought achieving over 900 combat power at 12 was outstanding, but compared to you, there's no comparison. Indeed, Atasia and Jella nodded in agreement, fully resonating with Shakta's words. Unbeknownst to them, the bonds among the Saiyans had strengthened considerably. With the solid foundation provided by Xia and Xiling, the small disparities among them seemed trivial, uniting them as one against common foes. In their hearts, they had begun to regard Xia as a genius akin to Prince Vegeta. All right, it is time for us to depart. I believe the spacecraft at the spaceport is ready for us, Xia declared, his tone embodying that of a true captain. Yes, we should set off. I can hardly wait. The Saiyans chuckled, then soared into the air, heading towards the spaceport. Half an hour later, the seven arrived at the spaceport, landing gracefully and following the guide to locate their parked spacecraft. On a cleared platform, 7 spherical crafts, each 2 meters in diameter, were neatly arranged at the designated landing points. They opened their respective crafts and climbed inside. As the hatch closed, Shea's voice resonated through the communicator. Then let us embark. May the Xia squad's first mission be a resounding success. Departure, departure, came the enthusiastic shouts from the communicator. As the 7 white spheres emitted a glimmering light before accelerating swiftly away from Vegeta, setting off on a month-long interstellar journey. Chapter 36. Planet Modalia. The protracted journey passed in the blink of an eye, and a month had swiftly elapsed. Surrounding them was an expanse of vast darkness, with stars emitting a captivating pale white glow, their brilliance resembling tiny diamonds scattered across the black canvas of the universe, showcasing an immaculate serenity. A flicker of light caught their attention, and in the profound stillness of space, this glimmer was strikingly prominent. As they drew nearer, 7 spherical vessels gradually emerged from the luminous radiance. In the grand scale of the cosmos, the distances between planets were immensely vast, even the closest spanning countless light years. However, owing to the advanced technology of cosmic civilization, interstellar travel in the Dragon Ball world was evidently far more convenient, allowing them to traverse several star domains within days or even months. Several star domains away from Planet Vegeta, a brownish planet orbited around a yellow dwarf star at the heart of a stellar system. On the desiccated riverbed of Planet Modalia, a cacophony of thunderous roars erupted as several red glowing spheres pierced through the clouds, crashing down with a resounding thud. A massive plume of dust erupted into the sky, shrouding the area in a thick haze due to the lack of moisture. Shortly thereafter, 7 figures emerged from the indeterminate depths of a circular impact crater. Ryder floated above the ground, covering her mouth to disperse the swirling dust in the air. The scorching sun bore down through the thin atmosphere, creating a searing sensation on her skin. Ryder attempted to take a breath, but was caught off guard by a wave of hot air, leading her to cough uncontrollably. Xia, Xiling, and the others ascended into the air, surveying the sparse vegetation around them, noting its striking resemblance to the barren landscapes of Planet Vegeta. Planet Modalia was a solid rocky planet characterized by its brownish hue, and due to the perennial absence of water, most areas were desolate, rendering it an uncomfortable environment. A soft voice broke the silence as Atasia expressed her discontent with the surroundings, having done her research before their arrival. The heat, high pressure, and lack of moisture wreaked havoc on a girl's skin. Indeed, Xiling and Jellin echoed in agreement. After scanning the vicinity for signs of life, Shakta's expression turned grave as he remarked on the harshness of the environment, making it hard to fathom it being a planet of near intermediate status. Nature thrives on the principle of survival of the fittest, and often, the harsher the conditions, the more resilient the life forms that emerge. Xia narrowed his eyes, a barely perceptible smile gracing his lips as he pressed the button on the energy detector, which emitted a series of electronic beeps that revealed the information of Planet Modalia. To the southeast, 170 kilometers, power level 920. Due south, 56 kilometers, power level 568. Due south, 167 kilometers, power level 869. The group hastily activated their energy detectors, only to be overwhelmed by a barrage of dazzling data. The small display screen flooded with a sea of green numbers. Damn, this is outrageous. Shakta muttered under his breath, shocked by the unexpected situation. Faced with such an overwhelming array of data, They were compelled to manually set a lower limit for energy detection, which filtered out the majority of the readings, allowing them to see a clearer picture. Nevertheless, even after this filtering, aside from Xia Ya and Shieling, the others remained bewildered. They discovered that even after the culling, numerous energy readings persisted, often clustering in groups of 3 or 5, with a small cluster of bright points aggregating dozens of energy sources. This indicates a communal existence. Jelen's voice trembled, losing her usual composure. Despite the Scion's combative nature, the prospect of facing overwhelming odds incited fear. Shakta's expression mirrored her concern. Although only a small fraction of the data posed a genuine threat, their sheer numbers were daunting. It was easy to envision the horror of battling a formidable opponent while simultaneously fending off dozens of lesser foes. Given that they were organized into tribes, it was likely that these groups were in conflict with one another, which at least presented them with an opportunity. Analyzing the current situation, Atasia furrowed her brow, realizing that the information at hand was insufficient for thorough analysis. Well, discussing it further is futile. Let us divide our forces and eliminate those solitary primitive natives first. Xia Ya contemplated before organizing the team into groups. I, Shieling, and Shakta possess the strongest powers and can act independently. Balit and Ryder, being the least powerful, will team up with Atasia and Jelen. Everyone, exercise caution to avoid provoking those formidable communal natives. After we eliminate the isolated ones, we will regroup here. Understood, Captain. The members of Xia Ya's team responded in unison. The weakest fighters, Balit and Atasia, formed one group, the second weakest, Ryder and Jelen, another, while Xia Ya, Shieling, and Shakta each led their own groups. The 5 teams promptly established 5 distinct directions as their objectives. With a whoosh, they set off. After everyone had departed, Xia Ya closed his eyes, calmly sensing the auras on planet Modalia before heading towards the strongest one. The blazing sun hung high in the sky, scorching the earth. On a desolate and silent plateau, life was scarce, with only a few desiccated shrubs swaying in the arid soil. Xia Ya soared swiftly, emanating a soft yellow glow. With a swift motion, he left behind a trail of shimmering light akin to translucent jade. He was drawing closer to his target. The sensed auras became increasingly distinct. And suddenly, a powerful presence, no, more than one. Detecting the formidable energy ahead, Xia Ya adjusted his course and sped towards the source. As he neared his destination, he found himself emerging from the barren desert, where patches of visible vegetation began to appear and signs of water sources loomed in the distance. Xia Ya sensed dozens of potent auras ahead, each nearing a power level of 1,000. 978, 945, 984. A slight smirk graced Xia Ya's lips. Though such power levels were mere appetizers to him, they undeniably represented the pinnacle of strength on planet Modalia. Let us begin with you then. With a flash of light, Xia Ya materialized above the sources of energy. Below him was a small primitive tribe, the natives resembling half-evolved apes. With sharp fangs glimmering menacingly and bodies cloaked in a layer of greenish fur, their lower bodies draped in coarse animal hides, clearly exhibiting a degree of civilized awareness. Upon noticing the sudden appearance of the figure above, the natives emitted low, guttural growls, a sound that straddled the line between language and beastly roar. Chapter 37. Carnage. This diminutive tribe, comprising merely a few dozen indigenous individuals, emerged as the most formidable group in the vicinity. They occupied the most advantageous geographic position on the arid plateau, situated closest to the water source. For an extended period, they had thrived unchallenged. Any intruder into their territory would inevitably face brutal slaughter. Over time, few tribes dared to confront them. At this moment, when Xia Ya appeared, the tribe was employing primitive methods to cook the corpse of a native from a neighboring tribe. One of the legs was already roasted to perfection, being shared among them. The gaping wound at the head indicated that the victim had suffered a severe blow in life. Xia Ya's arrival instinctively triggered a sense of crisis among the natives. Clad in a dark brown soft armor that shimmered with an otherworldly light, he appeared extraordinarily resplendent, a sight never before witnessed on the planet of Dahlia. The primitive natives, unfamiliar with the concept of battle attire, were simply awestruck by his magnificent garments. The act of cooking and consuming their kin was a display of savagery that surpassed even the basest of animals. Even the common dog refrains from feasting on its own kind. These people were indeed inferior to mere dogs. A chill ran through Xia Ya as he realized that in his past life, dogs had proven to be humanity's faithful companions, far more noble than these barbaric natives. Although the natives could not comprehend Xia Ya's words, they sensed his disdainful remarks, prompting them to emit low, guttural growls in an attempt to intimidate him. However, Xia Ya was no ordinary individual. He was impervious to their unintelligible roars. When their deep growls failed to deter him, the natives, visibly enraged, abandoned their tasks. Soon, dozens of enormous figures leaped into the air, encircling Xia Ya. Each of these natives towered over 3 meters, their colossal forms presenting an oppressive presence, evoking an illusion of a giant bullying a smaller counterpart. The natives let out low, furious roars, chaotic and brutal. With their cries, a tumultuous wave of air surged forth, transforming the already heated atmosphere into a turbulent tempest. It was as if a small vessel were navigating through the ocean. Moments ago, the waters were calm, but now, the sea surged violently, threatening to engulf the boat at any moment. Yet, amidst this chaos, Xia Ya stood resolutely at the eye of the storm. The energy was dissipated, failing to be utilized effectively. Although he possessed nearly a combat power of 1,000 in actual combat, he might struggle to even unleash 900. His eyes scanned the rapidly shifting energy around him with indifference, his expression remaining inscrutable. With his keen perception, he easily discerned the flaws in these primitive natives. He raised his palm, stirring the air, and an overwhelming aura emanated from him, radiating outward with the force of thunder, causing the ground to tremble and the winds to whip into a frenzy. Even with only 1,000 combat power, the clever application of his energy was sufficient to invoke various weather phenomena. With a resounding roar, the natives' pupils constricted as they instinctively recoiled 2 steps. However, quickly recovering from their shock, they thumped their chests and emitted high-pitched shrieks, baring their fangs in a show of defiance. They exchanged fearful glances, suddenly huddling together in an odd formation, and unleashed a furious roar. At that moment, a marvelous scene unfolded. The sound waves emanating from their group transformed into visible ripples, vibrating through the air. Simultaneously, dry branches and stones seemed to be lifted by an unseen force, crackling as they took flight. The ensuing chaos saw shrubs uprooted, swirling through the air alongside the debris. Waves of energy surged forth, forming a fierce storm, capable of consuming anything in its path, continuously expanding outward. Xia Ya observed the actions of the primitives with astonishment, then shook his head. Regrettably, their approach relied solely on brute force, devoid of any technical finesse. These indigenous people had yet to learn how to harness their innate energy, often resorting to the most barbaric methods of attack, which proved to be the least effective and most exhausting. Compared to the beasts on Selma, they fell significantly short. Animals fought on instinct, their formidable combat power making them all the more fearsome, while these primitives lacked such prowess, no matter how strong they were. Failing to strike their enemy rendered their strength meaningless. It appeared that this task would not be as daunting as anticipated. Xia Ya mused, his expression easing into one of relaxation. Initially, he believed that completing the extermination task on Dahlia without revealing his true combat power would require considerable time, but in the heat of battle, he discovered the natives were remarkably foolish, possessing great strength, yet lacking the knowledge to wield it effectively. With such a naturally advantageous physique, given a few thousand years, they might have developed their own martial arts, perhaps even ascending to a higher planetary status. Yet, now they were destined for annihilation. Focusing intently on the primitive natives, a glimmer of brilliance appeared in Xia Ya's dark eyes, which remained undisturbed as if akin to a black hole in the universe, silently consuming all in its vicinity. With a low growl, Xia Ya's aura surged, ultimately locking onto the value of 1,000 combat power, more than sufficient to handle these natives. His gaze, icy and unyielding, fixed upon them as his body suddenly accelerated, unleashing a whirlwind of attacks. The natives instinctively sensed an impending threat, their nerves trembling with the scent of death, prompting them to scatter in fear. None would escape. Xia Ya's eyes narrowed, revealing a cruel smile on his youthful visage. In that instant, the bloodthirsty nature of a Saiyan was unmistakably apparent. In the air, countless afterimages erupted, while his true form swiftly tracked the fleeing natives. In a flash of lightning, he struck out with his palm, delivering blows that incapacitated each primitive with nearly every punch. The vast disparity in strength inflicted psychological torment upon the natives, subjected to repeated, violent impacts, like high-velocity projectiles, pushed to the brink of explosion. It was time to conclude this. Xia Ya murmured. This battle held little value for him, merely a one-sided slaughter. Raising one hand above his head, fingers splayed, he exerted a slight force, coalescing a radiant energy sphere. A crimson halo enveloped its surface, resembling a beautiful little sun, radiating searing brilliance. That was the signal of death. With a whoosh, the energy descended. A thunderous roar erupted like a clap of thunder, as a potent wave of energy enveloped the sky, casting a somber shadow over the land. The immense pressure darkened the daylight, distorting the air like a lens shielding the blazing sun. As the smoke gradually cleared, the last remaining oasis on the plateau had vanished, leaving behind a colossal circular pit, a kilometer in diameter and unfathomably deep. Gazing upon the lives he had obliterated, Xia Ya felt no stirrings of emotion within. It was as if he had merely extinguished a few inconsequential ants. He is not a person given to lamenting the fate of the world. Rather, he is merely executing his mission. The powerful stand above the weak, akin to deities in their lofty dominion, to ensure there are no higher beings above oneself. One must strive to become a god. With a sigh, he has already accomplished one objective. Departing from the nearly desertified, flat plateau, Xia Ya advances toward his next target. The planet Dahlia teems with formidable life forms, and it is not long before another indigenous creature comes into view. Before him stands a towering giant, possessing a single eye and reaching over 70 meters in height, resembling an impenetrable wall. Muscles ripple across its body, exuding tremendous explosive power. This giant evokes memories of the Cyclops he and Shieling had slain together on Selma, bearing a similarly imposing physique and powerful muscles. Yet, this giant stands even more imposing than the one they once faced. With a combat power of 1020, it is likely the most formidable life form on this planet. Suspended hundreds of meters in the air, Xia Ya, with unwavering confidence, makes his assessment. Times have changed. A mere 1,000 combat power no longer holds any fear for him. Even if he were to stand still and allow the giant to attack, it might not be able to breach his defenses. Chapter 38. Nearing completion as the sun and moon reversed their positions, time flowed inexorably, and in the blink of an eye, 7 days had elapsed. During this week, Xia Ya traversed every continent of this planet, and nearly every formidable life form he encountered met with annihilation. If he were to descend into the underworld, he would surely find himself condemned to hell, which was far from his original intent. Once again, he found himself at the desiccated riverbed, where 7 colossal craters, formed by the impact of their spacecraft, remained visible. Xia Ya sat cross-legged atop the white shell of the vessel, waiting for his team members to gather. However, they had yet to arrive. Under the relentless sun, the temperature soared to 50 degrees Celsius. After sending a signal to each team member via the communicator, he retreated into the spacecraft to rest, where the temperature was consistently stable. Approximately 10 minutes later, 6 team members returned to the riverbed. Upon arrival, several greeted Xia Ya before engaging in animated conversation, clearly having discovered the indigenous people's rudimentary application of energy. Particularly, Balit and Rida beamed with excitement, their animated gestures revealing their buoyant spirits. When they first received their intermediate mission, it was these two who exhibited the most anxiety. However, after several days of combat, their confidence had evidently been restored. Rida, I single-handedly dispatched numerous indigenous beings with combat power reaching 800, at least 20 or 30 of them, Balit declared triumphantly, his robust physique flexing with pride. Rida, slender and unimpressed, scoffed. Is that all it takes to satisfy you? Truly pathetic, Balit. If it weren't for the protection of Atasia back then, you would have been quaking in your boots. Who said that? I personally killed an indigenous being with combat power of 850. Don't believe me? Just ask Atasia, Balit retorted. His face flushed with indignation as he turned to Atasia for affirmation. Without even glancing in his direction, Atasia turned her head away. Huh, you see, you've been caught out. Rida laughed heartily, reveling in his perceived victory over Balit. Unwilling to concede, Balit spat in frustration. Don't speak of me. You rely heavily on Jelen. What's so remarkable about that? In a few years, I'll be able to bring you to your knees. That's different. Jelen and I are evenly matched, and our synergy exemplifies true collaboration. You, on the other hand, are merely a hindrance, Rida boasted with arrogance. At that moment, Shakta, unable to bear the spectacle any longer, interjected with a disdainful snort. Do you truly believe this is impressive? Have you no ambition? For Saiyans to behave in such a manner is nothing short of disgraceful. This silenced Balit and Rida, as Shakta's authority, established during their training, commanded immediate respect. Atasia's eyes sparkled as she turned to Xia Ya. Captain, what shall we do next? Shall we decisively eradicate the indigenous tribes here? After a moment of contemplation, Xia Ya replied, it is evident that the indigenous people of Dahlia Star have not mastered the use of energy, which is a significant advantage for us. Given this edge, even Balit can single-handedly slay opponents stronger than himself. We must capitalize on this. However, why has the mission management designated this task as intermediate? It seems to fall short of that classification. Jelen, a relatively reserved and astute Scion woman, interjected, her intellect sharp. Ah, this is easily understood. The extraterrestrial beings assessing the planet's level do not physically arrive at the surface. They rely on energy detectors from outer space, thus lacking knowledge of the planet's true conditions. Consequently, they overestimate the mission's difficulty. We have merely encountered a stroke of luck this time, Atasia explained with a sly smile, revealing her charmingly youthful demeanor. Though anyone who underestimated her would surely remember the ferocity of a Saiyan. Xia Ya, what is our next course of action? Xia inquired, her gaze fixed upon him. Leaning on his chin, Xia Ya mused, currently, we hold a distinct advantage. In the past few days, we have decimated the majority of isolated indigenous beings and small tribes. The next phase will involve tackling larger tribes, which will undoubtedly increase the difficulty. Let us proceed as follows. I will team up with Xia and Shakta. You will lead the remaining 5. I want you to eradicate all indigenous tribes on Dahlia Star within 5 days. Xia Ya issued the directive coldly. Understood. The Saiyans responded solemnly, accepting the command. They then set off towards the locations where the energy detector indicated a significant concentration of indigenous tribes. After Shakta and his team departed, Xia Ya and Xia flew together for a while before parting ways. Their initial pairing was merely a guise to conceal their true strengths, given their capabilities. It was unnecessary for them to remain together. Xia, head north. Over 300 energy signatures are gathered there. Oh. And if you plan to use energy exceeding 1,000 combat power, it would be best to turn off the detector, Xia Ya advised with concern before they separated. Got it. Xia replied lightly, then accelerated northward without looking back. Watching her vanish into the distance, Xia Ya smiled, subsequently altering his course towards his own objective. The task of eradicating the indigenous tribes of Dahlia Star initially appeared daunting. However, both Xia Ya and Shakta were pleasantly surprised by its ease. This mission proved to be far less challenging than anticipated. Xia Ya's heart felt tranquil, and a subtle smile graced his lips, realizing he could conserve precious time. No longer wasting it on this desolate planet. In the Science Squad, the initial mission is coordinated by the task management, selecting team members and appointing a suitable leader. However, for subsequent missions, the leader possesses a degree of autonomy in task selection. Thus, upon completing the mission on Dahlia Star, Xia Ya, as the Science Squad leader, could choose tasks that aligned with his aspirations. For ordinary Scion squads, this autonomy holds limited significance, primarily allowing for adjustments in the intensity and duration of tasks. After all, every mission involves combat, and Scions revel in the thrill of battle. Yet for Xia Ya, who harbored personal ambitions of becoming stronger, this flexibility was invaluable. Fortunately, his mind brimmed with numerous methods to enhance his strength. Chapter 39. Members of the Adderley Squad upon emerging from Earth's time chamber. Xia Ya's combat power soared to over 12,000. After a year of steady cultivation, he had solidified his foundation. And it was time to unleash this latent potential for further breakthroughs. Presently, he was in urgent need of a gravity device, preferably one capable of simultaneously altering temperature, air pressure, and gravity parameters. This necessitated the assistance of a high-tech civilization. While Planet Vegeta was home to many technologically adept beings, Xia Ya was reluctant to trust them, as their loyalties lay either with Frieza or King Vegeta. He feared that the moment the gravity chamber was constructed, he might be betrayed. The gravity chamber must be built without delay, and the next mission should be linked to a high-tech planet. Xia Ya pressed his hands to his temples, gently massaging them. With an abundance of Senza beans at his disposal, it would be an utter waste if he did not utilize them in conjunction with the gravity chamber. The combination of Senza beans, the gravity device, and his Scion physiology allowed Xia Ya to envision a remarkable surge in his power. His heart burned with anticipation. He yearned to conclude the current mission and return to Planet Vegeta. 5 days later, they found themselves back at the site of the spaceship's crash. The Scions gathered once again, having successfully completed the extermination mission on the planet Modalia, where no life forms with combat power exceeding 100 remained. Despite only a fortnight having passed, they had endured countless battles. Modalia, being close to a mid-level planet, posed formidable opponents for Shakta and the others. And although the skirmishes were fraught with tension, they had undeniably enhanced their combat prowess. Among them, the Scion with the lowest power level, Belit, had reached 810th, an increase of 70 points, while the strongest, Shakta, had surpassed 1030, primarily due to the strength of his chosen adversaries. Such gains in merely a few days lifted the spirits of the Scion warriors, even leading the typically contentious Raida and Belit to just like close friends. Xia Ya surveyed the group with satisfaction, noting their glowing faces and jovial exchanges. A smile crept onto his lips as he declared, Well done, everyone. Our mission has been accomplished. And all of you have seen a respective increase in your combat power. It is time to return to Planet Vegeta. Indeed, it is time to go back. Captain, please choose a more favorable mission next time. I was genuinely worried. Bullet implored, his expression earnest. Haha, I have no particular demands for the missions. And I am genuinely looking forward to our next undertaking. Atasia chimed in, her long, wavy hair dancing in the wind as she smiled with an air of maturity. Jelen stood quietly to the side, her cheeks glistening with perspiration from the sweltering heat, yet her bright, shining eyes reflected her eagerness for the next mission. Rest assured. Our next task will not disappoint, Xia assured them, leaping onto the spherical spacecraft situated at the center of the impact crater. The vessels were partially embedded in the mud, their surfaces rough and charred in places. Let us go, back to Planet Vegeta, Xiling exclaimed, following suit. The remaining members exchanged glances before boarding their respective ships. Moments later, 7 white spheres ascended into the sky, accelerating at an astonishing speed, swiftly escaping the gravitational pull of Modalia and soaring into the tranquil depths of the universe. A month later, on Planet Vegeta, the stars shone brilliantly against the night sky. The Xia squad of 7 emerged from the spaceport, heading straight to the nearest mission management office. The familiar hemispherical 3-story building greeted them, along with the notoriously unfriendly Tajin beings. After submitting their mission report regarding the Modalia planet, the squad members prepared to part ways. Captain, I reside in the northern part of the city. Just contact me directly via the communicator if you need me, Shakta said earnestly, having developed a deep respect for Xia, who was 3 years his junior. Not every Saiyan possesses leadership qualities. Those who truly exhibit the ability to command must not only be powerful but also composed and level-headed. Xia had demonstrated impeccable judgment throughout the mission, a fact that did not go unnoticed. A captain who understands strategy is crucial for the enduring success of a squad. Ah, Jelen and I live nearby, quite close to the captain's home, Atasia remarked, adjusting her battle attire and playfully draping her arm around Jelen's shoulders. Jelen replied softly. Only Rida wore a glum expression, lamenting, I live the farthest away and still have a long flight ahead. Haha, then farewell, everyone. We shall reconnect for the next mission, Xia laughed heartily, taking Xiling's hand to bid farewell before soaring homeward. As night had fallen, the residential area lay enveloped in a profound tranquility, with only the flickering streetlights illuminating the darkness and the gentle rustling of insects filling the air. Upon returning home, Xia was astonished to find the lights in the hall still aglow. In the living room, besides the Adderley couple, there were 4 Saiyans, 2 men and 2 women. Xia recognized them all. They were former members of the Adderley squad. By familial standards, he ought to address them as uncles and aunts. Rebecca gazed at Xia and Xiling in surprise, asking, Didn't you go to undertake an intermediate mission? Why are you back so soon? Of course. We successfully completed the mission, Xiling replied proudly, then turned to greet the 4 Saiyans, Uncle Baluk, Aunt Liza, Uncle Pilati, and Alice. Hello. Xia greeted each of the 4 in turn. They were individuals he could trust implicitly, having served in the training camp after the Adderley squad disbanded years ago. The squad had originally consisted of 13 members, but during a mission, they had been ambushed by hostile forces, resulting in 6 fatalities and 4 severe injuries. Among the fallen were Xia's parents, leading to the squad's disbandment. Oh my, little Xia and Xiling have grown so much. I heard you completed a survival mission and haven't had time to see you until now, and Alice said as she stepped forward and embraced them both. Alice was a petite Saiyan woman, slender with a ribbon-like cascade of long hair. Given the prolonged youthfulness of Saiyans, she appeared vibrant and youthful at over 30. Though she intended to convey warmth, her actions were somewhat direct and rough, reminiscent of a tomboy in a previous life on Earth. Ugh, and Alice, Xiling protested, feeling slightly suffocated by the embrace. Haha, Alice chuckled, finally releasing her but keeping a firm grip on her shoulder. The others extended warm greetings as well. Uncle Baluk nodded coolly, resembling an iceberg as he acknowledged their presence. Chapter 40, Revelation as members of the original Edry team. Barak and the others shared a close bond with the Edry family, often visiting in the past. However, the gathering this evening felt distinctly unusual. Hey, what are you uncles discussing so late? Xiling inquired, her eyes darting around as she approached a female Saiyan named Liza, her small face inching closer. Edry exchanged glances with the others, their expressions revealing concern. Xiling furrowed her brow, a glimmer of contemplation flickering in her eyes. Xiling, you should return to your room. Xia will stay, Edry instructed. Oh. Feeling excluded, Xiling pouted at Xia before obediently retreating to her room. With a resounding thud, the door closed, plunging the living room back into an eerie silence. The group sat around a coffee table, not a word spoken among them. What's going on? Xia Ya asked with a smile. Edry sighed. Earlier, you mentioned that Frieza had installed listening devices on our energy detectors. So we took the opportunity during our mission to investigate. And the outcome? Xia probed, her heart racing with anticipation, already suspecting the answer. It seemed the Edry team had convened here to devise a strategy. As expected, Edry nodded gravely. Indeed. We discovered the listening devices on the energy detectors. At that moment, a male Saiyan named Pilates slammed his fist onto the table, creating a dent in the metallic surface. If Edry hadn't led us to verify this, we would have remained oblivious to that scoundrel Frieza eavesdropping on every move of the Saiyans. It's clear he has never harbored good intentions toward us. Alice shot Pilates a disdainful glance, knowing he referred to Frieza, the tyrant they served. Edry replied, while that's not my greatest concern, Frieza may harbor suspicions about us, but is unlikely to act immediately. However, the real issue is if he is indeed aware of every move we make. He must know of King Vegeta's rebellious intentions. Alas, this is a grave predicament, Lisa lamented, shrugging helplessly. Given the cunning at play, King Vegeta's rebellion was doomed to fail. What was even more disheartening was that apart from the faction preparing to rebel, the majority of Saiyans held a deep trust in Frieza, even revering his power. Even if we spread the news, few would believe it. And doing so might only exacerbate tensions between the Saiyans and Frieza, leaving us in a perilous position. Baruch's expression remained stoic. Yet he articulated the harsh reality. Openly disseminating the information was out of the question, as it could provoke Frieza into action against the Saiyans. But if Frieza is so well informed about the Saiyans, even aware of King Vegeta's plans for rebellion, why hasn't he taken action? Is he not afraid of the collective strength of the Saiyans? Lisa questioned, perplexed. Yes, knowing of an impending rebellion, why does Frieza remain so passive? Is he waiting for the Saiyans to initiate the rebellion before he makes his move? Perhaps to maintain his reputation and avoid disheartening his subordinates? No, given Frieza's ruthless nature. He couldn't care less about the feelings of mere ants. Edry and the others shook their heads, recalling their distant encounter with Frieza during a mission. His cold, bloodthirsty gaze pierced their souls, leaving an indelible impression. Frieza was undeniably a madman, cruel beyond measure. Perhaps he possessed such overwhelming power that he felt invincible. Alice leaned against the wall, her expression serious. Is it because of the Ginyu Force? Everyone recalled Frieza's most formidable allies, the Ginyu Force, renowned throughout the universe for their strength, surpassing even the Saiyans. Do you know just how powerful Frieza truly is? Xia suddenly interjected. Everyone paused, aware of Frieza's formidable reputation as the so-called Emperor of the universe. However, the specifics of his power remained elusive, as none had witnessed Frieza in battle. Those who were long dead. Just how strong was Frieza? This question loomed ominously over them. Without understanding their opponent's strength, the prospect of rebellion seemed futile. Xia, do you know something? Edry inquired, sensing that Xia might possess critical information, particularly since he had been the first to mention the listening devices. Yes, I have some understanding of Frieza's power, and it is beyond your imagination. But first, I have a question for you. Uncle Edry, how much do you know about Frieza's elite team, the Ginyu Force? Edry shook his head. I have not witnessed the full extent of the Ginyu Force's power, but I have heard that each member possesses a battle power of at least 10,000. The Ginyu Force is a super special unit selected by Frieza from the universe's elite warriors, each with extraordinary skills and immense strength. In the realm of cosmic civilization, a battle power of 10,000 is already remarkable. Thus far, few Saiyans had exceeded a battle power of 10,000. Each of them was a seasoned warrior, a cornerstone of the Saiyan legacy throughout the cosmos. Outside of high-stakes battles against advanced planets, they rarely left Planet Vegeta. Gazing upon the vast cosmos, one could discern that the primary forces within the universe were, on the whole, rather modest. Advanced planets were not as numerous as one might imagine, and beings with battle powers exceeding 5,000 were exceedingly rare, often reigning supreme on their respective planets. In fact, many planets lacked even one warrior with a battle power above 1,000, existing at the very bottom of the cosmic hierarchy. In the original text, when Vegeta first arrived on Earth, his battle power was only slightly above 18,000, yet even then he could dominate the universe with minimal opposition. While it was conceivable that some powerful entities lurked in the depths of the cosmos, capable of cataclysmic destruction, It remained undeniable that the predominant forces in the universe were relatively weak. The Jinyu Force followed an elite model, comprising only 5 members, each possessing remarkable skills that should not be underestimated. The Saiyans were formidable within the Milky Way, particularly in the northern galaxy, but they still paled in comparison to the Jinyu Force. As Frieza's elite, the Jinyu Force's power was indeed formidable, without delving into the abilities of the other members. Merely the strength of their leader, Jinyu, reached an astonishing battle power of 120,000. Shea's voice, though low, struck Edri and the others like a thunderclap, rendering them speechless. Good heavens, 120,000 battle power. Xia, you must be mistaken. How can he possess such power? King Vegeta's strength is barely over 10,000, and even with his Great Ape transformation, it scarcely approaches 100,000. Lisa stared wide-eyed at him, disbelief etched across her face. 120,000 battle power. What tremendous power that is. For those of us with only a few thousand, it is a strength beyond our wildest imaginings. How could such a monster exist in the universe? If Captain Jinyu possesses the formidable combat prowess as articulated by Xia, then he undoubtedly surpasses all Saiyans by a considerable margin. At such an elevated level, the mere numbers of a group hold no significance. With a mere wave of his hand, he could obliterate all life on an entire planet. The limited power of the Saiyans would render them utterly incapable of standing against him. Chapter 41. The terrifying power of Frieza without a doubt. Captain Jinyu's battle power is 120,000, asserted Xia with unwavering certainty. During the events on planet Namek, Jinyu Force member guys explicitly stated that the maximum battle power of their captain was indeed 120,000. Although that was over 20 years ago and his power may not be quite that high now, it certainly wouldn't be far off. Xia's resolute demeanor rendered everyone speechless. Adri's expression darkened at once. If the captain of the Jinyu Force possessed such terrifying strength, what magnitude of power could their overlord, Frieza, possibly wield? The eternal law of the universe dictates that the weak must submit to the strong, and the strong reign over the weak. It was evident that Frieza's might vastly surpass that of Captain Jinyu. None present were foolish. They quickly grasped this grim reality, causing their hearts to tremble with a chilling sensation, cold sweat beginning to trickle down their spines. At that moment, they were too stunned to inquire about the source of Xia's information, and a peculiar silence enveloped the living room. After a prolonged pause, Adri sighed. Xia, share with us what you know. Xia nodded, his gaze sweeping across all those present as his calm voice resonated. Frieza hails from an exceedingly rare race in the universe, the Frost Demons. Members of the Frost Demon lineage are few, and upon birth, they are encased in ice, remaining frozen until they reach maturity. To my knowledge, there are only 3 Frost Demons in the North Galaxy, the Frieza family, each formidable enough to dominate the universe. Due to the overwhelming power within Frost Demons being too potent to control, they typically suppress their battle power through transformations, akin to the Saiyans' Great Ape form. However, while Saiyans enhance their strength through transformation, Frost Demons utilize it to restrain their own power. Xia shook his head, somewhat wistfully reflecting, what a luxurious transformation it is. Adri and the others displayed expressions of shock. While other life forms in the universe strive to elevate their combat abilities, transformation is an evolutionary adaptation to specific environments. Yet, Frost Demons must suppress their power due to its sheer magnitude, which is truly enviable. Surveying the faces around him, Xia continued, acutely aware that his forthcoming revelations would deliver a heavy blow to them. However, without disclosing the harsh truth, he feared that their Saiyan pride might lead Adri and the others to reject his forthcoming plans. Frieza possesses 3 transformation capabilities. With each transformation, his power multiplies several times over. In his base form, Frieza's battle power registers at 530,000. Wait, did you just say Frieza's base power is how much? Lisa asked, astonished. I said, in his base form, Frieza's battle power is 530,000. A sharp intake of breath echoed through the hall, as both Adri and Baluk were taken aback by Xia's revelation. If Captain Jinyu's power had already instilled a sense of helplessness, Frieza's power plunged them into utter despair. In his base form, he possesses a staggering battle power of 530,000, and with 3 transformations, his strength becomes unfathomable. How could such an extraordinary being exist? The entire universe would belong to Frieza and his kin. Lisa lamented. This means the Saiyans have no hope whatsoever. Parody, with a temper flaring, could contain his frustration no longer, his eyes bulging in disbelief, veins protruding, and his bones creaking under tension. Baluk remained silent, his face set in a grim expression, likely grappling with overwhelming despair. Yet, this was not the worst of it. Frieza is not even the most formidable among the frost demons. His father and brother, King Cold and Cooler, who govern the eastern and northern sectors of the North Galaxy, are the true terrors. Frieza, in comparison, resembles an undeveloped child, possessing potential yet to be realized. He has a father and a brother? Alice gasped. Indeed, it is said that Frieza's father is named King Cold. And he indeed has a brother named Cooler, Adri, well versed in such matters, confirmed, having heard rumors during his tenure as captain. Xia Ya nodded, continuing. Let us set aside King Cold for now and focus on Frieza's brother, Cooler, who possesses 4 transformation abilities. Thus, I believe that King Vegeta's rebellion is doomed to fail. The future of Planet Vegeta appears bleak, and Frieza's inaction likely stems from his belief that the timing is not yet ripe. Once the moment arrives, the Saiyans will inevitably meet their demise. What can we do about this? It was unfathomable that the once bright future of the Saiyans had suddenly plunged them to the brink of annihilation, a bitter reality that left Adri's team grappling for acceptance. Therefore, I propose we must prepare and relocate a portion of the Saiyans. Xia Ya laid out his plan. The Saiyan race is uniquely remarkable, their bloodline granting them strength in the face of adversity, continuously surpassing their physical limits. While not every Saiyan may possess such innate talent, it is still a rare and precious gift. To allow this extraordinary bloodline to perish alongside Planet Vegeta would be a tragic waste. Though Xia Ya hesitated to claim grand ambitions, he understood that to thrive in the universe, he must establish his own influence, and the Saiyans would serve as the foundation of his future. But the question remained. If Frieza is so powerful, why did he initially regard the Saiyans with such caution? Alice inquired, perplexed. The Frieza clan has long feared the emergence of a golden Super Saiyan among their ranks, signifying that a Super Saiyan could directly confront a Frost demon. Out of fear, they seek to annihilate. We must preserve the Saiyan bloodline. They cannot vanish from the universe. Xia Ya spoke candidly, having formulated his strategy upon understanding the dire situation on Planet Vegeta. He divulged all he knew about Frieza, believing that under the looming threat, Adri and the others would heed his words. Though Saiyans are proud, even to the point of arrogance, they would not recklessly charge into certain death when fully aware of their hopelessness. Of course, one cannot discount the existence of individuals who might do so. Yet, such individuals would likely be of no use to him, and Xia Ya did not expect those obstinate fools to join his cause. Chapter 42. On the desolate star, Adri couldn't help but furrow his brow, his already dark complexion deepening further. He understood Xia Ya's intention. Preserving the Saiyan lineage meant sacrificing the vast majority of Saiyans. The notion of the gecko shedding its tail to survive resonated with him. Yet Xia Ya's proposition entailed abandoning the very essence of their civilization, a choice that contradicted the fundamental teachings of their upbringing and their spiritual beliefs. Nevertheless, they had to concede that Xia Ya had a point. Frieza was the formidable adversary looming over the Saiyans, harboring deep mistrust towards them and wielding a power that was utterly despairing. Were they to merely evade this threat? Such cowardice was unacceptable. Baruch's expression fluctuated between pallor and fury. No, retreating from danger is not an act of cowardice. Rather, it is the foolhardy who charge into certain defeat without strategy. Why make unnecessary sacrifices for the sake of a so-called Saiyan spirit when the future of their entire race hangs in the balance? Xia Ya scoffed, calling it foolishness. Such grand ideals held no significance whatsoever. Not only were they devoid of meaning, but they also epitomized a selfishness that was utterly reprehensible. Now was not the time for valiant resistance. One should stand against the enemy only when the odds are somewhat equal. Yet the disparity between the Saiyans and Frieza was insurmountable. In Xia Ya's view, to act knowing it would lead to failure was sheer folly. If they had the time to engage in such acts, it would be far wiser to save as many Saiyans as possible, ensuring their survival. Suddenly, the members of Adri's team changed their expressions, gazing at Xia Ya in disbelief. They noticed that despite his youthful visage, he met their stares with unwavering courage, stirring a deep resonance within them, prompting a heavy sigh from Adri. Perhaps you have a point, he conceded, shaking his head, for the continuation of the Saiyan race. He had no choice but to forsake his own glory. Speak your plan. Baruch crossed his arms, an inquiring expression adorning his face. The scene had turned rather comical, with several adult Saiyans seeking guidance from a mere child. However, since Xia Ya's earlier declaration, no one regarded him as a mere child any longer. We must evacuate. We shall take a few promising and trustworthy Saiyans and flee from Planet Vegeta. We need to find a secure location to establish a base for our development. And in due time, we shall return to make Frieza pay. But if Frieza has already installed listening devices on the energy detectors, he might have equipped the spacecraft with tracking devices as well. Where can we possibly escape to? Alice's face was filled with concern. Without a doubt, the spacecraft has been tampered with. Baruch replied coldly, suggesting that this was a matter that required little contemplation. Alas, with so many extraterrestrial beings on Planet Vegeta, escaping would indeed be nearly impossible. Alice lamented, her beautiful chest heaving with indignation. The Saiyans were beset by troubles both internal and external. Externally, Frieza could launch an attack at any moment. Internally, King Vegeta was hastily plotting a rebellion, while the majority of Saiyans idolized Frieza. It was an insurmountable challenge for just a few of them to save their people. By the way, Xia Ya, how do you know so much? Rebecca asked, her curiosity piqued. Everyone snapped back to attention. Indeed, up until now, everything had been articulated solely by Xia Ya, and its accuracy was not guaranteed. Because I possess superpowers. Xia Ya lifted his head and smiled at them, producing the excuse he had long prepared. Superpowers. Nothing could be more convincing than that. In the world of Dragon Ball, superpowers existed. And many races possess the ability to foresee the future, albeit with varying degrees of strength and reliability. You can predict the future? The members of Adri's team regarded him with skepticism. No, I cannot predict the future. Xia Ya shook his head, clarifying that he possessed the ability of instantaneous movement. And there were races in the universe capable of foreseeing the future, whom he had consulted. To be precise, they revealed a portion of the future to me, allowing me to glimpse a limited timeline. Very well, this rationale is compelling. The question remains, however, who can ascertain whether he is merely fabricating tales, as it is impossible to verify. Moreover, instantaneous movement sounds like a rather lofty ability. Xia Ya's claims must hold truth. At that moment, Seeing, who had been eavesdropping from the room, burst forth, defiantly raising her head and resolutely standing by Xia Ya's side. Xia Ya indeed possesses superpowers. She had experienced it herself. As for Xia Ya's assertion of consulting extraterrestrials about predictions, if he claimed it, then it must be true, which also explained why he seemed to know everything. Adri, uncle, do you have any energy detectors that haven't been tampered with? Xia Ya suddenly inquired. Adri was taken aback by Xia Ya's unexpected question but nodded, glancing towards Rebecca. She promptly rose and went to the adjacent room, returning with a framed energy detector. We recently had this detector modified. The listening device has been removed. What do you need it for, Xia Ya? Just as Xiang mentioned earlier, I accidentally awakened some superpowers while on a mission on Selma, and after development, I can utilize a skill called instantaneous movement. Please, everyone, join hands and do not let go. Xia Ya shouted to the astonished group. Although the members of Adri's team were somewhat bewildered, they complied and joined hands. Adri took Rebecca's hand, followed by Baruch, Parody, Alice, and Lisa, each linking together until Xia Ya grasped Xiang's hand, forming a circle of 8. I am about to initiate instantaneous movement, so hold on tight, Xia Ya declared, closing his eyes as he began to summon his spatial powers. With a whoosh, a whirlwind materialized, and the smooth expanse of space suddenly illuminated with countless shimmering lights, glowing radiantly. With a thought, Xia Ya activated his instantaneous movement, and in an instant, they vanished from the hall. The next moment, they found themselves on a desolate planet, far removed from Planet Vegeta, where a chilling whirlwind swept across the barren land, swirling yellow sands and fine particles through the air. Having just endured a violent storm, the entire planet lay in chaotic disarray. This was a lifeless wasteland, where fierce storms could strike at any moment. Strangely, despite the absence of life, a thick atmosphere enveloped the planet. On a towering hill, the howling winds battered the ground, and with temperatures perpetually below freezing, the surface soil had become as hard as steel. The rocks, eroded by the elements, were gradually cracking and loosening. Even the slightest tremor could cause large boulders to break free and tumble down the slope. A sudden, silent gleam of light appeared atop the hill, and soon 8 figures manifested where the light had vanished. Alice felt a brief moment of dizziness upon opening her eyes. She was met with the sight of a desolate and dim landscape. Where on earth are we? She mused, bewildered by the unfamiliar scene before her. This is certainly not Planet Vegeta. Could it be that they have already departed from Planet Vegeta? Here lies a desolate planet, at least 10 days' journey from Planet Vegeta. Baruch surveyed the surrounding landscape, drawing upon his past experiences to ascertain their location. The desolate planet is a lifeless orb, merely a fortnight's distance from Planet Vegeta. Although there is an atmosphere present, the harsh conditions frequently give rise to planetary scale storms, rendering it of little value to the Saiyans, not even qualifying as a way station. Thus it has remained abandoned and unattended. Could this truly be the power of instantaneous movement, transporting us here in an instant? Rebecca exclaimed in disbelief. Just moments ago, we were conversing on Planet Vegeta, and now we find ourselves on this distant, desolate planet. It is well known that even traveling by spaceship would require no less than 10 days of flight. The wonders of instantaneous movement are indeed astonishing. Chapter 43. Unleashing energy. Suddenly, a flush of crimson spread across Adeli's face as he struck his palms together, seemingly struck by a significant realization. Xia Ya, how many individuals can you transport with your instant teleportation? If we discover a suitable planet for life, could you bring many Saiyans with you? Adeli's inquiry sparked a wave of enthusiasm among the group. Indeed, if they could locate a discrete planet, it would allow them to quietly evacuate numerous Saiyans. However, this all hinged on whether Xia Ya possessed the capability to transport a large group. The hearts of Adeli and his companions ignited with fervor, their eyes alight with anticipation as they turned to Xia Ya. Clearing his throat lightly, Xia Ya did not disappoint them. He beamed a radiant smile and affirmed, "Currently, I can teleport 10 individuals at once, requiring a transfer planet for rest in between. Although the number may seem limited, the distance covered in each teleportation is substantial, far beyond the reach of any spacecraft. And as my strength grows, so too will my abilities." At this declaration, laughter erupted among the group. The distance Xia Ya could traverse in a single teleportation would take a spacecraft several days to cover, while the number of individuals transported might be modest. It was undoubtedly preferable to the alternative of being unable to evacuate anyone. Moreover, as Xia Ya's power increased, so too would his capacity for instant teleportation. With this thought, Adeli's anxieties began to ease. Strangely, an odd notion suddenly took root in the hearts of each member of Adeli's team. Do Saiyans believe in deities? Perhaps they do. Or perhaps they do not. Yet they hold a steadfast faith in their own strength. If a god were more powerful than they, then belief might be warranted. However, if a god were weaker, what purpose would belief serve? In that moment, with the mature Xia Ya present, they found themselves imbued with a sense of reverence towards the unseen forces of fate. Indeed, as the Saiyans faced the impending threat of extinction, the emergence of a Saiyan like Xia Ya, endowed with extraordinary powers, could this be a manifestation of divine providence? If so, surely it was a blessing from the heavens. Adeli mused that Xia Ya could no longer be regarded as an ordinary child. Unbeknownst to Xia Ya, the thoughts swirling in Adeli's mind were far removed from his own. He was preoccupied with the instant teleportation abilities of Planet Adelat. It seemed that on Adelat, there were no limitations on the number of individuals that could be teleported. As long as they held hands, they could all teleport together, with no apparent restrictions on distance, a truly remarkable skill. Alas, there exists a fundamental difference between secret techniques and superpowers. Xia Ya sighed inwardly. He resolved to visit Planet Adelat when time permitted to master their teleportation capabilities. Yet, before that, he needed to ascertain the spatial coordinates of Adelat. On the desolate planet, the bitter wind howled, icy gusts surged swiftly, and the fierce gale struck their faces. The black hair of each Saiyan billowed wildly, yet every Saiyan present possessed a hardened physique, honed through countless battles, rendering them impervious to the harsh conditions. By the way, Xia Ya, why did you ask me to bring the energy detector? Rebecca recalled Xia Ya's earlier mention of the device and held the framed detector in her hands. Aunt Rebecca, Uncle Adeli, there is something I have yet to disclose, Xia Ya said, his handsome face breaking into a subtle smile. In fact, Xia Ya and I completed our mission on planet Selma many years ago. The reason we did not return to Vegeta immediately was twofold. First, to avoid drawing undue attention. Second, after discovering my teleportation abilities, Xia Ya and I traveled to other planets for training. Wait a moment, you completed your mission years ago. Which means your combat power must have exceeded 1,000 long ago. Parody exclaimed, his eyes wide with astonishment. Indeed. I surpassed 1,000 combat power when I was a little over 5 years old. Xia Ya readily acknowledged. His revelation immediately drew incredulous gazes from the elders. Even the typically stoic Baluk glanced at him with surprise. Achieving 1,000 combat power at the age of 5? Such a growth rate was astonishing and hard to fathom. It was comparable to that of Prince Vegeta. Fearing that returning to Vegeta too early would attract King Vegeta's attention, Xia Ya and I chose to train on other planets. He continued. Adeli nodded in silent approval, recognizing the wisdom in Xia Ya's actions. Saiyan nature was often ostentatious, they reveled in boasting of their achievements. Yet, Few possessed the foresight to conceal their strength as Xia Ya had. Given the current state of affairs on Planet Vegeta, Xia Ya's decision to mask his true power proved astute. He had evaded the scrutiny of King Vegeta and the prying eyes of Frieza. Curiosity piqued, Adley inquired. So your true combat power is not as it appears? What is your current combat power, then? Allow me. Seeing her father's astonishment, Xialing proudly puffed up her chest, exuding confidence. After Xia Ya and I left planet Selma, we ventured to a beautiful lower-tier planet. The inhabitants there may have negligible individual combat power, yet they possessed remarkable training methods. By learning their martial arts, Xia Ya and I saw our combat power soar. How did you evade detection from the energy detector? Lisa asked in a husky voice. This puzzled everyone. Energy detectors were designed to sense individual energy signatures. What could possibly obscure them? In essence, energy detectors measure the energy emitted from life forms. Xia Ya and I learned a technique called Qi from that planet. By consolidating our Qi within our bodies, we could remain undetected by the detector as long as we did not leak any energy. Xia Ya explained earnestly, elaborating on the concept of Qi. Yet, despite his numerous explanations, Adley and the others struggled to grasp its essence, their long-established habits hindering their understanding. Perhaps only those of exceptional talent, like Vegeta, could master the application of Qi in the future. Though they could not fully comprehend Qi, it did not detract from their acknowledgement of its significance, a new and profound theory indeed. Xia Ya lightly touched the ground with one foot, and his body soared into the air, the howling winds tousling his hair. Taking a deep breath, he called down to Adley and the others, "Everyone, pay attention. I am about to unleash all my energy." With that, he clasped his fists and crossed his arms before his chest, uttering a low but powerful shout. Ha! In an instant, an overwhelming force erupted from Xia Ya, who stood as the epicenter of this explosive energy. At that moment, his body resembled a colossal magnet, drawing nearby rocks from the ground, which began to float and swirl chaotically around him. The already turbulent atmosphere of the barren planet intensified, as chaotic currents of energy mingled with an unparalleled, fearsome force, scattering in all directions. The ions suspended in the air began to coalesce into serpentine arcs of brilliant lightning. Boom! Thunder rumbled ominously across the sky as purplish lightning pierced the dense clouds, leaving a dazzling, winding trail in its wake. The energy detector sensed this formidable force, immediately erupting with a series of urgent electronic beeps as the data on the screen began to surge relentlessly. 2,000, 3,000, 6,000. The figures continued to ascend. The expressions of Adley and the others transformed from initial surprise to seriousness, eventually settling into a grave concern. Such statistics were profoundly shocking to them. Yet, the readings on the energy detector showed no signs of abating, continuing their upward trajectory. Could this not be the true strength of Xia? Just how high was his combat power, and could it possibly exceed 10,000? Adley gazed at Xia, enveloped in a dense aura, filled with anticipation. Then 9,000, 10,000. Xia's combat power swiftly surpassed 10,000 and showed no signs of stopping, escalating further. At this moment, both Adley and Baruch became exceptionally solemn, their blood beginning to boil within them. Little Xia was astonishingly powerful. Alice's voice trembled slightly, her beautiful eyes shimmering with excitement. In the distant sky, Xia radiated like a newly risen sun, his terrifying and overwhelming aura sweeping across the entire continent. The ground quaked subtly, and the energy spilling forth attracted the ions in the air, producing a crackling sound. Chapter 44. The Future of the Race Boom. A massive fireball ascended majestically. Xia finally unleashed all the power within him, an exhilarating experience of unrestrained energy release that brought a faint smile to his face. 14,000. Battle power. Adley's voice trembled as he gazed at the data displayed on the scanner, his mind momentarily vacant. My goodness, Xia possesses such extraordinary battle power. This must surely be the highest known among the Saiyans. None can compare, not even Prince Vegeta. Alice covered her mouth, her beautiful eyes sparkling brighter than ever. When Xia emerged from the room of spirit and time on Earth, his battle power had already reached 12862. After a year and a half, his power had now soared to 14,000, nearing the detection limits of the antiquated energy scanners. Given that most civilizations in the universe had battle powers below 10,000, the old scanners capable of detecting up to 20,000 were more than sufficient. 14,000. Parody exclaimed, his excitement surpassing even Alice's. He let out a euphoric roar, releasing the pent-up rage within him. This means Xia is the greatest prodigy among the Saiyans. Baruch murmured to himself, akin to a lost ship discovering a guiding lighthouse. His heart profoundly stirred. In that moment, he ceased to underestimate this young Saiyan, who was decades younger than himself, Perhaps he was the true king of the Saiyans. Baluk's gaze was filled with fervor and excitement as he regarded Xia Ya. Having displayed his strength, Xia Ya felt a surge of thought and retracted his aura. He descended gracefully, lightly touching the ground before the others. So, how does my power measure up? Very impressive. Adley responded excitedly, then recalled Xia Ya's mention of the Super Saiyan. Initially, he had dismissed the ancient legends of the Super Saiyan as mere myth. However, witnessing Xia Ya's divine presence at just 9 years old, he couldn't help but wonder. Could it be that Xia Ya was the legendary Super Saiyan? If Xia Ya were to learn of Adley's thoughts, he would vehemently shake his head. He was certainly no Super Saiyan. The true Super Saiyan had yet to be born. He was merely a step ahead of his fellow Saiyans, still far from achieving that legendary status. Nevertheless, Xia Ya was confident that he would eventually become a true Super Saiyan. Since Xia Ya possesses such formidable power, what about you, Shilling? Lisa pointed out the eager girl beside them. I possess great strength too. Shilling, under the expectant gazes of her elders, puffed out her chest, her delicate face flushing slightly, and then she began to rise slowly amidst the anticipation of everyone around her. Whoosh! A fierce whirlwind erupted, stirring the atmosphere into a chaotic tempest. The scanner began to fluctuate wildly, displaying a continually rising value, finally stabilizing at 11,200. 11,200. Shilling has surpassed a battle power of 10,000. Adley, shocked, couldn't contain his joy. However, as Shiling's position was not as elevated as Xia Ya's, and it seemed she was intentionally showing off, her aura directed primarily at Adley's team members. Under such immense pressure, Adley broke out in a cold sweat. Shouting in response, his energy enveloping him to withstand Shiling's might. The scanner then revealed a new energy source, albeit significantly weaker than Xia Ya and Shiling's, registering only 8,560 battle power. In a bid to counter the overwhelming pressure, the others unleashed their full energy, resulting in a display of power capable of annihilating the planet. Baluk, 8,369 battle power. Parity, 8,095 battle power. Rebecca, 7,966 battle power. Lisa, 7,750 battle power. Alice, 7,457 battle power. All were of high warrior caliber. Thus their power was not far behind Adley. In an instant, the towering hills lit up like tiny suns, and a fierce gale swept through. The waves of energy crashing against each other, obliterating all obstacles in their path. Boom! The intense collapse commenced. The towering hills could no longer withstand the overwhelming energy and began to crumble. All right, everyone, retract your powers. Seeing the surrounding chaos, Xia Ya quickly called out. As his words fell, the group gradually withdrew their auras, though the storm's aftermath continued to rage across the barren planet. At that moment, Shilling joyfully approached Adley. Father, what do you think of my and Xia Ya's powers? As high-level warriors, you are both weaker than us. How pitiful, she said, her eyes filled with disdain. Adley chuckled softly, realizing that her latter remark was her true intention. This girl is insufferably proud. However, it was understandable. Both Adley and Rebecca were high-level Saiyans. Yet their daughter was only a mid-level warrior. It was easy to imagine her feelings of inferiority, now surpassing her father. Her pride was palpable, an opportunity for vindication that she couldn't resist flaunting. Adley recognized this sentiment and seeing the gleam in her eyes. He cleared his throat and graciously praised her. Then he turned to Xia Ya, speaking earnestly. Xia Ya, the future of the Saiyans may well rest upon your shoulders. If you have any thoughts, please share them with us. Indeed, whatever decisions you make, we will support you. Baluk nodded solemnly, indicating his stance. The other members of Adley's team echoed their agreement, especially Alice, the youngest in the group, who held a special fondness for both Xia Ya and Shilling. She felt immense joy at Xia Ya's burgeoning strength. Shortly thereafter, Xia Ya and the others activated instant transmission, returning swiftly to their home on Planet Vegeta. They needed to deliberate on how to preserve the living strength of the Saiyans beneath Frieza's watchful eye. First, we must consider evacuating the planet. Moving far from Frieza's control, ideally to a location beyond the reach of the frost demons, Adley mused thoughtfully from the couch. Once evacuated, the Saiyans could not remain stagnant on a single planet. They would need to seek a place untouched by the frost demons. The vast universe boasted countless planets, like grains of sand scattered across the canvas of the night sky, forming a breathtaking tapestry. Among them, many were suitable for life, particularly within the northern galaxy. Regrettably, apart from certain territories, most of the northern galaxy had already been consumed by the Frost Demon clan. If Adley and his team sought a suitable planet, They might need to venture beyond the northern galaxy's borders. Leave the matter of the planets to us. Xia and Shiling's primary focus should be on enhancing their battle power, but Look's voice was cold, akin to ice. Adri and the others nodded in agreement, recognizing the harsh reality of the universe where the strong dominate the weak. What the Saiyans desperately needed now were formidable warriors. Possessing a superpower capable of safeguarding their lineage could deter many nefarious foes. Had the Saiyans been endowed with sufficient strength, they would not have been driven from their homeland by Frieza's oppression. Meanwhile, Xia and Shiling found themselves at an enviable new juncture, with their foremost objective being the enhancement of their combat prowess. Regarding the personnel for evacuation, it is crucial to exercise meticulous discernment. Our numbers are limited, and it is advisable to proceed without drawing the attention of King Vegeta and Frieza. Otherwise, our efforts may be rendered futile, Xia cautioned. Since they aimed to discreetly transport a portion of the Saiyans, it was imperative to avoid making their intentions widely known. Otherwise, the pressure from King Vegeta and Frieza would overwhelm them, not to mention the relentless pursuit they would face upon discovery. We will meticulously screen the personnel, the group solemnly affirmed, their expressions grave. P.S. Due to the inconvenience of being out and about, only one chapter will be released today, but normal updates will resume tomorrow. Today's chapter is quite substantial. Chapter 45, the training on the desolate star. Selecting personnel is a meticulous and solemn task. First and foremost, they must possess ample rationality and be able to perceive the current situation clearly, ensuring that they do not inadvertently disclose information before their own evacuation. Furthermore, these individuals must strive to remain out of the sight of King Vegeta and his cohorts. This criterion immediately disqualifies the majority of high-ranking warriors and particularly gifted Saiyans. Among 1 million Saiyans, high-ranking warriors comprise less than 1%, each being an invaluable resource. Most of these promising Saiyans are already on the lists of King Vegeta and Frieza, under special scrutiny, and thus cannot be evacuated to minimize repercussions. Of course, Adri and his group cannot afford to take none with them, as that would significantly deplete the potential of the Saiyan race. The personnel selection process must be more stringent for high-ranking warriors compared to low and mid-ranking ones. If necessary, they might even resort to faking death to ensure a few can be taken. Additionally, the gender ratio of the Saiyans is a matter of concern, as it pertains to the survival of the race. While Xia himself may not be particularly concerned, Adri and the others regard it with utmost seriousness and must take it into account. In summary, being able to evacuate 2,000 to 3,000 individuals would be quite commendable. With the total Saiyan population being less than 1 million, the disappearance of several thousand would undoubtedly attract King Vegeta's attention, necessitating utmost caution in their actions. Well, for now, let us subtly engage with those who can be evacuated, taking care not to leak any information. We do not know when King Vegeta will instigate a rebellion. Our time is limited. Adri sighed. Having hope is certainly better than despair. Baruch replied with a solemn expression, as if the world owed him a great debt. His inner turmoil resembled a powder keg, ready to explode at any moment. The notion that the proud Saiyans must flee was, to him, a profound humiliation. All of this was due to Frieza. Frieza, we shall make you pay for this sooner or later. 10 days later, on the desolate star. A chilling wind whipped through the air, stirring up clouds of dust, while the sky was shrouded in heavy gloom, casting a yellow hue over the land. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted. The ground trembled violently as an immense orange-red mushroom cloud rose from the distant horizon, its fiery glow resembling a brilliant sun that illuminated the surroundings for miles. The shockwave swept across the landscape, wreaking havoc upon the towering mountains. The hard, iron-like ground crumbled under the force of the penetrating shockwave, massive boulders collapsing and rolling down, each weighing several tons. Amidst the dim visibility, 2 indistinct figures raced through the air, one large, one small, continuously shifting positions and launching attacks at one another, vanishing and reappearing in a dizzying display from the sky to the ground and back again. Each clash unleashed waves of devastating energy. Ah, what a thrill! It has been far too long since I have engaged in such exhilarating combat. The older figure, despite his tattered battle suit and bloodied skin, wore a look of exuberance rather than pain, reveling in the joy of battle. The younger figure, though in a somewhat better condition, still appeared disheveled. Uncle Adri, your prowess is as sharp as ever. Indeed, combat is the finest form of training, Xia exclaimed, his complexion flushed, blood coursing through his veins as if boiling. Indeed, I, Adri, am still youthful at heart. However, had you not suppressed your combat power, I fear I would have been defeated in mere moments. Adri chuckled heartily. Wincing slightly as he moved, yet disregarding the pain. Here, Xia Ya tossed a senzu bean his way. Adrai caught it and, without hesitation, chewed and swallowed, feeling a surge of vitality as his wounds healed and his spirit rejuvenated. These little beans are truly miraculous. I almost feel guilty for using one, Adrai lamented, regretting the expenditure of such a precious item for a mere scratch. Xia Ya laughed. Isn't that precisely what they are for during training? By the way, Uncle Adrai, how much has your combat power increased? Clenching his fist and feeling the burgeoning strength within, Adrai grinned widely. I am nearing 8,800. Remarkably, I have gained over 200 in just 10 days, something I never would have dared to imagine before. Xia Ya smiled knowingly. Indeed. The previous training methods employed by the Saiyans were rudimentary and yielded poor results. Now, with the training techniques imparted by Xia Ya, Adrai's accumulated potential had erupted forth, leading to such significant progress in a mere 10 days. Yet, Xia Ya understood that this was temporary. Once Adrai expended this reserve, his growth would inevitably slow. Unfortunately, the theories regarding K are too profound for me to grasp, Adrai lamented, scratching his head, as ingrained thought patterns prevented him from comprehending new concepts. Understanding Ki requires early exposure, otherwise, it remains elusive. Ah, Xia Ya exclaimed, brushing off the fine grains of sand from his battle suit. He retrieved a large bag of senzu beans from the dimensional space, even more than he had previously given to Adrai. Here, take these and distribute them to Baruch and the others when you have a chance. Adrai, astonished at the sight of over 100 beans within the bag, remarked, so many senzu beans? I suspect you have been hoarding them. Not at all. But do keep this from Shieling, otherwise she will surely pester me for more. Xia Ya chuckled at the thought of Xieling's greedy disposition towards the beans, realizing that if she found out, he would soon be deprived of a significant portion. I shall not interfere. You must explain it to her yourself. With a smile, Adrai welcomed the playful banter between the two youngsters, finding joy in their camaraderie. Uncle Adrai, which civilizations in the universe excel in advanced technology, particularly those capable of constructing large training facilities? Well, to manufacture such extensive training rooms is no small feat. Adrai pondered. In the Northern Galaxy, the organization with the highest technological prowess is the Galactic Patrol. However, they have never been fond of us Science, and our interactions with them are minimal. Other technologically advanced planets either fall under Frieza's dominion or belong to rival factions, making it challenging to find suitable prospects. Xia Ya frowned at this revelation. While the Galactic Patrol indeed possessed advanced technology and prided themselves on maintaining peace in the galaxy, their relationship with the Saiyans, who disrupted the order of the Northern Galaxy, was far from amicable. Other factions, recognizing the importance of technological civilizations, had long since sent envoys to conquer them, leading to most of these advanced planets now belonging to Frieza's forces or opposing factions, making the search quite daunting. Chapter 46. The Role of Chi. Indeed, there exists a rather renowned planet that has recently faced a natural disaster, leaving us uncertain about the existence of any remaining life forms. Adrai suddenly recalled a particular planet, though he was not entirely certain. What planet? It seems to be called Fidaya, home to a humanoid technological race, situated quite far from Vegeta. Adrai explained. Originally, the administration intended to dispatch Scions to conquer it, but upon learning of a severe seismic event that had erupted on Fidaya, the mission was subsequently cancelled. Fidaya, Xia Ya murmured, inquiring, how advanced is their technology? I'm not entirely sure, but it must be quite advanced. When the mission was being formulated, it was classified as a high-level task, so I believe the administration would not exaggerate the situation. That is true. Xia Ya nodded in agreement. Finding a technologically adept planet within the galaxy is no small feat regardless of the circumstances there. He felt compelled to investigate, for there might still be life present. Subsequently, Xia Ya and Adrai exchanged several insights regarding their training, sharing their combat experiences, as Adrai's extensive battle experience was precisely what Xia Ya lacked. On the other side of the desolate planet, another apocalyptic scene unfolded, marked by thunder and swirling sands. In the heart of a dense storm, several purplish-red lightning bolts connected heaven and earth, soaring like dragons and roaring like tigers, descending with an unstoppable force from the lofty skies. The tips of the purplish-red lightning danced with a bluish glow, drawing the chasm between the heavens and the earth closer amidst the chaotic currents. Within the storm, Shieling and Rebecca panted slightly, pausing only to unleash another flurry of fierce clashes. Their indistinct forms briefly intersected in an environment so dim that light could scarcely penetrate, each fleeting encounter igniting an exceptionally intense battle. The brilliance flared, shattering the storm into fragments. And the resplendent radiance illuminated the surroundings in a moment akin to the demise of stars. As Xia and Adrai arrived, they beheld the fierce storm raging ahead. Tiny stones zipped past them like bullets, creating a cacophony of sounds. Suddenly, the ground before them erupted with rows of minuscule holes, deep and densely packed. The small orifices surrounded by stones that had transformed into flowing molten lava due to intense friction. However, Xia and Adrai were not daunted by the scene before them. Once the battle began to subside, they waved their hands to disperse the thick smoke lingering in the air. "Ha ha ha, your battle prowess has indeed improved," Adrai exclaimed. "But Shieling, you still lack combat awareness during fights. You must train yourself to make combat an instinctive response." Adrai, with his keen eyes, discerned his daughter's shortcomings. While Shieling's combat capabilities were formidable, her greatest weakness lay in her lack of experience, particularly in life-and-death battles. This was a grave flaw. In ordinary circumstances, she might effortlessly defeat those weaker than herself, but when faced with an opponent of equal strength, she would likely suffer more defeats than victories. And when confronted by a stronger adversary, merely surviving would be a significant achievement. Rebecca took out a magical bean and consumed it, the rich energy instantly revitalizing her. She smiled, saying, "Shieling's starting point is set too high, and her usual opponents rarely match her. This, ironically, hinders her from maximizing her combat potential." Xia and Shieling listened attentively, recognizing this as their most significant shortcoming. Their training on Earth had unearthed the hidden potential within their bodies, leading to rapid enhancements in combat power, yet they lacked the crucible of life and death struggles at each stage. Gains must come with losses, and they now needed to promptly compensate for these deficiencies. The traditional Saiyan approach to power enhancement is exceedingly brutal, especially post-maturity, where nearly every increment of battle power is acquired through combat. This implies that they are perpetually confronted with danger. A harsh training method that relentlessly squeezes potential from the brink of life and death. Most races across the universe adopt this training method. The Saiyans, known as a warrior race, excel in this regard, endowing them with ample combat experience and the courage to face mortality. In contrast, training on Earth appears far more refined and subdued, aligning more closely with nature. Qi, as described in Taoist philosophy, constitutes a part of nature, symbolizing the foundation of all things. It is an ethereal concept encompassing both the spiritual and physical realms, nurturing the body and unlocking potential. These represent two distinctly divergent paths of cultivation. Xia harbored a suspicion that the original narrative's Sun Wukong could repeatedly transcend his limits not only due to the myriad life and death trials he faced, but also because of the crucial role Qi cultivation played. Otherwise, why would the Saiyans on Planet Vegeta, possessing inherently superior qualities to Sun Wukong, seldom achieve battle power surpassing 100,000? To assert that their number of battles was fewer than his would hardly stand. Shieling listened intently to the teachings, nodding in quiet agreement. The recent sparring with her mother, where she suppressed her battle power, had proven immensely beneficial. Soon after, Xia led everyone to utilize instant transmission. Returning to their home on Planet Vegeta, evening was approaching. After indulging in a relaxing hot bath, the fatigue that had enveloped him dissipated instantly. As Xia dried his damp hair and walked into the living room, he noticed Shieling sprawled on the sofa in a petite outfit, her legs elevated, lazily munching on a snack. The young girl, oblivious to her appearance at home, revealed a generous expanse of fair, delicate skin. With a playful smack on her backside, Shieling sprang to her feet, covering her rear as she shot a fierce glare at Xia. "What was that for?" "Hey, dinner will be ready soon, and I need to discuss something with you." "What is it?" Shieling retorted, annoyed that he would swat her like a child. Xia cast a glance and shifted her slightly before sitting beside her. "In a few days, we will embark on a new mission. So I intend to seek a task near Fidaya. During the mission, I plan to veer off and investigate Fidaya. I need you to oversee matters related to the mission." "Fidaya?" Shieling's beautiful brows arched. "Are you planning to establish a training facility?" "Yes, not merely a training facility. If the Fidayans possess sufficient value, I intend to subjugate them." Xia candidly articulated his thoughts, having the utmost trust in Shieling and feeling no need for concealment. Should Xia aspire to establish a faction in the universe, scientific personnel would be indispensable. Since Saiyans are fundamentally a simple-minded warrior race, it is ill-suited for them to engage in scientific endeavors. Thus, specialized technological beings from the cosmos are required. He immediately set his sights on the Fidayans, who remained unclaimed by other powers. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Shieling patted her chest and assured, "Rest assured, I will handle the mission." Chapter 47. Choosing a new mission. The night had deepened. During dinner, Xia Ya retrieved a bounty of food procured from Earth, filling the table with a veritable mountain of delicacies. The family feasted heartily, the stacks of food rapidly diminishing, leaving behind only a few empty plates and scattered remnants of bones. Such an abundance had vanished into the bellies of 4 Saiyans. "Ah, how delightful. Little Xia Ya. Your food is simply exquisite," Rebecca remarked, reclining ungracefully in her chair. After savoring the meal brought by Xia Ya, she found herself utterly uninterested in the cuisine of Vegeta. "Aunt Rebecca, I certainly didn't bring so much food. You ought to pace yourself," Xia Ya replied with a wry smile. The modest supply he had brought from Earth was intended to last 3 to 4 years, yet a mere few days had seen a tenth of it consumed. He regretted having produced such a vast quantity, realizing that the appetites of adult Saiyans far exceeded expectations. "At this rate, my provisions will soon be depleted. Must I return to Earth merely for this trivial matter?" Xia Ya pondered, questioning whether it was indeed excessive to make such a journey for a matter so trivial. After dinner, Edri approached with a stack of documents detailing missions related to the Fidaya aliens and their planet. "Little Xia Ya, here are the coordinates for Fidaya's planet. The nearest mission point is only a 7-day journey away. Additionally, these are several nearby tasks," Edri explained, handing over a list issued by the Mission Management Office. Xia Ya perused the list, and after a brief contemplation, he declared, "Let us select the mission at Longju Star. Its intensity is well suited for our team." Edri nodded, passing over the pertinent information regarding Longju Star. "This is advantageous. If the Saiyan team remains inactive for too long, it may raise suspicions. You can also assess your team members. They might become the foundation of your future endeavors." Edri recognized that in the future, a portion of the Saiyans would undoubtedly follow Xia Ya, as he possessed the unique ability of instant transmission, having saved the lives of all Saiyans. Furthermore, Xia Ya's combat prowess was unparalleled among them. Saiyans naturally yield to the strong, making him an appropriate leader. Eventually, he would not be able to manage everything personally and would need to establish his own cadre. Currently, the members of his team were all intermediate warriors, making them prime candidates for his mentorship if they performed admirably. Indeed, Edri's dedicated assistance stemmed not only from their familial bond, but also from concern for his daughter, Shieling. Both were among the most exceptional warriors among the Saiyans, and fortuitously, one was male and the other female. In Edri's heart, should Xia Ya and Shieling unite in the future, it would be an ideal match. Naturally, the outcome would ultimately depend on their own desires. Xia Ya nodded slightly, preparing to proceed with his plan. Shakta and his group were the first Saiyans he had encountered, and he found their personalities agreeable. Though they bore some of the Saiyan arrogance, it was a trivial concern. As long as they met his standards, he was prepared to nurture their development. The following day, dawn broke in a haze. A thin mist draped over the residential area like a gossamer veil, creating a dreamlike atmosphere. Early on, Xia Ya sent the details of the new mission to all team members via communicator, urging their prompt assembly at the designated location. Soon after, Atasia was the first to arrive. Upon seeing Xia Ya and Shieling, she greeted them and began to engage in light-hearted conversation with Shieling. Since their discussion revolved around the usual topics of girls, Xia Ya found no interest in eavesdropping and chose instead to sit on a rock and await the arrival of the others. The second arrival was Shakta, who approached in a new-style sleeveless combat suit, extending a polite greeting to Xia Ya. "Captain, sorry to have kept you waiting." "No worries, we just arrived," Xia Ya replied with a smile. Shakta was a proud Saiyan, his demeanor reminiscent of Baruch from Edri's team, equally rebellious. Such Saiyans, once they submitted, would serve wholeheartedly without complaint. "Ha ha ha, we're off to execute a mission. I've been waiting for ages. This time, I shall demonstrate the might of Balit," boomed the robust Balit, whose strength belied his grandiloquent claims, often bickering with Rida. "Just don't complain about fatigue later," Atasia quipped, having concluded her chat with Shieling, unable to resist mocking Balit's brashness. "Hey, Atasia, why say that? I'm a man and will surely become very strong." Balit's face fell at her words, for he dared not retort against Atasia. After a brief wait at the designated spot, Jelen and Rida arrived in succession, exchanging brief pleasantries before Xia Ya led them towards the spaceport. They then boarded the vessel heading towards their target, Longju Star. Longju Star was located in the southeastern part of the northern galaxy, perilously close to its eastern domain. The journey would take over 2 months. Its position at the intersection of 2 territories had spared Fidaya from being overtaken by rival factions. The long journey passed swiftly, and as the dark brown planet loomed closer, Xia and his companions awakened from their slumber. 7 blazing orbs pierced the atmosphere, crashing into the surface and unleashing a massive shockwave that stirred clouds of dust. As the dust settled, 7 small figures emerged near the impact site. Upon reaching Longju Star, Xia turned to Shieling and instructed, "Shieling, the mission is now in your hands." After receiving her acknowledgement, he ventured alone into the dense rainforest, quickly vanishing from sight. Watching Xia's departure, Shieling regained her focus and addressed Shakta and the others. "The difficulty of this mission is not high. It primarily serves as a test for you all. Therefore, neither Xia nor I will intervene, allowing you to showcase your skills." With a steady heart, Shieling fabricated a lie to bolster Xia's intent, framing the mission as an evaluation of Shakta and the others. This was indeed a significant reason for Xia's selection of Longju Star from among the various options. The overall power dynamics of Longju Star were not particularly high, making it an ideal training ground for Shakta and his team. "I wondered why the captain vanished. It turns out this is a test for us. We shall not hold back," Balit exclaimed, a light of realization dawning upon him, speculating that Xia was likely observing their performance from a hidden vantage point. "Haha, then we must truly shine. I shall fight with all my might." Rida laughed, playfully raising an eyebrow at Balit, who promptly bristled, leading to another round of their spirited rivalry. "You too, when will you ever take things seriously?" Atasia sighed, but since the captain had chosen Longju Star for their trial, they could not afford to disappoint him. Indeed, the gap between them and the captain was considerable. They needed to work even harder. Shakta felt a surge of determination, his eyes glimmering with fervor. Jelen also resolved to push her limits. Shakta and the others harbored no suspicions, as it was evident that Xia and Shiling's combat abilities far surpassed theirs. Given their shared team, it was plausible that they were undergoing specialized training. If their combat prowess does not improve, future mission arrangements will become quite challenging. Shieling observed their spirited demeanor and smiled gently before finding a comfortable spot to personally construct a hammock, where she reclined gracefully. Chapter 48. The Fidaya aliens on the other side. After breaking away from the group, Xia traversed the dense primordial rainforest, effortlessly dispatching several native beasts that attempted to attack him with a few waves of energy. He meticulously surveyed his surroundings, and upon confirming the absence of others, he began to concentrate and initiate his teleportation. 7 days' journey from the star of Kongju, a small, silvery celestial body orbited the sun in a periodic motion. The outer circumference of this celestial body was adorned with 2 intertwining silver halos, creating a resplendent appearance that made the Fidaya star resemble a magnificent pearl set against the backdrop of the starry sky. The 2 interlaced silver halos were, in fact, space corridors constructed with the utmost technological prowess by the Fidaya aliens. However, at this moment, these grand silver serpents were slightly askew, with several junctions of the alloy sections having collapsed. Periodic violent explosions echoed, accompanied by crimson flames and curling wisps of smoke continuously rising from the space corridors. Upon the surface of the Fidaya star, enormous tectonic plates floated haphazardly atop the mantle, with molten lava bubbling and emitting steamy vapors. Columns of lava soared thousands of meters into the sky, cascading back down as a rain of molten rock, inundating the land and flowing back into the mantle through the low-lying areas of the plates. The geological calamities on the Fidaya star were astonishingly severe. Xia was taken aback by the scene before him. This was not merely a geological disaster, but clearly the result of a colossal impact upon the planet. However, if the destruction were caused by an external celestial body, the advanced technology of the Fidaya aliens should have detected it long ago. The current devastation suggested that the Fidaya aliens had not even had the time to react before their surface was ravaged. Doubt swirled in Xia's mind as he swiftly dismissed the possibility of an extraterrestrial impact, realizing that a sudden mutation in the planet's core could not occur so rapidly. There had to be an attack upon the Fidaya star. Xia suddenly concluded that the scene before him was undoubtedly the result of a tremendous energy shock. What kind of energy shock could inflict such extensive damage on a planet? It was crucial to note that the Fidaya star was a massive, hard-shelled planet, fortified in every vulnerable spot with advanced technology. Yet, even so, it had been reduced to this state. Xia's expression grew grave. To inflict such widespread destruction, the assailant's power must be formidable, likely exceeding a battle power of 10,000. In the cosmos, a battle power of 10,000 serves as a dividing line. Below this threshold, even large-scale attacks can merely lead to the extinction of species on a planet, but obliterating an entire planet is no simple feat. Only an attacker with a battle power above 10,000 could wreak such havoc upon the Fidaya star. Indeed, a being like Frieza, with a full-force strike, could erase an entire planet from existence. Xia Ya couldn't help but chuckle bitterly. He had merely sought to recruit a cadre of high-tech talents as his subordinates, only to encounter such grave circumstances. Nonetheless, perhaps this situation could ease the difficulty of his recruitment amidst impending disaster. Xia Ya then began to keenly sense the energy responses on the Fidaya star. Soon, he detected thousands of faint presences, which he surmised to be the indigenous Fidaya aliens, precisely the targets he sought. The energy of the Fidaya aliens was feeble, flickering like tiny candles in the face of the rampant forces enveloping the planet, at risk of extinguishing at any moment in the storm of doom. In addition to these native energy signatures, he also sensed several hundred remarkably powerful energies, each exceeding a battle power of 1,000, with some even reaching 3,000. Indeed, the Fidaya star was under assault from external forces. After a moment, Xia Ya opened his eyes, a look of understanding dawning upon his face. Suddenly, from an even greater distance, an extraordinarily powerful presence entered Xia Ya's perception. That energy. Xia Ya's expression turned grave. It felt chilling, akin to detecting a massive ice block, the sensation. Even from thousands of kilometers away, he could sense a frigid aura. What an ominous presence. The intensity of that energy surpassed his own, at least 20,000 in battle power. Xia Ya was astonished. This was perhaps the most powerful energy he had encountered since entering the Dragon Ball world. Moreover, swirling around that energy were dozens of other signatures exceeding a battle power of 1,000. It appeared that this planet had already drawn the attention of others. But why had they not annihilated the Fidaya aliens despite the passage of time? Were they searching for something? With numerous questions racing through his mind, Xia Ya promptly concealed his own energy. He needed to exercise utmost caution to avoid detection. Navigating through the shattered city, where lava continually spewed forth, Xia Ya's figure emerged in a spacious square at the capital of the city. At the center of the square, a massive sculpture lay toppled, fractured into several pieces. Once a vast and magnificent open square, it was now shrouded in the remnants of crumbling walls, devoid of the joyous atmosphere that once filled the space. Standing there, a profound sense of desolation washed over Xia Ya. He sensed no signs of life. The inhabitants of this place had long since fled. It seemed that the people had all escaped. Xia Ya paused, sensing a significant gathering of energy approximately 300 kilometers to the northeast, where a single energy exceeding 1,000 in battle power was unleashing its might, and the feeble life forms were dwindling one by one. Within a colossal metallic refuge, the diminutive Fidaya aliens huddled in their shelters. Outside, a scaled extraterrestrial donned traditional battle attire, with a tubular energy weapon affixed to its arm. Dark red energy waves erupted from the launcher. Boom. The metallic shelter was blasted open, exposing thousands of Fidaya aliens to the gaze of the extraterrestrial. Ah. So you were hiding here. It was easy to find you. Now, be good and reveal the location of the ancient warriors, and perhaps I'll be merciful and spare you. The alien sneered, its scaled skin emitting a harsh, raspy sound. The Fidaya aliens recoiled in terror, their faces etched with despair as they gazed up at the extraterrestrial. We truly do not know of any ancient warriors. Please spare us, at least give these children a chance, implored a figure who appeared to be a leader. The extraterrestrial snorted, flicking its long tongue like a lizard. You lowly little creatures dare to deceive the wise Lord Zetaxi. Let me tell you, Lord Shenbo has already informed us that you Fidaya people know the whereabouts of the ancient warriors. The creature, Zetaxi, bellowed angrily. Chapter 49. It is time to send you on your way. Boom. A wave of energy grazed past, striking the cheek, as hundreds of Fidayans fell victim to the weapon wielded by Zetaxi, losing their lives in an instant. We truly do not know the whereabouts of the ancient warriors. The leader gazed at the lifeless bodies of his kin, bereft of even bones, his eyes filled with profound sorrow. Yet the extraterrestrial being remained skeptical of his words. Zetaxi, clutching the energy emission device on his arm, revealed a flicker of anger in his golden lizard-like eyes. You foolish little creatures dare to deceive Lord Zetaxi with your lies. Humph. You claim ignorance of the ancient warriors? Then, as you wish, perish all of you. With that, he aimed the energy emission device at the surviving Fidayans. A dark red glow pulsating at the cannon's mouth. No. The leader shouted in panic, desperate to explain, but it was too late. The dark red flash erupted from the cannon, a massive wave of destructive energy hurtling toward them. It's over. The Fidayans closed their eyes in despair. with the adult Fidayans cradling their young ones, shielding their eyes with their hands. A tremendous explosion resonated, and the ground trembled for several seconds. Yet, the anticipated pain never came. The Fidayans opened their eyes in astonishment, beholding a striking young man with black hair standing like a steadfast mountain before them. The formidable wave of energy had been deflected by a single punch from the youth, but how he had appeared before them remained a mystery to all. Who are you? The sudden appearance startled Zataxi, especially as the stranger had managed to redirect the energy wave with a mere punch. Hastily, Zataxi raised his energy emission device toward the newcomer, instinctively taking a few steps back. Relying solely on external weaponry in a critical moment? A cold smile graced Shea's lips, his eyes flashing with disdain, before he turned to survey the terrified Fidayans. They were a subhuman race, each barely a meter tall, with azure skin and short ears resembling soft tissue balls, adorned with a pair of small black horns protruding a few centimeters from their skulls. As Xia's gaze fell upon them, their faces reflected panic, their timid demeanor betraying their fear of him. Unexpectedly timid. Xia chuckled lightly, having faced great calamity. These Fidayans had become exceedingly sensitive, like startled birds. Get lost. Seeing that the stranger disregarded him entirely, the lizard-like Zataxi cursed in anger. However, not lacking in intelligence, he sensed danger and refrained from displaying his true emotions. Instead, he cleverly utilized an energy detector to assess the energy levels of the newcomer. To his surprise, the readings indicated merely 540. Zataxi's eyes lit up, a rush of superiority flooding over him, bolstering his confidence. I thought you were some formidable expert. Turns out you're just a little brat. Today, you're unfortunate to have caught the attention of Lord Zataxi. With a swagger, Zataxi advanced, towering over Xia with his golden lizard eyes looking down disdainfully. He casually pressed the energy emission device against Xia's head, sneering. Lord Zataxi can kill you with a single shot. Then by all means try. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in Xia's eyes, a faint smile gracing his face. In an instant, he vanished from sight. A voice, cold and devoid of emotion, resonated from behind Zataxi, echoing like a death sentence delivered by the King of Hell, infused with a palpable aura of menace. What is happening? Zataxi gasped in shock, swiftly turning around, only to realize that the figure, which had been mere inches from his gaze, had vanished without a trace, reappearing behind him. Not good. A chill coursed through Zataxi's body, his scales bristling in alarm. As he aimed his energy emission device toward Xia's location, boom! The dark red energy burst forth from the cannon, colliding with Xia, producing a dull thud. The energy seemed to strike a thick wall, dissipating into a cloud of crimson smoke. Seeing his target hit, Zataxi's tone turned arrogant again. This is the fate of those who oppose Lord Zataxi. However, Zataxi's expression quickly froze as the smoke cleared, revealing a small figure emerging unscathed from the haze. Cough, cough. Xia lightly coughed, waving away the lingering smoke, pointing at his battle suit. It seems your energy weapon lacks sufficient power. Look, it didn't even damage my suit. Zataxi stared in disbelief at the slightly charred spot on Xia's battle suit, exclaiming loudly, "This is impossible. My energy cannon possesses 2,000 points of combat power. How could you possibly be unscathed? Quite simply, my strength far exceeds yours." As the words left Xia's lips, he moved like a gust of wind, swiftly appearing before Zataxi, lightly pressing his hands against his chest. Boom! A tremendous force surged forth, and before Zataxi could comprehend, his body shot away like a cannonball, crashing into a wall dozens of meters away, creating a massive hole, debris scattering across the ground, burying him beneath a pile of rubble. A wretched scream escaped Zataxi as he emerged, covered in wounds, struggling to rise from the debris. He looked up in terror, only to find a pair of dark eyes regarding him as one would an ant. A wave of cold dread surged from his feet to his brain, leaving his throat dry. He opened his mouth but found no words to utter. "I'm going to be killed." Zataxi screamed internally, his body paralyzed by fear. You cannot kill me. I am a subordinate of Lord Shenbo. If you take my life, Lord Shenbo will not spare you." Zataxi shouted, his voice tinged with desperation, invoking his superior in the hopes of sparing his own life. Shenbo? Upon hearing the name, Xia momentarily paused, pondering if the formidable evil presence he sensed was indeed Shenbo. Recalling the descriptions of Shenbo from the original narrative, and correlating it with the dark energy he felt, it became clear that the one attacking Fidaya was undoubtedly Shenbo. But why would Shenbo, who usually stayed by Frieza's side, venture to this remote Fidaya planet? Was he acting on Frieza's orders? Xia began to speculate. Yes, indeed. My lord, I was sent by Lord Shenbo to capture these Fidayans. Zataxi observed Xia's expression, sensing his knowledge of Shenbo's name, and desperately nodded, hastily divulging everything he knew. After listening, Xia inquired, what is Shenbo's purpose in attacking Fidaya? Is it indeed by Frieza's command? Upon hearing Xia directly mention the name of Frieza, Zataxi broke into a cold sweat, trembling as he replied, why yes. Lord Frieza commanded us to come to Fidaya in search of the legendary ancient warriors. The legendary ancient warriors? Xia pondered thoughtfully, his mind drifting into contemplation. The ancient warrior remained an enigma, perhaps akin to the legendary Super Saiyan. He understood that the original Dragon Ball universe merely revealed a fraction of its vastness. A mere tip of the iceberg related to the protagonists, while the cosmos itself stretched infinitely, possibly concealing numerous secrets yet to be unveiled. My lord, Zetas whispered cautiously, fearful that raising his voice might provoke displeasure. I almost forgot about your matters. Xia responded, regaining his composure with a bright smile. Yes, it is time to set you on your journey. Chapter 50. Wait, my lord, what did you say? Zataxi questioned, doubting the accuracy of his hearing. Xia repeated, I said it is time to send you on your way. May you enjoy your time in the underworld. As he spoke, an overwhelming aura erupted from Xia, manifesting as waves of trembling energy. In this boundless sea of power, the pitiful lizard alien appeared as a solitary vessel amidst a storm, utterly incapable of resistance as the vast energy engulfed him. No, a deafening explosion resonated as Zataxi was reduced to mere particles in the air. Once the smoke cleared, Xia's gaze turned indifferently towards the stunned Fidarians. They were completely astonished, unable to believe that the alien who had just displayed such bravado before them had, in an instant, been transformed into dust. This power was beyond their capacity to resist. Their only option was to comply with his demands, hoping that this lord would not impose excessive demands. The leader of the Fidarians sighed heavily, pondering the calamity that had befallen their planet. Why had such powerful aliens appeared in succession on their world? Are you the natives of Fidar? Xia's voice was not cold, yet the aura of strength surrounding him compelled the weaker Fidarians to avert their gaze. The leader stepped forward cautiously and replied, Yes, Fidar is our home planet. Are you the leader here? Xia inquired. The leader hesitated before nodding. One could say that. In truth, he was not the legitimate leader of the Fidarians. Their true leader had perished long ago, and he was merely a reluctant figurehead, capable of making decisions in their dire circumstances. I have heard that your technology is quite advanced. Can you manufacture a gravity-altering training facility? Xia's tone softened, losing some of its previous severity. The leader stammered in response, Yes, indeed. We Fidarians are natural scientists, adept at technological creation. Realizing Xia's intentions, the leader sought to demonstrate his people's value, hoping to secure their survival. He dared not mislead or exaggerate, for it could determine the fate of their entire race. Xia expressed his satisfaction with the Fidarians' response, stating, Look, Fidar has caught the attention of the cosmic tyrant Frieza. If you remain here, it will only lead to your demise. Now, I offer you a choice. Obey my commands, and I shall allow your people to survive in the cosmos. It was a daunting decision, to follow the path of destruction alongside their home planet, or to heed the words of this youth and submit to him. The leader's face revealed his inner turmoil. Such a choice weighed heavily on the survival of their entire race, and he found himself unable to decide. Xia did not interrupt him, but instead found a place to sit, patiently awaiting his resolution, confident that the leader would arrive at a clear choice. To refuse would invite annihilation, while acquiescence would reduce their people to vassals. Sweat beaded on the leader's forehead as he surveyed the youthful and elderly faces among his kin. Finally, gritting his teeth, he declared, My lord, we are willing to submit to you. We only ask that you preserve the bloodline of the Fidarians. A wise choice, Xia exclaimed, his face brightening with a radiant smile. Rest assured, I shall escort you away from Fidar. By the way, apart from those present, do you have other kin? Xia inquired, noticing that the Fidarians numbered only a little over 10,000, far too few for a civilized race. Yes, my lord, the leader replied. This is merely 1% of our population. Due to the sudden geological disaster, the vast majority of our kin lost their lives. Those who survived have taken refuge in subterranean shelters to evade the pursuit of cosmic beings. If necessary, I can summon them. Hiding is futile. They possess energy detectors, and gathering together will only facilitate their search. Xia shook his head. So they have energy detectors. No wonder they found us. What shall we do? The leader panicked. You must possess a spaceship. I will provide you with cover, and you must immediately depart Fidar on your vessel, Xia Ya instructed. He understood that, given sufficient time, the Fidarians could indeed escape aboard a spaceship, but the geological upheaval had struck so suddenly that they had no time to react. Xia Ya admired the cosmic beings for their professionalism, having dealt a decisive blow to the Fidarians from space before invading the planet, rendering them largely incapable of resistance. Very well. I understand. Thank you for your assistance, my lord. The leader expressed his gratitude, feeling a surge of hope. Perhaps yielding to this lord was not such a dire fate after all. Meanwhile, in another part of Fidar, thick smoke billowed from various locations across the continent. The sky obscured by ominous clouds, all formed from the haze of smoke. Amidst the chaos of ruined cities, a massive chasm split the land, severing rivers and glaciers as if cleaved by a colossal blade. On a relatively flat patch of ground, a brown disc-shaped spaceship rested. Its underside was anchored by several dark, massive steel claws that dug brutally into the hard rock, resembling beasts of the wild. This design was typical of the higher echelons of Frieza's forces. Not far from the ship's entrance, a handsome man sat at a small table, elegantly sipping tea, with long, dark green hair tied into a braid. He appeared dignified and gentlemanly. However, his cold eyes betrayed a merciless nature. He was Shenbo. Shenbo had assisted Frieza in many nefarious deeds, standing alongside Dodoria as one of Frieza's trusted subordinates, second only to the Ginyu Force in combat prowess. This time, he had been dispatched to investigate the ancient warrior legends of Fidar. At that moment, an alien standing beside Shenbo detected a shift in the energy reading on the detector. He pressed a few buttons before turning to Shenbo, saying, "Lord Shenbo, I just detected that one of our squad members' energy suddenly vanished. Before it disappeared." The energy readings fluctuated wildly but were not very high and quickly faded. Oh? Shenbo placed his cup down, intrigued. He steepled his fingers beneath his chin and inquired, what was the combat capability of our missing squad member? Zatasi, a low-level soldier, had a combat power of around 1200, which could reach 2000 with an energy weapon. The officer replied after checking. Interesting. It seems the native combat power on Fidar does not exceed 15, Shenbo remarked with a bloodthirsty smile. Indeed. Haha. It appears a little mouse has infiltrated. Lord Shenbo, could this be the legendary ancient warrior we seek? An alien suggested. No. Shenbo shook his finger and declared, if King Frieza were only seeking ancient warriors with such meager combat prowess, he would not be so fixated on this matter. Relay my command. All members are to immediately proceed to the location where the energy signature has manifested. It has been far too long since I last indulged in the game of cat and mouse. A glimmer of malevolence flickered in Shenbo's dark golden pupils as he commanded everyone to fly towards the location where Xia Ya had previously appeared. Chapter 51. Encounter in the western region of the planet Fidaya. Amidst the remnants of a city reduced to ruins, evidence of collapsed buildings lay everywhere. Trees, once flourishing along the roadsides, had been severed at the trunk, their shattered branches strewn upon the ground. As the wind swept through, leaves danced alongside scattered debris, while a pungent odor permeated the air. On a cracked and fragmented thoroughfare, a large group of people shuffled forward. The once smooth and pristine mechanized road now broken into uneven segments, with fissures resembling a spider's web. Sparks erupted from these crevices, and occasionally, a violent explosion would send a fireball soaring into the sky. Witnessing the once vibrant city transformed into a desolate landscape filled the eyes of the Fidaya people with sorrow. Their hearts were heavy with a sense of helplessness as they faced their plight as the oppressed. Dakla, is your spaceship nearby? Xia Ya asked the leader of the Fidaya in a calm tone. Yes, my lord. It will arrive shortly. That spacecraft was intended as an emergency backup and is docked in the underground hangar ahead. Dakla, the Fidaya leader, replied hastily upon hearing Xia Ya's inquiry. The sudden onslaught from the extraterrestrial invaders had caught the Fidaya off guard. Disaster had swiftly befallen them. Consequently, the ships stationed at the spaceports and large fortresses were destroyed in the initial moments of the attack. Now, the only spacecraft capable of taking flight on Fidaya was the one designated for special circumstances. Please, hasten your pace. Those extraterrestrials possess energy detectors. If we lag, they will discover us, Xia Ya said, his brow furrowing slightly as he observed them. Yes. Dakla exclaimed, his expression turning anxious as he nodded vigorously. Then shouted for everyone to quicken their steps. Having previously fought against the brink of death, the Fidaya people were now filled with dread at the prospect of being pursued by the minions of Frieza. At the mention of potential pursuers, They exerted every ounce of strength to accelerate their pace. Before long, Dakla led the group to a remote area on the outskirts, far from the city's debris. This location stood in stark contrast to the ruins. Verdant trees surrounded them, the forest densely packed with orderly rows of towering trees that reached heights of over 10 meters. Remarkably unaffected by the tectonic shifts. My Lord Xia Ya, beneath this forest lies a metallic underground base where the backup spacecraft is docked. Dakla pointed towards the neatly arranged trees ahead. Xia Ya nodded gently, narrowing his eyes in understanding. It became clear that the entire forest was constructed atop a massive alloyed base, explaining its immunity to the continental drift. Quickly enter the base. Delays may bring unforeseen consequences, he instructed. Yes, my lord. The Fidaya people sprang into action, guided by a few strong young individuals, hastening toward the base's entrance. In a short span, over 10,000 Fidaya had successfully entered the underground facility. Inside, the Fidaya would undertake the critical task of overall adjustments and maintenance on the backup spacecraft. This was no small feat, yet the Fidaya, being predominantly scientists, found equipment repairs as effortless as drinking water. As Xia Ya wandered through the base, he beheld the spacecraft, revered by the Fidaya as their last hope. It was a colossal vessel, extending over 10 kilometers, radiating a silvery gray sheen. Its underside and surroundings were adorned with numerous alloyed mechanical arms, resembling a gigantic white creature from afar. Upon first sight, he was momentarily taken aback by the advanced technology of the Fidaya. The Fidaya's affinity for the silver-gray hue was evident. Their planet and space corridors were uniformly colored, including their spacecraft. It was indeed a marvel that despite such advanced technology, the Fidaya possessed such frail physical forms and had yet to be conquered by other forces. Xia Ya pondered quietly. Fidaya was situated at the confluence of the eastern and southern regions of the North Galaxy, and it was precisely this geographical position that had shielded them from being absorbed by other powers. Yet ultimately, the fate of Fidaya seemed inevitably doomed to subjugation. How peculiar. With the wisdom of the Fidaya, they should have been more vigilant, Xia Ya mused, perplexed. Given their extensive development over the years, it was inconceivable that they were unaware of the universe's darkness and had made no preparations for defense. Dakla, what did that extraterrestrial mention about ancient warriors? Xia Ya inquired directly. Dakla's expression turned confused as he shook his head. I'm not quite sure. It seems to refer to super warriors developed by our ancestors in ancient times. The specifics have faded into obscurity over the ages. It was almost ironic that the super warriors crafted to protect the people had ultimately become the source of near devastation for the Fidaya. Xia Ya heaved a quiet sigh, choosing not to elaborate, suspecting that these ancient warriors resembled bioengineered beings. Much like the Saiyans, the Fidaya had perhaps forgotten the legends passed down through generations due to the migrations of their people. Yet, this ignorance could serve to facilitate their submission in the face of existential threats. Suddenly, Xia Ya's expression shifted. He sensed several powerful energy signatures approaching them, one of which was exceptionally cold and formidable, towering over the others like a majestic mountain. It's Shenbo. Xia Ya's countenance grew serious as he furrowed his brow. I never anticipated that Shenbo would personally lead the charge. Dakla, immediately instruct everyone to take cover in the spacecraft and activate all defensive measures for the base. Without hesitation, Xia Ya commanded Dakla decisively. My lord, what is happening? Dakla's face paled as he discerned the gravity of the situation, recalling Xia Ya's previous mention of energy detection devices. He feared an imminent assault by the extraterrestrials. Xia Ya nodded. Shenbo is approaching with his extraterrestrial minions. They will arrive in approximately 3 minutes. Do not ask questions. Execute my orders immediately. The chilling command echoed in Dakla's ears, and the realization that enemies would arrive in mere moments left him feeling faint. Yes, my lord. I will arrange it at once, he stammered in response. As Dakla hurried away, Xia Ya gazed skyward, teleporting to a location over 300 kilometers from the underground base, a critical juncture leading to the facility. There, he intended to intercept Shenbo. Shenbo, let me witness the extent of your power as Frieza's right hand. Without a trace of trepidation, Xia Ya felt his blood surging with excitement, his entire being thrumming with exhilaration. In the blink of an eye, 3 minutes had elapsed. From a distance, several figures soared through the sky, with the striking green-haired Shenbo leading the way. Upon spotting the black-haired youth blocking the path ahead, Shenbo gestured for his subordinates to halt, intrigued as he scrutinized the young man before him. Who is this boy? Shenbo wondered, a cold, indifferent smile gracing his lips as he floated in midair, arms crossed. Given the multitude of humanoid species in the universe, The subtle differences among them rendered it difficult for Shenbo to ascertain the youth's origin, particularly since Xia Ya donned the most popular battle attire in the North Galaxy. Ah, I hope this young man can provide me with some amusement, Shenbo mused to himself. Shangbo gazed at Xia Ya with keen interest, a subtle smile gracing his handsome visage. Chapter 52, The Great Battle with Shangbo. Lord Shangbo. This is the energy reaction detected by the probe at the time of Zeta's disappearance. But I am puzzled as to why the opposing energy intensity only registers a combat power of 540. An alien beside him pressed the energy detector, reporting the gathered data. Young man, you must not be a Fidarian. Might you share how you managed to eliminate that? Zeta's? Shangbo's movements were graceful, his voice calm and measured, reminiscent of a well-educated nobleman. Were it not for the knowledge of his true nature, one could easily be deceived by his acting. You mean that lizard man? If you're curious, you could always try for yourself. Xia Ya replied, a subtle smile on his face, yet his heart was already on high alert. Aware of the considerable gap between him and Shangbo, despite knowing he was at a disadvantage, Xia Ya chose to confront Shangbo directly for two reasons. Firstly, to measure the disparity between his own strength and that of the mainstream cosmic elite. Secondly, to disrupt Shangbo's plans, thereby granting the Fidarians more time. After all, the Fidarians were among the first subordinates he had recruited, and losing them here would be a grave loss. Moreover, the more critical reason was that Xia Ya possessed the ability to teleport. In a crucial moment, this was his lifeline. If circumstances permitted, Xia Ya would gladly engage in a fierce battle with Shangbo, for it is only through true combat that a Saiyan can achieve growth. Ha ha ha, truly, ignorance breeds courage. Young one, you must understand, not everyone is as amiable as I. Shangbo chuckled softly, his tone tranquil, seemingly devoid of anger. Yet the malevolent glint lurking beneath his golden pupils was eager to emerge. Heh, Xia Ya scoffed, his body tensing, the energy within him already stirring. Whoosh, a swift, low hum tore through the air. Choosing to strike first, Xia Ya's figure abruptly vanished from sight, followed by a series of explosive clashes. The aliens surrounding Shangbo emitted cries of anguish, plummeting from the heights above. In that moment, the energy detector blared an urgent alarm, the data on its screen flashing rapidly before stabilizing once more. Xia Ya's movements were so swift that the ordinary eye could scarcely perceive them, rendering the scene somewhat bewildering. However, Shangbo had seen everything. Clap, clap, clap. Applause erupted. Shangbo chuckled lightly, clapping his hands, his voice ringing out in praise. Among all present, only he had comprehended Xia Ya's every action, leading him to realize that his subordinates could not possibly defeat Xia Ya. It seemed he would have to intervene personally. Ha ha ha, impressive skills. Young man, you are far superior to my soldiers. I wonder if you would be interested in joining the Frieza force? I could personally recommend you to King Frieza. Shangbo stated with calm composure. Heh, I have no interest in being Frieza's lackey. Xia Ya replied. Such a pity. Shangbo feigned disappointment, covering his mouth as he shook his head nonchalantly, stepping closer to Xia Ya. Since you refuse to serve King Frieza, it seems I must condemn you to death. Xia Ya's gaze grew serious. He sensed immense pressure merely from Shangbo's stance. Boom. Xia Ya no longer concealed his prowess, unleashing a torrent of power that enveloped him in a dense, hazy aura. The air crackled with a low hum, and the surrounding atmosphere warped slightly. The energy detector on Shangbo's ear emitted frantic beeps, the data climbing steadily until it finally stabilized at 14,500. Ah, an astonishing 14,500. Shangbo exclaimed in astonishment. What race are you? Could you be a Saiyan? No, it cannot be. A Saiyan could not possess such combat power at such a young age. Though Xia Ya bore a striking resemblance to a Saiyan, he lacked the race's distinctive trait, a tail. Suddenly, with a whoosh, Shangbo's figure vanished before him. Xia Ya, alert, sensed his surroundings, his eyes tracking Shangbo's movements until he pinpointed his position and launched a punch. Yet, as his fist connected, Xia Ya felt something amiss. His strike had missed. A mere afterimage. Xia Ya's expression hardened as he pivoted, retreating defensively, moving fluidly and cautiously assessing the situation. Abruptly, he sensed an anomaly to the side and swiftly dodged. Bang! Shangbo's fist grazed past him, a tremendous gust of wind crashing into the ground, sending tremors through the earth, which buckled into a massive crater, riddled with gashes and unrecognizable. The aliens brought by Shangbo had long since been flung into oblivion by the force of the battle. That was close. Xia Ya soared into the sky, casting a glance down at the newly formed meteorite crater, his heart still racing. Heh, you dodged my attack. Remarkable for one so young. It seems you cannot be spared. It was then that Shangbo appeared above Xia Ya, a smile gracing his lips. When did he? Xia Ya gasped, his body instinctively tensing into a defensive posture. Shangbo grinned elegantly before suddenly bringing his fists down upon Xia Ya's head with tremendous force. A wave of dizziness washed over Xia Ya as he plummeted rapidly downward. Just before impact, he struck the ground with his energy, stabilizing himself through the rebound. However, Shangbo followed closely behind, unleashing a relentless barrage of attacks upon Xia Ya, who was forced into a defensive posture, his body rapidly accumulating wounds. Boom, boom, boom. Xia Ya and Shangbo exchanged blows, each punch punctuated by their rapid movements, resulting in nothing more than fleeting shadows. The battle expanded, devastating mountains, lakes, forests, and vast stretches of land. After a brief respite, Xia Ya paused to catch his breath. The skirmish had drained much of his stamina. While Shangbo appeared largely unscathed, his battle attire merely tattered, his breathing still calm. One was disheveled, the other graceful. The disparity was stark. Smack. A forceful strike sent Xia Ya hurtling downwards. Rumble. The already cracked earth erupted into a colossal mushroom cloud, thick dust obscuring the sunlight, plunging the ground into darkness. A deep pit emerged, with Xia Ya bracing himself on one hand, kneeling in the center. Haha, quite the resilience. Impressive. Shangbo twisted his neck, the bones cracking audibly. With a whoosh, he vanished once more, delivering a kick aimed at Xia Ya's abdomen. Xia Ya's expression turned grave as he caught the kick with both hands. Yet in an instant, he was sent flying, the sheer force nearly shattering his arms. The gap is insurmountable, as the numbness coursed through his hand. A bitter smile crossed Xia Ya's face. Whoosh. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and teleported away from the battlefield, observing Shangbo from a distance. The initial clash had laid bare the vast gulf between him and Shangbo. Without employing his extraordinary abilities, he was utterly outmatched. Shangbo's current combat power approached 20,000, surpassing Xia Ya by over 5,000, a gap that was impossible to bridge. Thus far, Shangbo had merely toyed with him, withholding his full strength. If only his tail were still intact, he might transform into a colossal ape for battle. Alas, these are merely fanciful musings. While the transformation into a great ape could enhance his combat prowess, the uncertainties it entails are numerous, and more critically, it would reveal his identity as a Saiyan. He is acutely aware of a significant drawback to this transformation. Its immense size significantly hampers mobility, much like the muscular transformation of a Super Saiyan. Although the energy surges and the power of each strike escalates dramatically, speed remains lacking. This may not pose a problem in lower-tier battles, yet in high-speed confrontations, such a flaw could prove fatal. Should his opponent possess sufficient swiftness, there exist myriad ways to vanquish his transformed self, with severing the tail being the most straightforward and direct method. In the realm of martial arts, where no technique is invincible, only speed remains unbreakable. Rather than viewing the Great Ape transformation as an offensive tactic, it is more aptly described as a defense rooted in brute strength. However, when confronted by a true master, such a defense is riddled with vulnerabilities. Shaking his head to cast aside these unproductive thoughts, Xia Ya redirected his focus entirely toward preparing for battle. The silhouette of Shangbo swiftly materialized before him, his expression tinged with confusion. Strange, how on earth did you arrive here? I could not perceive your movements at all. With a cheerful grin, Xia Ya replied, guess. Displaying a set of pristine white teeth, he elicited a disdainful smirk from Shangbo, whose handsome visage began to show signs of impatience. Having grown weary of the cat-and-mouse game, it was time to unleash his full power, curious to see how many of his strikes the opponent could withstand. Chapter 53. The envy you cannot attain. Upon observing the change in Shangbo's countenance, Xia Ya's expression also shifted, as he discerned that the other party was no longer inclined to engage in their playful banter. At this juncture, he realized he must act swiftly, seizing the tempo of the battlefield before Shangbo could fully react. Otherwise, he would have to contend with a serious and formidable opponent, one he could not hope to manage. As this thought flickered through his mind, a ghostly blue luminescence ignited within Xia Ya's dark eyes, signaling his intent to unleash his spatial superpower. Simultaneously, Shangbo, ever perceptive, sensed a hint of danger, causing his heart to momentarily quicken. Yet, he quickly raised an eyebrow and chuckled lightly at his own inexplicable anxiety. As a prominent figure in the service of King Frieza, what scenario had he not encountered? Before him stood merely a brash youth. He could dispatch him in 3 minutes, no, in 1 minute. With that thought, he donned a mocking expression, preparing to send the insolent youth on his way. However, Just as he was about to strike, an unexpected occurrence unfolded. Shangbo suddenly realized that the surrounding air had become eerily viscous, making each breath feel as though it were being constricted by an unseen force. It was a potent binding power emanating from the fabric of space itself. What is happening? Shangbo furrowed his brow, his demeanor growing grave as he found himself immobilized mid-air, every attempt to move becoming an arduous task. It felt as if countless invisible chains were binding his limbs, rendering him utterly motionless. What on earth is this? Why can I not move? Shangbo's expression shifted dramatically, a sense of foreboding washed over him. He glared furiously at Xia Ya and demanded, "You little brat, is this your doing?" "Correct answer. Prepare to savor the taste of defeat, but remember it well." Xia Ya, devoid of emotion, floated before Shangbo, a radiant smile illuminating his face. As his words fell, his expression transformed into the chilling waters of a frozen lake in winter. And he launched his attack, his palms thrust forward continuously, conjuring countless afterimages of hands in the air, and nearly 100 blazing white energy waves erupted from his palms, dancing like silver serpents and exuding an aura of terror. Each energy wave possessed the power to obliterate a medium-sized city. Boom, boom, boom. Countless energy waves tore through the air and reached Shangbo in an instant, striking him squarely. In that moment, the sky erupted into a myriad of dazzling flashes, illuminating the dark clouds as if it were daylight. Energy blast, Xia Ya declared decisively, raising one hand, from which a brilliantly white energy orb materialized, shooting forth like an arrow with a piercing crackle as it sliced through the air. Shangbo, paralyzed in midair, could only watch as the energy orb grew larger and approached him relentlessly. In no time, the energy orb struck its target, and a colossal mushroom cloud ascended, accompanied by a deafening explosion that generated a tremendous shockwave. The sky became awash with a shimmering haze, obliterating the dust that had previously obscured the light. Ah! A wretched scream echoed. As the smoke began to dissipate, Shangbo's injured form was finally revealed. He appeared utterly disheveled, his dark green hair cascading over his shoulders, his armor in tatters, and his body marred by injuries, with both arms hanging limply, undoubtedly fractured. "Ah, damn it! I will not let you get away with this." His anguished roar brimmed with unbounded hatred. As Frieza's right-hand man, he had never endured such humiliation. Even when facing the Jinyu force, he had engaged in equal discourse. Shangbo regretted his earlier mockery. Had he known his opponent possessed such superpowers, he would have dispatched him swiftly before he could unleash them, thus sparing himself this humiliation. Very well, you have successfully provoked me." The more he pondered, the angrier he became, finally unable to restrain a furious roar, his aura intensifying. Shangbo also possessed the ability to transform, though he preferred to reserve it for dire circumstances. A glimmer of insight flashed in Xia Ya's eyes as he detected a tremor in the spatial bindings surrounding Shangbo. A sense of dread enveloped him. He could feel Shangbo's energy surging, and his spatial superpower was beginning to falter against the rising tide of that energy. The strength of his superpower was insufficient. Xia Ya understood the root of the problem. Although his spatial abilities were gradually strengthening alongside his own power, his combat prowess remained lacking. When faced with a true powerhouse, his superpower afforded him little advantage. Before long, cracks appeared in the sky, writhing like tadpoles in a frantic struggle, an ominous sign. Then, with a resounding shatter, the sky, akin to a smooth mirror, fractured, sending countless crystalline shards shimmering into the void. Xia Ya's body quaked, a wave of nausea washing over him. His spatial superpower had been breached. In the breach, a grotesque, toad-like alien stood, blood streaming from its limbs and head, its body riddled with horrific wounds. Shangbo, having transformed, had finally shattered Xia Ya's superpower. Yet, in this state of disarray, he was a pitiful sight, devoid of any semblance of dignity. "Today, I shall make you wish for death." The grotesque visage twisted as a curse from the abyss escaped Shangbo's lips. Despite his injuries and shattered arms, an oppressive aura emanated from him, settling heavily upon every cell of Xia Ya's being. 25,000 battle power. This was nearly double Xia Ya's own strength. Indeed, Shangbo had proven his mettle in transformation, which explained his ability to break free from Xia Ya's spatial restraints, struggling against the pressure descending from above. Xia Ya erupted into manic laughter, his blood boiling. With a surge of energy, Shangbo's muscles tensed, generating a series of low rumblings as his golden eyes fixed intently upon Xia Ya, his aura pressing down upon him. Such a potent presence. Xia Ya felt a sudden jolt, he was momentarily overwhelmed by Shenbo's formidable aura. A violent gale swept through, forcing him to shield his face with his arms as his body swayed like a leaf in the wind. Breakthrough, Xia Ya roared, forcefully cleaving through the tempest before him, igniting his strength in a frenzied blaze. Suddenly, both combatants vanished, only to reappear simultaneously. Shenbo, fueled by rage, leapt towards Xia Ya, the shockwave of his powerful kick slicing through the air with a whoosh. With a thunderous impact, Shenbo unleashed a kick, and in a flash, Xia Ya crossed his arms defensively, absorbing the weight of Shenbo's assault. Boom! The ground collapsed under the tremendous force, sending shockwaves through Xia Ya's arms, propelling him several meters backward. Coughing violently, blood erupted from Xia Ya's throat, revealing the stark disparity in their strength. Shenbo's simple strike had left him grievously wounded. Ha 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 die! Shenbo cackled maniacally, immediately closing the distance and delivering another kick. With a resounding thud, Xia Ya was struck once more, his body launched like a cannonball. Boom! The earth cracked under the impact, clouds of dust swirling as Xia Ya sprang up the moment he hit the ground, piercing through the thick haze towards his adversary. With a cacophony of sounds, the two combatants engaged in an epic struggle between the heavens and the earth. Violent whirlwinds spreading across the landscape as they unleashed their full might, causing the very planet of Fidaya to tremble. In the distance, the surviving extraterrestrials gazed in astonishment at the fierce clash between Xia Ya and Shenbo, their energy detectors having long since succumbed to the overwhelming intensity of the battle. My goodness, their strength is utterly despairing. The aliens exchanged pale, anxious glances, ever poised to flee the battlefield. Huh, is that all you've got? If so, I must say, I am thoroughly disappointed. Shenbo taunted as he fought. Throughout the skirmish, Xia Ya found himself consistently on the defensive, enduring a relentless barrage with few successful strikes against Shenbo. Though Shenbo had lost both arms, the nearly insurmountable disparity in energy levels rendered him formidable. Before long, he was covered in wounds. This is untenable. The difference in power is too vast. With a thunderous crash, Xia Ya was sent plummeting from the sky, crashing into the depths of a vast crater. Each slight movement sent jolts of pain through his body, and he had come to comprehend the extent of his own explosive potential. While also witnessing the capabilities of a being at the pinnacle of cosmic strength, it seemed time for a Shinzo. With all eyes upon him, Xia Ya revealed a peculiar smile, and in the next moment, he vanished from sight, evading Shenbo's latest thunderous strike. Far from the battlefield, Xia Ya calmly retrieved a green, dried bean from his pocket and placed it at the corner of his mouth. After a brief chew, the miraculous Shinzo restored him to his peak condition, healing all his wounds instantaneously. Truly, Shinzo are indispensable. Xia Ya flexed his limbs, feeling a significant surge in his battle prowess, invigorated and brimming with strength. Shenbo, blood streaming from his head, had lost the composed elegance he once possessed, his eyes widening in disbelief as he beheld Xia Ya restored to full power. Emanating an aura of incredulity as he bellowed in a mix of anguish and fury, "How did you recover from your injuries so swiftly?" Shenbo was deeply wounded, filled with sorrow and indignation. How could this diminutive human possess such extraordinary abilities? Not only was he naturally powerful, but he also wielded an inexplicable superpower that had left Shenbo grievously injured. After breaking free from his opponent's overwhelming abilities, he had assumed he could vanquish him, only to discover that this little fellow was remarkably resilient. Now, Xia Ya had astonishingly regained his full strength. Xia Ya met Shenbo's incredulous gaze with an innocent expression, a playful smile gracing his lips as he remarked, "You can't envy this." Then, a brilliant blue light ignited within Xia Ya's eyes, more pure and beautiful than the previous dark hue of his spatial abilities, resembling a radiant, sparkling blue crystal. Chapter 54. The death of Shenbo. Xia Ya's lips parted slightly as he coldly uttered a few words. Time, halt. Indeed, Xia Ya could no longer afford to wait. He was vastly outmatched by Shenbo. This disparity seemed insurmountable, yet who decreed that combat must adhere strictly to the hierarchy of strength? This was not merely a sparring match, but a fight for survival. Thus all means were permissible. Suddenly, the entire planet transformed into a realm of azure. Everything on the planet Fidaya was suspended in time. This marked Xia Ya's second instance of wielding his temporal abilities against an adversary, the first being his confrontation with the giant ape transformed by shielding. And now this was the second. Temporal abilities differ from spatial ones, and over the years, Xia Ya had not experienced significant enhancement in this regard. With his current combat power, he could barely manage to halt time for 3 seconds. Moreover, the duration would diminish depending on the strength of the object being paused. Indeed, upon enveloping Shangbo, whose power reached 25,000 within his temporal stasis. Xia Ya felt his energy rapidly depleting. It was evident that he could at most suspend time for 2 seconds. Only 2 seconds. Instinctively, Xia Ya calculated the limit of his suspension. However, that was sufficient. With this rough estimation in mind, his body transformed into a streak of light, arriving at Shangbo's side in the blink of an eye. In the icy blue world, everything was frozen except for Xia Ya. Suspended in midair, Shangbo wore a bewildered expression, his grotesque toad-like visage staring vacantly ahead. Due to the overwhelming energy radiating from Shangbo, Xia Ya dared not act rashly. He refrained from unnecessary movements and simply extended his hand, pressing his palm against Shangbo's heart. A glint of cold light flickered in his eyes as his fingers curled, channeling energy swiftly into his palm, which immediately radiated a dazzling brilliance. A low hum resonated as an energy sphere was compressed within his hand. With a sharp hiss, the vast energy coalesced into a brilliant white orb, no larger than a peanut, encircled by tendrils of ethereal blue arcs. The arcs crackled and flickered. This diminutive white light was a culmination of more than half of Xia Ya's energy, and after extreme compression, its power was amplified 100-fold. He was confident that this minuscule spark of energy, if unleashed, could obliterate all matter within a 10-kilometer radius. "Shangbo, you may perish," came a chilling voice as Xia Ya's expression remained impassive. With a shattering sound, the azure realm fragmented. At that moment, Shangbo regained his senses. To him, time had never truly paused. In his perspective, the enemy who had once stood before him had vanished without notice. An ominous premonition surged from within, and instinctively, Shangbo felt a tremor of dread. Suddenly, a slender beam of light pierced through his chest and exited his back. An intense, wrenching pain surged through his heart as he slowly lowered his gaze, only to be met by Xia Ya's cold, dark eyes. How had he appeared before him? Shangbo's mouth fell agape in disbelief, and as he looked down, he saw his heart charred and blood gushing forth, accompanied by the acrid scent of scorched flesh. His heart had been pierced? It was beyond comprehension. For the vast majority of beings in the universe, a pierced heart signified one inevitable fate, death. Shangbo's constitution was not robust enough to survive such a wound. How could this be? His eyes widened in shock. He could not fathom how this diminutive figure before him had accomplished this feat. As he struggled to swallow, blood erupted from his throat, and due to oxygen deprivation, a wave of dizziness engulfed him. His lips quivered, revealing a deep sense of resentment. "I never imagined I, Shangbo, would meet my end at the hands of a nameless nobody." "You have only yourself to blame for your arrogance," Xia Ya retorted coldly. The circumstances that allowed Xia Ya to defeat Shangbo were laden with fortunate coincidences. Had Shangbo not initially underestimated him, treating their encounter as a game of cat and mouse, and had he unleashed his full strength from the outset, Xia Ya might never have had the opportunity to activate his abilities. Ha ha ha. Indeed, I was too arrogant. I am not content. But Lord Frieza will not let you escape. With that, Shangbo coughed up blood, his consciousness beginning to fade. It was unfathomable that a key confidant of Lord Frieza would perish on such an inconspicuous planet. Boom. Shangbo's body began to swell, culminating in a violent explosion that reduced him to ashes. Xia Ya sighed, realizing that even a lion spares no effort when hunting a rabbit. Underestimating opponents on the battlefield is utterly inadvisable. Shangbo's fate served as a stark warning. Regardless of the adversary's strength, one must retain a fundamental vigilance, as Shangbo himself lamented. His death was indeed unjust. Had he not been so careless, had he not faced an opponent endowed with peculiar abilities, had Xia Ya not fortuitously consumed a magical being, the outcome could have been entirely different. Alas, Shangbo was bereft of such what-ifs. Dozens of kilometers away, the extraterrestrials who had followed Shangbo witnessed the demise of their once mighty leader at the hands of a mere boy, leaving them in a state of shock. They stared ahead, their expressions blank, as silence enveloped the scene. After a lengthy pause, one particularly hairy extraterrestrial finally snapped back to reality, exclaiming in disbelief, "Lord Shangbo is dead. Oh, Lord Shangbo has perished." With those cries, panic swiftly spread among the ranks. The extraterrestrials, filled with dread as they cast fearful glances at Xia Ya, fled in all directions. However, Xia Ya would not allow their escape. Dealing with such weaklings, whose combat power barely reached 1 or 2,000, required little effort. In a flash, Xia Ya positioned himself before the fleeing extraterrestrials. "You have wrought enough misdeeds. It is time to join Shangbo in hell." With that, he gently stirred the air, and the heavens complied, unleashing vast waves of energy that rippled outward. The bodies of the extraterrestrials froze in midair, ensnared by an eerie force. Suddenly, dark red, profound rifts appeared, opening wide like the maw of a primordial beast, swiftly swallowing dozens of extraterrestrials into the abyss. Each of these rifts was a fragment of space, and the sensations within were far from pleasant. Before long, the extraterrestrials were ground to dust by the forces of spatial energy. Done and dusted, Xia clapped his hands, and the deep rifts vanished without a trace, descending onto the ravaged earth, which bore the scars of their earlier battle. The scorched ground resembled a landscape that had endured the bombardment of countless nuclear warheads, with massive craters dotting the terrain, some measuring thousands of meters in diameter, while molten lava surged from the center. Following the onslaught of Shenbo's cosmic attacks and his fierce confrontation with Xia, the tectonic plates of Fidaya had become irrevocably destabilized, inevitably sliding into the mantle. For the foreseeable future, this planet would resemble a hellish realm, uninhabitable for any form of life. After resting momentarily on a boulder of debris, Xia fully regained his strength. He then sensed the presence of other extraterrestrials lingering on the planet Fidaya. Aside from those who had accompanied Shenbo, several dozen more were scattered across various locations on the planet, with a few boasting combat powers reaching up to 3,000. To eradicate the root of the problem, Xia pondered briefly before teleporting to the vicinity of those remaining extraterrestrials. The extraterrestrials, upon the sudden appearance of Xia, regarded him as mere prey, showing no respect or caution, eagerly vying to engage him directly. The inevitable fate that awaited these beings was clear. They were all cast into the rifts of space by Xia. Within a span of mere minutes, the alien population on Fidaya was entirely eradicated by Xia. The loss amounted to hundreds of soldiers from the Frieza force, including the high-ranking officer, Shenbo. One can only imagine the expression on Frieza's face upon receiving this news. Xia mused to himself, finding the thought amusing. However, considering Frieza's temperament, it is unlikely that he would feel even a trace of sorrow. Yet, his fury would undoubtedly be palpable. The very image of Frieza, in a fit of rage, shattering his wine goblet, brought Xia genuine delight. Chapter 55. Frieza's reaction returning to the subterranean base of the Fidayan people. The scene was bustling with activity as they diligently maintained their spacecraft. Xia sought a quiet corner to recline and rest. Lord Xia, you have returned. Those extraterrestrials did not trouble you, did they? Dakura approached with an earnest expression, his concern palpable. In truth, Xia's confrontation with the likes of Shenbo had instilled great anxiety in Dakura, his mind haunted by the earlier cataclysmic upheaval, as if the very sky had been rent asunder. The terrifying imagery of what seemed like the apocalypse was indelibly etched in his memory, a sight he had never before witnessed, leaving him in a state of dread for Xia's safety, fearing he might not withstand those cosmic adversaries. At this moment, the only hope for the Fidayan people rested upon Xia. Should he falter against the aliens, extinction would be their fate. The alien forces were ostentatiously formidable, and Dakura could not fathom the implications of Xia's potential defeat. Yet seeing Xia return unscathed eased his trepidation, allowing him to exhale in relief. His earlier anxiety morphing into elation as he hurriedly approached. Those scoundrels were my adversaries as well? Xia cast a sidelong glance at Dakura, his tone laced with indifference. It was not arrogance, but rather a clear recognition that to win over the Fidayan people, he must exhibit his strength, instilling in them the belief that aligning with him was their wisest choice. The extraterrestrials would merely serve as stepping stones to solidify his position. Dakura was momentarily taken aback, a chill coursing through him, yet he was not afraid. Rather, he was enveloped in a wave of joy. Did Xia imply that he had vanquished those aliens? Surely that must be the case. Dakura felt a surge of excitement, his thoughts momentarily stumbling over each other, struggling to articulate his thoughts. What is it? Xia inquired, a faint smile gracing his lips. Lord Xia, there were violent explosions across Fidaya, and the planet was shaking. I wonder if it was due to your battle with the enemy. Dakura cautiously ventured, keeping a close watch on Xia's expression. Indeed, those explosions resulted from the energy impacts during my confrontation with the extraterrestrials, Xia readily affirmed. Just as I suspected. Dakura's pupils dilated in shock, his face betraying his disbelief. He had never imagined that a mere human could wield such terrifying power, surpassing the bounds of technology. Breathless, Dakura pressed on, Lord Xia, what was the ultimate outcome? Did I not just say? Of course, I triumphed. There are no aliens left on this planet. Xia retorted, irritation flickering in his gaze. He waved dismissively, adding, I merely did not anticipate the enemy being so feeble. They fell before I had even warmed up. Such a revelation left Dodoria reeling. The weaklings Xia Ya referred to were the very culprits responsible for the devastation of Fidaya. Suddenly, an uncontrollable wave of emotion surged within him. Tears brimming in his eyes as he collapsed to the ground, weeping uncontrollably while shouting in joy. Wonderful! Those invaders are all dead. Lord Xia Ya has avenged us. Our fallen king can now rest in peace. Enough, your kin shall find peace, Xia Ya remarked, a hint of amusement at the corner of his eye as he offered comfort. Once Dokura's emotions had subsided, Xia Ya's expression grew serious. Although the invaders have been eradicated, it is regrettable that the planet's crust has collapsed, rendering Fidaya uninhabitable. Nay, Lord Xia Ya, your ability to eliminate the invaders is already remarkable. Thank you. Dokura straightened, bowing solemnly, his expression grave. Xia Ya accepted Dokura's homage with composure, understanding that he was receiving not only gratitude, but also the loyalty of the Fidayan people. However, these extraterrestrials were merely the vanguard of Frieza's forces. Upon receiving word of this incident, more formidable foes would undoubtedly be dispatched. Dokura, you must hasten to gather the remaining Fidayan people and swiftly assess the condition of the spacecraft. We must depart Fidaya before the second wave of extraterrestrials arrives. Yes, my lord. Dokura nodded fervently, his slight frame brimming with newfound vigor as he began directing his kin in their urgent tasks. The evacuation was inherently intricate and demanding, involving both the tallying of remaining personnel and the preparation of alternative spacecraft, an immense undertaking, especially with the uncertainty surrounding the timing of the next wave of invaders. Time was of the essence, and they had to seize every moment to expedite their departure from Fidaya. As Dokura meticulously organized the complex evacuation efforts, Xia Ya observed with satisfaction. Nodding in approval, the Fidayan people worked tirelessly, their admiration for Xia Ya having surged to unprecedented heights following his victory over the extraterrestrial foes, solidifying their loyalty and allegiance to him. Having maintained frequent contact with the broader cosmic civilizations, the Fidayan people possessed an understanding of the nature of the strong. Compared to other formidable beings in the universe, Xia Ya's benevolence was particularly disarming. In the northern galaxy, Frieza's headquarters stood, a massive planet transformed by advanced technology. Against the backdrop of the magnificent cosmos, the stars sparkled like exquisite jewels, each orbiting in perfect harmony. The headquarters of Frieza's dominion was akin to the heart of a vast empire, a central stronghold. Here, the defenses were impenetrable, fortified by cutting-edge cosmic technology that enveloped the planet as securely as an iron fortress, preventing even the most insignificant intruder from breaching its walls. Surrounding the frozen planet, interstellar fortresses rotated like bastions, their colossal turrets, dark and robust, gleaming ominously in the void of space, resembling ancient beasts roaring into the night. In the opulent palace, beside a semi-transparent viewport, Frieza stood relaxed, one hand resting behind his back while the other held a wine glass, savoring its contents. His crimson eyes glinted with a cruel light as he surveyed the scenery beyond the window. Mr. Dodoria, I have heard that the Saiyan Prince Vegeta is busy inciting rebellion. What do you think I should do about those Saiyans? Frieza's cold, raspy voice broke the silence as he passed his glass to a nearby attendant, turning his attention to Dodoria with keen interest. Those Saiyans are insufferably arrogant. If their combat prowess were of no use, I would have long since obliterated their planet. Dodoria sneered, his disdain for the Saiyan pride apparent. Frieza chuckled darkly, his lips curling into an evil grin. Patience, Mr. Dodoria. After a little more time has passed, we shall eliminate those Saiyans. At that moment, you will witness the most beautiful fireworks the universe has to offer. Yes, Lord Frieza, Dodoria exclaimed, his face alight with excitement at the thought of witnessing the spectacular devastation wrought by Frieza's wrath. All right, I heard that King Vegeta had a son a few years ago, and his talent seems quite remarkable. Is he named Vegeta? Frieza inquired. Indeed. How audacious to name his son after a planet. King Vegeta's ambitions are not to be underestimated. Dodoria, summon that Vegeta to the Frieza headquarters in due course. As you command, my lord, Dodoria replied, a sinister smile creeping across his rotund face. At that moment, the palace doors swung open, and a purple-skinned alien stumbled in. Prostrating himself as he reported, Lord Frieza, I bring urgent news from Planet Fidaya. Oh? What news? Has Mr. Shenbo already received word of the ancient warriors? Frieza said casually. No, it is not that. The alien wiped the sweat from his brow, his voice quavering. Clarify the situation at once. Dodoria barked. The purple alien trembled, nervously stating. The latest report from the command center indicates that Lord Shenbo has encountered a formidable foe on Planet Fidaya, and his forces have been utterly annihilated. Lord Shenbo's energy signal has also vanished. With a resounding crack, Frieza's tail struck a nearby attendant, sending a wine glass crashing to the floor, the crimson liquid spilling everywhere. Frieza's expression shifted, his crimson eyes gleaming with a demonic chill as he demanded, "What transpired? Explain it clearly." Lord Shenbo led over 100 soldiers from the Frieza force to Fidaya in search of clues regarding the ancient warriors. However, just an hour ago, the command center detected an unprecedented surge of energy on Fidaya. Shortly thereafter, Lord Shenbo's signal disappeared. It is presumed that Lord Shenbo has perished. How could this be? Lord Shenbo's battle power was at a peak of 25,000. Could he not transform in time? Dodoria asked, astonished. Being one of Frieza's closest aides, he was well aware that Lord Shenbo's true power far surpassed his own. How could he possibly fail on such a minor planet as Fidaya? The scanner last detected that Lord Shenbo had indeed unleashed his full power. The purple alien himself found this hard to believe. After a brief moment of astonishment, Frieza swiftly regained his composure, a sinister smile curling at the corners of his mouth. How intriguing, truly fascinating that someone could slay Mr. Shenbo. This individual must possess strength rivaling that of the Ginyu Force. The purple alien stood cautiously, not daring to make a sound, his heart racing. For it was evident that Frieza was in a foul mood. Indeed, Frieza was far from pleased. He felt no sorrow for Shenbo's demise. Instead, he was consumed by an infinite rage at the affront to his dignity. For him, Shenbo's death was nothing short of a challenge. Aside from his father, King Cold, and his brother, Cooler, he had never suffered such indignities, and his subordinates could not be so easily slain by others. Dodoria, Fidaya must be a lowly planet, correct? Frieza's calm voice belied a deep-seated murderous intent. Yes, my lord, the Fidayans are mere ants with battle powers not exceeding 15. Yet, it is this so-called ant of a lowly planet that has claimed Mr. Shenbo's life. Frieza murmured. Could it truly be the work of the legendary ancient warriors of Fidaya? Dodoria, immediately relay orders to the Ginyu Force to hasten to Planet Fidaya. I am eager to witness the power of these so-called ancient warriors. Frieza's greatest fear lay in the age-old legends of the Frost Demons, particularly the tales of the so-called Super Saiyans, as well as the recent rumors surrounding the ancient warriors of Fidaya. By dispatching the Ginyu Force to investigate, he intended to use them as bait to probe the strength of this ancient warrior. Chapter 56 Departure as Frieza issued his orders. On a distant planet in the North Galaxy, within a damp and chilly rainforest, Captain Ginyu had just received the command to immediately set forth towards the southeastern planet of Fidaya. A white-haired alien tapped his communicator to report to Captain Ginyu. The captain chewed on some meat, spat out a fragment of bone, and inquired, "Fidaya? That seems to be a lowly planet, hardly worthy of our personal intervention. JIS. Contact Frieza's headquarters to clarify why such an order was given," he commanded. "Understood, Captain," replied JIS, the white-haired alien. As he established contact with Frieza's headquarters and soon learned the reason. "Captain, I have inquired, and it turns out that the order stemmed from the death of Shenbo, who was close to Lord Frieza on Planet Fidaya. Shenbo, the trusted aide of the king, had perished?" The tall alien Bart, known for his speed among the Ginyu Force, expressed surprise with a hint of glee. The Ginyu Force, Frieza's elite squad, regarded themselves as superior to Kvera's mechanized troops and held Mr. Shenbo, who often lingered beside Frieza, in disdain for his lack of combat prowess. Indeed, in the eyes of the Ginyu Force, Shenbo was merely a minor figure lacking in fighting ability. They recalled how in the original saga on Namek, Vegeta had managed to defeat Shenbo in his transformed state, yet had suffered a significant setback at the hands of the comparatively weaker Ginyu member, Rikuum, nearly losing his life. This demonstrated that every member of the Ginyu Force, rightly dubbed the elite team, should never be underestimated. How intriguing that Shenbo met his demise on a lowly planet. Perhaps we shall encounter something entertaining there. Ginyu mused. Stroking his chin, he rose, his robust lavender form towering like a small mountain, emanating a palpable aura of pressure. The too large and too small eyes of Guldo, still munching on food, noticed Jinyu's newfound interest in Fidaya and set his meal aside to ask, "Shall we set off now? It will take at least 2 months to reach Fidaya, and we may miss the deadline. Who cares about the timing? It's a mission assigned by Lord Frieza. We just need to arrive," Bart replied nonchalantly, knowing their long lifespans afforded them the luxury of time. As for avenging Shenbo, they felt no obligation. Then let's depart. We must not keep Lord Frieza waiting. The members of the Jinyu force erupted in laughter, reveling in their freedom to act as they pleased under Frieza's command, indifferent to the consequences. In the southeastern region of the North Galaxy, on Planet Fidaya, the proximity to the planet Longyu, where the Xia Ya team was executing a mission, was merely a week's journey away. Thus, in a bid to prevent Frieza from deploying reinforcements from nearby planets, Xia Ya commanded the Fidayans to complete all evacuation operations within 7 days and immediately launch their spacecraft. Time flowed swiftly. In the 7 days passed in the blink of an eye, the spacecraft was ready for launch. At this moment, the underground base had gathered all 157,000 surviving Fidayans from across the planet, a meager fraction of their original population, yet it represented the entirety of their remaining kin. Observing the significantly diminished numbers of his people, Dakla felt a pang of sorrow, deepening his resentment towards Frieza's forces. He glanced at Master Xia nearby. Steeling himself and respectfully stated, "Master Xia, all surviving Fidayans have assembled here. We are ready to depart from Fidaya." Dakla was profoundly grateful for the 7 days granted by Xia for the rescue of his people. He understood the value of time for a powerful being. Master Xia had selflessly spent those days for their sake, a monumental kindness indeed. Without this time, even fewer survivors would have made it to the underground base. Well then, let us depart. Xia waved his hand lightly, his demeanor calm as he gazed at the massive silver spaceship before them. No matter how many times he looked at its several thousand-meter-long hull, it never ceased to amaze. Yes, Dakla responded earnestly, with Xia's command. The underground base erupted in urgent beeping, red alarm lights spinning and illuminating the area. All Fidayans, upon hearing the alarms, hurriedly moved, orderly entering the spacecraft under the direction of the commanders. The green forest above the base trembled, likely the last remaining patch of greenery on Fidaya. The land had been ravaged by repeated high-energy bombardments, altering the once stable geological structure and unleashing earthquakes, tsunamis, and volcanic eruptions, each more powerful than the last, transforming the planet into a hellish landscape. Creak, the forest began to undulate. From a distant vantage point, the once flattened expanse of trees bulged upward and then split open, revealing 2 rows of earth tilting upwards like a grand door slowly opening. Approximately 10 minutes later, a massive gate measuring over 20,000 meters in length and more than 10,000 meters in width swung open. The ground quaked as the green forest could no longer withstand the gravitational pull, sliding apart to reveal silver alloy structures. Then came a resounding roar. The sound of engines igniting resonated as a colossal silver-gray spacecraft descended from the underground base, accelerating rapidly and soon breaching the atmosphere into the vastness of space. With a cacophony of sounds, the silver celestial body saw 2 perpendicular space corridors begin to twist and warp, their junctions erupting in violent explosions that severed the pinnacle of Fidayan technological achievement into several segments. Some fragments plunged into the atmosphere, others vanished into the starry void, while a few drifted aimlessly in orbit. It seemed to witness the gradual fading of the Fidayan civilization as brilliance. All right, Dakla. Next you must find an uninhabited planet for resupply, then devote yourselves entirely to researching the gravity chamber. I eagerly anticipate your results, Xia instructed. Yes, Master Xia. We shall exert our utmost efforts. Dakla replied, his body tense with determination. The history of Planet Fidaya had become a thing of the past. They would now follow Master Xia in pursuit of development. He believed that under Xia's leadership, the Fidayan civilization would surely rise again. Chapter 57. Return to the Star of Conglomeration in the blink of an eye. The spacecraft of the Fidaya civilization had traversed the vastness of space for a month. In the serene and profound cosmos, a massive silver-gray ship soared through the starry expanse like a great dragon. Within the main control room, the Fidayans diligently utilized their intelligence systems to search for a suitable planet to dock, their eyes fixed on the display screens. Soon, a pale yellow planet appeared on the screen, and with a few swift commands, its data was projected onto the large monitor, a pale yellow rocky solid planet, aged 2 billion years with a diameter of 300 kilometers, characterized by severe climatic storms, rendering it unsuitable for long-term habitation. This was a relatively small solid planet, and its atmospheric conditions were notoriously unpredictable. It seemed that it could only serve as a temporary stopover. Dakla quickly calculated the energy requirements based on the displayed data. Having distanced themselves from Fidaya Star, the Frieza Legion would not be able to discover their location for the time being. They could safely land the spacecraft on that planet for resupply. The Fidayans, being a highly advanced technological civilization, could modify even the most minimal life-supporting conditions through their technology. Unfortunately, this capability could not be exercised on their home planet, as it had already fallen within Frieza's line of sight. Let this be our waypoint. Continue the design for the gravity training chamber and expedite its completion. The cabin door swung open, and Xia entered, clad in a newly designed combat suit. This latest creation of the Fidayans was resplendent and noble, made of a pristine material that conformed to the body, allowing for dynamic adjustments during movement and minimizing obstructions during combat. Lord Xia, Dakla respectfully bowed, a hint of joy illuminating his azure-skinned face. The preliminary design of the gravity chamber has been completed. Once the ship lands, we can mobilize the scientists for its construction. The gravity chamber can be adjusted up to 500 times standard gravity, and we have also incorporated functions for temperature, pressure, and humidity regulation. Xia expressed his satisfaction with Dakla's arrangements, saying, "Excellent. I entrust the gravity chamber to you. After we land, I will temporarily depart. Ensure you conceal your whereabouts, and inform me of any matters through the communicator." Estimating that Shakta and the others had been on the Star of Conglomeration for over a month, Xia believed they had likely completed their mission. He would then return to Vegeta with Saiyan and the others. His confidence in departing stemmed not only from his trust in the loyalty of the Fidayans, but also from having secretly installed spatial coordinates aboard the ship, ensuring that he need not worry about a potential rebellion during his absence. Understood, Lord Xia. Dakla responded with fervor, his eyes gleaming with determination. Xia nodded and exited the main control room. Soon after, a colossal shadow descended upon the ground as the enormous spacecraft, measuring over 10 kilometers in length, landed with a tremendous tremor that persisted for some time, compressing the soft soil and causing the Earth to sink more than 10 meters. Following this, countless engineering robots emerged from the ship in a swarm, initiating foundational construction on the nearby continent. Standing on the observation platform, Xia watched the industrious Fidayans and robots at work, nodding in appreciation. After giving Dakla further instructions, he vanished from sight, much to Dakla's astonishment. On the Star of Conglomeration, amidst a primordial jungle, upon returning to the mission planet, Xia attuned himself to the auras of his entire team. Discovering that each member had experienced varying degrees of enhancement in their combat abilities over the past month. In a flash, Xia appeared beside Saiyan. After more than a month apart, Saiyan seemed to have matured considerably. She lay on a hammock, sound asleep, one fair and exquisite leg dangling freely. Perhaps sensing a powerful aura approaching, Saiyan sprang up alertly, her eyes sparkling with a glimmer of light. "Xia, you've returned." Upon recognizing him, she exclaimed in delight and rushed toward him. However, she suddenly sensed the immense energy radiating from him, squinting in confusion. How could your combat power have increased so dramatically in just a month? She recalled that Xia's combat power had been just over 14,500 a month ago, and now it had surged significantly. Her acute perception of energy, surpassing even that of energy detectors, revealed that despite Xia's efforts to conceal his strength, a trace of energy inevitably leaked through, impossible for him to entirely mask. It was akin to a super expert with a combat power of 10 million. No matter how much he suppressed his strength, his outward energy would still exceed 10,000, for such power could not be wholly concealed. The higher the energy, the more pronounced the leakage. Of course, this did not imply that experts could not hide their entire aura. Those capable of complete concealment certainly existed, such as the god of destruction Beerus, but that was beyond Xia's current capabilities. "This is a long story," Xia said with a smile as he approached Saiyan. Despite appearing to have gained the upper hand in his battle against Shenbo, culminating in Shenbo's demise, the perils he faced had been far from trivial. Had it not been for his spatial abilities allowing him to escape death's grasp and the timely consumption of a Senzabine, the outcome could have been vastly different. Xia was acutely aware that he had brushed with death on several occasions. Nevertheless, his encounter with Shenbo had been immensely rewarding. Not only did he secure the allegiance of the Fidayan race, but his combat power had also surged, conservatively estimated to be around 18,000 now. Upon hearing Xia's account, Saiyan was taken aback, realizing how much had transpired in such a brief span of time, her own strength now eclipsed by Xia's. Pouting in slight frustration, she remarked, "So, the Fidayans will soon complete the gravity chamber?" "Indeed, if all goes smoothly, it should not take long," Xia affirmed. "Well then, once we acquire the gravity chamber, I want to lose to you," Saiyan proclaimed, her demeanor exuding confidence. Among the Saiyans, only Xia Ya could ignite her competitive spirit. The others held little interest for her. "You'd best strive for that," Xia Ya replied. "By the way, how has Shakta fared in his training?" Switching to a serious tone, Saiyan responded. "They have all made varying improvements over the past month. I instructed them to slow their progress on the mission and secretly imparted some insights into the mysteries of energy. The strongest among them, Shakta, has already reached a combat power of 1,300. Xia Ya nodded inwardly, achieving 1,300 combat power at just over 12 years of age meant that he could easily surpass 3,000 by adulthood, distinguishing him among mid-tier warriors. Chapter 58, Sedimentation. Subsequently, Xia Ya engaged in a conversation with Xiling regarding matters of cultivation. At this juncture, Xia Ya's combat prowess had significantly surpassed that of Xiling, and his perspective had broadened considerably, leading to a profound understanding of various nuances. The cultivation methods on Earth emphasize the simultaneous development of both body and mind, echoing certain Taoist philosophies, all of which necessitate comprehension through practice. As the saying goes, one leaf obscures the view of Mount Tai, 2 ears plugged, one cannot hear the thunder. Each phase of life presents its own limitations, especially for the weaker. It is indeed challenging to grasp the essence of the strong. Thus, having a strong mentor to guide one can greatly minimize the detours along the path. As nightfall approached, Xia Ya summoned Shakta and the others. These young Saiyans had solidified their strength after a period of training, aided by Xiling's subtle guidance. Notably, Shakta's power now approached that of an adult Raditz. Upon seeing their captain, who had not appeared for a month, Shakta, Atasia, and the others exhibited expressions of curiosity, though they refrained from inquiring about Xia Ya's absence. They presumed he had concealed his whereabouts to assess their capabilities. "I am exceedingly pleased with your performances over the past month. Even Balit and Rida have reached a combat power of 1,000. Xia Ya jested while observing the group. Balit's face fell immediately, expressing discontent. "No way, Captain. Are you mocking us too?" "Indeed," Rida chimed in, pressing close. With a faint smile, Xia Ya regarded them with sincerity. "I assure you, I am not ridiculing you. Your current combat power is something that even many low-level warriors struggle to attain in adulthood. You are still young, and your future achievements are boundless. Does this mean we truly have the potential to rival high-level warriors in the future?" With Xia Ya's praise, Rida and Balit stroked their chins, wearing expressions of anticipated validation. Although they ranked low within Xia Ya's team, they were still formidable compared to other mid-level fighters. After encouraging his teammates further, Xia Ya turned to Shakta. "The mission on Longju Star is nearly complete. For a while, I do not intend to undertake any missions. When you return to Vegeta, take the time to consolidate your strengths. Pursuing combat incessantly may sometimes lead to counterproductive outcomes. Why is that? Saiyans grow stronger through battle, and fighting is where the joy lies," Balit remarked, his face falling in confusion, a sentiment echoed by Atasia and Jelen, who also appeared disheartened. "A life devoid of conflict is utterly dull." Xia Ya observed their reactions and chuckled softly. Saiyans, indeed, were a combative race. Even the female Saiyans exhibited this trait. He continued. "Xiling should have instructed you on harnessing your energy. I expect you to master the energy within you over the next year. While I do not demand perfection, you should at least wield it with ease. Are those techniques truly effective? Is it not overly meticulous?" Atasia questioned, perplexed. "Does controlling one's breath and rhythm during battle truly matter? Shouldn't fighting be about unrestrained expression? To balance breath while in battle seems exceedingly torturous." Xia Ya shook his head. "A solid foundation is essential for future breakthroughs." However, just as Atasia began to retort, she caught Xia Ya's stern gaze and promptly held her tongue. Despite being younger by several years, she felt an innate respect towards Xia Ya, unable to comprehend the source of her apprehensions, likely stemming from the vast disparity in their combat abilities. This sense of trepidation was not limited to Atasia. Even Balit, Rida, and Jelen harbored a subtle fear of Xia Ya. Among them, only Shakta nodded earnestly, recognizing that Xia Ya and Xiling's strength was not solely physical. Given their evident talents, they should have already attained the status of high-level warriors. Yet they had not. The concept of energy is an intricate and profound discipline that demands systematic study. What Xiling imparted was merely a fragment of energy control. The deeper intricacies were beyond their grasp. Shakta felt immense gratitude for Xia Ya and Xiling's willingness to share such advanced cultivation techniques. Believing that mastering this new methodology heralded a promising future, one where surpassing high-level warriors was not merely a dream. "We pledge to meet the captain's expectations," Atasia declared, standing tall with determination. Indeed, who says mid-level warriors cannot rival their high-level counterparts? We shall astound them. Balit and Rida echoed her sentiments. And even the usually reticent Jelen expressed her resolve. Each of them brimmed with ambition, as if a fierce flame ignited within, eager to embark on grand endeavors. Xia and Shieling exchanged knowing glances, nodding in agreement. The day when their achievements would draw the attention of other Saiyans was likely not far off, perhaps coinciding with the impending destruction of Vegeta. At that point, Xia would no longer need to tread so carefully. A night passed in silence. The following day, as dawn broke, a thin mist enveloped the humid rainforest, and the wind caressed their faces, quickly dampening their hair. After completing the final cleanup on Longju Star, Xia and his team departed aboard their spacecraft. For an extended period, they would refrain from undertaking missions, focusing instead on their individual cultivation to solidify their existing powers. 2 months later, the spacecraft entered the airspace of Vegeta. After disembarking from the spaceport and bidding farewell to his teammates, Xia and Shieling returned to their residence in the bustling district. It was lunchtime, and under the fervent gaze of Edri, Xia adeptly retrieved a plethora of earthly delicacies from the dimensional space. Noticing that supplies were dwindling, he contemplated whether it was time to procure more from Earth. After a hearty meal, Xia settled on the sofa in the hall, engaging in pleasant conversation with Edri and Rebecca, recounting his experiences over the past few months. Shieling found a comfortable spot beside him, perusing a magazine. Upon learning that Xia's combat power had reached 18,000, Edri and Rebecca's eyes sparkled with delight, their regard for Xia growing increasingly favorable. Xia then inquired about the situation concerning the evacuation of planets. This choice was indeed significant, as it pertained to the survival of the Saiyan race. When this topic arose, Edri shook his head. We have utilized all our contacts to seek suitable planets for Saiyan habitation, but the results have been less than satisfactory. Most planets are not conducive to the survival of Saiyans. While there are numerous planets capable of supporting life within the northern galaxy, the number diminishes drastically when considering the needs of Saiyans, a warrior race for whom combat is paramount, often deemed more essential than life itself. This necessitates the presence of expansive battle-ready environments. Furthermore, it is crucial to avoid drawing the attention of Frieza's forces and the Frost Demons, making the search for such planets exceedingly arduous. Given Edri's connections, finding one in the immediate future seems improbable. Perhaps only by venturing beyond the northern galaxy could they discover a suitable world for the Saiyans to thrive. Xia mused quietly. Then, an idea struck him. By the way, I currently have a group of technologically adept Fidayans under my command. With their expertise, they might assist us in locating a suitable planet for Saiyan habitation. I will have them investigate. That is exceedingly splendid. Upon hearing this, Edri also let out a sigh of relief. Xia's subordinates possess a civilization adept in technology, which undoubtedly simplifies matters far more than their quest for planets. He remarked, over the past 6 months, we have covertly contacted a group of Saiyans, and currently, over 1,000 Saiyans have joined our ranks. Chapter 59. The gravity chamber only a little over 1,000? Xia frowned slightly, feeling discontent with this figure. With a Saiyan population exceeding 1 million, how could merely 1,000 individuals believe in them? Rebecca explained, to avoid drawing King Vegeta's attention, we limited our outreach. These individuals were selected from our familiar circles. Xia understood. Indeed, they had yet to secure their evacuation from the planet. Making widespread dissemination of Frieza's malevolence perilous, failure could lead to their total annihilation. The chosen 1,000 or so Saiyans were primarily comrades whom Adri and the others had previously encountered and fought alongside. Moreover, there was a detail worth noting. King Vegeta had been dispatching personnel with increasing frequency, which likely indicated a looming signal. They must expedite their search for a suitable planet. Adri, unaware of the exact timing of King Vegeta's rebellion, furrowed his brow, sensing that their time was dwindling. In contrast, Xia's concerns were considerably lessened, for he knew Frieza would launch an assault on Planet Vegeta around the time Vegeta turned 5. Thus, he reasoned that King Vegeta would not rebel in the immediate future. They still had 2.5 years. In the days that followed, Xia and Shieling remained at home to solidify their foundation, engaging in the most basic exercises daily. During this time, Adri's student, Mel's, visited them 2 or 3 times, each time with a haughty demeanor towards Xia and the others. However, Xia couldn't help but marvel at Mel's exceptional talent. At just 2.5 years old, his combat power had already reached 440, surpassing Xia's own when he first emerged from the training camp. It was no wonder this little brat looked down upon him. As the days passed, News finally arrived from the distant pale yellow planet. The gravity training room had been constructed. Upon receiving this message, Xia Ya immediately utilized instant transmission to hasten to the remote pale yellow planet. After several jumps, he materialized at the temporary base of the Fidayans. Dakura, lead me to inspect the gravity training room. As the control room door swung open, Xia Ya hurried to Dakura's side. Lord Xia Ya. Dakura was astonished that Xia Ya had arrived so promptly after receiving the news, filled with awe at Xia Ya's mysterious capability. As he spoke of the gravity chamber, Dakura's face brimmed with pride. This is the culmination of months of research by our Fidayan scientists. Please, follow me. Dakura respectfully bowed slightly and led Xia Ya to the location of the gravity chambers. They traversed a transparent corridor brimming with scientific significance, soon arriving at a colossal assembly workshop. Towering over 100 meters high, within this massive facility, 7 large hemispherical gravity chambers were meticulously arranged. These chambers, resplendent with a dark golden metallic sheen, loomed close to the workshop's ceiling, and when lined up together, resembled 7 majestic mountains, exuding a palpable sense of pressure. Dakura gestured towards the 7 gravity chambers. His voice tinged with pride. These chambers have a diameter of 100 meters and a height of 90 meters. As per your specifications, the maximum adjustable gravity inside can reach 500 times standard gravity, and it can also regulate up to 1,000 standard atmospheres, with temperatures controlled within a range of plus or minus 80 degrees. Additionally, to facilitate training, the interior includes designated spaces for washing, dining, and living, all occupying minimal area. There are also 100 specialized small robots to assist with training, capable of adjusting speed and attack density according to the user's needs. Indeed, you have done well. I am quite pleased with these gravity chambers. Listening to Dakura's detailed presentation, Xia Ya regarded him with appreciation, his eyes gleaming with excitement, eager to experience the chambers immediately. Thank you for your praise, Lord Xia Ya. Dakura bowed deeply, his azure skin slightly flushed with excitement. Please step back. I wish to experience the effects of the gravity chamber. Yes. Upon receiving the command, Dakura respectfully withdrew. Xia Ya nodded slightly, then approached the gravity chamber. Looking up, he found the chambers indeed imposing, from close proximity. Their grandeur was even more pronounced, making Xia Ya feel as diminutive as an ant in comparison. After some contemplation, he approached the chamber marked with a large number 1. 8 massive steel pillars, each over 2 meters thick, extended downward from the chamber's 4 sides, anchoring the colossal structure to the ground. Pressing the button at the entrance, a soft humming sound preceded the descent of a vertical disc-like structure. Xia Ya stepped onto the hovering platform, entering the interior of the gravity training room. The internal space was remarkably vast, divided into 2 levels. The lower level was modest, comprising sections for washing, dining, and living. The upper level was the true training area, a vast expanse of 100 meters in diameter and over 80 meters high, resembling a grand arena. The floor was marked with shallow grooves, and both the floor and walls were forged from a special superalloy capable of withstanding immense energy impacts. Approaching a control panel, Xia Ya began adjusting the parameters of the training room according to the numerical symbols displayed. He first entered the number 15 in the gravity section. As soon as the number was confirmed, the training room resonated with a hum, and a tremendous downward force immediately acted upon him. Indeed, it is 15 times gravity. After a brief moment to acclimate, Xia Ya nodded in affirmation. Now the gravity within the training room was set to 15 times standard gravity, akin to his previous experiences training in weighted clothing at the Earth's temple. Next, Xia Ya adjusted the temperature, air pressure, and other parameters. After a thorough experience, he was exceedingly satisfied with the effects of the gravity training room. In many respects, the chamber constructed by the Fidayans surpassed his original requirements. Though it took several months to fabricate, every moment was worth it. Exiting the gravity chamber, Xia Ya summoned Dakura once more. My lord. Yes, Dakura. I am very pleased with the gravity chambers your people have created. I summoned you because there is another matter I wish to discuss. With no hesitation, Xia Ya adopted a serious expression. Please speak, Lord Xia Ya. Dakura straightened, leaning forward in attentive anticipation. The current situation in the northern galaxy is daunting. Frieza wields immense power, bolstered by King Cooled and Quila. The circumstances are not in our favor. Therefore, I require you to employ every means necessary to locate a habitable planet. Naturally, it must be far from the influence of Frieza's forces. Xia Ya's expression turned grave at this juncture. It is not yet the time to confront Frieza directly. Our strength is still insufficient, and we must avoid his wrath for now. Lord Xia Ya. We Fidayans possess a complete star map of the galaxy obtained through trade with the Zephyrans. We may be able to find a suitable planet from it. Dakura suddenly exclaimed. The Zephyrans? Have they not been extinguished? Xia Ya inquired in astonishment. The Zephyrans once cohabitated with the Saiyans on Planet Vegeta, but they were eradicated by the Saiyans long ago. Chapter 60. A battle power of 120,000. This star map is several centuries old. The Fidayans have had no intention of leaving their home planet. So this star map has been preserved in the Central Intelligence Brains database. Dokra explained, and each time he thought of his home planet, his mood would plummet. However, the trajectories of celestial bodies often change little, so this star map should still hold some value. Xia Ya was somewhat taken aback by this revelation. Akin to a traveler lost in the desert for days, suddenly discovering an oasis amidst the barren wasteland, which ignited within him an immediate desire to investigate further. Dokra. Organize a team for selection immediately and notify me as soon as you have results. I will conduct an on-site inspection. Understood. After giving Dokra a few more instructions, Xia Ya departed from the temporary base of the Fidayans, accompanied by the 7 large gravity training chambers. Transporting these 7 devices required all of Xia Ya's strength, and ultimately, he had no choice but to move them one by one, taking nearly an hour to transfer the gravity chambers from the Fidayans' base to a desolate planet near Vegeta. As night gradually descended upon Vegeta, Xia Ya instructed Adrai to assemble all members of Team Adrai. Xia Ya, why did you call us here? Boomed Pilati, the loudest among them. As he entered, following him were Baluk, Alice, and Lisa. Knowing that Xia Ya's thoughts were as mature as those of an adult, Baluk, who no longer viewed him as a mere child, asked calmly, Xia Ya, did you summon us for something significant? With a gentle smile, Xia Ya greeted each of them before nodding. Indeed, this matter is quite important. I previously asked the Fidayans to create something, and it has now been completed. I want to show it to you. I believe you will be very pleased. Is it the gravity chamber you mentioned before? Lisa asked, somewhat puzzled, but quickly arriving at the conclusion. Can that gravity chamber really enhance our battle power? Baluk furrowed his brow. The elite warriors had not seen any increase in their battle power for many years, and they had envied the rapid ascension of Adrai and Rebecca's abilities not long ago. It certainly can. Xia Ya flashed a brilliant smile, revealing a row of pearly white teeth. However, you must be prepared. A sudden increase in battle power could attract unwanted attention. That's fine. We just need to see if it can truly enhance our battle power. We can use it again after leaving Vegeta. Xia Ya nodded and signaled everyone to hold hands in preparation for instantaneous movement. The members of Team Adrai, having experienced several instances of teleportation, quickly formed a circle in unison. In the next moment, the teleportation was initiated. On the desolate planet, golden sand swirled in the air, and the climate was erratic. The weather on this barren planet resembled the pale yellow conditions of the Fidayans' temporary base, but was even more extreme, with lower temperatures. Raising their heads and shielding their eyes, Adrai and the others were astonished by the sight before them. 7 towering structures, resembling mountains, loomed in front of them, their dark golden hues radiating a shimmering brilliance. 8 stout steel claws, akin to powerful arms, were deeply embedded in the ground, anchoring the majestic machines to the surface. In the desert sands, this scene exuded an aura of dominance. Xia Ya, is this the gravity chamber you brought back? Westlin exclaimed in astonishment, covering her mouth in surprise as she rushed to the gravity chamber, her small hands exploring the sturdy support columns, each with a diameter of nearly 2 meters. Observing their astonished expressions, Xia Ya proceeded to explain the technical specifications of the gravity chambers. Xia Ya, talking about this is pointless. Let us experience it ourselves. All right. Xia Ya opened the door of the chamber marked with the number 2, and one by one, Adrai and the others entered. The interior was surprisingly spacious, accommodating several individuals training simultaneously without issue. Uncle Adrai, I will start with 15 times the gravity. As soon as the words left his mouth, Xia Ya adjusted the parameters of the chamber. Suddenly, a tremendous gravitational force bore down upon them. Adrai and the others' expressions shifted, but they said nothing to them. 15 times the gravity was manageable, and soon they acclimated. Baluk stated solemnly, increase the gravity further. Without hesitation, Xia Ya complied, and as the gravity intensified, the color of their faces grew increasingly pale, their bodies beginning to tremble slightly. We are now at 25 times the gravity. Xia Ya knew that this level was the limit of what Adrai and the others could endure and decided against raising it further. After all, despite being the strongest among them, even Adrai had yet to surpass a battle power of 10,000. When Xia released the gravity, Baluk let out a long sigh, his body still quivering. I never would have known if I hadn't tried. Once I adapt to 25 times the gravity, my battle power will surely exceed 10,000. Adrai's expression was one of astonishment. It seemed this gravity chamber was indeed a treasure for cultivation. Uncle Adrai, you all can train under 25 times the gravity. We can explore higher levels after we leave Vegeta. That is correct. While a battle power of 10,000 was rare among Saiyans on Vegeta, it was not unheard of. An elite warrior like Adrai achieving that would merely cause a stir without alarming King Vegeta. Shifting his gaze to Westland, who appeared eager to try. Xia noticed her innocent expression and smiled gently. Westland, go ahead, but remember to take it step by step. Don't set the gravity too high at once. Be mindful of your development. Got it. Westland rolled her eyes playfully before happily rushing to begin her training. Next, let us each practice. The lower level of the training chamber has supplies to sustain us for a while. Subsequently, everyone found their respective gravity chambers, while Xia entered chamber number 1, ready to embark on his own formal training. In the original tale, Sun Wukong adapted to an environment of 100 times the gravity within a mere 6 days on his way to Namek, resulting in a sudden leap in battle power to 90,000. This was a reckless endeavor that almost cost him his life multiple times during training. Xia, however, would not emulate Wukong's madness. He had ample time and thus planned a gradual training process. He began with 35 times the gravity, adjusting the atmospheric pressure to 10 times standard pressure. As he calculated in his mind, when the immense gravity truly took effect, Xia realized he had underestimated its impact. His bones creaked, and his entire body felt as though it were encased in lead, severely limiting his mobility. However, he could still endure. With a resolute gaze, Xia gritted his teeth and persevered. He commenced his training with simple push-ups and running, gradually acclimating to the environment of 35 times the gravity. Time flew by in the blink of an eye. Months have passed. After Xia spent over a month acclimatizing to the gravity chamber, Edri and the others gradually adapted to the 25-fold gravity. Subsequently, they activated the auxiliary training robots and commenced their sparring practice. Another 2 months elapsed, during which they endured numerous injuries and resumed battles, ultimately unlocking their Saiyan potential, with each of their combat powers surpassing 10,000. For those who were already nearing the 10,000 mark, this slight breakthrough may seem modest. However, considering their combat prowess had stagnated for an extended period, this enhancement was invaluable, as if a grand door had been reopened. They then ceased their rigorous training, opting instead to solidify their current levels of strength. Continuing their training might arouse suspicion from King Vegeta and his cohorts, a prospect the group wished to avoid. As time progressed, Xia, having acclimatized to 35-fold gravity, made slight adjustments and, after a brief respite, charged towards 40-fold gravity. Simultaneously, the auxiliary training robots joined the practice, increasing from 1 to 5, then 10, and rapidly multiplying until 100 robots were actively engaged in the arena. A year later, on the desolate plains of the wasteland, 7 towering civilizational constructs stood in a neat row. The dark golden exteriors had accumulated a thick layer of yellow sand due to the relentless sun and wind. Within one of the gravity chambers, the gravity was set to 120-fold, and the atmospheric pressure adjusted to 30-fold. The harsh environment cast the entire room in a somber red hue. In this exceptionally grueling setting, a black-haired youth vigorously swung his arms, diving and darting, relentlessly engaged in fundamental training. With each vigorous movement, crystalline beads of sweat trickled from him like a gentle rain. With a whoosh, the gravity engine powered down, and the room immediately returned to normalcy. The door leading to the lower levels swung open, and Xia emerged, clutching a damp towel. After indulging in a relaxing soak in a hot bath, the exhaustion that had enveloped him dissipated in an instant. The effects of the gravity chamber were unmistakable. After dedicating over a year to acclimatizing to 120-fold gravity, Xia, though not as prodigious as Son Goku, had undergone a remarkable transformation. A combat power of 120,000. As he felt the abundant energy coursing through his body, a faint smile graced Xia's lips. Chapter 61. For celestial bodies with 120,000 combat power. This signifies that Xia has ascended to the pinnacle of the cosmic hierarchy, belonging to the select few capable of dominating their realms. However, he soon reined in his smile. Now was not the time for complacency. The situation before him remained exceedingly grave. Frieza was likely to launch an assault on the Saiyans within a year, and time was of the essence. It seemed imperative to expedite the search for a planet to evacuate to. A fleeting thought crossed his mind regarding the galactic map mentioned by the Fidarians. He wondered how their selection process was progressing and resolved to inquire shortly. After shutting down all power in the gravity training chamber, Xia Ya stepped outside. The sky was shrouded in a yellowish haze, and a chilling wind swept through, swirling grit and sand into the air, creating a gentle clattering sound against the metallic exterior of the gravity chamber, where faint traces of frost had begun to mar the dark golden surface. Prolonged exposure to the harsh environment had buried the lower meter of the chamber beneath a layer of yellow sand. After inspecting several gravity chambers, Xia Ya noted that only Silen's chamber was still humming with a low engine sound. This diligent individual was truly committed. Xia Ya chuckled softly, realizing that Silen had no intention of emerging until she surpassed him. This was unacceptable. Silen was still quite young and in a crucial stage of development. He could not bear the thought of this adorable little girl suffering from stunted growth. Furthermore, cultivation was a gradual process. Too much explosive training required a period of consolidation to ensure sustained and stable progress. Take the Saiyans, for instance. Their combat power did not always see significant increases after each battle, but their accumulated foundation was undeniably robust. Thus, when on the brink of death, that accumulated foundation would erupt, propelling the Saiyans to unprecedented heights. Conversely, without sufficient accumulation, even repeated brushes with death would not guarantee substantial improvement upon recovery, as the potential eruption mechanism would find itself in a predicament devoid of resources to unleash. The continuous refinement of energy on Earth follows a similar principle. Though the methods differ, they ultimately converge toward the same goal. Silen had been training in the gravity chamber for an extended period, and her foundation was nearly exhausted. She too required a period of consolidation. With this in mind, Xia Ya opened the door to Silen's gravity chamber and stepped inside. The upper training room was bathed in a dark red hue, the air thick and stifling. In the center, a slender young girl was drenched in sweat, staggering as she performed various exercises, struggling to throw punches, leap, and dive. The specialized training attire had tattered into strips under the harsh conditions, leaving her scantily clad. As Xia approached Silen, he felt an immense gravitational force pressing down upon him, 100 times gravity. Xia frowned, realizing that Silen was disregarding her limits. This was clearly beyond her physical capacity and could easily lead to injury. Maintaining a calm demeanor, he walked to the control panel and gradually decreased the gravity engine's output until it was completely shut off. With a sigh of relief, the chamber returned to normal. Silen glanced at him, her hair matted with sweat, collapsing onto the floor as she gasped for breath. Xia Ya produced a senza bean and fed it to her, chiding her with a disapproving tone. Did I not instruct you to act according to your abilities? Look at you. You nearly lost half your life. But I only have 90,000 combat power now. If I don't push myself, I will never catch up to you. Silen replied earnestly, her bright eyes fixed on him with determination. Xia Ya was momentarily speechless, aware of her competitive spirit. He placed a hand on her head and rubbed it affectionately until she pushed his hand away in annoyance. He then spoke gently, from now on, you will share a gravity chamber with me. If I'm not watching over you, you might end up overexerting yourself again. Silen's eyes flickered as if struck by a thought, her cheeks flushing slightly. Okay, she murmured, lowering her head in acquiescence. Subsequently, Xia Ya suggested that she take a shower. Silen hesitated, glancing around shyly before making her way to the bathroom. Xia Ya shook his head in disbelief. This girl, who had previously been so uninhibited, was now showing signs of modesty. It dawned on him that Silen was growing up, no longer the little girl who clung to him without a care. Before long, Silen emerged from the bathroom clad in a bathrobe, her damp hair cascading down her back. The mist from the bathroom enveloped her youthful form, adding an ethereal quality to her appearance. After changing, she approached Xia Ya, who instinctively placed a hand on her shoulder and wrapped an arm around her waist, feeling the delicate softness of her body. He then activated his teleportation ability, transporting them back to their home on Vegeta. After enjoying lunch with the Adrians and discussing recent developments on Vegeta, Xia Ya ventured to the Fidarian base alone, employing his spatial abilities. After more than a year, Dakla had compiled the results of their selections. In the control room of the Fidarian spacecraft, Dakla addressed Xia Ya. After over a year of analysis by our scientists, we have identified 4 planets that meet the criteria for evacuation. He gestured toward the large screen displaying a galactic map. On the expansive display, 4 bright red points stood out against the vast starry backdrop, representing the culmination of the Fidarians' year-long research. These 4 planets were Yin in the Western Galaxy, Dokala in the Southern Galaxy, Hongshan in the Eastern Galaxy, and Tadayas, also located in the Eastern Galaxy. Please provide an overview of these planets, Xia Ya requested earnestly. Certainly, Dokala replied with a bow. First, Yin is a medium-sized planet located on the fringes of the Western Galaxy, with 34 of its surface comprised of land. It is inhabited by a primitive civilization known as the Shilu, which has not yet reached a significant level of advancement. The screen transformed to reveal a pale blue planet, identified as Yin. Dokala is a massive planet in the northern part of the Southern Galaxy, approximately 80 times the size of Vegeta, and shows no signs of civilization, still in a savage state. Hongshan is located in the northwest of the Eastern Galaxy, near the center of the Milky Way. It features a rare double-planet system, orbiting a young central star alongside a planet called Myshan. Tadayas is situated in the southern part of the Eastern Galaxy. Xia Ya listened with rapt attention. The cosmos was vast and boundless, akin to an endless sea of stars, with the northern galaxy alone hosting an innumerable array of planets, let alone the entirety of the Milky Way. These 4 planets had been meticulously selected by the Fidarians after extensive research, taking into account various factors, making them the cream of the crop. Xia Ya was thoroughly pleased with these choices. They were perfectly suited as evacuation sites for the Saiyans, with minimal interference from other factions in the surrounding star systems, providing an ideal sanctuary for the Saiyans to recuperate and thrive. Given the distance, he was particularly fond of Dokala and Hongshan, the 2 planets closest to the central region of the galaxy. Dokala, please elaborate on the details of Hongshan. Xia Ya pondered for a moment before asking. At your service. As the grand screen transformed, a cerulean-hued planet emerged at its center, reminiscent of Selma, a world once visited by Xia Ya, captivating with its enchanting colors. Orbiting not far from the Red Mountain Star, another ice-blue planet appeared, its companion, the Myshan Star. Dokara elaborated. The Red Mountain Star is a diminutive celestial body, with a diameter of 768 kilometers, where approximately 67 of its surface is covered by oceans, while the remaining 33 includes polar glaciers. The habitable area constitutes only 21, marking it as a pristine, uncivilized world. Intriguingly, despite its small size, the gravitational force on Red Mountain Star is astonishingly high, approximately 12 times that of standard gravity. Thus, it possesses the capability to attract the much larger Myshan Star into its orbit. At this juncture, Dokra paused momentarily. Although there were no signs of civilization on Red Mountain Star, the Myshan Star was home to a human-like species known as the Myshan people, who typically stand around 7 meters tall and have a lifespan of approximately 100 years. Overall, they are classified as a lower-tier civilization. This bears a striking resemblance to Earth, Xia mused, casting a surprised glance while pondering deeply. It is worth noting that all 4 planets present themselves as suitable evacuation locations, devoid of significant dominating powers. However, following Dokra's description, Xia Ya found himself increasingly inclined toward the Red Mountain Star. This preference stemmed not only from its geographical advantages, but also from its structural composition. Should Red Mountain Star be designated as a refuge for the Saiyans, it would not only provide a pristine living environment, but would also place them in proximity to a planet inhabited by human civilization, which could potentially facilitate the growth of the Saiyans. Chapter 62, The Crimson Mountain Star. Although Xia Ya was quite fond of the Crimson Mountain Star, determining which specific planet to select required meticulous investigation. After departing from the base of the Fidarians, Xia Ya instantly transported to the Crimson Mountain Star located in the northwestern corner of the Eastern Galaxy. This star lies close to the center of the Milky Way, necessitating numerous jumps along the way. Fortunately, Xia Ya's powers had surged dramatically, and his spatial abilities had undergone a qualitative leap. What once required 10 jumps now sufficed with merely 2 or 3. After several transitions, Xia Ya's figure vanished from the northern galaxy and reappeared in the distant Eastern Galaxy, now within the jurisdiction of the Eastern Supreme King. Amidst the dim, vast expanse of the inky night sky, young stars blazed brightly. In the habitable zone conducive to life, a cerulean-hued slender planet continued its ancient, unchanging orbit, resembling a dazzling pearl radiating a soft glow. That was the Crimson Mountain Star. Not far off, a much larger ice-blue planet orbited the Crimson Mountain Star. This was Myshan, the other celestial body in the dual star system. Though its size surpassed that of the Crimson Mountain Star, its mass was inferior, creating an extraordinary cosmic scene where a larger planet and a smaller one revolved together. the center of rotation astonishingly closer to the smaller planet, rendering the spectacle quite peculiar. Enveloped by the power of space, Xia lingered briefly in the cosmos before directing his flight towards the Crimson Mountain Star, piercing through the azure, crystalline atmosphere. An endless expanse of cerulean ocean unfolded before his eyes. A gentle breeze caressed the sea's surface, causing intricate ripples to dance across the water. Schools of fish appeared as brown silk ribbons, while a colossal sea beast leaped from the depths, opening its enormous maw. With a splash, it returned to the ocean, sending towering waves surging high into the air, shattering the tranquility of the sea. With a gravitational force 12 times greater than that of Vegeta, Xia made a comparison. He hovered steadily in midair, inhaling the moist, refreshing air of the Crimson Mountain Star. Suddenly accelerating, a brilliant flash streaked past, leaving a faint afterimage that swiftly vanished into the horizon. Ahead lay the land. Xia felt a surge of joy at the sight of the emerging silhouette. Continuing past the expansive coastline into the interior of the continent, the undulating mountains began to rise gradually. The terrain transformed from hills to basins, then to plateaus, revealing breathtaking vistas that changed magnificently. In the lush forests, verdant pines and cypress flourished, and the towering mountains loomed majestically. Amidst the rocky trails, various wild animals traversed the woods, suspended above a peculiar peak. Xia beheld an untouched natural scene and mused to himself. Both the climate and scenery of the Crimson Mountain Star bear a striking resemblance to that of Vegeta. With a little modification, it could easily become a suitable habitat for the Saiyans, according to the simulations conducted by the Fidarians. The climatic conditions of the Crimson Mountain Star remain relatively stable throughout the year, a result of the planet's rotation, the dual star's movements, and its orbit around the Sun. After circling the planet's equator, Xia grew increasingly satisfied with this celestial body. Glancing skyward, a brilliant blue celestial body hung in the heavens. With a swift teleportation, he arrived at the nearby Maishan. On Maishan, Xia encountered an entirely different landscape. The predominant ice blue hue enveloped the surroundings, as countless microscopic organisms tinted the mountains and oceans a snowy azure. In the sprawling forests, even the leaves shimmered with a frosty hue. The ice blue foliage glistened under the sun, creating an enchanting spectacle akin to a fairy tale world, exuding an indescribable beauty. The scenery was utterly captivating. Soon after, he entered the realm of human civilization on Maishan and met its inhabitants. These humans bore an uncanny resemblance to Earthlings. Yet their eyes and hair were a striking emerald green, with a gem-like crystal the size of a mung bean nestled between their brows. From this gem, Xia sensed a rich vitality. Astonished, he realized that the people of Maishan had concentrated their life force within the crystal. Slightly taken aback, Xia had not anticipated that the humans of Maishan had developed such a unique civilization and mode of existence. It is well known that a civilization overly concentrated in its characteristics could easily reveal vulnerabilities, much like the Saiyans' tales, which are both an advantage and a disadvantage. After a moment of contemplation, he set these thoughts aside and ventured into the city inhabited by the Maishan people. It was a modest town, with walls constructed from rammed earth and stone, encircling a quaint and beautiful home. The architecture of the Maishan people was strikingly traditional, featuring bamboo houses, wooden structures, and charming little buildings exuding an ancient charm, yet equipped with modern tools. Their level of civilization resembled that of Earth during the electrical age. As Xia surveyed the familiar surroundings, he was overwhelmed with nostalgia, finding everything refreshingly new. After spending some time at the twin stars of the Crimson Mountain, gaining a general understanding of the situation, Xia proceeded to explore 3 other planets. His first destination was Fidaya Star, also situated within the Eastern Galaxy. This planet appeared quite primitive and wild. Despite its ancient age, it had failed to foster any significant civilization. The reason for its candidacy as a potential star was the vast expanse surrounding Fidaya, devoid of any major powers aside from a few lower and mid-level planets. However, after witnessing the beauty of the Crimson Mountain Star, Xia's interest in Fidaya began to wane. Over the next few days, he also visited Qingran Star and Dokala Star, neither of which particularly satisfied him. Ultimately, after considerable contemplation, Xia decided to select the Crimson Mountain Star in the Eastern Galaxy as the refuge for the Saiyans. That night, Xia summoned Adeli and the others, personally leading them to the Crimson Mountain Star. Adeli and the others were quickly captivated by the beauty of the twin stars, expressing immense satisfaction with Xia's choice. If it weren't for the slightly stronger gravity compared to Vegeta and the more stunning scenery, I might have thought I was still on Vegeta, exclaimed Rebecca, her awe evident as she admired the pristine landscape of the Crimson Mountain Star. Adeli chuckled, moreover. The distribution of powers here is quite favorable. In the surrounding star sectors, aside from a few mid-level and lower-level planets, there are hardly any high-level ones. Remarkably, there are no outside forces encroaching, making it an ideal environment for the Saiyans to thrive. I believe this is primarily due to its proximity to the center of the galaxy, Xia Ya explained with a smile. The headquarters of the Galactic Patrol is nearby. Coupled with some mysterious, unknown rules that deter ordinary ambitious individuals from encroaching upon this territory, the center of the galaxy holds a unique status. Unlike the vast star sectors of the four major galaxies, its domain is relatively small, yet holds immense significance. The southeastern, southwestern, northeastern, and northwestern galaxies are governed by the four regional kings, while the central area is directly controlled by the Grand King, with numerous powerful individuals under the Grand King's command. Lesser forces indeed lack the audacity to interfere, as they simply do not possess the necessary strength. By the way, Uncle Adili, how many Saiyans have we managed to contact? Upon broaching the important matter, Adili's expression turned serious, his dark face reflecting a sense of satisfaction. We have over 3,000 Saiyans willing to join us. Although most are low-level warriors, their presence ensures that the Saiyan bloodline will not perish. With the existence of the Crimson Mountain Star, the Saiyans essentially have a stronghold. Adili's spirits lifted considerably. Xia Ya nodded, remarking that over 3,000 Saiyans was indeed a considerable number. As for their innate potential, it was of little concern. They possessed far more advanced training methods and equipment. In truth, the barrier of innate talent had become less significant. At this point, Edri and the others all shared a laugh. Chapter 63. The blossoming of a young woman. The concept of aptitude is a fascinating phenomenon, particularly evident within the Saiyan race, where it manifests as a disparity in bloodlines. Elite warriors inherently possess superior qualities, which, under identical training methodologies, enhances their prospects for breakthroughs. While this principle is sound, prior to the advent of the gravity training chamber or the exposure to the training techniques propagated by Xia Ya, who among Edri and his companions would have envisioned themselves one day surpassing a battle power of 10,000, even if they possessed such potential? It would have been inconceivable for them to achieve it so early. From this perspective, even though the current cohort consists predominantly of lower-tier warriors, their actual capabilities are by no means inferior to those of the original Saiyan populace. The only shortcoming lies in the future potential for breakthroughs. Given the scarcity of elite bloodlines, the gradual selection of superior bloodlines from the multitude of lower-tier warriors is a protracted endeavor. Indeed, while we may struggle to grasp the intricate theory of Qi proposed by Xia Ya, its efficacy is unmistakable. Should this training method be disseminated in a tiered manner, the Saiyans are poised to usher in a remarkably glorious era. Byrak, typically reserved, nodded in quiet agreement, his heart stirred with excitement. Since learning that Xia Ya and Xiling had each broken through to combat powers of 120,000 and 90,000 respectively, Byrak has increasingly valued the cultivation of Qi, subtly regarding it as the secret to the Saiyan resurgence. Naturally, such a remarkable training method cannot be universally applied at once. It requires careful selection to ensure that only suitable individuals can be taught. Observing Edri and others engaged in fervent discussion, Xia Ya exchanged a glance with Xiling, sensing an unspoken understanding between them. While the cultivation of Qi may infinitely enhance the Saiyan foundation, no one can ascertain the extent of this enhancement. Xia Ya surmised that elevating the average Saiyan to a battle power of 100,000 is likely the upper limit. Beyond that, individual potential becomes the determining factor. However, attaining such a level would indeed represent an extraordinary opportunity for the Saiyans. A battle power of 100,000 is exceedingly rare among individuals in the universe, let alone an entire race. If the Saiyan collective could reach this threshold, they would undoubtedly be regarded as a pinnacle race. Yet, Xia Ya's aspirations extend far beyond this mere figure. He yearns to break through to Super Saiyan status. Achieving this is not solely reliant on Qi cultivation, as it also necessitates various opportunities and trials. In the original narrative, both Goku and Vegeta faced countless hardships before attaining Super Saiyan status, not accounting for Goten and Trunks, who evidently inherited superior genes and lacked the arduous journey to becoming Super Saiyans. Xia Ya is acutely aware of the formidable challenge that lies in transcending to Super Saiyan. Yet he harbors unwavering confidence in himself. Since entering the Dragon Ball realm, Xia Ya has set his sights not merely on the Super Saiyan level, but aims to reach an even higher echelon akin to the god of destruction, Beerus. Uncle Edry, I believe that after a period of renovation, Red Mountain Star will soon be suitable for Saiyan habitation. Should we not begin relocating the first batch of personnel? Xia Ya inquired earnestly. Edry nodded affirmatively, indeed. The matter of relocation cannot be delayed. The situation on Planet Vegeta is becoming increasingly precarious. I sense that King Vegeta is on the verge of instigating a rebellion. It would be prudent to expedite the relocation process. Upon returning, Edry pledged to contact the others to facilitate a gradual migration to Red Mountain Star. Subsequently, Byrick, Rebecca, and Alice expressed their views, advocating for an early commencement of the evacuation efforts. Very well, I will swiftly arrange for the Fidarians to construct living quarters, ensuring that the Saiyans can live here safely upon their arrival, Xia Ya continued. By the way, I intend for all Saiyans to reside on Red Mountain Star, while the Fidarians will migrate to the nearby Meshin Star. That is certainly feasible. Red Mountain Star offers favorable conditions and is undoubtedly the best choice, Edry concurred. One more thing, Xia Ya cautioned. We Saiyans are a race that reveres combat. But I hope everyone can exercise a modicum of restraint and avoid turning our new home into a chaotic environment. At this juncture, both Edry and Byrick furrowed their brows, recognizing the gravity of the situation. Given the Saiyan temperament, it would likely prove challenging to prevent turmoil. We can only strive to impose some limitations, they declared. Xia Ya nodded slightly, aware that such constraints are merely a temporary fix, yet with no immediate solutions. They must proceed as such for the time being, contemplating future strategies. Subsequently, the group returned to Planet Vegeta, while Xia Ya visited the Fidarians to arrange for their spacecraft to navigate towards Red Mountain Star. However, given the technological capabilities of the Fidarians, traversing from the North Galaxy to the East Galaxy would take at least 2 years, a considerable time investment. Thus, to expedite the preliminary construction on Red Mountain Star, Xia Ya utilized his instant transmission ability to transport a group of Fidarian scientists and some equipment ahead of schedule. As the Fidarian scientists observed Xia Ya's effortless teleportation to the distant Red Mountain Star, their gazes were filled with admiration, as if they regarded him as an omnipotent deity. Hello. Please establish a living area along the coastal continent sufficient for 3,000 inhabitants, ensuring that a food supply system is prioritized. Xia Ya instructed a diminutive Fidarian scientist, recognizing the immense appetite of the Saiyans and the necessity for early preparations. Alo, the deputy of Dakla, had been sent to Red Mountain Star as Dakla stayed behind to manage the Fidarian populace. As you command, Lord Xia Ya, the short-statured Fidarian responded with a firm posture. His voice resonant, his azure skin taut with determination. Xia Ya was pleased with his attitude, and soon, hundreds of Fidarians operated massive machinery, clearing paths and constructing bridges with fervor. In a short span, a broad and level construction site emerged, where larger, sophisticated machines commenced their operations. Amidst the thunderous noises of machinery, colossal devices swung heavy steel arms to solidify the foundation, causing the earth to tremble with each movement. These Fidarians, true to their nature as innate scientists, despite their smaller stature and lesser individual strength, proved remarkably adept at mechanized operations. It was no wonder they managed to erect 2 magnificent space corridors on their home planet. Hours passed, and as dusk approached, the initial framework for a living area accommodating over 3,000 people took shape. After inspecting the site and finding no issues, Xia Ya activated his instant transmission to leave Red Mountain Star, entrusting the construction to Alo, confident in his ability to fulfill the task. Upon returning to Planet Vegeta, Xia Ya discovered that Edry and the others had already departed, leaving only Shieling in the training room, engaged in basic exercises. It appeared she had taken Xia Ya's advice to heart and refrained from utilizing the gravity chamber for her training. They've gone to contact the others, Shieling remarked. Wiping the sweat from her brow, her delicate features flushed from exertion. Offering her a damp towel, Xia Ya said, "You need not rush your training. It's equally beneficial to allow yourself some relaxation, but I don't want to fall too far behind you," Shieling replied, her eyes narrowing in a playful smile. With a smile, Xia Ya gently tapped her head with his finger and then guided Shieling to sit on the sofa. He tenderly kneaded the joints of the young girl's neck, saying, "Little one, there's no need to be so tense. It can easily harm your body. Allow me to ease your tension with a few gentle presses." The art of relaxation through kneading was indeed the finest remedy for unwinding. Influenced by an elderly Chinese medicine practitioner in his previous life, Xia Ya had acquired some skill in this area. Under his ministrations, Shieling blissfully closed her eyes, the soft, Crisp sounds of her joints popping echoed throughout the room, and before long, she had drifted into a peaceful slumber. This little creature is so competitive. He mused as he gently lifted Shieling and carried her towards the bathroom. Her delicate form naturally sank into his embrace, and as he removed her outer garments, she was soon left in only a simple piece of undergarment. Xia Ya soaked a towel in clean water, preparing to wipe her down. But what greeted his touch was the smooth, graceful curvature of Shieling's slender body. She had begun to mature. For a moment, he was taken aback. He had always perceived Shieling as a child, and even bathing her had never felt inappropriate. Yet now, it dawned on him that she was indeed a young lady. Unsure whether to continue, he hesitated, pondering the propriety of tending to a girl's body. Memories of the little one who had followed him like a shadow flooded his mind, stirring unfamiliar emotions within him. Whatever, it's not like I haven't seen her body before. Xia Ya shook his head and picked up the damp towel, resuming his gentle cleansing of her soft skin. After finishing, he carried her to the bedroom, softly covering her with a blanket before quietly exiting the room. Unbeknownst to him, as he stepped out, Shieling's closed eyes fluttered open. Watching the door close, she let out a soft sound and pulled the blanket over her porcelain-like face, leaving only her starry eyes visible, blinking in the dim light. Chapter 64. The first batch of relocation. As evening descended and the daylight began to fade, the Otter family returned home, weary from their journey. Upon entering, they found Xia seated in the living room, engrossed in an electronic reader, perusing information from Planet Vegeta. Otter approached with a gentle smile, inquiring, "Xia, we have successfully contacted a group of Saiyans who will gather in the barren desert 2,000 kilometers west in 2 days. How are things on your end? 2 days, you say?" Xia set down the reader, contemplating before responding. "The Fiddens have commenced construction of the living quarters on Red Mountain. By that time, it should be completed. Then we shall initiate the first phase of evacuation in 2 days, Otter replied, his excitement palpable. The situation on Planet Vegeta was becoming increasingly perilous. Each passing day posed greater risks. Otter resolved to expedite the relocation of a portion of the Saiyans. Xia nodded in agreement. Very well, we shall commence the evacuation in 2 days. I will ensure that preparations are made on Red Mountain. Where is Shieling? Rebecca interjected, noting the absence of their daughter. It's been quite a while since we returned, and she has yet to emerge. Normally, she would be bustling about. She has been exercising and is now resting inside, Xia remarked with a soft smile, straightening the cups on the coffee table and filling them with water. That girl does not know her limits. What if she injures herself? Rebecca frowned, expressing her concern. As a seasoned warrior, she understood the necessity of balance and training. Relentless striving for rapid enhancement could lead to rigidity, ultimately rendering one incapable of returning to their former state. Rebecca's worry for their daughter's relentless dedication to training was genuine, especially considering Shieling's youth, a crucial time for growth and development. Excessive training could prove detrimental. Yet, Otter admired Shieling's tenacity, acknowledging her rapid progress. It's commendable that Shieling possesses such drive. Few Saiyans can match her pace. Rebecca shot Otter a disapproving glance, as if questioning his role as a father. Afterward, she urged Xia to keep a closer eye on Shieling, to which Xia readily agreed. However, the request felt somewhat peculiar. As they were her parents, it seemed as though they were entrusting Shieling to him, an unusual display of parental nonchalance. That night, the kitchen was ablaze with activity, the enticing aroma of delicious dishes wafting through the air. Rebecca had prepared an elaborate feast, a demanding task given the Saiyans' enormous appetites. This was the period when she was most occupied. The logistics of catering to the Saiyans during large-scale operations were daunting. In addition to the extraterrestrial beings, a dedicated group of Saiyans handled the meat processing, reminiscent of Goku's mother, who undertook this responsibility in the original story. "Xia Ya, dinner is ready. Please fetch Shieling," Rebecca instructed, as she entered the dining area with a large bowl of food, placing it on the table. "Of course," Xia responded, setting aside his tasks and heading toward Shieling's room. With a gentle knock, he entered her chamber. Shieling lay on her bed, clutching the blanket, her white undergarments and supple thighs exposed, one foot casually resting atop the comforter. She appeared as if embracing a large pillow, her lazy demeanor quite unbecoming. Chuckling, Xia approached her bedside and gently tapped her face. "Aunt Rebecca has asked me to summon you for dinner. Please step outside. I need to change," Shieling replied, her eyes fluttering open, fixing her gaze on Xia momentarily before wrapping herself in the blanket, indicating he should leave. Xia smirked, teasingly stating, "What are you hiding? I must confess, when I bathed you before, I saw everything. Your modesty is futile now." Shieling momentarily hesitated, then shot him an exaggerated eye roll. relinquishing her grip on the blanket and throwing it in his direction, exclaiming, "I need to change now. You must leave." Laughing heartily, Xia caught the blanket, neatly setting it aside. "All right, Xialing has grown up and no longer clings to me as before. I shall take my leave now. Do hurry and change." With that, he stepped out, closing the door behind him. At dinner, Xia and the others devoured the meal with fervor. While Xialing alternated between gazing at Xia and focusing intently on her food, her behavior amusingly quirky. Time flew, and 2 days later, 2,000 kilometers west of Planet Vegeta lay a desolate expanse. Even in spring, the scorching sun beat down relentlessly, imparting a searing heat. By noon, a gathering of over 100 Saiyans had assembled in a parched oasis, with several dark figures occasionally descending from the sky, bringing the total to over 200. Among the assembled Saiyans were both young and old, predominantly families, with a majority being low-level warriors and only a handful of mid-level fighters. These individuals had been meticulously selected by Otter's team. Their combat power generally ranging between 2,000 and 3,000, a rather ordinary segment among the 1 million Saiyans on Planet Vegeta. Their absence would hardly stir a significant ripple. Otter conducted a headcount, confirming that all designated individuals had arrived, and proceeded to clap his hands. Instantly, silence fell as everyone awaited his orders. Under the shade of the trees, Xia observed the scene, reflecting on Otter's considerable respect among the group. This was undoubtedly beneficial, as it ensured a leader capable of managing the unruly Saiyans without additional effort. The first group is now fully assembled. I believe you all understand what lies ahead. Our departure is not an act of cowardice. Rather, it is a means to preserve the Saiyan lineage. One day, we shall return. Otter encouraged the crowd. He then turned to Xia, asking, "How many can you transport at once? Should we split into smaller groups for multiple trips?" "No need. I can teleport over 100 individuals at once, transporting everyone to the first transition point," Xia replied, his demeanor composed and serious. Nodding, Otter recognized Xia's discretion and refrained from further comment. He addressed the assembled Saiyans. "Soon, Xia will activate his teleportation ability. Please join hands and form a circle." "Must we really form a circle?" The Saiyans expressed skepticism, but their trust in Otter prevailed, and they complied with his guidance. Gradually organizing into 2 large circles that resembled a child's game, creating a rather comical sight. Xia nodded and approached one of the groups. With astonished gazes fixed upon him, a cerulean glow ignited in his eyes. In an instant, a cloud of dust swirled, and the circle of over 100 individuals vanished without a trace. "My goodness, they've disappeared," a voice exclaimed in disbelief. "That child's extraordinary ability can transport so many at once." A wave of confusion swept through the remaining Saiyans, who exchanged bewildered looks as murmurs of astonishment filled the air. Chapter 65, Arrival in the Saiyan Branch. Adri smiled as he observed the scene before him. His dark cheeks slightly flushed. From this moment on, this branch of Saiyans would embark on a vast journey, perhaps the only remaining Saiyan lineage in the future. Minutes later, a flash of light appeared, and Xia re-emerged before everyone. Since the first jump star was only 12 days' journey from Planet Vegeta, he could make the round trip swiftly with instant transmission. "I have sent those individuals to the first jump star. Now I will take you there." With the prior event in mind, the remaining Saiyans felt a sense of anticipation. At Xia's command, they quickly formed a large circle once more. Some of the more perceptive among them had already begun to sense Xia's uniqueness, despite his youthful appearance. His ability to wield such extraordinary powers could not belong to an ordinary child. The gazes of the Saiyans towards Xia were filled not only with wonder but also with fervent desire. How they wished to possess such wondrous abilities. Xia noticed their glances and merely smiled faintly, aware that gaining their true obedience would be a long journey. Haste makes waste. He lacked the innate regal aura of a king, and who would bow to him just upon sight? In reality, such a notion was utterly implausible. The Saiyans' rebellious nature was a mark deeply ingrained in their blood as a warrior race. Although they appeared fearless, they inherently revered strength, as long as one displayed sufficient power. They would not resist. Power was precisely where Xia excelled. Following the same pattern, he utilized instant transmission to relocate the remaining Saiyans from Planet Vegeta. Hours later, the first group of evacuated Saiyans successfully arrived at the Red Mountain Star in the Eastern Galaxy. Continuous use of instant transmission had exhausted Xia. And while utilizing the Fridarian spaceship for transport would have been more efficient, the vast distance meant that the journey would take over 2 years. It seemed he would need to devise alternative methods for transporting people to Red Mountain Star. Upon their arrival, The Saiyans had yet to revel in their new setting when the planet's 12-fold gravity overwhelmed them without warning. Fortunately, Saiyans were naturally adapted to withstand 10 times the gravity, and their robust physiques allowed them to endure the 12-fold pressure with only minor discomfort, quickly acclimating. However, some of the weaker Saiyans struggled to breathe, indicating they would require time to adjust. When all had gathered in the living area, the sight that greeted them left them in astonishment. Not far ahead, an ecological dome capable of housing 3,000 individuals had already been established. Resembling a quaint city nestled among mountains. Surrounding it, countless workers fervently expanded the city's outskirts. Within this urban landscape, massive hemispherical structures stood uniformly. Each a standard 4-story design, complete with designated training, living, and leisure zones to meet the diverse needs of the Saiyans. Xia Ya could not help but admire the advanced technology of the Fridarians. A small city had risen from the ground in mere days, an efficiency that astounded belief. He summoned Alo via communicator to introduce the situation of the living area to the Saiyans. This red mountain star will be our new home. I hope everyone can protect it. After Alo finished his introduction and stepped back, Adri stood forth, resolutely addressing all present. As the only high-ranking warrior among them, Adri commanded the highest combat power and bore the most authority. Rest assured, Mr. Adri, we will safeguard our new home. They replied. Indeed. It must not meet the same fate as Planet Vegeta. Adri surveyed the crowd and solemnly stated, now that we are here, I must inform you that the Saiyans of Red Mountain Star will sever ties with those of Planet Vegeta. Your new leader stands beside me. Xia Ya. Seeing the murmurs ripple through the crowd, Adri cleared his throat to draw everyone's attention. Some may question why I have chosen Xia Ya as our leader, merely due to his instant transmission ability. While that is one factor, more importantly, it is his combat prowess. I believe he possesses the capability to lead us. Adri glanced around the assembly and unleashed his full aura. Instantly, an overwhelming pressure enveloped everyone, leaving the Saiyans with combat powers of merely 2,000 or 3,000 pale in response. What an immense sense of oppression. This power rivaled that of the peak warriors like King Vegeta. They were astonished at Mr. Adri's newfound strength, having destroyed all energy detectors early on. The Saiyans could only estimate Adri's combat power through the palpable pressure. I can tell you that my current combat power is 11,600. Moreover, every member of the Adri squad exceeds 10,000 in combat power. Adri reigned in his aura. Yet his declaration rippled through the gathering like a stone cast into a tranquil lake, igniting fervent discussion among the Saiyans. Goodness. Does that mean the Saiyans of Red Mountain Star will possess 6 warriors with combat powers exceeding 10,000? Planet Vegeta had only about 20 over the years. Some Saiyans questioned why such a powerful figure as Mr. Adri would allow his nephew to assume leadership, instinctively dismissing the possibility that Xia Ya's combat power could surpass Adri's. Such a notion seemed unfathomable. While Xia Ya's extraordinary abilities were acknowledged, they regarded him merely as a fortunate individual who had awakened such powers, overlooking the aspect of combat strength. Yet, Adri's subsequent words struck them like a thunderclap. I appointed Xia Ya as our leader not solely because he is my nephew. To be candid, I consider my combat prowess modest compared to that of my children. At this, Adri beamed with pride, stating, how could a flickering candle dare compete with the brilliance of the sun and moon? Since we Saiyans honor strength, our leader must be the strongest among us. And Xia Ya's combat power has reached 120,000, making him the mightiest among the Saiyans. What? 120,000 combat power? They could scarcely believe their ears. How could such a figure exist? The crowd was in shock, their minds reeling in disbelief. If Adri's earlier announcement had merely caused ripples, this revelation detonated like a massive explosive, leveling their entire understanding. No one had misheard. Xia Ya indeed possessed a combat power of 120,000, as Adri cast a knowing glance at Xia Ya. The latter understood this was a move to solidify his position as the leader of the Saiyans. While Xia Ya felt reluctant to stand under such scrutiny, he recognized that to subdue these rebellious Saiyans, the most straightforward approach was to demonstrate his overwhelming combat strength. Thus, Xia Ya nodded and stepped forward without hesitation. A terrifying aura surged forth, enveloping the area. The sky seemed to stagnate at that moment, as scattered leaves were torn to shreds by the overwhelming force. Accompanied by a resonant hum, Char's entire being radiated a luminous, profound glow, his hair gently lifting in the turbulent air. In that moment, the gravitational pull of Red Mountain seemed to vanish, as debris and dust ascended from the ground, and the earth abruptly fissured with countless cracks. All present turned pale, their bodies trembling beneath the overwhelming aura, yet their eyes burned with an intense fervor. Chapter 66. Dragon Ball's time flows swiftly, and in the blink of an eye. 2 months have passed. In the North Galaxy, on Earth, the weather is clear and the sun shines brightly. The dawn light bathes the land, painting a splendid and vibrant scenery where everything appears so beautiful. Amidst a continuous range of rugged mountains in the northern hemisphere, a figure suddenly traverses through the forest, moving with agility, sometimes appearing and disappearing, at times seemingly just ahead, only to reappear 100 meters away on another peak. The Bao Mountain should be nearby. Xia Ya gazes up at the towering peaks ahead, a sense of tranquility enveloping his heart. The mountains stand majestically, the environment serene and quiet, clustered with steep ridges, with only a narrow mountain path leading deep into the ranges. Due to its remote location, few wanderers traverse these mountains, gradually transforming this place into a sanctuary for wildlife. After 3 years, Xia Ya returns to Earth as the destruction of Planet Vegeta looms, undoubtedly with his own purpose. For the past 2 months, Xia Ya has tirelessly shuttled between Planet Vegeta and Red Mountain Star, successfully relocating over 3,000 Saiyans to Red Mountain Star, establishing a preliminary scale for the Saiyan population there. However, this group of Saiyans primarily consists of low-level warriors, with only a few high-level warriors like Edgery, rendering them quite inferior compared to those on Planet Vegeta. Although this will not hinder the future development of the Saiyans on Red Mountain Star, the scarcity of high-level warriors signifies a shallow foundation, necessitating more time to elevate the Saiyan lineage. The simplest method to enhance the Saiyan bloodline is to transfer high-level warriors from Planet Vegeta. Yet, the problem lies in the fact that high-level warriors on Planet Vegeta are already few in number, each one being a crucial resource for the Saiyans. And any inexplicable disappearance would easily attract the attention of King Vegeta. While Xia Ya can disregard King Vegeta's stance, he must consider the potential measures Frieza might take upon learning of it. Caution is paramount. As Xia Ya contemplates, his attention turns to the Dragon Balls on Earth. Undoubtedly, utilizing the Dragon Balls to wish for a portion of the Saiyans to be relocated to Red Mountain Star is an excellent idea. However, Xia Ya will not transfer too many Saiyans. Each quota will undergo careful consideration, as maintaining internal stability among the Saiyans is of utmost importance. A stable environment is essential for the Saiyans to recuperate and regain their peak condition. Yet, another issue arises. The current era is somewhat early. The main story of the Dragon Balls has yet to commence. Bulma has not yet matured, and thus the Dragon Radar does not exist. Therefore, before collecting the 7 Dragon Balls, Xia Ya must prepare the Dragon Radar. He currently needs to acquire a Dragon Ball, and then have the Fidayans measure the wavelength emitted by it. Given the technological level of the Fidayans, they should be able to manufacture the Dragon Radar swiftly. In the original narrative, only 2 Dragon Balls are known to be in specific locations. One is the 4-star ball that Sun Wukong picked up from a valley, and the other is the 2-star ball located in Bulma's family warehouse. In a primeval forest near Bao Mountain, Xia Ya's figure swiftly navigates through the underbrush, then stands atop a bare rock, gazing around and calming his mind to sense the surrounding energies. At that moment, rustling sounds emerge from nearby, as some wolves and leopards conceal themselves in the jungle, glaring at Xia Ya with ferocious eyes. Roar! A low, beastly growl reverberates through the forest, startling a flock of dark birds into flight. Seeking death, Xia Ya's gaze sharpens. A formidable aura instantly radiates outward like a dragon emerging from the sea. A wave of energy is unleashed, followed by a thunderous sound as the forest is flattened in patches, causing the wolves and beasts to emit low growls and flee in fright. After dispersing a few minor threats, Xia Ya chuckles lightly and continues toward the mountain. Soon after, he emerges from the forest onto a slightly flattened hillside, where a cobblestone path winds upward. At the foot of Bao Mountain, a quaint house constructed of bricks and stone stands in the shade of nearby trees, exuding a distinctly Eastern charm. Haha, I've finally found it. The energy is nearby, approaching this way. Perhaps I shall wait here for a moment. A smile finally graces Xia Ya's face as he admires the tranquil and elegant surroundings, exclaiming, Sun Wukong certainly has a knack for choosing serene abodes. Bao Mountain is remote, with an enchanting and tranquil environment, and the air is infused with a refreshing fragrance. As the foremost disciple of the martial arts master Kame Sennin, Sun Wukong is indeed an exceptional martial artist, and it is only natural for him to select a place conducive to cultivating his spirit and skills. Ah, young man, what brings you to such a secluded place alone? An elderly voice calls from behind. An old man, carrying a load of firewood down the mountain, approaches. He is clad in traditional attire, his complexion rosy, adorned with a hat, and his white beard gives him the appearance of a transcendent sage. I am here in search of an object called the Dragon Ball, a crystal orb of orange hue embedded with red stars. I wonder if you have seen it, sir? Xia Ya inquires. A crystal orb with stars? Sun Wukong strokes his forehead and retrieves a crystal ball from his pocket. Is this what you seek? The orb, embedded with 4 gilded red stars, is indeed the 4-star Dragon Ball. Indeed, this is precisely the Dragon Ball I am searching for. I wonder if you would be so kind as to lend it to me, and I shall return it once I have made use of it, Xia Ya earnestly requests, gazing at the 4-star Dragon Ball in Sun Wukong's hand. Oh, so this is called the Dragon Ball. I found it in a valley a few years back. If you wish for it, I will gladly give it to you, Sun Wukong replies, extending the 4-star ball. Thank you immensely. Xia Ya's demeanor grows fervent as he accepts the Dragon Ball. Although the Dragon Balls on Earth are crafted by divine beings, the patent belongs to the dragon god, Selma. And due to the principle of refraction, the red stars within can be seen from any angle. It's nothing. Since you are seeking it, you must need it. Sun Wukong smiles, completely unperturbed by the significance of the Dragon Ball. Sun Wukong's graciousness inspires a profound respect in Xia Ya. This is the true spirit of a martial artist. After obtaining the 4-star ball, Xia Ya refrains from disturbing Sun Wukong's meditative practice and soon departs from Baobao Mountain, using instant transmission to arrive at the bustling metropolis of West City. At this moment, the narrative has yet to begin, but West City, as one of the foremost super metropolises on Earth, is already thriving. Speaking of West City, the most renowned entity is undoubtedly the Capsule Corporation, which has risen rapidly in recent years. Founded by Dr. Briefs, this company has swept the world with its miraculous capsules in just a few short years. The names of the Capsule Corporation and Dr. Briefs are known far and wide. After casually inquiring with a passerby, Xia Ya locates Bulma's residence. He deftly bypasses the guards of the luxurious villa and leaps into an old warehouse. After a thorough search, a gleaming orange crystal ball reveals itself. Counting the stars embedded within, he finds 2. He places the 4-star ball alongside the 2-star ball, and the 2 Dragon Balls seem to be drawn by a mysterious force, beginning to hum and glow with golden light. With the successful acquisition of the 2nd Dragon Ball, a joyful smile spreads across Xia Ya's face, and in an instant, he vanishes from Earth, aboard the Fidayan spaceship. At this moment, the spacecraft traverses the cosmos at an extraordinary velocity, gradually drawing nearer to the Red Mountain Star. A cascade of vibrant light causes the void to blur momentarily, and Xia Ya steps forth from the ether, manifesting aboard the spacecraft. Having previously established a spatial imprint within the vessel, Xia Ya is able to precisely navigate the cosmos, even amidst the vessel's rapid transit. Lord Xia Ya, in the central control hall, Dokra is directing the technicians as they manage various parameters when he suddenly catches sight of Xia Ya and promptly approaches to offer his greetings. Chapter 67. The Quest for the Dragon Balls. Xia Ya nodded at Dokra, presenting him with 2 Dragon Balls. Here are 2 Dragon Balls. Please arrange for immediate research on them. I hope you can develop the Dragon Ball radar as swiftly as possible. Although the original text did not specify how long Bulma took to create the radar, Xia Ya was confident that the extraordinary intellect of the Fidaya people would make the task relatively straightforward. Yes, I will arrange for a team to begin the research immediately. Dokra, his expression grave, received the Dragon Balls from Xia Ya's hands. The moment the 2 Dragon Balls touched, they began to hum and emit a faint glow. Dokra had never encountered such a remarkable phenomenon, and a flicker of curiosity sparkled in his eyes. He promptly summoned the finest scientists aboard their ship to commence their investigation of the Dragon Balls. Although Dokra was unaware of the true nature of the items entrusted to him by Xia Ya, he recognized the gravity of the situation from Xia Ya's earnest demeanor. Consequently, he placed great importance on this research, deciding to personally oversee the progress. After all, the Fidaya were under Xia Ya's protection, and it was imperative that they prove their worth during crucial moments. Thus, upon receiving the Dragon Balls, he immediately gathered the scientists for round-the-clock research, hoping to present Xia Ya with satisfactory results at the earliest opportunity. True to their reputation as a technologically advanced civilization, the Fidaya proposed a series of research directions concerning the Dragon Ball's various properties within just a few days. After deliberation, they decided to focus initially on wavelength and optics, approaches closely aligned with Bulma's method of inventing the Dragon Ball radar, as the Fidaya scientists tirelessly worked day and night. 15 days passed. During this time, Xia Ya visited to inspect the radar's development. Observing the scientist's fervent dedication, he quietly departed, satisfied with their commitment. Finally, on the 22nd day, joyous news arrived. The Fidaya had successfully developed the Dragon Ball radar. Upon hearing this, Xia Ya instantly teleported to Dodora's laboratory. However, he was taken aback by the sight before him. A group of Fidaya scientists appeared disheveled and emaciated, their eyes bloodshot and sunken, clearly exhausted from their relentless efforts. "Lord Xia Ya, this is the Dragon Ball radar you requested," Dodora exclaimed, his voice brimming with excitement as he presented the newly completed device, his cheeks flushed with enthusiasm. Xia Ya nodded approvingly, examining the radar, which was roughly the size of a bowl. The azure display screen was divided into a grid of light green squares, each representing a distinct area. Notably, the detection map was not a simple flat projection but a three-dimensional spherical representation. As Xia Ya's fingers moved across the surface, the spherical model began to rotate like a globe. At the top of the radar's central axis were two buttons, allowing the user to adjust the size of the detection area. During our research, we discovered that when the Dragon Balls are placed together, they emit a unique coded electromagnetic wave. By capturing this wave, we were able to create this radar. Given the potential vastness of the Dragon Ball's distribution across the planet, we designed the radar to project a planetary map, displaying the detection results on a three-dimensional model. Moreover, with a simple touch, the model can change direction, which is a highly user-friendly design. Upon pressing the switch on the radar, the spherical model illuminated with a brilliant glow. As the map expanded, the spherical representation began to take shape, and two shining points emerged at the central origin. Indeed, the very Dragon Balls that Xia Ya held. Despite being in the cosmos, the radar defaulted to a planetary environment, a minor flaw that was inconsequential. With this detection radar, the speed of collecting Dragon Balls could increase exponentially. Xia Ya reflected silently, immensely pleased with the Fidaya's performance. He praised Dodora, "You have done exceedingly well. As a civilization renowned for its technological prowess, I am profoundly impressed that you were able to create the Dragon Ball radar in such a short time." The Fidaya, basking in Xia Ya's commendation, felt as if they had just savored a chilled watermelon on a sweltering summer's day, their fatigue dissipating in an instant. "You are too kind, Lord Xia Ya. It is our honor to serve you. Rest assured, we will remember your acknowledgement of our efforts." With that, Xia Ya smiled at the Fidaya scientists, nodded at them, and vanished from the ship in a flash. Earth. Xia Ya materialized on a vast plain adorned with bizarre, jagged rocks. Towering rock formations, resembling bamboo shoots, jutted from the ground, creating small hills. The central boulders, weathered by the elements, had gradually eroded into hollow, unique shapes. Upon arriving on Earth, Xia Ya eagerly retrieved the Dragon Ball radar and pressed the button, which emitted a series of beeps, revealing 7 shimmering points on the radar's spherical simulator. At the origin point representing the radar itself, 2 bright spots coalesced. There is a Dragon Ball 500 kilometers to the east. Glancing at the radar's illuminated points, Xia Ya soared into the air, swiftly vanishing into the horizon. He arrived at a desolate plateau, plagued by severe soil erosion, where life struggled to thrive amidst the harsh conditions. Suddenly, a furious roar echoed through the air as Xia Ya spotted a gray dinosaur pursuing a wild dog. The colossal creature thundered across the terrain, its weight causing the ground to tremble. How raw and untamed nature is. With a fleeting glance at the dinosaur, Xia Ya lost interest and turned his focus back to the quest for the Dragon Balls. Unless hunger struck, he had no desire to engage with the dinosaur. With a swift motion, Xia Ya's figure flickered, and he appeared several hundred meters ahead, soon reaching a thicket. It must be nearby. Xia Ya surveyed the surroundings, seeking potential hiding spots for the Dragon Balls. After a prolonged search yielded no results, he unleashed a wind blade, slicing through the dead bushes and delving deeper into the underbrush. After clearing away nearly half of the foliage, he finally glimpsed a glimmer amidst the thicket. Found it. Leaping into the bushes, he discovered an orange-red Dragon Ball ensnared between the branches, reflecting the sun's rays. Prizing it free, Xia Ya examined it closely, revealing it to be a 1-star Dragon Ball. A successful venture, this marked the 3rd Dragon Ball. With joy, Xia Ya stored the Dragon Ball in his dimensional space and prepared to search for the next one using the radar. After a couple of beeps, the radar displayed signals for 4 additional Dragon Balls. The nearest one lay over 1,000 kilometers away, but with his instantaneous movement ability, Xia Ya arrived in the blink of an eye. In a tranquil mountain village, crows cawed from the branches, flapping past in a flurry. The small village was enveloped by towering mountains, and due to its lower elevation, a thin mist lingered in the area shielded from sunlight. A gentle breeze caressed his face, imparting a refreshing chill that soon dampened his hair tips. The search for the fourth Dragon Ball proved remarkably smooth. Xia Ya located a 6-star Dragon Ball nestled within a bird's nest. Gathering the 4 Dragon Balls together, they shimmer with a golden light, twinkling in a rhythmic dance. Reminiscent of stars dotting a clear night sky, a truly enchanting sight. It seems one of the Dragon Balls resides with Master Roshi. Xia Ya suddenly recalled this detail, having given it little thought until now. In the original tale, Bulma and Son Goku's initial quest for the Dragon Balls involved exchanging a harmonious offering with Master Roshi to obtain a 3-star Dragon Ball. Given the passage of time, he had regrettably forgotten this nuance. Xia Ya retrieved the Dragon Ball radar and contemplated a visit to Master Roshi's abode to reclaim the Dragon Ball hanging from his neck. The first book is a completed work titled The Transformation of Reincarnation. This is an intellectually stimulating science fiction narrative that delves into concepts such as time machines and world lines, culminating in time travel that requires considerable contemplation. Synopsis: the protagonist, Su Yuan, unexpectedly transforms into a female overnight, struggling to adapt to life in her new identity. Just as her life begins to stabilize, a greater upheaval arises. Su Yuan and her companions inadvertently discover a unique signal emanating from the jade gemstone she wears. Upon deciphering this signal, they unlock theories of time and space. As they prepare to construct a world line detector for their time machine research, unforeseen events occur. In a critical moment, Su Yuan realizes she possesses the extraordinary ability to reverse time momentarily. To save those around her, she repeatedly utilizes this power to rewind time, traversing various world lines. Yet history's stubbornness often leads to disappointment. It is not until Su Yuan returns to her hometown that she astonishingly uncovers a time machine hidden in her basement. This narrative is intricately woven, emphasizing the details of the plot. The initial chapters primarily serve as a foundation for the storyline. The midsection delves into the main narrative, and the latter part concludes the tale cohesively. Note: the Transformation of Reincarnation has recently been released from the confines of censorship to prevent future restrictions. Approximately 100 chapters have been revised, resulting in a reduction of 30 to 40,000 words in total. Therefore, it is advisable to read it on the original platform. The second book, currently being updated, is a science fiction piece titled Superstarry Civilization. This work emphasizes the objective development of physics and can be considered a hard science fiction narrative, at least in my estimation. Synopsis: Earth is not the sole planet harboring life. Many others throughout the universe nurture intelligent beings. Within the hierarchy of civilizations, Earth has only just emerged as a weak entity at the threshold of a secondary civilization. One day, Zhou Qin, a graduate student at the University of Chinese Academy of Sciences, acquires a dilapidated fleet from outer space and assumes command of this fleet. However, he soon learns that the solar system has become exposed to a menacing threat. A barbaric tertiary civilization is advancing towards Earth. To ensure the survival of civilization, Zhou Qin must lead a group away from Earth in search of hope for humanity's existence amidst the vast cosmos. Our goal is the stars and the sea of space. Within the colossal flagship, the leader, Ghana, gazes at a virtual screen depicting a yellow dwarf star, smiling with ease. The 55878 star system is finally within reach. Leader: the 55,878 star system was still in its primitive civilization stage a millennium ago. Even with a technological explosion, it remains a rather rudimentary civilization. The civilizations of the 55,878 star system are destined to become our vassal civilizations. Chapter 68, Wishing to the Dragon having made up his mind. Xia Ya soared back into the skies, setting his sights on the next destination. With the assistance of a more advanced Dragon Ball radar, he swiftly located the 5th and 6th Dragon Balls nestled within the primordial forest and the barren desert, respectively. Notably, the Dragon Ball discovered in the desert was the 7-star ball, originally found within the castle of the Bull Demon King in the original narrative. Upon gathering the 6 Dragon Balls, Xia Ya promptly directed his flight towards the location of the final Dragon Ball. According to the description in the original work, Kame House was not far from the small island city where Xia Ya had previously encountered Master Roshi, accessible by speedboat. With a swift whoosh, Xia Ya materialized above the vast ocean, thousands of kilometers away. The cerulean waters surged magnificently, with tumultuous waves crashing wildly. Consulting his Dragon Ball radar, he confirmed his position and flew towards Kame House. Soon, a black dot appeared on the horizon, revealing a diminutive island swaying on the ocean. As he drew closer, He discerned that the island was merely over 100 square meters in size, featuring only a quaint pink-hued cottage and a few scattered coconut trees. At last, I have found Kame House, Xia exclaimed, a smile spreading across his face as he beheld the outline of the island. With another whoosh, he accelerated towards Kame Island. On Kame Island, the sea breeze danced through the air, accompanied by the calls of seabirds. The gentle sunlight bestowed a warm embrace, while speckles of light filtered through the coconut trees, resembling shards of sunlight. Master Roshi lounged comfortably on a sun chair, wearing sunglasses. Basking in the sun as he dozed off, a Riskum magazine clutched loosely in his hand. What a delightful scene it was. However, in an instant, a fierce gust of wind surged forth, whipping up sand and debris, obscuring the view. The coconut trees swayed vigorously in the tempest. What is happening? Such a powerful sea breeze. Master Roshi awoke from his slumber, squinting at the chaotic scene. After a few moments of observation, he shrugged it off and returned to his nap, as such winds were commonplace over the ocean, failing to capture his attention. As evening approached, Master Roshi realized that the crystal ball he always wore around his neck had vanished, leaving only a frayed string hanging there. Where could it have gone? After pondering for a moment without coming to any conclusion, he dismissed it from his mind, feeling a twinge of reluctance for having lost the crystal ball he had worn for over a century. Meanwhile, on a desolate island several dozen kilometers from Kame House, Xia placed the 7 dragon balls upon the ground. The moment the spheres touched, they emitted a radiant golden glow, each pulse accompanied by a sound reminiscent of a dragon's gentle hum. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The dragon balls flickered rhythmically, and Xia felt an uncontrollable excitement swell within him. Though he had resided in the Dragon Ball world for 11 years, this was his first encounter with summoning the dragon. Come forth, dragon. Xia inhaled deeply and called out to the Dragon Balls, then patiently awaited the response. In the original narrative, summoning the dragon seemingly required such an emphatic shout. A somewhat juvenile act, yet highly effective. Indeed, as Xia's voice echoed, the frequency of the Dragon Ball's glow intensified, becoming increasingly frantic. Dark clouds swiftly gathered on the horizon, enveloping the sky in a shroud of ominous darkness. Boom! Thunder rumbled ominously, and golden lightning danced like furious dragons amidst the black clouds, striking down with ferocity. The deafening roar of thunder resonated as if heralding the apocalypse. The golden radiance emitted by the Dragon Balls grew ever brighter, harmonizing with the flashes of lightning above. The dragon was about to emerge. Containing his exhilaration, Xia fixated his gaze, having only witnessed the dragon's appearance in animation before. Witnessing it in person was truly awe-inspiring. With a resounding roar, a torrent of golden light surged forth from the 7 Dragon Balls, spiraling into the sky and merging with the celestial lightning. As a magnificent dragon's roar echoed throughout the heavens. In the firmament, the green dragon spiraled amidst the dark clouds, finally fixing its eyes, glowing red, upon Xia below. Human, state your wish. I can fulfill any desire you hold. Gaining composure, Xia addressed the dragon. Oh, mighty dragon, I possess a list of Saiyans. My wish is to transfer all the Saiyans on this list to Planet Red Mountain at the moment Planet Vegeta faces destruction. He raised the booklet high, gazing at the dragon with anticipation. The list contained over 10,000 names, a culmination of considerable effort from himself and his companions. Each individual listed had been deemed worthy of evacuation to Planet Red Mountain, yet various circumstances had prevented their timely relocation. To evacuate this multitude of Saiyans at the last moment would be an insurmountable task, even for Xia. Thus, he sought the power of the Earth's Dragon Balls. Naturally, the diehard loyalists of King Vegeta and Frieza's followers were excluded from this list, already eliminating a significant portion of the Saiyan population. Ultimately, only 12,000 remained, selected due to their potential and compatibility with the Red Mountain lineage. Given the significance of this matter concerning the legacy of the Saiyans on Red Mountain, Xia regarded it with utmost seriousness, awaiting the dragon's response. After a prolonged silence, just as Xia began to lose hope for the fulfillment of his wish, the dragon finally spoke. In a booming voice that reverberated through the skies, it declared, Human, as your wish pertains to future events, I cannot fulfill it immediately. However, I can bestow the power of the Dragon Balls upon those Saiyans. When Planet Vegeta meets its demise, this power will activate automatically. But this is limited to those who are alive. Should any Saiyans on the list perish before the destruction of Planet Vegeta, the power will not trigger. The dragon's response aligned with Xia's intentions, prompting him to say, Dragon, please grant my wish. Very well, the resonant voice declared. And the dragon's eyes gleamed with a crimson hue. Xia Ya understood that the dragon was now channeling the power of the Dragon Balls. How many would ultimately reach Planet Red Mountain would depend on their survival until the destruction of Planet Vegeta. Human, your wish has been granted. Farewell. With that, the dragon spiraled and transformed back into the 7 Dragon Balls, which began to spin in the sky before preparing to disperse across the world. At that moment, Xia, well prepared, leapt high into the air, activating his spatial abilities to catch the soon-to-flee 2-star ball, 4-star ball, 3-star ball, and 7-star ball. Upon grasping them, he noted that the 4 Dragon Balls had transformed into white stones, which would require a year to revert to their original form. With a casual smile, Xia sliced open a portal in midair and tossed the Dragon Ball stones inside, intending to return them to Gohan and the others later. With the primary mission of his visit to Earth accomplished, Xia felt a sense of elation. He then took the time to explore the various environments of Earth, procuring a bounty of provisions before ultimately departing from the planet. Chapter 69. King Vegeta on the Planet Vegeta, within the resplendent royal palace. A magnificent hall gleamed under the illumination of bright lights. The ivory-white stone walls were devoid of embellishment, revealing an alternating pattern of horizontal and vertical masonry, exuding a robust style that, far from appearing chaotic, imparted an overwhelming grandeur. The Saiyans, a race of warriors, scorned the trivial and the affected. They thrived in an atmosphere that inspired awe and reverence. In the grand hall, a crimson carpet stretched forth from the entrance to the throne, leading to the elevated seat of King Vegeta. Upon this throne, elevated several steps above the hall, sat King Vegeta, adorned in a sumptuous dark red battle uniform. With one hand propping his head against the armrest, he closed his eyes in contemplation, his chest armor gleaming like white jade, subtly flickering with iridescent light, exuding an air of opulence. Suddenly, King Vegeta opened his eyes and summoned his aide. Pewter, how are our preparations coming along? Pewter, a robust bald Saiyan and a high-ranking warrior responsible for all affairs within and outside the palace, replied with fervor, My king, we have gathered over 200,000 Saiyans, all ready to heed your call and confront that scoundrel Frieza. His eyes sparkled with fierce intensity, barely containing his excitement. Only 200,000 Saiyans. That is far too few. Have the others forgotten the pride of our race? Frieza is not to be trifled with. Look at the remnants of those who once followed him. How many remain now? The Saiyans cannot perish at his hands. King Vegeta abruptly stood, his voice laced with anger and dissatisfaction, his dark brown hair standing defiantly, a powerful aura sweeping across the palace. Though ambitious, King Vegeta was devoted to the entire Saiyan race. He could not bear to witness their decline. Years ago, during a fierce battle with the Zephyrians, the Saiyans had seized the planet Vegeta, yet the reconstruction faced immense challenges. It was during this tumultuous time that Frieza's forces emerged, seeking to hire the Saiyans. Reflecting on it now, accepting Frieza's employment had been a grave error. King Vegeta had sensed long ago that Frieza's surveillance over the Saiyans was tightening, an affront he could not accept. As a warrior race, the Saiyans could embrace death on the battlefield but would not tolerate being treated like livestock. Thus, long ago, King Vegeta began to amass strength, awaiting the moment to confront Frieza. However, many in the Saiyan race did not comprehend his intentions. A significant number even developed a sense of admiration for Frieza, which King Vegeta could not tolerate. He could allow indifference to rebellion but not allegiance to the enemy. Once he succeeded in his uprising, those who had sided with Frieza would need to be dealt with. Is there anything else? He inquired. My king, I have recently uncovered that some individuals are clandestinely engaging in suspicious activities. It appears they are conspiring. Pewter rifled through the documents in his hands, his keen intellect quickly detecting the mischief of Adley and others. Is that so? King Vegeta's gaze sharpened. Pewter, investigate this matter thoroughly. Understood. Pewter straightened his posture and responded loudly before turning to exit the palace. In the lavish hall, only King Vegeta remained seated upon his throne, eyes closed, lost in thought. Several days later, Pewter returned to the palace, clutching a thick list of missing persons. My king, the investigation is complete. This is the list of Saiyans who have mysteriously vanished from Planet Vegeta over the past few months. It appears they have left the planet. Oh, they managed to disappear without a trace from Vegeta? Did the Tajirians not notice? King Vegeta's eyes brightened momentarily, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. The Tajirians controlled the transportation off Planet Vegeta, maintaining records of all spacecraft departing. King Vegeta held a long-standing dissatisfaction with the Tajirians. Had it not been for the need to avoid drawing Frieza's attention, they would likely not have survived on Vegeta. They seem not to have used any spacecraft to leave. Peter was perplexed, questioning how these individuals had departed the planet. What sort of individuals left Vegeta? Primarily lower-ranking warriors, with about 100 mid-level warriors, and only 5 or 6 high-ranking ones leading them. Only these worthless souls. King Vegeta perused the list, a derisive smirk emerging on his face as he incinerated the documents with an energy wave. Forget them for now. Erase their names from the Saiyan records. Humph. They do not deserve to be called Saiyans. Our primary focus should be on accumulating strength. We cannot afford distractions. We shall address these matters after the confrontation with Frieza. Peter observed King Vegeta destroy the list, uncertain of his thoughts. One would expect that such rebellious intentions would be dealt with first. Yet, King Vegeta had chosen a different path, perhaps leaving a way out for the Saiyan race. Should he succeed in overthrowing Frieza, those who had abandoned Vegeta would meet their demise. However, if he were to fail, they might represent the last flicker of hope for the Saiyans. Yet, this hope rested upon a handful of feeble lower and mid-level warriors, a rather desperate gamble. For months later, on a bustling street of Planet Vegeta, a throng of Saiyans, clad in simple battle attire, traversed the thoroughfare, their bags brimming with provisions. The shops lining the street were operated by various peculiar extraterrestrials. For Saiyans were not particularly suited for commerce beyond their martial pursuits. One day, Xia Ya ventured out alone to shop, traversing from one end of the street to the other, acquiring only a few daily necessities. Passing a jewelry store, she recalled that Xiling had yet to receive any jewelry or decorative trinkets. Perhaps she should purchase something to bring back. Xia Ya stepped inside the store, glancing at the displays. The store showcased an array of earrings, pendants, and other adornments, as well as belts and brooches. Xia Ya perused the items, uncertain of what Xiling might appreciate, ultimately deciding to buy several visually appealing ribbons, pendants, and bracelets. With plenty of task points remaining, there was no concern about expenditure. They would be rendered useless once Planet Vegeta faced destruction. As Xia Ya prepared to pay for the jewelry, an enthusiastic extraterrestrial approached, meticulously placing each item into exquisite little boxes, tying them with silk ribbons. Hee, I hope Xiling will like these. Xia Ya smiled as she gathered her purchases. Shortly after exiting the store, she spotted a small figure waddling towards her, clutching what resembled a candied fruit skewer. Chapter 70. The Destroyer God Beerus, is it her? Upon recognizing the visitor, Xia Ya momentarily froze, his eyes narrowing slightly. The figure approaching unsteadily from across the way was none other than Myers, the student of Edry. As he observed her closely, Xia Ya noted that Myers' aura had remarkably surged to approximately 850 in battle power. My, what an impressive feat for such a young individual. No wonder she carried herself with such arrogance. If memory serves, Edry's student is not yet 5 years old. Indeed, such combat prowess is exceedingly rare even among advanced warriors. Legend has it that Vegeta was already capable of dealing with the bioandroids at the time of Planet Vegeta's destruction. Myers' talent likely rivals that of Vegeta, with only Vegeta among her peers being able to surpass her. Fortunately, Myers is a girl. Had she been a boy, she would not be able to live so carefree. However, individuals with such potential as Myers are undoubtedly already on King Vegeta's training roster. Xia Ya smiled nonchalantly, realizing that this matter did not concern him, and turned to leave. Yet, Myers had already spotted him from the crowd, waving enthusiastically. Xia Ya feigned ignorance and walked away in the opposite direction. That fellow is pretending not to see me. Myers' adorable brows knit together in displeasure as she puffed her cheeks and hurried after him, blocking his path. Her beautiful eyes glared at him. You? How dare you pretend not to see me? Do you know who I am? Oh, is this not the esteemed Lady Myers? I am in a rush to return. So would you kindly step aside? You. Myers was infuriated by Xia Ya's dismissive attitude. Grabbing his sleeve, she declared with a serious expression, let me tell you. If you weren't Edry's nephew, I wouldn't bother with you at all. With that, she proudly raised her chin, as if to say, you should be grateful that I am even speaking to you. Indeed, I must express my gratitude to Lady Myers for her esteemed regard for me. I shall forever remember your kindness. Xia Ya was taken aback by her unmerited sense of superiority, finding it rather amusing. Reflexively, he reached out to pat her head, but upon noticing her puffed cheeks, he withdrew his hand and chuckled lightly. After all, she was merely a girl under 5 years old, and he couldn't be bothered to argue with her. After indulging Myers' little vanity with a few casual remarks, he intended to leave. However, at that moment, a purple figure emerged from the crowd in the distance. It was a slender, purple-skinned being with long ears, resembling a gaunt corpse that had just risen from the grave. Wearing peculiar attire reminiscent of an Egyptian pharaoh, given the diverse array of extraterrestrial beings congregated on planet Vegeta. The strange garb of this purple creature did not draw much attention. Yet, upon his first glance, Xia Ya felt a chill run down his spine, cold sweat breaking out all over him. The destroyer god Beerus, how could he possibly be on planet Vegeta? Xia Ya gasped, utterly astonished to witness the presence of the unpredictable deity here. This was a divine being known for his capricious nature. In the Dragon Ball universe, there are many hidden gods, but none stand at the pinnacle of the cosmos quite like Beerus. It would not be an exaggeration to call him the strongest entity in the universe. Should he become enraged, with a mere flick of his finger, planet Vegeta could vanish from existence. At Beerus level, destruction and creation are but a fleeting thought. The so-called indifference of heaven and earth toward all beings means that good and evil hold little significance in their eyes. Their role is to maintain the balance of the universe impartially. When destruction is warranted, it must be executed without mercy. The realm of the destroyer god transcends mortal comprehension, rendering human notions of good and evil meaningless. They operate under the rules of the grand cosmos, where the judgments of mortals are but trivial matters. Only the king of hell has the authority to make those determinations. However, Xia Ya felt somewhat reassured, as it appeared that no Saiyans had provoked Beerus' ire thus far. Oh! As if sensing Xia Ya's gaze, Beerus' golden eyes turned toward him. Upon noticing Xia Ya and Myers, a hint of interest flickered at the corners of his mouth. The power levels of life forms in the universe are generally low, and individuals of Xia Ya's caliber are scarce, although he had concealed his strength. It mattered little in the eyes of a being like Beerus. How intriguing. I never expected to find someone of this caliber among these wild monkeys. With that, Beerus approached Xia Ya and Myers. The destroyer god was coming closer. Xia Ya felt a profound sense of despair, pondering what misdeeds had led him to encounter such a supreme deity while merely out for a simple errand. With Beerus' aura locking onto him, Xia Ya found himself unable to muster any means of defense. The very fabric of space around him felt as though it had solidified. As Beerus stood before him, resting his chin on his hand, he circled Xia Ya, scrutinizing him as one might examine a fine piece of art. Young man, your skills are commendable. You even understand the art of concealing your energy, unlike those brutish monkeys who only know how to waste their power without a shred of restraint. To Beerus, the unrestrained display of energy by Saiyans resembled a spotlight blazing in the night. Such behavior was characteristic of uncivilized brutes. Thank you for your praise, Lord Beerus. The moment Xia Ya spoke, he mentally chastised himself for uttering the deity's name. Indeed, Beerus' eyes sparkled with interest. You know my name? While on a mission, I encountered your likeness in an ancient temple on a distant planet. Xia Ya found himself fabricating a tale to explain Beerus' identity, attributing it to an imaginary shrine. Ah, quite commendable. Beerus nodded, clearly in high spirits. Although deities of his stature seldom ventured out, it was conceivable that someone might honor his name and image in worship. Hey, Xia Ya, what is this strange being? You seem quite frightened of him. A youthful voice pierced the atmosphere, freezing the moment in place. Xia Ya's heart sank, as if it had leaped to his throat. Chapter 71. A frigid dread. Oh, strange beings, do you wish to vanish from the cosmos? The countenance of Beerus darkened instantly, his expression turning stern, his voice devoid of warmth. His golden eyes, lacking any hint of emotion, uttered words that sent shivers down Xia Ya's spine. Oh, my lady, could you refrain from causing further chaos? Xia Ya felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, every hair on his body standing on end. Aware of the destroyer's terrifying power, he yearned to silence Melis once and for all. Should the destroyer wish to obliterate a planet, it would merely take a snap of his fingers. In such a case, Xia Ya would barely have time to teleport and rescue Xiling and the others. Covering Melis's mouth with his hand, he held on firmly despite her struggles, repeatedly apologizing to Beerus. Lord Beerus, please do not take the words of a child to heart. Beerus's expression remained grim as he glared with his golden eyes, an overwhelming aura causing the temperature around them to plummet dramatically. Young one, since you are aware of my name, you should also understand the ways of a destroyer. To insult a deity is not a transgression that can be forgiven. You and this planet shall both disappear from the universe. As he spoke, a flicker of light appeared at his fingertip, conjuring a small purple energy sphere, surrounded by shimmering rings of light twirling around it. This was a super energy sphere capable of annihilating the entire planet of Vegeta. Upon witnessing the purple energy sphere in the destroyer's grasp, Xia Ya's pupils constricted in terror. The destroyer was indeed intent on destroying Vegeta. His mind raced, desperately searching for a way to dissuade Beerus from his destructive intent. Suddenly, a brilliant idea sparked in his mind. He recalled that Beerus had a penchant for exquisite cuisine. If he could elevate the destroyer's mood, perhaps he would spare Vegeta. Indeed, Beerus was known for his peculiar and illogical temperament. Without hesitation, Xia Ya activated a dimensional space, retrieving a pile of steaming delicacies he had brought from Earth. Lord Beerus, these are some delicacies from my collection. I hope you will find them to your liking. Is that indeed a supernatural ability? Beerus discerned Xea's trickery at a glance. However, having lived for countless years, he had encountered many who wielded supernatural powers, and Xea's abilities failed to pique his interest. Yet, the enticing aroma of the steaming dishes did warm his expression. They appeared quite appetizing. Dismissing the energy sphere, Beerus curiously prodded the food with his finger, the delightful scent igniting his appetite. Upon sampling a dish, the exquisite flavor tantalized his taste buds, and he was taken aback with delight, hastily devouring several plates while exhaling puffs of steam. Haha, this is delectable. Whis will surely miss out on such exquisite fare. In no time, Beerus had consumed a few plates, patting his belly in satisfaction, casting an appreciative glance at Xia. Young man, what is your name? Lord Beerus, my name is Xia. Beerus nodded, declaring, in light of you and these delightful dishes, I shall spare this planet for now. Be grateful, for the benevolence of a destroyer is a rare gift. Thank you, Lord Beerus, Xia exclaimed, his face radiant with joy as he bid farewell to Beerus. Only when Beerus vanished from sight did Xia exhale a sigh of relief, realizing his back was drenched in sweat. This was his first encounter with a deity of such power, and the pressure was overwhelming. He feared that a single misstep might lead to his demise at the hands of the destroyer. At that moment, Xia glanced around. Noticing that the passers-by exhibited no signs of awareness regarding the recent events, as if nothing had transpired. Had the destroyer cloaked their senses? Xia shuddered, gaining a deeper understanding of Beerus's formidable prowess. Hey, who was that just now? You seemed quite frightened of him, Melis inquired, pulling Xia from his thoughts. Fuming at the very instigator of the near catastrophe, Xia seized Melis by her collar and dragged her into a nearby alley. What do you intend to do? Are you seeking death? Melis shouted indignantly, her candied hawthorn falling to the ground due to Xia's grip. Do you even comprehend the gravity of your words? Your utterance almost led to the destruction of Vegeta, Xia retorted. While he was indifferent to the fate of Vegeta, he was deeply concerned for Xiling and the others. And the thought sent chills through him. Unruly children deserve discipline. With that, he unceremoniously placed Melis across his knee, gripping her tail with one hand, while delivering several firm spanks to her backside with the other. Slap. Melis was momentarily stunned. She had never experienced such treatment in her young life. Struggling in vain against Xia's might, she received dozens of swats before he finally set her down. You actually hit me, Melis exclaimed, cupping her rear while gazing up at him with tear-filled eyes, her nose twitching as she began to wail. A prodigious warrior of her caliber, reduced to tears by a mere middle-tier fighter, left Melis feeling increasingly despondent. Xia's nature was perplexing. Despite being only 7 years her senior and ostensibly a lesser warrior, he had rendered her powerless. As she cried, a realization dawned upon Melis. Xia was no ordinary Saiyan. It was evident that a typical middle-tier fighter could not subdue her so effortlessly. Her battle power was nearly 850. Watching Melis weep profusely, Xia pondered whether he had gone too far, considering she was merely a child under 5 years of age. Yet, upon recalling the peril she had nearly brought upon Xiling and the others, he hardened his resolve. This Melis was far too proud. A lesson was indeed warranted. After some time, Melis's sobs began to subside. Enough now, Melis. You must understand that the being you provoked was none other than Lord Beerus, the most fearsome deity in the universe. With a mere flick of his finger, Vegeta could have vanished from existence. You might very well be the first person to provoke a destroyer and live to tell the tale. Destroyer? Beerus? Melis, eyes reddened, tilted her head in confusion. Regardless, he was an entity beyond the reach of any Saiyan. None in the universe dared to challenge a destroyer. Xia spoke solemnly, acknowledging that Beerus's appearance on Vegeta had indeed caught him off guard. Chapter 72. Immediate relocation at this moment. Xia gradually began to recall some details that had slipped from his memory. The original narrative had indicated that not long before the destruction of Planet Vegeta, the god of destruction, Beerus, had indeed descended upon it, compelling King Vegeta to bow his proud head. This moment was fortuitously witnessed by Vegeta, leaving a profound shadow on his childhood. However, Xia did not anticipate such a fortuitous occurrence today. Melis's reckless actions had angered Beerus, nearly resulting in the premature annihilation of Planet Vegeta. Pondering this, a sense of unease settled within Xia Ya, and he narrowed his eyes. It was clear, as long as the god of destruction remained on planet Vegeta, it was not safe here. He resolved to take Xiling and the others away as soon as possible. Initially, they had intended to depart just before the planet's destruction to avoid drawing attention, but now, for the sake of their lives, they could no longer afford such considerations. Melis, he called, pulling a handful of candies from his pocket and pressing them into Melis's hands. Take these as an apology. You must leave immediately. Without waiting for Melis to respond, he hurriedly exited the alley and blended into the crowd, swiftly disappearing from sight. Melis stood in the alley, perplexed, until he finally realized Xia Ya was gone. Ah, that guy actually. Ugh. He rubbed his sore backside. The stinging sensation still fresh, and bit his thumb, feeling increasingly aggrieved as he stomped his feet in frustration. Eventually, he glanced at the candies in his hand, tentatively licking one. It was sweet, and suddenly, his eyes lit up as he savored the treat. Delicious. The delightful flavor awakened his taste buds, and he began to indulge, his mood lifting considerably. Nevertheless, he resolved to remember Xia Ya, vowing to repay this slight in kind. Back at the residential area, Xia Ya rushed into the house to find both Edri and Rebecca present. Uncle Edri, is Xiling at home? He asked urgently. She's resting inside. What is going on? Edri was taken aback by Xia Ya's anxiety. There is no time to explain. You must contact Uncle Baruch and the others immediately. We need to leave Planet Vegeta at once. Understood. I'll reach out to them right away. Edri's expression grew serious. He knew something significant had occurred. For under normal circumstances, Xia Ya would not be so frantic, even in the face of Frieza. Xia Ya nodded and proceeded directly to Xiling's room, entering without knocking. Inside, Xiling lay lazily under a thin blanket. Without hesitation, Xia Ya scooped her up, blanket and all. Hey, what are you doing? Xiling exclaimed, startled awake. Don't make a fuss. We'll talk once we're out of here. Xia Ya's stern expression silenced her, and she followed him into the living room, filled with confusion. Edri had just set down his communicator, glancing at his daughter wrapped in the blanket. I've informed Baruch and the others to wait at home. Good. Let us head over. Xia Ya nodded, preparing to teleport. In the next moment, their surroundings shifted, and the four found themselves on a distant desolate planet. On the desolate planet, the sky was a murky yellow, and the air was biting cold. 7 towering spires stood resolutely, battered by the elements, their surfaces marred by time. Uncle Edri, you and the others should stay in the gravity training room while I go fetch the others, Xia Ya instructed before vanishing again. Just what has happened that is Xia Ya so flustered? Xiling wondered aloud, her mind racing. Having known him for years, she had never seen him in such disarray. Xia Ya had always exuded an air of calm confidence, an unshakable myth in her eyes. What could possibly disturb him so? Edri shook his head, clenching his fists as he gazed intently in the direction of Planet Vegeta. Could it truly be Frieza? Xiling, go change in the gravity training room. Rebecca frowned at her daughter, unable to bear the sight of her wrapped in a blanket. Though Saiyans tended to be carefree regarding appearances, she felt it was time for Xiling to present herself more appropriately. Xiling glanced at her attire and sighed, retreating into the gravity room to change. Shortly thereafter, Baruch, Parody, Lisa, and Alice arrived, followed by Shakta, Atasia, and other members of Xia Ya's team. When they initially considered relocating to Red Mountain Star, Xia Ya had already shared the truth with his team. At that time, their eyes sparkled with admiration for him, as if they had been invigorated. Captain, what exactly is happening? Has Frieza decided to attack? Shakta's handsome features tightened in concern. Yes, why the rush to relocate us? Baruch and the other Saiyans echoed. Xia Ya shook his head, gathering his thoughts before speaking. It's not that Frieza intends to assault Planet Vegeta. It's just that remaining here has become increasingly perilous. What do you mean? Edri frowned, puzzled. If it was Frieza's attack, given their current strength, they should be able to handle any situation. Why would Xia Ya declare that staying on Planet Vegeta was more dangerous? Was there another unforeseen crisis? Taking a deep breath, Xia Ya exhaled slowly. If it were merely Frieza, I could still transport you all out even in the event of planetary destruction. But do you know who I just saw on Planet Vegeta? Beerus, the god of destruction. The revelation sent a chill through the group. Xia Ya recalled the moment he had nearly brushed against death, feeling a mix of awe and gratitude. It was sheer luck that Beerus harbored an almost obsessive fondness for food. Otherwise, he would have had no chance of survival. In the face of the god of destruction, Xia Ya felt as though his powers had been rendered utterly ineffective. Chapter 73 Never again will I gaze upon the god of destruction. Beerus? Edri stood in place, frowning in contemplation, Yet despite his vast experience, he had never heard of such a name. Shaking his head, he turned his gaze towards Baruch and the others, only to see them similarly confused and shaking their heads. At that moment, Shakta and Atasia, the younger generation, were even less inclined to speak, seeing that they were all oblivious to the title of the god of destruction. Xia Ya understood that they could not grasp the depth of his concerns. Beerus had slumbered for so many years that few in the universe knew of his name. With a soft sigh, he spoke. The god of destruction, Beerus, is a deity from ancient times, considered one of the most powerful beings in the universe. The strength of Frieza pales in comparison to that of the god of destruction, akin to the flickering light of a firefly vying against the brilliance of the full moon. There is simply no comparison. Even if Frieza were to grow 1,000-fold in power, the god of destruction could extinguish him with but a mere flick of his finger. So powerful. Schilling gasped in astonishment. Indeed, a mere sneeze from him could obliterate Planet Vegeta. Xia lamented. Even if Frieza's strength were to multiply 1,000-fold, he would only reach the level of Majin Buu, and the god of destruction, Beerus, could effortlessly vanquish him with a single finger. A sneeze could destroy Planet Vegeta? Even if Frieza grows 1,000-fold in strength, he would only need to lift a finger? Upon hearing Xia's explanation, Edri and the others could not help but gasp. Their expressions filled with horror. Frieza's power had already seemed insurmountable in their eyes, and now to learn of the god of destruction, who could easily eliminate Frieza with a mere gesture, left them in disbelief. Good heavens, have we fallen behind, or has the world changed too swiftly? Once, a battle power of several thousand could dominate the cosmos, yet now we feel as feeble as ants. But isn't the god of destruction a deity? Why do you worry that he would destroy Planet Vegeta? Atasia inquired. Her question echoed the curiosity of the others. Xia shook his head, though Beerus is indeed a deity. He embodies the essence of destruction and annihilation. His duty is to obliterate. Should anything displease him, he may mercilessly destroy an entire planet. The god of destruction is that capricious. Listening to Xia's explanation, everyone fell silent, realizing that remaining on Planet Vegeta indeed posed an extraordinary danger. If the god of destruction were to take offense, it could spell doom for them all. They also recognized that their powers were insignificant in the eyes of true masters. What was there left to be proud of? Look at how effortlessly they could destroy planets and annihilate star systems. While they were still bickering on this insignificant little planet, such a comparison rendered their ambitions rather petty. They had yet to reach such heights. In truth, Edri's combat power of over 10,000 could allow him to thrive in the universe, for beings like Frieza were exceedingly rare. And entities like the god of destruction were beyond any conventional measure. Even the younger generation, like Shakta, could live well with prudent caution. Consider Raditz, who boasted merely a power level of over 1,000. Upon his entrance, he was already boastful, having once traversed the cosmos and encountered other life forms. His arrogance only illustrated that the overall strength of other life in the universe is quite low. You should remain on the barren planet. If Planet Vegeta remains intact in a few days, then return. By then, the god of destruction, Beerus, should have departed. Sighing, Edri nodded helplessly. Circumstances dictated their course of action, and they could only proceed as advised. On Planet Vegeta, Beerus strolled leisurely down the street. Aside from destruction, his greatest pleasures were slumber and the pursuit of exquisite cuisine. Upon awakening from his slumber, he had stealthily traveled to the lower realm, rampaging through the Milky Way, destroying planets that displeased him and indulging in fireworks, until he finally arrived at Planet Vegeta. Here, Beerus had finally tasted some decent food. Otherwise, he would have been compelled to annihilate the planet once more. Just moments ago, he encountered an intriguing Saiyan and received a delightful dish from him. Beerus swore he had not enjoyed such exquisite flavors in 100 million years, or perhaps 300 million. Ah, what a marvelous taste. Licking his lips, still savoring the remnants of the delectable food, Beerus felt a lingering desire for more. In honor of that young lad, perhaps today he would show some mercy. With his hands clasped behind his back, Beerus ambled down the street, suddenly sneezing, a flash of inspiration striking him. If that young Saiyan possessed such delicacies, then surely the ruler of this planet would not disappoint. With that thought, Beerus felt a renewed vigor, his lethargy dissipating. First, I must locate the palace. There must be even more delightful food there. With that, Beerus ascended into the air, his golden eyes shimmering with excitement as he soared towards the palace. In another dimension, at the end of a long, winding path, lay a vast and serene expanse, enveloped in a sacred, tranquil aura under a sky adorned with pale yellow clouds. Below rested a diminutive planet, home to the North Kai, who governed the entire northern galaxy. On the Kaiashan planet, The North Kai lay anxiously prostrate on a patch of grass, resembling an ant on a hot skillet, his pallid lips quivering incessantly. Oh dear. Lord Beerus has appeared on Planet Vegeta. If those Saiyans provoke his wrath, my northern galaxy shall suffer again. The North Kai exclaimed in a fit of agitation. Recalling the time when his once magnificent Kaioshin planet had been reduced to its current diminutive size due to someone inciting Lord Beerus's ire. He fervently wished for no one to provoke him again. With hands clasped together, he fervently prayed. He could not bear the thought of losing what little remained of his planet. Otherwise, he would have nowhere to reside. Should that occur, the illustrious reputation of the North Kai would be utterly tarnished, and he would find himself unable to hold his head high before the other Kais. The North Kai's portly form remained prostrate as he cautiously monitored the situation on Planet Vegeta. Suddenly, a piercing glimmer of cold light shot from the direction of Planet Vegeta. Locking eyes with him, the chilling radiance seemingly penetrating his very soul. With a startled cry, the North Kai sprang to his feet, his face a mask of terror. Oh no, Lord Beerus has noticed me. I hope he does not come here. His complexion drained of color, trembling with fear. The North Kai frantically scurried into the humble abode on Kaioshin planet. Woe is me. Until Lord Beerus departs the northern galaxy, I vow never to observe the mortal realm again. Chapter 74. I do not wish to see Planet Vegeta within a training chamber of the royal palace on Planet Vegeta. A dimly lit atmosphere enveloped the scene, where 2 or 3 genetically engineered warriors encircled a small figure at the center, hesitating to strike. These engineered beings, crafted with cutting-edge technology, possessed combat powers exceeding 1,000. Yet, the central figure appeared to be merely a Saiyan child of no more than 5 years, evoking an instinctual fear within the warriors. Humph! The young Saiyan scoffed, adjusting his stance in preparation to launch an attack. In an instant, the child accelerated, leaving behind a series of phantom images that filled the space with blinding light. A radiant energy surged forth, overwhelming the chamber with its brilliance. Following a thunderous sound, smoke enveloped the air. As the haze gradually cleared, only the proud young Saiyan stood tall amidst the remnants of destruction. Fools! He cast a disdainful glance at the charred remains of the engineered warriors sprawled in the debris, his voice cold and devoid of emotion, draping his cloak over his shoulders. He exited the training room. Once the child departed, a Saiyan tasked with clearing the aftermath surveyed the scarred ground, murmuring, "Prince Vegeta is truly remarkable. At such a tender age, he can vanquish the engineered warriors. He is destined to be a great king." "Indeed," replied another middle-aged Saiyan, gazing longingly in the direction Vegeta had vanished. "Under the leadership of King Vegeta and Prince, our Saiyan race shall grow ever stronger. Yet, those of us with average talents can only perform menial tasks. Our race requires geniuses like Prince Vegeta to thrive." As Vegeta strode through the palace corridors with a composed demeanor, he felt a twinge of discontent despite surpassing a combat power of 1,000. At that moment, several guards rushed past him, laden with large platters of food. Curiosity piqued, Vegeta halted one of the guards. "Why the haste? Who is to be served with this food?" he inquired, perplexed. "Forgive me, Prince," the guard replied, drenched in sweat. "A peculiar visitor has just arrived at the palace, and the king instructed us to deliver this food to him. Please, allow me to pass. The guest is growing impatient." Releasing the guard, Vegeta pondered. What manner of guest could warrant such a lavish spread of food? Driven by curiosity, he proceeded toward the inner sanctum of the palace. As he neared the grand hall, a voice laced with contempt echoed from within, unfamiliar yet authoritative. "You dare offer me this rubbish to appease a god of destruction? King Vegeta, you cannot fathom the consequences of insulting a being such as I." The voice belonged to Beerus, exuding an air of dominance and indifference. "Lord Beerus, I would never dare to deceive you. This is indeed the finest cuisine Planet Vegeta has to offer." King Vegeta's voice trembled with fear. His body bowed low to the ground, contorted in desperation. A man of immense pride, King Vegeta found himself humbled before Beerus, knowing that a single outburst could obliterate his entire planet from existence. Humph! Beerus placed a foot upon King Vegeta's head, nonchalantly digging at his ear before blowing air across his fingers, revealing his annoyance. The food presented was far from satisfactory, lacking the exquisite flavors he had encountered elsewhere. "Is this what you call delicacy?" Beerus glared with his golden eyes, forcefully hurling the food atop King Vegeta's head, who could only submit to the humiliation. "What is happening? Who is this being, and why must my father endure such indignity?" Vegeta, hidden behind a stone pillar, could hardly comprehend the sight before him. The proud king of the Saiyans, brought so low, fists clenched in frustration, Vegeta wrestled with his emotions. Noticing Vegeta's presence, Beerus cast a piercing glance toward the pillar, his overwhelming power penetrating the stone and striking Vegeta. The young Saiyan fell to the ground, paralyzed and unable to move. With a swift motion, Beerus seized Vegeta by the head, lifting him effortlessly. "Lord Beerus, please spare my child," King Vegeta exclaimed, terror etched upon his face. "I shall have more exquisite dishes prepared immediately." "Unnecessary." Beerus's countenance darkened as he tossed Vegeta aside. The impact against the wall left a significant dent, shattering several of Vegeta's bones. With a casual flick of his fingers, Beerus remarked, "How dull. I expected to savor delightful cuisine. Yet this Planet Vegeta is utterly devoid of merit." With that, Beerus vanished from the palace. After some time, once assured of Beerus's departure, King Vegeta wiped the cold sweat from his brow in disbelief. He had never anticipated encountering the legendary god of destruction in such a manner. Had it not been for the lingering tales of destruction within the Saiyan royal lineage, the consequences could have been catastrophic. The true god of destruction was more fearsome than the legends had portrayed. Contemplating the unfathomable depths of power, King Vegeta shuddered, realizing his garments were soaked with perspiration. Hastily approaching Vegeta, he examined his son, relieved to find only a few broken bones. He quickly summoned attendants to transport Vegeta to a healing chamber. After all, Vegeta was his most cherished son and the most exceptional warrior of the Saiyan race. Nothing could be allowed to happen to him. Alone in the Grand Hall, King Vegeta's expression shifted, lost in his thoughts. In the vastness of the cosmos, the god of destruction, Beerus, drifted aimlessly, boredom enveloping him. Suddenly, a streak of multicolored light surged through the universe, racing toward him with incredible speed. "Lord Beerus, you have snuck out again," a delicate voice chimed, belonging to a silver-haired angelic being clad in a red and black robe, who approached with a divine staff, a blue collar floating mystically around their neck. "Oh, Whis, you have arrived." Beerus reclined in the cosmos, arms behind his head, allowing himself to be carried by the cosmic currents. "Ah, Lord Beerus, you have once again destroyed 134 planets during your escapades. Such behavior will surely trouble the Supreme Kais," Whis remarked, though his expression lacked any hint of concern. "TCH. Beerus clicked his tongue dismissively. "It's merely a few planets. Let the Supreme Kais create more." However, the creation of planets, especially those harboring life, is a lengthy endeavor. If the Supreme Kais cannot keep pace with Beerus's wanton destruction, dire consequences could ensue. Unfazed, Beerus shifted the topic. "By the way, Whis, while you were absent, I had the pleasure of tasting a rare delicacy. The flavor lingers on my palate." "Is that so, Lord Beerus? I hope you saved a portion for me," Whis inquired, intrigued by the notion of fine cuisine. "There was hardly enough for myself. How could I possibly reserve any for you?" Beerus retorted. "Oh, how disheartening. Did you find this exquisite cuisine on that planet?" Whis pointed toward the distant, dark red planet Vegeta. "Indeed, but alas, the delectable dishes are no more." Upon mentioning Planet Vegeta, Beerus felt a surge of irritation, wishing he could obliterate it with a mere energy sphere. However, he had already promised Xia Ya to spare Planet Vegeta, and making a reckless statement would tarnish the reputation of the god of destruction. "By the way, Whis, who governs this region?" Beerus inquired, turning to his attendant. Whis consulted his staff, and a figure resembling Frieza materialized within the blue crystal orb. "Lord Beerus, the ruler of the nearby star systems, is a being named Frieza, a member of the Frost Demon race." Beerus stroked his chin and replied, "Convey a message to Frieza, instructing him that I do not wish to see Planet Vegeta again. He is to destroy it for me." "Understood, Lord Beerus," Whis acknowledged. For them, the annihilation of a planet was as effortless as quenching one's thirst. It was merely a routine affair. Moreover, delegating the task of destroying Planet Vegeta allowed Beerus to maintain his divine dignity while fulfilling his promise as a god. Chapter 75. Consciousness Training. Aurora Star. Unbeknownst to them, a month had passed, and the Planet Vegeta remained unscathed. The anxieties of Adley and his companions could finally be set aside. However, as a precaution, Xia Ya chose not to return them to Vegeta or head to Red Mountain Star, but rather to remain in the gravity training chamber to engage in light exercises. Following the recent events, Adley and his comrades became acutely aware of the significant gap between their own strength and that of true warriors, prompting them to focus intently on their training. As seasoned Saiyan warriors, they understood that training was a process of balance, requiring both intensity and relaxation. Pushing oneself too hard could yield counterproductive results. Therefore, a measure of leisure was deemed essential. They were not like the young Shakta, who, in their prime, were experiencing a surge of cellular activity and were in a golden period of strength growth. Nonetheless, even during this peak phase, one must act within their limits and not exhaust their bodies. Within the third gravity chamber, several members of Adeli's team were seated on the ground, enjoying a meal while engaging in conversation, with a few dishes of appetizers laid out beside them. Adeli, ever since you acquired the gravity chamber, your progress has been remarkable, exclaimed the rugged middle-aged warrior, Parody, as he sat cross-legged, devouring the delectable food. As the strongest among them, Adeli's power had surged significantly since obtaining the gravity chamber. And Parody could not help but feel envious of Adeli's training pace. Haha, that is simply because I work harder than you. If you all exerted yourselves as I do, your strengths would surely grow rapidly as well. Adeli laughed heartily, stuffing a lentil into his mouth, relishing the moment. His combat prowess had now reached 15,200, with few on Vegeta possessing greater strength. This was a feat he once could only dream of. Now, not only had it become a reality, but he was confident that he would continue to grow even stronger. However, he noted a distinct slowing in his recent progress, which jolted him back from his exhilaration. Come on, it's not like I have Xia guiding me. If I could spar with Xia all day, I would have surpassed you long ago. Parody scoffed. Though inwardly he envied the captain for having Xia as a mentor, marveling at how his strength had already surpassed theirs by several thousand. Thus far, among Adeli's team, aside from Adeli and Rebecca, the others had combat powers lingering around 12,000. The strongest among them, Baruch, had nearly reached 13,000, yet still lagged behind the captain. And the gap was widening. Although Adeli's recent growth had slowed, it remained enviable compared to theirs. Adeli chuckled, recognizing that his rapid ascent was certainly aided by the gravity chamber, but the sparring sessions with Xia had also played a significant role. After their laughter subsided, Adeli's expression turned serious as he addressed the group. Currently, the number of Saiyans on Red Mountain Star is nearing 3,000. Xia mentioned that when Vegeta is destroyed, there will be another 15,000 relocating there. Excluding those who might perish during the destruction of Vegeta, a conservative estimate suggested that Red Mountain Star would eventually harbor over 12,000 Saiyans. Over 12,000 is no small number. Indeed, that's quite significant. The group murmured in disbelief before lapsing into silence. The survival of over 10,000 Saiyans was commendable, yet when compared to the peak population of 1 million, this number felt rather meager. At that point, the Saiyans would genuinely become a rare breed. A shared conviction resonated within them. The Saiyans must not fall into decline. By the way, I suspect that King Vegeta might have already sensed our movements. Adeli suddenly shifted the topic. Surely not. If King Vegeta were aware of our covert relocation efforts, he would have reacted by now, Parody replied incredulously. The reason for King Vegeta's silence could be that he is feigning ignorance. Baruch interjected with a cold smile. What advantage does that serve him? One possibility is that his preparations have reached a critical point where he cannot afford a misstep. Internal strife at this juncture would be detrimental, Adeli explained. With all 6 of them possessing combat powers above 10,000, an internal conflict over a mere 3,000 lower-tier warriors would severely damage the Saiyan clan. Something King Vegeta would undoubtedly wish to avoid. Is he planning to settle accounts later? Alice furrowed her brow, the youngest and most vivacious among them. Perhaps. But that would only occur after defeating Frieza. If we fail, nothing else matters, Adeli responded. Adeli's words left the group in contemplative silence, as they were adults capable of more comprehensive considerations. King Vegeta's tacit approval of their recruitment efforts likely stemmed from other motivations. The adage of not placing all eggs in one basket is universally understood, and it would be unreasonable to assume King Vegeta was unaware. Perhaps he had already prepared for the worst-case scenario. Is it possible that King Vegeta might abandon the idea of breaking away from Frieza? They pondered, before discarding the notion. As Saiyan pride dictated that they would rather perish than live in subjugation, how could they possibly fear battle? Whether one deemed it reckless courage or not, King Vegeta could not tolerate the thought of his people groveling at Frieza's feet like mere servants. However, a more crucial factor was that King Vegeta had not fully grasped the magnitude of Frieza's terror. Had he understood it, his mindset would likely have shifted considerably. Just as he could set aside his royal heirs before the god of destruction, a significant disparity in strength could lead one to submit to a stronger adversary without losing dignity. At least, it would offer some solace. Yet, it was too late for such musings. Even if King Vegeta chose not to rebel, Frieza would not spare the Saiyans. Lizzie's hoarse voice echoed. The course of events did not bend to their will. Their current task was merely to lead a portion of the Saiyans on Red Mountain Star. The group fell into silence for a moment before resuming their light-hearted chatter about other matters. Meanwhile, the younger generation, like Shakta, was fervently engaged in intense training within the gravity chamber. In the first gravity chamber, the spacious training area appeared as uneventful as usual, with the gravity devices and other parameters inactive. At the center, Xia Ya and Xiling sat cross-legged, gazing into each other's eyes, their bodies as still as statues. Upon closer inspection, one could see their furrowed brows and slight tremors, beads of sweat forming on their foreheads. Both were immersed in consciousness training. Within the ethereal realm of consciousness, the expanse of the universe could not be measured by earthly standards, as the two engaged in fierce combat. Their forms intertwined in a relentless struggle, soaring from ground to sky and back again, the air reverberating with the sounds of their fierce clashes, resounding explosions echoing throughout. Countless phantom figures materialized, each resembling Xiling, moving nimbly, swiftly filling the consciousness space. With a glint of determination in her eyes, Xiling raised her delicate hand, unleashing a torrent of aggressive assaults upon Xia Ya. Crack! Xia Ya deftly intercepted Xiling's punch, his form darting like an arrow, each seemingly effortless strike imbued with explosive power. The phantoms were shattered one by one. Boom! The consciousness space suddenly shattered, leaving Xia Ya and Xiling trembling, gasping for breath. After a brief interlude, their breathing gradually returned to a steady rhythm. The cultivation of consciousness is a profound method of training, evolving from the practice of qi. Unlike the physical refinement of energy, which pertains to the body, consciousness cultivation primarily hones the spirit and awareness, serving as a means to enhance one's innate combat instincts. In the original work, Son Gohan and Krillin engaged in such training during their journey to Namek. This practice transcends mere energy manipulation. It resonates with the Taoist philosophies of a past life, embodying a form of spiritual enlightenment that offers advantages in the development of ultimate techniques and liberation from the constraints of the physical form. Xia Ya and Xiling utilized consciousness cultivation to augment their combat experience, yielding remarkable results. After this period of training, they discovered a newfound mastery over their control of energy. Chapter 76. Bardock and Giant Xia Ya composed himself, sensing a vast and formidable energy flowing within him. Yet, with a mere flicker of his will, this energy would settle down obediently. His mastery over this energy had reached a point of effortless control, allowing him to harness it at will. Although he had not engaged in deliberate training, his strength continued to grow steadily, a testament to the benefits of mental cultivation. Clenching his fist, a subtle smile graced Xia Ya's face. My fighting power is nearing 120,000. After a brief respite, Xiling raised her head, her snow-white face flushed with excitement. During this time, she had diligently pursued her training, elevating her power to 118,000, nearly catching up to Xia Ya's level from a year prior. However, the gap between them had not diminished. My fighting power has just reached 145,000. Xia Ya chuckled lightly. Hearing this, Xiling felt somewhat disheartened. Oh, I've worked so hard. Yet why can't I catch up to you? Placing a hand on her head, Xia Ya relished the delicate texture of her hair. Do not dwell on such matters. It can be exhausting and ultimately meaningless. Remember, haste makes waste. Sometimes, too much concern can lead to confusion. Why not think of something else instead? Like what? Perhaps food. Xia Ya. Xiling protested, swatting his hand away from her head. Rubbing her smooth belly, she declared, I'm not happy. I want to feast. Xia Ya chuckled at her, bemused by how she transformed her frustrations into an appetite. Fortunately, being a Saiyan, she had a robust stomach. Otherwise, a regular person would have been out of shape by now. All right. Xia Ya acquiesced, opening a dimensional space to retrieve an abundance of food, watching with amusement as the girl devoured it voraciously. Though her manner was rather unrefined and lacking in grace, there was something entertaining about Xiling's indulgence. Near the spaceport of Planet Vegeta, in an expansive, desolate plain devoid of life, dozens of makeshift awnings were erected against the backdrop of rugged rocks. At midday, the scorching sun loomed overhead, distorting the air with heat waves. Under the awnings, several hundred Saiyans gathered, either conversing in groups or resting alone, quietly awaiting the arrival of more comrades. Soon, more Saiyans converged from all directions, and the assembly swelled to over 1,000. Among them were both low-class and high-class warriors, all brimming with excitement and eager anticipation for the large-scale battle mission that occurred only once a year on Planet Vegeta. This mission was classified as a special task by the Mission Management Bureau, necessitating the deployment of high-class warriors with combat powers nearing 10,000. Their objective was to conquer the mysterious planet Kinesa. Bardock, be cautious when you arrive on Kinesa. Do not take unnecessary risks. A petite yet striking female Saiyan adjusted her husband's hair and tied his headband anew. Bardock laughed heartily, a gentle smile gracing his scarred face as he patted her shoulder. Jine, do you doubt my strength? A mere planet Kinesa poses no challenge for me. You needn't worry. Just be careful. Jine shot him a wary glance. These two were none other than Bardock and his wife Jine, the biological parents of Son Goku. 12 years had passed since Xia Ya first encountered Bardock, and he had since matured into a robust warrior, now married to the logistical support officer, Jine. Jine, resembling a petite version of Alice, stood out among the rugged Saiyans like a child among adults. Yet, this diminutive Saiyan had already borne 2 children. As Bardock prepared to embark on the mission to confront Kinesa, Jine remained on Planet Vegeta to handle logistical matters, particularly meat processing. By the way, how is Raditz doing? Bardock inquired as he organized his belongings. A bright smile spread across Jine's face at the mention of their eldest son. Raditz is out on a mission with Prince Vegeta. He should have already arrived at the task planet. Bardock nodded. It seemed that, like him, Raditz was merely a low-class warrior. Yet he had been assigned to work alongside Prince Vegeta. Bardock mused on the Mission Management Bureau's peculiar arrangements, perhaps simply to provide the prince with a burden. Bardock felt a twinge of self-deprecation but held no shame in being a low-class warrior. He understood that even those born into lower ranks could rival high-class warriors through combat and training, and he was a testament to that truth. His strength had far surpassed that of an average high-class warrior. As the commander for this mission, his combat power approached 10,000, a rare achievement for a low-class warrior. At the headquarters of Frieza, over 2 months' journey from Planet Vegeta, within a lavish palace, Frieza floated beside a window in a small egg-shaped spacecraft, his long tail swaying in the air. Lord Frieza, here is all the data regarding the Saiyan spacecraft launched in recent years. A Taji alien gestured excitedly toward Frieza. Frieza's craft pivoted, his crimson eyes glinting with malice as he addressed Dodoria coldly. Mr. Dodoria, send out the order to eliminate all Saiyan children dispatched on missions according to the list. Remember, I want not a single one left. This matter must remain confidential. The Saiyans on Planet Vegeta must not know. Yes, my lord, Dodoria replied, his expression grave. He hesitated before asking. I've heard that King Vegeta's son has also gone on a mission. Should we? Frieza waved his hand dismissively. Leave Vegeta be. He is quite the delightful toy. Let him remain for a while longer. By the way, Mr. Dodoria, would you care to join me for a fireworks display? Dodoria's face lit up with excitement. Are you planning to destroy Planet Vegeta, my lord? I can finally witness that splendid spectacle again. Indeed. This is a task bestowed upon me by Lord Beerus. I had initially intended to let those Saiyans linger a while longer, but it appears that will not be possible. Frieza replied, his tone somber. Frieza's father had once told him that 2 figures in the universe were beyond the reach of the frost demons, the ancient Majin Buu and the legendary god of destruction, Beerus. Initially skeptical, Frieza came to understand the truth when Beerus appeared before him. Though he had hoped to allow the Saiyans to exist a bit longer, he could not defy the orders of Lord Beerus. Lord Beerus? Dodoria was taken aback, realizing he had never heard that name before. Yet, since even King Frieza addressed this figure with such reverence, it must indeed belong to someone of great significance. How troublesome it is that these Saiyans seem to attract trouble. Yet another formidable individual desires their annihilation. Alas, if only Shenbo were still here, he too could witness the exquisite fireworks. Frieza sighed with regret. The beauty of the scene was diminished by the absence of a companion to share it with, which was truly lamentable. Speaking of Shenbo, a shadow fell across Dodoria's countenance. His longtime partner had inexplicably perished on Planet Fidaya, and to this day, the identity of the perpetrator remained a mystery. When the Jinyu force arrived on Fidaya several years ago, they found the place abandoned, a desolate world scorched by rivers of lava. Chapter 77. The Curse of Kanasha Star, a beautiful and enigmatic planet, has long been shrouded in mystery. Now, this exquisite world is facing utter devastation. A horde of Saiyans from distant galaxies has descended upon it, unleashing a frenzy of slaughter. The once vibrant green planet is marred by shattered mountains and strewn with debris, with craters of varying sizes dotting the landscape. Boom! A powerful shockwave, imbued with immense energy, strikes the mountainside, causing the ground to tremble violently. The mountains crumble, and boulders shoot forth like cannonballs, crashing to the earth and sending clouds of dry dust into the air. Over 1,000 Saiyans revel in the thrill of battle, soaring from peak to peak like marauders plundering a village, leaving no survivors in their wake as lives are extinguished in the explosions. Amidst the forest, creatures of various forms flee and roar in panic. Suddenly, a surge of energy descends from the sky, obliterating one unfortunate beast in an instant. Mr. Bardock. All lower life forms on Kanasha Star have been eradicated. Only the native Kanashans remain, reports a slender Saiyan wearing glasses, clutching a communicator. Let everyone exercise caution. I've heard that the Kanashans possess some mysterious magic, with some capable of threatening even elite warriors. Bardock replies with a nod. On the star chart, Kanasha Star lies along the northern route from Planet Vegeta, having enjoyed years of tranquility, suggesting it must possess some hidden strength. Yes, Mr. Bardock. The Saiyan acknowledges the orders and disseminates them. Bardock gazes at the billowing smoke that envelopes the world, reminiscent of an apocalyptic scene. An unsettling feeling stirs within him, as if foreboding events are on the horizon. 3 days later, in the ruins of a once thriving city, skyscrapers lie collapsed, rubble scattered, and the civilization reduced to ashes in the blink of an eye. The elder of the Kanashans watches helplessly as the embers of their culture flicker and fade. While countless kin have met a grisly fate, anguish and rage swell within him as he glares at the Saiyans, whom he perceives as demonic. You wicked Saiyans will inevitably face retribution. With blood-red glints flashing in his emerald eyes, the elder suddenly breaks into an eerie smile and begins to laugh maniacally. Magical powers grant him a glimpse of the future. He sees that the fate of the vile Saiyans is not much better than his own. Soon, they too shall fall to even more formidable foes. So you Saiyans cannot escape your doom. Today, you destroy Kanasha Star. But soon your own planet shall meet the same fate. Retribution awaits. You Saiyans, steeped in wickedness, are destined for hell. The elder dances with fervor, his hands raised as if to thank the heavens. Damn it! Bardock's face darkens with a tempestuous frown. He extends his finger, unleashing a brilliant white beam that pierces the Kanashan elder's chest. To dare curse the Saiyans is a crime most grievous. Thud! The elder collapses, blood spilling from his mouth. Yet a frenzied grin remains plastered on his face. His gaze pierces Bardock's heart like a dagger, intensifying the ominous premonition within. Even if you slay me now, the future is already written. You Saiyans cannot evade death. We merely depart first, and I shall witness your descent into hell from the underworld. Bardock's expression darkens further. The Saiyans would never follow in your footsteps. You may not believe it now, but it is inevitable. The Kanashan elder's life force wanes. Yet he continues to laugh maniacally. With my final breath, I curse you to witness the visions of the future. You shall feel despair at every moment, as it gnaws at your mind, slowly eroding your will, forcing you to exist in eternal torment. The elder's eyes gleam with a sinister crimson light. Appearing grotesquely bloodthirsty, Bardock suddenly experiences a wave of dizziness as countless phantasmagoric images bombard his mind, blurring the line between reality and illusion. Bardock screams in agony, collapsing into unconsciousness. Time passes, and Bardock gradually awakens, mentally assessing his condition. He finds no anomalies, though his head remains heavy, a wave of nausea washing over him. Those detestable Kanashans. Bardock curses under his breath, realizing he had been ambushed, but relieved to find no lasting effects. Casting a glance at the lifeless body of the Kanashan elder nearby, Bardock's expression turns frigid as frost. With a swift motion, he unleashes a ki blast, reducing the corpse to ashes. Mr. Bardock, it is a relief to see you unharmed. Headquarters has sent a message instructing all Saiyans to return to Planet Vegeta immediately. The voice of the mission's deputy commander crackles through the communicator. Boss, what is going on? Bardock furrows his brow, questioning the unexpected orders from headquarters. What has transpired? Suddenly, a wave of dizziness strikes again, and Bardock kneels, clutching his face as if besieged by countless biting insects. His vision blurs. In the depths of the serene starry sky, the dark red planet Vegeta hangs high above. Nearby, disc-shaped spacecraft are arrayed like stars in the cosmos. As countless armored aliens wield energy cannons swarm forth from the vessels like locusts, blotting out the sky. The expanse of space surrounding planet Vegeta soon erupts in a cacophony of electrical flashes. A scene shifts. A figure aboard a small egg-shaped spacecraft laughs maniacally, extending a finger. Suddenly, another sun rises in the heavens, a colossal fireball, hundreds of meters in diameter, hurtling toward planet Vegeta with a menacing roar. The fiery orb descends through space, its orange-red surface igniting the atmosphere with searing heat. The deafening roar reverberates through the cosmos as the vast planet Vegeta is consumed in an explosive maelstrom, reduced to cosmic dust. Mr. Bardock. Mr. Bardock. The communicator's voice persists. Boss, I'm fine. Continue with the previous report. Bardock grinds his teeth, trembling as sweat soaks his clothes. Yes. Boss on the other end relays the details of the situation. Upon severing the communication, Bardock's gaze darkens, filled with a cold fury. What does that scoundrel Frieza intend to do? Recalling the bizarre images that had invaded his mind, Bardock frowns deeply. With my final breath, I curse you to witness the visions of the future. You shall feel despair at every moment as it gnaws at your mind, slowly eroding your will, forcing you to exist in eternal torment. The elder's words echo hauntingly in his ears. Could what he witnessed truly be a vision of the future? Is Frieza planning to annihilate Planet Vegeta? Bardock whispers to himself, fists clenched tightly. Planet Vegeta must not be destroyed. Chapter 78, the final month upon receiving orders from headquarters. Bardock and the other Saiyans swiftly concluded their mission on Kanasa and prepared to return to Planet Vegeta. Meanwhile, Saiyans across the cosmos were gradually making their way back upon hearing the news. Inside a large spaceship, Bardock sat morosely in the cockpit while his deputy commander, Boss, engaged him in conversation about the events on Kanasa. It's quite unusual for us to be ordered back to Planet Vegeta so suddenly. What could be the reason? Boss mused. It seems to be a command from Frieza, he added, somewhat perplexed. First, deactivate the scanner. We must avoid being overheard, Bardock cautioned. Oh, I almost forgot. Boss quickly turned off the energy detector. Regardless of Frieza's schemes, we must return to Planet Vegeta first. What schemes could there be? Perhaps he has discovered a remarkable planet that requires a large contingent to explore? Boss chuckled, though he harbored no fondness for Frieza. He had never considered that Frieza might harbor ambitions of annihilating the Saiyans. By the way, I've heard that the movements within Frieza's army have been unusually frequent lately, as if they're undertaking some mission. Surely, they must be short-staffed and need a Saiyans to bolster their ranks. Let us hope so. Bardock crossed his arms, though his heart was less optimistic. Reflecting on the scenes he witnessed on Kanasa, a frown creased his brow. Coupled with the peculiar command issued by Frieza, his unease intensified. Suddenly, a sharp pain pierced his head, and Bardock clutched his forehead, leaning over in his chair. Phantasmagoric images flickered before his eyes. A verdant planet floated in the cosmos, its sky suffused with a ghostly green light, and the ground was carpeted with tender grass. On the expansive plain, a young man clad in an orange martial arts gi stood proudly. Opposite him was a petite figure with alternating purple and white hues, a lengthy tail, and striking crimson eyes that drew immediate attention. Where's this place? Bardock realized he had ventured into an unknown realm, where two figures faced off in silence, seemingly oblivious to his presence. Is this yet another cursed vision from the Kanasans? Bardock calmed himself, feeling as though he were watching a film from a third-person perspective. His composure allowed him to observe the scene before him. He noted that the youth in the orange GI bore an uncanny resemblance to himself. Could that be Raditz? No. Kakarot. A spark of recognition ignited in Bardock's eyes, a visceral connection coursing through him, directing his gaze toward the opposing figure. He discerned a small silhouette with skin resembling soft armor, adorned with purple material at the head, shoulders, and arms, glistening under the sun. The crimson eyes were cold and demonic. Those chilling, scarlet eyes reminded him of one individual, Frieza. Bardock gasped. He was certain that the being standing opposite him was Frieza. Although the figure differed in appearance from the Frieza he had encountered, the detached and frenzied eyes were unmistakable. Was this a vision of Kakarot battling Frieza? Could it indeed be a glimpse of the future? A wave of dread washed over Bardock. If these were prophetic visions, it meant the Kanasans' curses could hold some truth. Planet Vegeta might meet its demise at Frieza's hands. At that moment, the doppelganger clad in orange initiated combat. Their movements were as swift as the wind, actions resembling lightning, far exceeding the capacity of the human eye to perceive. Bardock concentrated fiercely but could only catch fleeting glimpses of their shadows, their battle transcending his comprehension. The scene accelerated, and Bardock, akin to a mere observer, watched in a daze. The sky darkened, filled with brilliant flashes of lightning. Thunder roared. The earth trembled, fissures appearing in the ground. The youth in the orange GI, now bare-chested, let out a furious roar amidst the storm. His black hair shimmering and transforming into a lustrous golden hue, his emerald eyes deep and devoid of emotion. Then, the golden-haired youth unleashed a torrent of power, overwhelming his opponent. Could this be the legendary Super Saiyan? Bardock was astounded by the transformation, his heart racing with excitement. Although he could not fully grasp the magnitude of such a being, it was undeniable. The ancient legend of the Super Saiyan was real, and his son Kakarot had likely attained this form. As the vision blurred again, Bardock, drenched in sweat, slumped in his chair. Beside him, Deputy Commander Boss looked on with concern. "Mr. Bardock, what is the matter? Are you unwell?" "Oh, I'm fine, just a bit fatigued," Bardock replied calmly, tilting his head to gaze at the ceiling, yet his mind remained tumultuous. Was this all a glimpse of a genuine future, or merely a deception crafted by the Kanassans to confuse him, ultimately seeking to sow discord between the Saiyans and Frieza? On a distant planet, Vegeta sat atop a pile of rubble, gnawing on a piece of roasted meat, while primitive beings resembling dinosaurs crawled about him. "Prince Vegeta, is it truly acceptable not to return? You are a prince," Raditz inquired, nursing a wound on his arm. "Let them be. Feign ignorance," Vegeta retorted coldly, focusing on his meal, showing no inclination to return to Planet Vegeta. Raditz hesitated, wanting to voice his thoughts but finding himself unable to speak. At that moment, a bald young man approached, plopping down beside him and snatching a piece of meat to devour. "Why do you say so much? Just heed Vegeta's words." "All right. Fine," Raditz responded weakly, refraining from any rebuttal. Among the trio, he was the lowly warrior often looked down upon. On the route to Planet Vegeta, a fleet of disc-shaped spaceships sped through the cosmos. The largest vessel at the center was Frieza's flagship. Frieza sat in his small flying device, floating before the ship's observation deck, as bright stars streaked past like meteors. "Lord Frieza, if I may speak candidly regarding the so-called Super Saiyan, I believe it to be nothing more than a cliché heroic tale, utterly impossible," remarked a frog-like alien. Frieza chuckled lightly. "Of course, I am aware. After years of observation, these Saiyans have proven to be nothing but worthless wild monkeys, an utter disappointment after my prolonged anticipation. However, I cannot afford a shred of unease. These overly proud beings will never be content as my subordinates. It is time to eradicate them. By the way, when can we expect the Saiyans to return to Planet Vegeta?" "Aside from a few particularly distant ones, a month should suffice," came the reply. "Then let us launch an assault on Planet Vegeta in a month. Prepare the Frieza force. I can hardly wait," Frieza commanded coldly, a smirk gracing his lips. "Yes, Lord Frieza," the frog-faced alien responded loudly, then exited the command room to relay Frieza's orders. "Mr. Dodoria, do not forget to eliminate the remaining Saiyans following the destruction of Planet Vegeta. I do not wish to see even a single one escape." "Hee. I assure you that the task will be accomplished." Dodoria, with his rotund pink belly swaying, chuckled wickedly, the protrusions on his head bobbing with each movement. "In just a month's time, the formidable King Frieza will unleash his might." The mere thought of it fills Dodoria with such excitement that he finds himself restless, eagerly wishing for time to hasten its passage. Chapter 79. Bardock's arrangement. A month later, the Saiyans scattered across the cosmos gradually returned to Planet Vegeta. The spaceport was busier than usual, with spacecraft descending every moment. Bardock's large spaceship approached Planet Vegeta, and under the cover of night, he noticed a fleet of ships neatly arranged on the opposite side of the planet's orbit, seemingly on a mission. "Mr. Bardock, look, those are Frieza's ships. What are they doing on Planet Vegeta?" Boss exclaimed in astonishment, pointing towards the formidable formation of Frieza's army. Bardock paused for a moment, his expression darkening as he furrowed his brow. "Frieza has actually brought his main force to Planet Vegeta. Does he truly intend to wage war?" As a staunch proponent of combat among the Saiyans, Bardock had always regarded Frieza with disdain, and after receiving a fragment of ambiguous future information, his discontent intensified. The sight of the fleet filled his eyes with loathing. "It can't be that serious. We Saiyans have always dutifully fulfilled the missions assigned by Frieza," Boss remarked, his disbelief evident. "Isn't it quite clear?" Bardock scoffed, his tone brusque. "I have long suspected that Frieza harbors ulterior motives towards the Saiyans, perhaps fearing the emergence of the legendary Super Saiyan among us." "Super Saiyan? That is merely a myth, one we don't even believe ourselves. Would Frieza truly be concerned about such a fanciful tale?" Boss laughed heartily, dismissing the notion, his optimism unwavering in the face of perceived danger. "Perhaps it is not so simple." Bardock recalled the glimpses of the future, where his youngest son, Kakarot, ultimately transformed into the legendary Super Saiyan and triumphed over Frieza, filling him with a sense of exhilaration. "Let us return to Planet Vegeta for now. We shall discuss everything later." Bardock cast one last glance at the distant Frieza army before addressing Boss. "Very well. Boss replied cheerfully, piloting the spaceship closer to Planet Vegeta. Upon landing at the spaceport, Bardock bid farewell to his fellow Saiyans. Watching his comrades depart, he grappled with the thought of whether to share the visions of the future. He struggled to voice his thoughts, but the words caught in his throat, unspoken. Never mind. Even if I were to voice them, they would not believe me. He chuckled bitterly, shaking his head. Was this the despair spoken of by the elder of Kanasa? Must he face such anguish alone? No. Bardock felt no despair. His gaze turned towards the horizon, for he believed that in the future, Kakarot would defeat Frieza on his behalf. Returning home, Bardock found his wife, Jine, busy preparing a meal in their kitchen, the rich aroma wafting through the air, enveloping Bardock in warmth. "Oh, you're back so early?" Jine exclaimed in surprise, emerging from the kitchen with a pot of meat soup. Setting his bag down, Bardock smiled as he accepted the heavy pot from her. "I received orders from headquarters. All Saiyans are returning to Planet Vegeta. Is something happening?" she inquired, concern flickering in her eyes. "No, it's nothing." Bardock shook his head. But an ominous premonition lingered in his heart, as if something were about to transpire. "Don't worry. With your strength, what could possibly challenge you?" Jine nestled into Bardock's embrace, her petite form fitting perfectly against him. She had complete faith in Bardock, who, despite being a low-class warrior, possessed strength that surpassed many elite fighters. Bardock held his wife closely, a sense of tranquility washing over him. "By the way, is Kakarot still in the incubation chamber?" "Yes, he has been there for several months now. It's time to bring him out. Do you want to see him?" "In the basement." A pod shaped like an egg filled with green liquid contained a child with a long tail, bubbling contentedly inside. This was a newly developed biological incubator, more advanced than the large-scale infant capsules typically reserved for elite families. After Kakarot's birth, Bardock had taken him home and placed him in this incubator. Months had passed since then. He has grown so much. Bardock gazed at the child, astonished, before breaking into a smile. "Yes, he looks just like you. Especially with that unique hairstyle," Jine teased, noting the resemblance between her son and Bardock. Bardock nodded, watching his son for a while before closing his eyes to contemplate. "When night falls, I will procure a spherical spacecraft and send this child to another planet." Jine was taken aback, vehemently opposing. "Why do that? And why put him in danger as the banished child?" With their current status, Bardock's family could easily protect their son from perilous tasks. Being a banished child would bring shame. "This is for Kakarot's sake," Bardock replied, lifting his head, his voice somber. "I have a foreboding sense of death. Frieza is undoubtedly scheming something." Eventually, Jine was persuaded by Bardock's reasoning, and for the sake of their son's safety, she would take the risk. In the dead of night, Bardock stealthily acquired a 2-meter diameter spherical spacecraft from an abandoned warehouse in the royal city. The couple then transported the craft to a remote desert. "It's surprising that you worry for our child. This is unlike you," Jine joked while they flew. "Perhaps it's your innocence that has influenced me," Bardock retorted playfully. "Who says such things about others?" Jine puffed her cheeks in playful indignation, resembling a sulking young girl. Soon, they arrived at a rugged, stony expanse far from the city where the Saiyans gathered, a perfect place to launch the spacecraft without detection. At that moment, the infant within the spherical craft began to cry, as if sensing the impending separation from his parents. Jine gazed at the child through the transparent glass with a pang of sorrow. "Don't cry," Kakarot Jine said, her eyes glistening with reluctance. "Bardock, let us all escape together. It's futile. The detectors will find us quickly, and the energy readings are too high, making us easy targets for the Tuffle surveillance equipment." Bardock adjusted the position of the spacecraft. "This is an old machine from 20 years ago. It should lack a locator. I have set the course for a distant planet called Earth. Although it has ample water and food, its inhabitants and resources are of little value, rendering it an inconspicuous low-class planet." Jine nodded, addressing the child within the spacecraft. "Child, if Bardock is overly concerned, we will return for you soon. If an unfortunate event occurs, I will inform Raditz goodbye, and you must survive. Be wary of the Galactic Patrol, Kakarot. You must become a Super Saiyan and vanquish Frieza." Bardock pressed the switch of the spacecraft, which shook violently before soaring into the sky, quickly vanishing into the vast cosmos. P.S. The tender depiction of the Saiyans in the events surrounding Bardock and Jine sending off Kakarot are part of Akira Toriyama's canon continuation, not fabricated. It merely adjusts Kakarot's age. Thus, the Saiyans are not entirely devoid of familial affection and carelessness. Chapter 80. The rebellion begins after a prolonged silence. Xia Ya received news from Frieza. Adley and a few others gathered together, and the atmosphere was far from pleasant. Frieza was finally about to take action. Adley sighed, acknowledging that what was inevitable had come to pass. Yet, when that moment truly arrived, his heart was filled with reluctance. How infuriating. Parody slammed his fist against the ground, creating a large pit in the hard earth. The clan faced annihilation, powerless to intervene. Such a plight was typically reserved for weaker races. Indeed, those who commit evil deeds ultimately face retribution. Uncle Adley, it is pointless to lament now. It would be wiser to wait here while I venture to Planet Vegeta. Perhaps I can rescue some of our people, Xia suggested. Although he had already made a wish on the Dragon Balls, no one could predict how many would reach Red Mountain Star. Xia was determined to visit Planet Vegeta, not only to save some Saiyans, but also to witness for himself the extent of Frieza's power. Adley was aware that Xia's strength had reached an astonishing level. Even annihilating the Jinyu force would be a mere flick of his wrist. Thus he held no concerns for Xia's safety. He nodded in agreement, but cautioned, that is acceptable. But do not confront Frieza. Sacrifices must be made. Remember, you are the most important among the Saiyans. As long as you exist, there remains hope for the revival of our race. I want to go too, exclaimed Shieling, who had been watching intently. No, you cannot. Both Adley and Xia responded in unison. But I am strong now. Shieling insisted earnestly, wishing to participate in the ultimate battle on Planet Vegeta. Xia possessed the ability to teleport, enabling him to escape at a critical moment. But you cannot, Adley scolded, furrowing his brow in disapproval of his daughter's recklessness. Even if you can rival Captain Jinyu, I will not agree to your participation. Wah! Shieling pouted, her eyes darting as she declared, I will learn to teleport too. She had heard Xia mention a secret technique of teleportation on a planet called Yardrat, which resembled Xia's extraordinary ability. If she mastered it, her future actions would be unrestrained. Let us discuss that later. I am heading to Planet Vegeta now, Xia stated, his expression remaining calm and serious. Be cautious. Adley replied with a nod as Xia took a few steps forward, his form dissolving into a fleeting shadow before disappearing from sight. Planet Vegeta's royal palace. The suffocating atmosphere weighed heavily upon all present. King Vegeta, clad in armor, sat upon his throne with closed eyes, his crimson cape cascading behind him. In the grand hall below, a throng of Saiyans, loyal to King Vegeta, had gathered. Leading the front were over 20 elite warriors, each possessing a battle power exceeding 10,000, representing the pinnacle of Planet Vegeta's might. King Vegeta opened his eyes, surveying the crowd below, his face shrouded in dark clouds, eyes gleaming with ferocity, exuding an unspoken authority. The Frieza army had surrounded Planet Vegeta, their ambitions laid bare, intent on utterly destroying the Saiyans. Can we permit this? King Vegeta thundered, his voice echoing throughout the palace hall. Certainly not. The Saiyans roared in unison, indignant at the thought of submitting to Frieza. Even if we perish, we shall defend the dignity of our race. Let us wage war. Let that scoundrel Frieza witness our might. The assembled Saiyans, filled with righteous fury, shouted their vows to confront Frieza in a battle to the death. King Vegeta nodded approvingly at their fervor. Pewter, how many of our warriors do we have at present? Your Majesty, we have gathered 400,000 Saiyans, with many more on their way to the palace. Over 70% of our elite warriors are prepared to fight for the dignity of our race, Pewter reported promptly. 70% of our elite fighters essentially represented the entirety of Saiyan strength, and King Vegeta held no expectations for the remaining few. He waved his hand, signaling Pewter to withdraw. After a brief silence, King Vegeta suddenly rose, his imposing figure facing all present, his bright red armor radiating authority. Raising his arms, King Vegeta proclaimed passionately, the time has come for the Saiyans to face life and death. By my royal decree, all Saiyans must prepare for battle and ready themselves to confront Frieza's army in a fight to the death. Elite warriors shall form 7 battalions, led by those whose battle power exceeds 10,000, to break through the encirclements of Frieza's 1st and 2nd legions. Intermediate warriors will provide support, covering the rear and ensuring that no enemy escapes. Furthermore, I issue a command to all Saiyans, eradicate every Tajian on Planet Vegeta. I want not a single one left. King Vegeta's tone was chilling and merciless. The Tajians, backed by Frieza, had long been a source of resentment for the Saiyans. Now was the time for reckoning. The orders from the royal palace swiftly spread, prompting all Saiyans into action. However, many remained confused about the situation, some even unwilling to believe King Vegeta's commands. Leading them to the palace, these individuals were swiftly eliminated by the vigilant palace guards. In an instant, Planet Vegeta was engulfed in chaos. The aliens were filled with trepidation, unwilling to venture into the streets. Ha ha ha. These saw Chapter 81. The peril of Mel's. The entire planet of Vegeta was thrown into chaos. Inside the home of Bardock, his wife, Jine, gazed at him with a troubled expression. It had become evident that Bardock was indeed correct. Frieza harbored ulterior motives. The current situation was unmistakably clear. Frieza had summoned all Saiyans back to Planet Vegeta, intending to ensnare them all at once. Jine was immensely relieved that she had secretly sent Kakarot away the night before. Otherwise, with the airspace now completely sealed, their ship would have been unable to take off. Bardock sat silently on a stool, clutching his headscarf. Jine, come with me, and stay inside. Do not come out. He led her to the basement, instructing her to hide there while he planned to seal the entrance before venturing out. This basement was originally where Kakarot had been raised. Its structure was remarkably sturdy, ensuring that even if the surface were to be raised, the interior would remain unaffected. Bardock, please be careful. Jine looked at him with deep concern but did not attempt to dissuade him, for she understood that during such a critical moment, her husband would never stand idly by. Bardock nodded resolutely. Jine was merely an ordinary low-level warrior, her combat power barely reaching 2,000, and hiding in the basement was the only way to ensure her safety. He embraced her for a moment before decisively stepping out of the basement. After sealing the entrance, isolating the basement from the outside world, Bardock donned his battle attire, secured a red ribbon around his head, and resolutely stepped forward. This battle was likely to have a fatal outcome. In the cosmos, Frieza stood before a viewport, leisurely gazing at the dark red hue of Planet Vegeta, reminiscent of exquisite red wine, captivating and intoxicating. He savored a sip of wine, its fragrant aroma enveloping him in delight. Mr. Dodoria, observe how splendid this planet appears, akin to a ruby. Soon it shall transform into a breathtaking display of fireworks. His raspy voice echoed in the hall, and Frieza gazed entranced, exuding a chilling aura. Dodoria chuckled cruelly, responding, Lord Frieza, all personnel are prepared. They await your command to showcase the might of your supremacy to those proud Saiyans. I have complete confidence in your arrangements, Mr. Dodoria, lightly patting Dodoria's shoulder. Frieza levitated, standing with his hands clasped behind him before the viewport, his tail swaying languidly behind him. Frieza coldly instructed, let the 1st and 2nd legions lead the charge, with the 3rd and 4th legions following closely. They shall breach Planet Vegeta within half an hour, and then this planet shall vanish from the cosmos. Yes, Dodoria replied eagerly. He then waved his hand, and the nearby aliens immediately sprang into action, bowing and retreating from the command hall to relay Frieza's orders. The 1st and 2nd legions were Frieza's most elite forces, usually stationed on planets of great strategic importance. The 1st legion, in particular, was composed of the cream of the crop, second only to the Ginyu Force, and was the most formidable unit in Frieza's army, with some even surpassing Dodoria in strength. The mobilization of these troops to Planet Vegeta signified Frieza's intent to utterly annihilate the Saiyans. When Xia Ya arrived at Planet Vegeta, the flames of war had already ignited. The planet had lost its former tranquility. In the face of Frieza's invading army, the Saiyans fought with fervor, unleashing their full power. Brilliant shockwaves streaked across the sky, leaving behind a tapestry of dazzling trails, while explosions echoed relentlessly. The air was filled with the cacophony of violent detonations. Particularly after the Saiyans with combat powers exceeding 10,000 unleashed their might, the terrifying scenes resembled the apocalypse. Clouds of debris obscured the skies, plunging Planet Vegeta into darkness. The ground trembled, and the sky had long lost its original hue, with energy blasts traversing the atmosphere like furious dragons roaring in wrath. Amidst the thunderous roars, visually striking mushroom clouds rose majestically, the shock waves dispersing the surrounding gloom, only for new clouds to gather again. With each collision of immense force, the planetary crust could no longer withstand the cataclysmic onslaught. It fractured, and molten lava surged forth from the depths, exuding a pungent, searing aroma, transforming into vibrant yet terrifying blossoms, stunningly beautiful. Taking a step forward, Xia Ya became a fleeting shadow, arriving in the city, witnessing buildings collapsing around him, while Saiyans and aliens battled fiercely in every corner. Suddenly, a beam of energy erupted from an elevated position, hurtling towards him. Xia Ya furrowed his brow, raising his hand just in time to catch the incoming energy blast in his palm. With a flick of his fingers, he sent the soccer ball-sized energy projectile ricocheting away, creating a brilliant arc of light in its wake. A momentary look of astonishment flickered across the faces of the aliens, seeing their first attack fail. They immediately launched a second assault, seeking death. Shaya's dark eyes glinted with cold resolve as he observed the aliens attempting to kill him. This time, he would not let them off easily. Turning, he took a few steps forward and suddenly vanished from sight, only to reappear right before the aliens. What incredible speed! The aliens were struck with terror upon witnessing Shaya's sudden appearance. Reacting swiftly, they raised their energy weapons, gathering power to fire, their movements synchronized and agile. These aliens belonged to Frieza's 4th Legion, each boasting combat powers exceeding 2,000 when equipped with energy weapons. Their agility, however, was no match for Shaya's prowess. A mere candle dares to compete with the sun and moon. Perish. His voice, indifferent and chilling, resonated in the air as he gazed down at the aliens. A cold smile gracing his striking features. He raised his palm and forcefully swiped the air. In an instant, countless ice-blue energy blasts surged forth, shimmering with dazzling brilliance. Akin to a torrential downpour. "Ah!" came the wretched cries. Moments later, a brilliant white mushroom cloud ascended, the shockwave violently churning, the searing energy melting the very rocks beneath. After dispatching several waves of aliens attempting to attack him, Shaya strode forward unperturbed, soon locating the spacecraft of the aliens. After obliterating several ships, the remaining aliens turned their focus on Shaya. Yet those with combat powers of merely 2,000 or 3,000 were no match for him. With effortless grace, he dispatched them with a mere wave of his hand. The number of aliens falling to Shaya's hands swiftly escalated, soon exceeding the 1,000 mark. Suddenly, a glimmering figure darted past him, a small silhouette fleeing ahead, pursued by a pale yellow alien wielding an energy weapon. "Mels?" Shaya exclaimed in surprise, spotting the young girl being chased. "Wah!" came her frightened wail. Mels was frantically fleeing, but the alien was relentless, closing in on her with every moment. In that instant, Mels was utterly terrified. She had never encountered such a horrifying ordeal. After all, she was merely a 5-year-old child. And the pressure became too much for her to bear as she fled, bursting into tears. Chapter 82. A harrowing battle. The little one proves to be quite formidable. Managing to evade capture for such an extended period, the alien, draped in pale yellow, wore a sinister grin, licking its lips to reveal sharp fangs. "Please, don't eat me." Mels found herself cornered against the wall, desperately trying to press herself into it, but escape was no longer an option. Overwhelmed with fear, she shut her eyes tightly. Suddenly, a sickening squelch echoed, followed by a piercing scream of agony. Mels opened her eyes in astonishment to find a tall figure standing protectively in front of her. "Ah, it's you." Upon recognizing her savior, Mels gasped in disbelief. She had not expected the one to rescue her to be none other than Master Edry's nephew, having faced the greatest terror of her life. A multitude of emotions surged within Mel's heart. Seeing a familiar face, she could not help but rush forward, bursting into tears. This exceptional child was among the few designated for evacuation in Shaya's plan, and it was imperative that she survive until the destruction of Planet Vegeta. "All right, Mels. Stay close to me. Every corner of Planet Vegeta is perilous now." Shaya gently patted her head, offering comfort. He could not abide the sight of a child in tears. "I've been trying to find Master Edry for months, but he was never home. And then today, everything changed, so many want to kill me." Mels, regaining her composure, looked up at Shaya with her reddened eyes. Although she harbored a sense of disdain for Shaya, considering him merely a mid-level warrior in this moment, being near him provided her with a sliver of security. "Uncle Edry and the others are elsewhere." Shaya gazed at the shattered city, sighing. "Frieza's intent is to exterminate all Saiyans. We can no longer remain on Planet Vegeta." As they traversed the perilous streets, Mels fell into an eerie silence. Timidly trailing behind him, Shaya glanced at her, realizing the little one was indeed terrified. Amidst the cacophony of explosions, the duo, one large, one small, stood out starkly. The aliens, upon spotting them, resembled predators eyeing their prey, eagerly launching their assaults. Each time, Shaya responded without hesitation, unleashing his fist with remarkable precision. Each seemingly casual strike resulted in instant demise for the attackers, and soon, the number of aliens felled by him exceeded 10,000. It was noteworthy that these aliens boasted battle powers of over 2,000, yet none could stand against Shaya. Mels watched in disbelief, her mouth agape, gradually numbed by the relentless violence. In that moment, she recognized Shaya's overwhelming strength. Observing him remain calm and composed amidst the chaos, her eyes began to glimmer with admiration. "Just how powerful are you? Why are those aliens no match for you?" With a hint of excitement, Mels clung to his arm, all previous grievances against him evaporating in an instant. Xia Ya continued onward. You will come to know in due time. By the way, why did you come out here alone? Where are your parents? Mel's pouted, a hint of dissatisfaction in her voice. Who knows where they went? I just heard explosions and came to see what was happening. Only to witness those aliens slaughtering Saiyans. I managed to kill a few weaker ones before being relentlessly pursued by that alien just now. Oh, that alien was so strong. It just wouldn't let up. Recalling the harrowing chase, Mel's legs trembled slightly. Were it not for Xia Ya's timely intervention, she would have undoubtedly fallen victim to the despised alien. Xia Ya pondered that Mel's parents were likely summoned by King Vegeta. They possessed the quintessential Saiyan temperament and would have responded to the call to arms against Frieza's forces. Nevertheless, it was remarkable that Mel's, at such a tender age, had managed to slay formidable aliens, albeit perhaps through ambush. As Xia Ya and Mel's continued to vanquish the extraterrestrial foes on Planet Vegeta, a vibrant array of colors illuminated the vast cosmos. High-ranking Saiyan warriors had engaged Frieza's first army, initiating fierce confrontations in the depths of space. Combat in the void posed inherent challenges for the Saiyans, as they could not survive in a vacuum. Thus, they enveloped themselves in energy, allowing for brief forays into the cosmos, a perilous tactic amidst such fierce conflict. Many Saiyans ultimately succumbed, losing their lives to the merciless alien weaponry. Corpses drifted through space, only to be reduced to ashes by the rampant energy blasts. Fueled by rage, these Saiyans charged recklessly into battle, their resolve unwavering. Against the dark red backdrop of Planet Vegeta, orange sparks flared in the serene night sky, painting a grim tableau. Not far from their position, numerous disc-shaped spaceships were arrayed like stars. Shortly after the first and second armies launched their assault, the third and fourth armies joined the fray. A swarm of armored aliens, wielding energy cannons, surged forth like locusts, casting an ominous shadow over the battlefield. In no time, the outer space surrounding Planet Vegeta erupted in a cacophony of light and sound. In the blink of an eye, half an hour had elapsed, and tens of thousands of Saiyans had perished on the battlefield. Observing the battered warriors who continued to charge forward, Bardock felt tears welling in his eyes. Was this not the very scene he had witnessed on Planet Canesa? Frieza. Bardock seethed through clenched teeth. With a roar, he unleashed a formidable golden energy barrier. Enveloping himself in a brilliant blaze, his icy gaze fixed on Frieza's location. Boom, boom, boom. Bardock engaged in close combat, moving with blinding speed to confront the aliens, unleashing energy spheres with reckless abandon. So swift. Observing Bardock's ferocity, the surrounding aliens paled, retreating in haste. Yet, a few bold aliens pressed forward, encircling Bardock in groups, even attempting to grapple him. Die! With a thunderous shout, a blinding radiance erupted. Bardock's overwhelming energy surged forth, launching the aliens clinging to him away, while the ensuing shockwave incinerated all within a 100-meter radius. Well done. Long live Mr. Bardock. Let us charge together to vanquish those vile aliens. For the dignity of the Saiyans. The remaining Saiyans were invigorated, charging towards Frieza's forces with newfound fervor. Brilliant flashes erupted, and the resounding explosions echoed in their ears. Some Saiyans, aware they could not defeat their foes, chose to self-destruct in a final act of defiance. Witnessing the sacrifice of his fellow Saiyans tore at Bardock's heart, compelling him to fight with unrelenting ferocity. With a swift motion, he seized one alien's leg, exerting tremendous force to snap it in two. Chapter 83. The blazing fireball. Frieza perched upon a diminutive spacecraft, his gaze fixated on the tumultuous battle unfolding nearby. A subtle smirk crept across his lips, the cruel chill of his purple mouth betraying a sinister delight. Ah, Dodoria, look. That Saiyan appears remarkably valiant. Dodoria cast a glance, activating the energy detector affixed to his ear, which emitted a series of electronic beeps. Upon reading the data displayed, Dodoria gasped in disbelief. What? The energy intensity of that Saiyan surpasses 10,000 points. Such power could only be managed by the elite of the First Legion. Indeed, if these Saiyan warriors could be harnessed, they would constitute a formidable force, Frieza mused, shaking his head. Alas, they are far too arrogant to yield. He chuckled darkly. These Saiyans truly do not recognize their own limitations. Dodoria snorted, reflecting that had they remained docile by Frieza's side, such calamity would not have befallen them. Yet, he also felt a tinge of relief, fortunate that these Saiyans were so prideful. Otherwise, the addition of another powerful force under Frieza's command, aside from the First Legion, would leave him with little relevance. Ah, if only Lord Shenpo had not met his demise so early, I would not feel so isolated by Lord Frieza's side, Dodoria contemplated. Dodoria, it is nearly time to recall the first and second legions, is it not? Frieza's crimson eyes gazed into the cosmos, his voice languid. Dodoria was momentarily taken aback but quickly regained his composure, a smile illuminating his face. Yes, I shall summon the legions at once. The order to retreat swiftly reached the first and second legions, and the elite warriors under Frieza's command promptly disengaged from the battlefield, leaving only the silhouettes of the Saiyans in the near-Earth space. What is happening? Why are these extraterrestrials retreating? Could it be that Frieza has surrendered? How splendid! We have triumphed. The Saiyans beamed with joy, for despite the loss of hundreds of thousands of warriors, they had ultimately secured victory in this battle. They embraced one another in celebration, gradually descending until they deactivated their energy shields upon entering the atmosphere. Only Bardock remained, his expression grave as he gazed towards the void of space. Is it truly over? He murmured, but soon his mind was beset by a sudden, excruciating headache. No, the battle has not concluded. Frieza has withdrawn everyone to unleash his wrath personally. The fragmented images he had witnessed on planet Kinesa flashed before his eyes once more. His visage twisted in anguish as he ground his teeth together, producing a grating sound. Everyone, be cautious. Frieza is preparing to strike personally, Bardock shouted. Snapping everyone back to reality, their eyes wide with disbelief as they turned to the cosmos. There, Frieza sat in his diminutive craft, his gaze fixed upon the dark crimson planet Vegeta, erupting into a maniacal laughter. With a mere flick of his finger, a minuscule red dot, no larger than a peanut, flickered momentarily before abruptly expanding into an enormous fireball, its diameter stretching to hundreds of meters. Like a nascent sun, it radiated searing light and heat. Bardock's pupils constricted in alarm. This sight mirrored the one he had previously witnessed. His focus darted towards his home planet, gritting his teeth as he surged forward. It must not fall. Bardock's heart cried out. He knew that if the fireball descended, Planet Vegeta would be doomed. For the sake of his kin and his beloved wife. Bardock bravely positioned himself before the blazing fireball, extending his arms wide. Inside the spacecraft, Dodoria waited eagerly, his pink skin quivering with excitement. Each time he beheld Frieza's explosive display of planetary destruction, a thrill surged within him. This occasion was no different. Witnessing Frieza unleash his signature move filled him with fervor and anticipation. What is that? Melis gasped, startled by the fiery orb in the sky. Hold tight. Before Melis could react, Xia Ya swiftly enveloped her in his arms, propelling them into the depths of outer space. Ah! Melis screeched, shielding her face as the frigid wind whipped against her forehead, rendering her unable to open her eyes. Ha ha ha, cursed Saiyan monkeys. May you and your planet dissolve into cosmic dust. Frieza cackled, lightly tapping the enormous fireball, which then revealed its terrifying visage as it hurtled menacingly towards Planet Vegeta. Frieza, I will not allow you to prevail. Bardock roared in fury, soaring towards the fireball, arms outstretched, attempting to intercept the planet-destroying projectile. The searing flames seared Bardock's arms, eliciting a cry of anguish from him. His face contorted in pain, he strained against the overwhelming force of the destruction ball, which was far beyond his capacity to withstand. The fireball inched closer to Planet Vegeta, igniting violent winds as it tore through the atmosphere, causing chaos to ensue. Frieza observed with amusement, as though he were watching a jester's pitiful performance. This diminutive Saiyan dared to attempt to catch his annihilation ball. Such audacity. Frieza sneered contemptuously, his cold eyes surveying the scene. Fool, how could the energy sphere of Frieza be contained by such a pathetic Saiyan? Dodoria chuckled derisively within the spacecraft, continuing to watch with eager anticipation. It must not fall. Bardock felt himself nearing the brink of unconsciousness, yet a singular determination propelled him forward. Suddenly, a small figure appeared beside Bardock, clutching a little girl in her arms. Xia Ya, you fool. Melis's voice trembled, tinged with tears. Wah! Xia Ya brought me right to that terrifying energy sphere. I'm doomed. Melis was beside herself with frustration, her pristine teeth gnashing against Xia Ya's arm. Stop it, Xia Ya scolded, delivering a few playful smacks to Melis's backside, then extending his hands before the astonished gaze of Melis. With a firm touch upon the surface of the colossal fireball, Xia Ya's expression turned serious, his focus unwavering. His arms surged with immense power, momentarily slowing the descent of the destruction ball. However, it was insufficient. Such meager strength would not suffice. You are. Bardock gasped in shock at the sudden appearance of Xia Ya, his thoughts racing. Surely, this individual was a mere youth among the Saiyans. This child is entrusted to you. Take her and retreat, Xia Ya declared, placing Melis into Bardock's arms before unleashing a fierce battle cry, the dormant power within him erupting forth. In an instant, his battle power soared to an astounding 145,000, a radiant golden aura enveloping him in a shimmering glow. Bardock and Melis stood aghast, speechless as they beheld the transformation. Lift it, Xia Ya commanded once more, amplifying the energy emanating from his arms, managing to halt the destruction ball's descent entirely. How is this possible? Dodoria exclaimed in shock. Frieza's expression was grim, and his voice was icy as he commanded, detect the energy intensity of that Saiyan. I must ascertain the extent of his combat power. Due to the angle of their sight, Frieza and his cohorts failed to notice Xia Ya's presence, mistakenly believing it was Bardock exerting his strength. Yes, Lord Frieza. The technicians aboard the spaceship replied, shivering with trepidation. They hastily manipulated the large energy detector, fearful that any delay might incite Frieza's wrath. Soon, the energy readings were unveiled. Lord Frieza, the opponent's energy level is 145,500. The voices of the extraterrestrials trembled with disbelief. What? 145,500? How could a Saiyan possess such formidable combat power? Dodoria was taken aback, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. It cannot be. A Saiyan should not wield such strength. Could it be that the Saiyan has transformed? I have heard that a Saiyan's power can multiply tenfold upon transforming into a Great Ape. Impossible. Even a Saiyan's Great Ape transformation has its limits and cannot yield such an immense increase in power. It appears that this Saiyan must be eliminated without delay. Frieza chuckled coldly, his voice laced with cruelty. Chapter 84. The Destruction of Planet Vegeta. Yet, what does possessing a battle power of 140,000 signify when my own, in its normal state, reaches an astounding 530,000? Ants are ultimately ants. How could they possibly shake the might of a colossal tree? A glimmer of cold light flickered in Frieza's blood-red eyes as he extended his finger once more, conjuring yet another massive sphere of destruction. Saiyan, even if you can withstand one planet-destroying blast, can you endure a second? Frieza's smile was nonchalant, immediately followed by a great shadow descending as the second sphere of annihilation followed the trajectory of the first, quickly merging with it, thus amplifying its power tremendously. Xia Ya found himself unable to withstand the overwhelming force. Truly, Frieza was formidable. Such potent energy spheres could be summoned with a mere flick of his wrist, without even breaking a sweat. Realizing he was no match at present, Xia Ya felt a wave of despondency wash over him as he acknowledged that even Frieza's casual strikes were beyond his capability to counter. However, he soon regained his composure. For at the tender age of 12, he was merely on the cusp of adolescence, a time when one's strength could surge dramatically. If he could not prevail now, he would bide his time for the future. What cosmic emperor he faced would ultimately serve as a stepping stone on his path to greatness. Bardock. It appears the annihilation of Planet Vegeta is inevitable. Xia Ya accepted this grim reality with equanimity. Retreat was the simplest course of action. Yet no. I shall not allow Planet Vegeta to perish. A voice of defiance echoed through the air. Bardock stirred his parched throat, his expression forlorn, for with the destruction of Vegeta, his beloved wife, Jine, would also meet her demise. Bardock was resolute in preventing such a fate. Instead of retreating, he sought to intercept the destructive blast single-handedly. Alas, the outcome remained unchanged. Bardock's strength was woefully inadequate. Observing this, Xia Ya shook his head and reassured, do not worry, Bardock. When Planet Vegeta meets its end, 15,000 Saiyans will be evacuated, and you and your wife are on that list. However, such words seemed too fantastical for Bardock to comprehend, and he stubbornly pressed on. Xia Ya furrowed his brow, swiftly knocking Bardock unconscious before teleporting a few others back to the ground. Wait, have we returned to the surface? Myrusa murmured, still dazed. Looking up, she saw a blazing fireball descending slowly towards the ground. As it approached, the atmosphere began to churn violently, invisible waves of energy cascading outward like displaced ocean waters. Soon, the sphere of destruction collided with the crust, a thunderous roar reverberating through the cosmos as the ground erupted in colossal geysers of molten lava, reaching heights of several thousand meters, fracturing the tectonic plates in an instant. In truth, the fate of Planet Vegeta had already been sealed the moment the planet-destroying sphere was unleashed. As crackling sounds echoed, the core rose dramatically, the planet began to expand violently, and the terrifying energy intensified, marking the commencement of Vegeta's countdown to annihilation. Yet, at the moment the core shattered, a dazzling array of ethereal lights suddenly illuminated various locales across the planet. The wish made with the Dragon Balls a year prior began to manifest, those among the 15,000 individuals on the list who were still alive glimmered with a translucent radiance. In Bardock's basement, Jine sat with her knees drawn to her chest. Her delicate face pressed against them, her hands clasped together in silent prayer for her husband and child. At that moment, a radiant glow enveloped her, and in astonishment, she gazed at it, rendered speechless. Then, with a flash, her form transformed into a beam of light, vanishing from sight. This scene unfolded across various locations on Planet Vegeta. As the planet's destruction loomed, countless Saiyans on the list were whisked away by the power of the Dragon Balls. However, those who perished directly from the blast were not so fortunate, for the dragon's magic only spared the living. Oh dear, what is happening? Why am I glowing? Myrusa wondered, curiously touching her luminous skin. Shortly thereafter, Bardock too began to radiate light. You shall soon depart from Planet Vegeta. Seeing the glow on Bardock and Myrusu, Xia Ya realized the dragon's power was at work, and they would soon be transported to Planet Hanshan. I too must take my leave. Xia Ya gazed at the impending destruction of Planet Vegeta and the multitude of bewildered Saiyans, contemplating silently. Just as he prepared to activate his teleportation, an unexpected event occurred. The sky suddenly cracked open like glass, and a deep, chaotic stream of energy surged forth, pulling the three of them into its grasp before they could react. What on earth is happening? The sudden upheaval startled Xia Ya, who struggled to maintain his balance, yet the immense gravitational pull of the rift drew them in relentlessly. He noticed that the energy erupting from the tear in space bore a resemblance to the temporal and spatial abilities he wielded. This energy. It is the power of time and space. Xia's pupils dilated with alarm as he recalled a crucial detail. Indeed, in the original narrative, Bardock did not perish. Instead, he fell into a time rift at the moment of Planet Vegeta's destruction and was transported to an ancient era. Could this be the very time rift? Xia Ya immediately recognized the trouble he was in. In the original Bardock chapter, Bardock did not die in the explosion of Planet Vegeta. He traversed through the time rift to ancient Planet Vegeta, which at the time was not yet known as such, but rather as Planet Plant. There, Bardock encountered the ancestors of the Frost Demons, the cosmic pirates known as Chilled, and ultimately transformed into a Super Saiyan to defeat them. Thus, the legend of the Super Saiyan was born among both the Saiyans and the Frost Demons, an inherent aspect of the original narrative's time travel. Planet Vegeta resided at a fragile point between time and space, and the cataclysmic force of its destruction had torn open the gateway to the temporal realm, with the other side leading to the ancient world. Oh no, I cannot be sent back to ancient times, Xia Ya lamented, realizing too late the implications of this moment. Gritting his teeth, he swiftly moved towards Bardock and Myrusu, but the immense gravitational force of the rift engulfed them entirely. In the serene expanse of the cosmos, Planet Vegeta appeared as a magnificent firework, finally extinguishing its radiant glow before vanishing from the universe, taking with it the once mighty Saiyan race. This was, of course, the perception held by most civilizations across the cosmos. Countless civilizations rejoiced at the news of the Saiyans' demise, while others merely scoffed in disdain upon receiving the tidings. Far in the eastern galaxy, within the Hanshan system, two vividly colorful planets revolved around one another. On a smaller, turquoise planet, the industrious Frieza force had established a large city capable of housing thousands, complete with training, living, and leisure zones, efficiently catering to the various needs of the Saiyans. The first batch of over 3,000 Saiyans had gradually adapted to life here. On a new morning, the sun bathed the land in light. The Saiyans engaged in their usual exercises. The training area had become their favorite destination, as the various training apparatuses effectively stimulated their power growth, while the leisure zone remained largely overlooked. As they prepared for another day, the sky erupted in a dazzling display of colors, like a cascade of rainbows, captivating the Saiyans and prompting them to pause and wonder. One by one, shadowy figures descended from the heavens, falling like scattered raindrops. The 12-fold gravity caught the newly arrived Saiyans on Red Mountain Star off guard. Oh, those appear to be Saiyans. Could it be that something has happened on Planet Vegeta? The expressions of some nearby Saiyans changed dramatically as they all soared towards the location where the figures had landed. In a dense forest, over 10,000 Saiyans had plummeted, and due to the majority being severely injured, only a few hundred could withstand the oppressive force of the 12-fold gravity. What place is this? Weren't we on Planet Vegeta? How did we suddenly end up here? The gravity here is overwhelming. This is certainly not Planet Vegeta. The leading Saiyans surveyed their surroundings and confirmed that they were indeed no longer on Planet Vegeta. As for why they had arrived in this unfamiliar realm, no one could provide a clear answer. Chapter 85. The Red Mountain Saiyans at this moment. They observed a large group of figures flying in from beyond the distant mountain peak. Each individual was adorned in resplendent, pristine battle attire that clung closely to their forms.